have a chance to tie up this series and send it back to Sacramento for a 3-game set. Warriors get the win, 114-97, a win they accomplished without one of the smartest defensive players ever to play the game in Draymond Green. He was suspended for tonight, and the Warriors overcame that. They overcame the loss of Gary Payton II and just dictated this game. They led wire to wire. They controlled this game throughout, and they win 114-97.
And that's how we set the tone on a Friday. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. A wire-to-wire Game 3 victory for the Golden State Warriors. No Draymond Green. No Gary Payton II. It did not matter because you got guys who stepped up in Kevon Looney, Donte DiVincenzo. Of course, the chef was special with 36 points. We're going to get into it all. Trust me, we're going to talk a lot of basketball on the show today. But we're also going to talk that trash. Sacramento, how you feeling right now? Is that booty getting a little tighter? Because I told you guys the pressure was all on you. It was all on you to win that game and put away this basketball team. Well, guess what? They now have life, and Game 4, 12:30 Sunday afternoon is going to be a bonanza. Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun as we say good morning to everybody out there. And a lot of people yesterday chasing us said, hey, Bonte, you ain't saying good morning to the strippers lately. Well, let me say something. I hope those strippers made a crispy dollar last night because it was a buzz on 420 after that game. So good morning to all the strippers, all the graveyard shift workers. Good morning to all the contractors, bakers, you name it. Spadoni, Loveman, Shasky. We got a lot of time to roll, baby. Let's get into it. What you got?
All right. So I'm just going to start rat-a-tat-tatting certain opinions, and you can stop me whenever you want to stop me. Steph Curry is amazing. Duh. Andrew Wiggins, clear-cut number 2 best player on this team.
Stop right there. Clear-cut number 2. He's picked up where he's left off
ridiculous.
In the postseason. I thought he set the tone in the first half.
You.
Two-way play. I'm going to stay in front of you, Fox. I'm going to use my arms. I'm going to use my length. I'm going to make you a volume scorer. 26 points on 22 shots for De'Aaron Fox. And then offensively, he's in his bag. He's in his bag.
How about him getting the ball on the block? Which I was begging for, and they got the switch before he even got the ball. And De'Aaron Fox with multiple fouls. Boom, he's on the block. Food. Dog food. Let's go. Not the Dog Pound album.
When you go to the one big lineup, there's a lot more spacing on the floor, and there's a lot more room to operate. Andrew Wiggins balled out last night. I love where his game is at. Continue.
And then, obviously, Loondog and Donte DiVincenzo. I want to stop on them for just a split second. If you've been watching the Warriors this year, everybody, Draymond's the heart and soul. Put Dre to the side, okay? This year. Kevon Looney and Donte DiVincenzo on a nightly basis have brought the heart, the soul, the energy, the passion. You got to have multiple dudes like these two. Deflections, boxing out, second chance effort, unbelievable acute defense. How about the ability to pass? I'm not even talking about the pick and roll passing from Kevon Looney. I'm not even talking about the DiVincenzo. Just the patience to run the offense and dribble through. Hey, the layup's not there. Let me keep going underneath the rim, kick it back out to a shooter. The discernment, the way that these guys fight and scrap and play. How do you not want a loon dog on your team? All the slander, everybody. Sabonis is an MVP candidate. Well, give me Kevon Looney over Sabonis all day and twice on Sunday, especially in the playoffs. Because that I'm a crashing you crap that Sabonis does, it don't work in the playoffs when guys are ready to put their body on the line. Their game plan for Sabonis, just throw him out the window. Fraudulent MVP.
Well, let me tell you
Fraudulent
something.
MVP candidate.
Because there's some dub feds who said to Bonte, I expect you to roast the Kings tomorrow morning. I expect you to make us proud in the morning and speak for Dub Nation on Domantas Sabonis, who got booed every time he touched the basketball.
Rightfully.
Let me tell you something. He's got a lot of empty calories in this series. And what I mean by that, those points and rebounds are not impactful whatsoever. You know, Matt George, I saw from ABC 10 yesterday before the game. Kings fans had a little spunk to him. Kings media had a little spunk to him. Oh, they were feeling good. And I told them all. And they thought I was crazy. You thought I was crazy at first until you slept on it. All the pressure's on you guys. You better win game number 3 with the way y'all been chirping. And they didn't. Sabonis clearly rattled yesterday at Chase Center. Kevon Looney, you wanted to speak about him, and I totally agree. This year, this season,
that's all.
He has been the heart and soul.
Yep.
And you know what? when you look at the last calendar year, and you look at the journey through the playoffs last season, and you look at the journey through the year this year, Kevon Looney, he's my vote for most improved player. He's had a career year, fantastic year. But we all got a glimpse of who Loondog really was. Game 6 against Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry that it took us so long but that game right there, when they eliminated the Grizzlies, and we're going with the 5 guys, but Looney, you're playing center, and you're going to have to bang with Steven Adams all night long. You're going to have to grab rebounds because you know what? If we get on the flight back to Memphis, it might not be pretty. And Loondog, with that game 6 against Memphis,
Thank you.
He opened up the eyes
Thank
of
you.
everybody. And then you look at game 2 when Draymond Green gets in foul trouble against the Dallas Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals. And you think about Loondog's third quarter.
Speak on it.
I read it to Greg St. Jean yesterday, the son of Gary St. Jean, who's an assistant coach of the Dallas Mavericks. He goes, Loondog destroys us. Loondog is a player.
Thank you.
And he's a valuable asset. And the guy has been a leader this year. He's a 3-time champ. Hell, he actually put himself on the map 2019 when he's coming back from multiple injuries. He took a shoulder from Kawhi Leonard. He was out. He was done.
Bonte, how about his ability to pass and his discernment in that high pick and roll? How many times did they sag off of him and he got the ball somewhere around the free throw line?
Well, that's the thing.
And he's patient and he lets the offense work through. And when he needs to, he goes in. And you know what? He smoked 4 or 5 layups yesterday.
That's fine. You know
but
what?
no. I'm just being fair here.
Yep.
But he kept fighting and fighting. And then I put DiVincenzo in the same bowl because DiVincenzo's like, God, the guy in the first 2 games, that wasn't the guy we saw all year. And everyone, this is who he is. No, man. He had an 82-game season that was pretty damn good. Yeah. It was pretty damn good. Well, and so to see both of those guys have that game yesterday, it's like, yes, that's what I'm talking about.
It's fascinating because we're going to talk about Steph. We'll talk about more Wiggins. I thought Jordan Poole played a very controlled basketball game.
And I thought defensively he was much better.
That one turnover for Jordan Poole.
He was active on the boards.
Active. The shot will fall at some point.
I know it will.
I know it will. But he played a very controlled basketball game yesterday. We'll get to Moses Moody. Hell, I told you about JaMychal Green. JaMychal Green can play, man.
JaMychal Green was banging. He was banging.
There's a role for JaMychal Green on this basketball team.
He's got a little goon in him.
I thought Anthony Lamb in his spot minutes play some defense.
He had 2 blocks. Well, one of them, I don't know if they gave to Wiggins.
Line.
Did they give the one to Wiggins at the rim?
Yeah, they did. I think.
Yeah, because him and Lamb were both there for that one, and then obviously he closed out on the 3-point line. But Bonte, you talking about Moody? Let's go to Moody.
Hold on. I got to also defense.
Go.
Let's stop right there because there was a question about whether or not he's going to have a role in the series. KD played in the series.
It was a fair question.
It is a fair question, but I said you got to ride with this guy. You have to ride with DDV.
I agree.
This guy has been there all season long for you. He's giving you everything that he had. And it was funny. He had about 2 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and I thought to myself watching the game in the tunnel, this guy's having an amazing floor game. He's everywhere.
He's giving you the Draymond impact.
That Sacramento team, they ain't no punks. That's an athletic bunch with young, fresh legs. You need athleticism on the floor. Dante DiVincenzo. People maybe look at the skin color. They don't know about his athleticism. This guy's a former soccer player in high school. This guy gets up. You saw what he did at Villanova. He gets up. He can yam it. He was everywhere yesterday. Passing lanes,
How about the
4
layup
steals.
before the end of the quarter?
I loved it. Now,
and Steph Curry coming off it looked like a double dribble.
He may have got away with a dribble, but what? They didn't call it, so I don't care.
Look, and we'll stop right there on the whistles. I did believe that the Warriors got a favorable whistle
early
yesterday.
On, they did. They did.
Like, if we're going to be honest, the first couple of possessions, you had the Clay crashing into Keegan Murray. Could have gone either way. It could have been a no call. They get Keegan Murray on the block. Boom. The De'Aaron Fox, it looks like JP falls. It just looked like he fell. And they give De'Aaron Fox the quick foul. Like, there were a couple of sequences, and I'm sure there's plenty throughout the game that we can go through. They got the favorable whistle, but they made the most of it.
But you know what? The fact is, Sacramento got their ass kicked last night. The stage was just a little bit too big. Yeah,
but the
stage was just a little too big for the Sacramento Kings. They haven't been here before. Malik Monk, MIA. Keegan Murray, put him on the milk carton. Kevin Huerter can't hit a shot.
Stop on Keegan Murray. He cannot guard anyone in this series.
No, he cannot.
Explain to me who he's guarded. This is what I said to people.
He can't guard anybody.
This is the difference between the regular season and the playoffs, and we've talked about this a lot. You get to the regular season, sometimes matchups happen, and a guy just doesn't fit in a series. But who's Keegan Murray guarding?
No, he can't guard anybody, and he's getting his ass kicked. But I want to go back to DiVincenzo because he could have went down in the tank after game number 2.
Yes.
He did not take a field goal attempt. And I remember on the postgame show, I said, DDV didn't take a field goal. I have a problem with that. You get your butt out there on the floor because Dante DiVincenzo is more than capable. He had a career year shooting from the 3-point line. A career year. DDV Take your shots.
Yes, I agree.
Get your money, buddy. Get your money. And what I saw yesterday, this is a great stat line to me. He's 2 of 8, 1 of 5 for the three-point line. Again, those shots are going to fall on Sunday. Trust me. It was the activity. 6 points, the 8 assists, the 7 rebounds, the 4 steals, getting in dudes' faces, playing his zone, getting his hands up.
How about high-fiving Kerr on the way down the court after hitting a 3?
Dude, orchestrating the offense, bringing the ball up the floor, getting them in the right sets, being aggressive. I love Looney and DDV yesterday.
Thank you.
You're unsung heroes for game number 3. No doubt about it. Oh, you said Moses Moody?
Well, I want to get to them because these guys have been on milk cartons. Let's call it what it is. The guy was on ice, straight up on ice, and this guy has the guts and the moxie to be ready to go. His length, look, at times he can be flat-footed, but I'm telling you, his length bothered De'Aaron Fox. It bothered Malik Monk. He was active on rebounds. He was attacking the rim. He was stroking the 3. Moses Moody, I'm so happy for him. We were ready to throw him out with the bathwater.
No, we wasn't.
We were all ready to give him the ET finger and say, oh, the young guys are holding this team back. No, the young guys needed to play. They needed to feel empowered. And good for Steve Kerr finally breaking the glass in case of emergency and busting out Moses Moody. I'm so happy for him. And then Kuminga. Kuminga almost took out 5 bodies when he went for that dunk. He smoked both free throws, but I love to see the young guys contributing.
Well, here's the thing. 954 Comcast Business Text Line. Good morning to you. Good morning to YouTube. Good morning to Twitch. We're going to be on fire all morning long. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from everybody. Kings fans, if you want to call the show, call me. I'm here for you. I ain't ducked no smoke from you guys at all. And all this cap about 2,000 Kings fans or Kings fans taking over Chase Center.
Don't care.
No. But no, I'm going to talk that talk because I care. I'm going to talk that talk. Forget all that. These guys have never been here before. They ain't been here for 17 years. These are the champs you talking to. These are the freaking champs, and they didn't forgot about that. They forgot. And so all that purple I was looking for at Chase Center, I was looking. I didn't see him in the rafters. I didn't see him in the 100s. I didn't see him in the 200s.
Oh, you were
I didn't see
looking?
him anywhere. I was looking for Kings fans.
Oh.
They were MIA yesterday, so I don't want to hear anything about that because we're going to talk that talk. Did it get stuck on the Vallejo Bridge? Did they make it across the Bay Bridge? Did it get past the Doubletree in Vacaville? I have no idea, but they were MIA yesterday. So King fans on the chat who said they were going to take over Chase Center, where was you at last night? Because I didn't see none of you. None of you. All right, back to the basketball game. Moses Moody.
I'm just so happy for him. Moody. So happy for him.
We've bitched and moaned all season long about Steve Kerr not playing the young guys. And Moses Moody, time and time again, shows you how mature this guy is. Time and time again, the guy gets his number called, and he stays ready. We got to find a nickname for him. Stay ready, Moody? I don't know. He's always ready to roll. I thought his minutes, his length, his size, he was getting in front of Malik Monk. He was not afraid to take the corner 3 yesterday. He was going to the rack. He was rebounding. He knows where to be on the floor. This guy is the definition of a professional. And he's
20.
only in his second year.
I know.
At 20 years old. Only in the second year. And he said it. Look, I get ticked off when I don't play.
Yeah.
But Bob Myers and Steve Kerr sat me down. He goes, look, man, if I wanted to develop, I would have stayed in Arkansas. I'm going to develop in this league because I belong in this league. And you know what, Moses Moody? He belongs on the Golden State Warriors. He's going to be a factor moving forward in this series.
Fitz Fitz was on the broadcast. I'm watching on you guys, and he throws it to you. Did you see who gave the biggest butt slap to Moses Moody as he's coming off the floor after talking with Fitz before the end of halftime?
Who did?
Joe Lacob. And I thought Joe Lacob he was ready to hug Moody, and I was like, that's what I'm talking about, Joe. I love Joe Lacob.
Well, there's a couple things that's happening yesterday. One, the spacing on the floor.
Oh, so much better.
Because this is something we talked about
so much better.
For so long. The one big lineup.
So much better.
The one big lineup. We talked about so many guys coming off the bench, and I don't know what's going to happen on Sunday. It's going to be good to have Draymond Green back. It's going to be great to have Gary Payton II back. But boy, oh boy, this one big lineup, what it does,
I agree.
What it does is it makes the other team honor everybody on the floor. So, for example, you see Alex Lynn on the floor, right? And Alex Lynn has been a factor in the series.
He's been very impactful.
Very impactful. But you get Alex Lynn on the floor. If you have Draymond and Looney out there on the floor,
he's sagging.
Or if you have Draymond, he's in the paint tucked in.
Absolutely.
But when you have a JaMychal Green out there from the corner, or you got Looney from the free throw line, he can't just camp in the paint. And all of a sudden that creates lanes for Steph, JP, Andrew Wiggins, Moody, whoever's handling the rock. to get to the lane to get layups.
Well,
How many points in the paint
Bonte.
last night for Stephen Curry? You know what I'm saying?
mean, the
because
floor
of the
opened up.
spacing.
But
And another thing, Sabonis can't guard Steph Curry on the
Oh, well,
perimeter.
come on. I mean,
That's
Sabonis.
good. If you want to continue to do that, Kings fans were telling me yesterday before the game, I talked to a couple people, well, Sabonis is doing a great job on Curry on the perimeter. Well, you continue that game plan. Please do it, because this series will be over by next Friday. I guarantee that.
You mean the Kirk Cousins of the NBA? The guy who's regular season, oh, he's amazing, and then come playoffs, who's he guard? Again, who is Sabonis guarding? We're not guarding him.
No.
You know what we're doing? We're allowing him to get into the paint, and then he puts his shoulder down. He's very predictable. He puts his shoulder down, and he tries to go up physically. And in the regular season, guys aren't willing to lay their bodies on the line. You're not going to send sophisticated double teams. You're going to let him get his. And during the regular season, that's fine. In a real series, when you're game planning and you're sagging off of people and you're working tendencies, I will give him his 10 to 15 points. He's not impactful. He's just not.
No,
Who does he make
calories.
better? Who does he make better?
Nah,
None of the
nobody.
dribble handoffs are working. You know why? Because we're
Nobody.
not pinned up against you at the elbow. We're sagging off. We're saying, I dare you to take that 16-footer. And you know what? That flat left-handed shot that you have, not only is it not working from the free throw line, you ain't hitting nothing outside of the paint.
Yeah, nothing outside of the paint.
And by the way, we haven't talked about Steve Kerr switching up Steph Curry's minutes.
Well, no, the rotations are. Well, you had to get funky yesterday. I don't think that was the regular substitution pattern. I don't know if we're going to see that substitution pattern on
It was a
Sunday,
wrinkle.
but no. Well, you had to, because you had no GP2, and you had no Draymond Green, and you couldn't leave Steph on the bench for too long, especially with them bringing back Fox. Now you notice right away, 6-minute mark, first quarter, Steph Curry's out of the game. Well, he ended up playing later in the first quarter. The rotations are all type of
That's
funky,
fine.
but I think that was for one game.
But
Honestly,
the non-Steph minutes were so much better.
they were able to stabilize the game.
Yeah, I don't even know what the plus-minus was. I'm just going off the eyeballs.
They were just able to stabilize the game. I thought there was a key stretch in the second quarter without Stephen Curry. They were able to stabilize the game and keep a lead, and that's important because the non-Steph minutes in this series has not been good. So the Warriors win 114-97. They go wire to wire. Lupman, I need my reads. I don't have any reads here, so let me know when you get the reads and bring them in. I don't have the reads, I promise you. Lupman, I don't have the reads. Let's go to Duke and San Bruno real quick. Duke, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, you guys are taking all my mental notes from last night, but let's talk about the rat on the table.
What's that?
The Warriors can't win without Draymond. That's bunk. The Warriors are better without Draymond. Let's face it, he's bad juju. When was the last time that you saw Steve Kerr running up and down the court, coaching like he was coaching last night? Let the young guys play. They're youthful. They can keep up with the young guys on the Kings. Draymond's a great guy. I love his story. I love what he does to the community. But right now, he's bad juju. That's all there is to it.
It's hard to not think long and hard about what you're saying and think that there isn't some truth to it. Now, on one end, look, everything he's accomplished and everything he's done for this team, you recognize, appreciate it, and realize they're not winning anything without him prior. Got all that. Moving forward, I do think you have to think long and hard about how you're going to lay this out. And we talked a lot about who starts, who comes off the bench. It's the one big lineup, and the way that you phrased it so beautifully, for now, it's Looney or Dre on the floor, not on the floor together. You can't have the two non-shooters. And I'd even throw GP2 into that conversation, where you got to be very careful putting Looney with GP2 out on the floor or Draymond with GP2 out on the floor. This isn't exclusive to Draymond. This is more like, look at how many good shots. Now, they didn't even fall yesterday, but they got such better looks. And then the driving lanes were there. We went back door. Moody had areas to go, baseline. That's not there when it's all congested and they have the two non-shooters.
The thing is, and we're going to get into it, 888-957-9570. There's a lot of people texting me yesterday. NBA circles, fans, you, everybody. The Kings scored 41 points in the first half.
They're dealing.
That's their lowest output all season long for points in the half. All right? The Warriors led wire to wire. They held up to under 100 points. And that's without GP2 and Draymond Green. This league is about getting buckets. All right?
100%.
This league is about getting buckets. Now, again, the one big lineup, and if we want to talk about putting Clay on the bench and this and that, I'm not saying Draymond Green's coming off the bench. I don't know what the hell's going to happen on Sunday. But you don't think there's some Warriors personnel looking at that game saying, boy, the ball was hopping, 31 assists. boy, they have to honor all our shooters.
That's what I'm saying.
You have Looney, and you got JP, Clay, Wiggins, and Steph. All of a sudden, they got so much space to operate. Where Draymond, where he operates from in the half court, whether it's the split action or top of the key, defenses aren't honoring him. And Mike Brown knows exactly what Draymond wants to do in the split action. He's looking to pass. He's not looking at the basket.
They're all over
He's
it.
not being a triple threat.
I agree.
They're all over it. Yesterday, when you got to honor the cuts and you got to honor the three-point shooters and you got to get Lynn or Sabonis out of the key because JaMychal Green is in the corner who's a threat to shoot the three, trust me, a lot of people took notice on the way they operated without Draymond Green. I was listening to JD last night, John Dickinson.
What'd he say?
And a lot of callers. I heard back to back to back to back to back. Why hasn't they played Moody? And Draymond Green should come off the bench.
I'm here for it. If you want to win championships,
listen,
all right?
Listen.
Everything should be on the table.
Listen.
Look, did you see Loon Dog facilitating the offense
He had
yesterday?
9 assists yesterday. 9 assists. And he was facilitating from the free throw line. Love where Lou Dog is. I want to continue this
put a pin in
conversation.
it. We're coming right back.
No, we're coming right back to it. We'll be right back.
God.
This segment was brought to you
Where
by
you
Golden
at,
State.
Warrior fans?
Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Boy, I haven't had this Shasky all week long. It is a welcome.
I just needed
sight.
one win.
Man,
I just needed one win.
This so good to have you
When
back.
I heard you in pregame and you're like, no GP2, I was like, oh, dear God. And then I watched it and I was like,
listen,
this is incredible.
When you got Steph,
well,
they wasn't going down 0-3 to the Sacramento Kings.
The chef
That's why
was
I told you, all the pressure was on the Sacramento Kings. And now you're up 2-1. You bet not go back to Sacramento with the series tied at 2 games apiece. You bet not, because that game 5 on a Wednesday night on TNT, those lights get a little bit brighter, and that's something they haven't felt yet. The Warriors have. Remember, they're the champs. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I'm so fired up. I want to hear from King fans. I want to hear from Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. Look, we're going to talk a lot of basketball, but I personally will be talking a lot of trash. It ain't going to stop from the 916. Yes. It ain't going to stop, baby. Yes. I will not stop. I'm here.
What was the context of me screaming there?
I am here. I am here.
Yes.
Like, what beam was lit last night?
Oh.
Was there any beams lit? Huh? Talk to me, Kings fans. Let's go.
Shaped like an L. Yes!
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' comp.
Flicked it off the glass, no good. Looney pulls down the rebound. He's got 20 boards. What a job he has done tonight.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Oh, I will, Lone Dog. I'll take one of your passes. 9 assists. 9 assists, baby. And I'm feeling good on a Friday, baby. The sun's out. The beam's not lit. It was 4:20. And let me tell you something. I saw some tweets early on. We're going to get to Daryl. One in East Oakland, one in Redwood City. I saw some stuff talking about.
We're the only show in America doing East Oakland and Redwood City calls.
That's what we do.
Can we just like everyone smiling?
And let me tell you, the roasters were out there thick yesterday.
I seen them.
And they were like, Bonte, you needed this win. You needed this win. Now, Fab tried to come at me and said, man, you've been sounding shook on the show. I said, I work from 6 to 10, right? Oh, that's not you. Yeah, Mr. Fab. He's going to join us a little bit later. Fab, I'm all about confidence. I will never doubt a team with Stephen Curry, ever. I haven't panicked once.
I have.
Now, I've been a little pissed off. I've been pissed off.
I know.
But you know what I noticed this morning, Shasky?
What's that?
Those front runners up from the 916. So I'm looking at chat here, and they've been deep at 6 o'clock in the morning. Deep. I don't really see any Kings fans in the chat this morning on YouTube. I'm looking for them. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling down. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling down. I don't see any purple in the chat. Don't get quiet on me now. Bring that noise. Talk that talk, because I've been here. I've been here all week long. All week long.
I can't take you serious with these glasses on.
Hey, well, because you know what? I'm gold-blooded, baby, and I'm shining. We shining this morning. We back in this thing.
I was listening to All Eyes on Me, Tupac, windows rolled down, jamming down in Embarcadero, blowing through red lights. Yes, that's right, police. Yeah. I was blowing through red lights.
Don't say that.
I was having one of those mornings.
Don't say that.
I was having one of those mornings.
Let me tell you something, though, because I do it every morning. Listen, how you think I come on time? Listen. What was I about to say, man? I forgot what I was about to say, man.
Yeah, I don't know, but that whole line was hilarious.
I don't even know what I'm about to say. You know what? Let's go to Daryl and East Oakland. Let's get East Oakland in the building.
Let's go.
Daryl, what's happening?
Oh, my God.
Man, what's really good, fellas? How y'all doing?
I'm freaking great.
I got the Dolce & Gabbanas on. I'm feeling good. I told the Kings fans, Daryl, that all the pressure was on them. All the pressure was on them. And now we're going to see what they really about on Sunday at 12:30. We're going to see what they really about.
No beans or nothing.
Nothing.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm smoking Kings back all morning.
Vibe right now. Let's just vibe. I had some stuff to talk about, but you can just vibe, bro. You winning right now. So
no. Go ahead, Daryl. Go ahead. Go. You get your rocks off, man. Go ahead. Talk your talk.
Oh, I mean, so back to what y'all was saying a few minutes ago. I wrote a text to my homies yesterday. I said, man, the world is gonna turn upside down if we win this game without Draymond, and people gonna say we don't. I ain't gonna say don't need Draymond, but people gonna say something about Draymond in a light that's not necessarily, it's moving toward we don't need him. I don't really like that, because these youngsters, and they was out their mind last night, which I'm all about that. With that said, I don't know if I can. We've tried to trust a lot of these guys on a consistent basis, and they have let us down. Kudos to them for doing what they were supposed to do, because I'm with it. But Draymond is a stalwart, man. We got to, every year we do this, we got to quit doing this, man. We got to leave. Draymond ain't going, man. Look.
Listen, hey, Daryl, good call, Daryl. Good call. This is what I'll say about Draymond Green. I can't wait to have him back. Because if anything, now I know Moses Moody, he's got the confidence to play. DiVincenzo rediscovered his ability to play on the floor against the Sacramento Kings team. All right? Jonathan Kuminga got some spot minutes. They were spotty. But you know what? There's a role for him in this series. Anthony Lamb, you dusting him off after not playing with him for a couple weeks. Anthony Lamb, you can play him in certain situations, but you can steal 3 minutes here. You can steal 3 minutes there. So Michael Green, who I thought it was disrespectful to give him 50 seconds. He played in 10 minutes yesterday. He didn't score, but I thought he was active. If anything about not having Draymond Green and Gary Payton II is now I know these other guys have some confidence.
Well, the thing about the Draymond for this series, I think they still need him, but he just might not be a great matchup for this series. That happens.
You got to play the matchups.
Yeah.
You got to play the matchups.
You got to roll with your best. Now, regarding the young players, we all, and Kerr especially, but they got to go in and they only can do well. And if they do anything wrong, then they got to go sit on the bench. Look, we all love Klay Thompson, Wasn't the greatest game for Klay Thompson. I'm still rolling with Klay Thompson. Now, he's earned the long leash. He's earned the benefit of the doubt. Jordan Poole at times, made some erratic plays, right? But he's earned more leeway. Now, the young players, we've got to give them more than one or two mistakes. No one can go out there and play perfect in tiny spurts. So I feel like we've been way too harsh. That's number one when it comes to the young players. And then when they do well, it's always, but. Yeah, but. Oh, small minutes. Yeah, but. Stop that. These are little tiny steps forward for these young players that are crucial.
Psychologically.
Yes.
If they make a mistake and you let them run and you let them play a little bit more, now all of a sudden their confidence is going to grow. Because they know, okay, I can make a couple mistakes, but I could play through it. All right, we got to, you know what? We're going to continue a conversation. We got Daryl, we got Hugh, we got Father Time. First, we got to get taking them to school. Taking them to school. Taking them to school, brought to you by the San Leandro Unified School District, embracing diversity, empowering excellence, and now hiring, offering rewarding career opportunities for teachers in the Bay Area. You belong at SLUSD. Go to www.slusd.us to learn more and apply today. How about Stephen Curry? He was rolling. He's starting to heat up, folks.
Poole comes over, sets the screen for Curry. Curry drives left-handed dribble, stops, top of the key. Step back three on the way. Back rim, no good. Looney the rebound. Looney back to Curry, reloads, left side. Got it! With 1.4 to go in the quarter.
I thought it was so important for the Warriors to take a double-digit lead going into halftime. They were the better team in the first half. You would have given Sacramento some life there by going into the halftime locker room down single digits.
Good point.
The relocation three by Steph Curry. He hits a three from the hash mark in the third quarter. I mean, he was in his bag, 36 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. I thought he played another controlled basketball game. He let the game cut to him. 12 and 25 overall, 6 threes for the chef. And he had a look midway through the second quarter, Shasky. There's a dead ball. And they had made it, I forget the exact moment, but he just kind of looked at the crowd. He looked around, he said, okay. And he walked down the floor by himself, and he was just nodding his head, okay. We got this.
We
got this.
How have we not you and me, I'm talking about the nation. How have we really underrated Steph Curry?
I mean, he had a look in his eye when he walked into the arena with that sweatsuit on. And I said, they're not losing this game. And I know GP2, the injury came out of nowhere with the illness.
It shocked the crowd.
It shocked the crowd. But you know what? When I saw Steph Curry.
San Quinn.
I said, boy, it shocked the party. When I saw Steph walk into that arena and he's looking, and I'm saying, okay, yeah, he ain't letting this. They're not getting swept. Hey, Sacramento really thought they were bringing brooms to the Chase Center Sunday, to the dental office. And I told you, KC, the dental office ain't fun. That was a painful visit yesterday.
Well, there was a lot of people on my timeline talking about the noise, but I want to get into that because you've been to almost every game at Chase Center.
Yeah, all right, we'll get into the noise because where I was standing from, I could feel the vibe. There was a lot of energy in that building, but people want to knock the dental office saying that it's all quiet. Ask the Sacramento Kings how quiet it was yesterday. It wasn't. They couldn't get into their sets. They couldn't hear anything. We'll get to that on the other side, and that will be brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
Looking to learn new skills and be part of a community? Visit Evolve Training Center.
Wiggins will bring it out with 9 seconds. Skip the cross court to DiVincenzo. That ball had a lot of air under it. DiVincenzo backs up. Dribble drive. Floater on the way. Got it at the buzzer. Just underhanded it up and good for Dante.
Woo-wee. What is this, Fidel? Why are you playing this?
This is Mafia murder music.
It's Italian for Dante DiVincenzo.
Come on.
Dante DiVincenzo.
This is me, like in one of those old GTA video games, going through the mission.
This is Bonte last year. This is what he had on blast when he was traveling to Italy.
I did have this on. By the way, the Italians, I tell you guys, one dude on the freeway would get into Lake Como, and this guy in the big rig, somebody got in front of him.
And you were driving a Ferrari?
No, I wasn't driving anything.
Like, there's more to this story.
No. I wasn't driving at all in Europe. We were car service, buddy. We go ride safely. We don't know these roads. I don't know how these drivers act. I'm scared to drive in the Bay Area with some of the drivers out here. This guy gets out his big rig, walks on the freeway, in the middle of the freeway, and smacks somebody's window. Curses somebody out in Italian because they cut him off. It's like, what a savage. Welcome to Italy. Dante DiVincenzo. Is that how they would say it, Spadoni? DiVincenzo.
Remember the Keek the Sneak San Quinn album? Welcome to Skokeland.
Did they really say that?
Yeah. No, Skokeland.
Skokeland. All right. 888-957.
Let's have two quick conversations. The first one, and this is an overarching one that we're going to have, and this isn't just like in the moment. I think this is a larger one because there's a lot going into this. No one is slandering Draymond. We're assessing where the team is right now.
Slandering Draymond.
Well, I think that anytime you even suggest that a player's, role on the team should be adjusted even a little bit, like it all of a sudden becomes slander. That's not slander. That's just not. What we're trying to do is win the series. And if you're trying to empower the team to give them the best opportunities to win, there is an argument, and maybe it's just for this series. There is an argument that can be made, man, when you've got Jordan Poole out there starting alongside Looney, or maybe it's Draymond and Looney's the one that's getting his minutes adjusted and he's the one coming off the bench. Whatever it is, when you have the one big and one non-shooter on the floor, everything feels more impactful offensively. It creates more space. You get better looks. More guys are feeling good about themselves. Now, maybe it's a one-game aberration.
No.
But I think there is something to it. That's me. I think there's something to it.
This is something, again, when we preview this series, and I told D-Lo and KC, and I told everybody who I've talked to on the airways, the one big lineup is going to be massive because I don't know how long you could go to the two big lineup against this Sacramento team with their personnel because they play small. They have the one big as Sabonis, and you got nothing but four guys in Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray, Herter, Fox, or Davion Mitchell, Malik Monk. You got a lot of shooters around this one big, and even when Alex Len comes to the game, you're coming in with guys who could slash, who could score, who are threats offensively. The one thing about the big lineup yesterday with Looney or JaMychal Green, you had to honor everybody, which spaces out your defense, which creates more lanes for Jordan Poole. Look, Jordan Poole shot 4-13 yesterday, but he was able to get to the free throw line by attacking the paint, attacking the rim. How many times did Wiggins attack the rim, go to the paint? Stephen Curry attacking the paint. So, look, you got to do what you got to do to win the series. Steve Kerr, and I know they're having a conversation. Steve Kerr, game 4 against Boston. And then in a game, you had to have.
Yeah.
You had to have it. You couldn't go down 3-1 on the parquet floor. He benched Draymond Green for a long stretch in the fourth quarter. Now, Draymond Green responded by grabbing a key offensive rebound, making some winning plays.
I'm glad you said it because you can still respond.
But as a leader, we've seen it from Steph, we've seen it from Wiggins, we've seen it from Jordan Poole. You got to do what you got to do to win series. What is the best personnel for you to win series? Are you going to go down fighting due to pride, or are you going to play to the personnel, or are you going to play to the game flow? That's another thing. Play to the game flow.
Yeah,
who's rolling, who's not.
Well, that's the one beautiful thing about Andre Iguodala over the years. Didn't it always feel like not only was he impactful on like changing the pace and stuff, he also understood when to crank it up. You know what I'm saying? And like take it to another level. And I do believe Draymond can give you those Iguodala elements, whether it's starting, whether it's off the bench, etc. All I'm saying is that there is a conversation to be had,
right?
That whatever they did last night can be replicated. Now, I do want to see Draymond respond. But guys, we are not in the experimental phase. I understand that you are going to trot something out for a minute or two and see if it works. Like the Kings last night, they went to what's the number 3?
Terrence Davis.
Terrence Davis, who had a couple of erratic fouls. But they're looking for something, right? They're trying to get a positive spark. Now, I understand you try to do that. To me, you kind of are starting to see certain trends. And one of the trends is that the Kings are really struggling to guard Wiggins.
Well, they're really struggling to guard Wiggins, but also you look at the Kings, and they haven't shot the ball well at all this series. That's 3 straight games. They haven't shot the 3 ball well.
I would assume
27%
it'll drop.
in game 2, 27% in game 2, 23% in game number 3. Now, you look at the Kings, and I'm speak about them for a second.
Yeah.
They got a lot of open looks last night. They did. But I noticed early on, they were playing a little too fast. They were playing too fast. There's a few possessions. Malik Monk came down, just dribble. I'm going to throw something up, go to the rain. Or De'Aaron Fox pulled up for some quick threes. They were playing a little too fast. They were sped up. And I think that played to the Warriors' advantage because the Warriors said, you know what? We're going to play at a control pace this time. We may not run with you. We'll be selective when we run, but we're going to play some half-court basketball. You notice the way they brought the ball up the floor for the most part. There was a lot of DiVincenzo. There's a lot of Jordan Poole. There's a lot of playing Stephen Curry off the ball, and the Warriors were able to get to into their offense a lot quicker. That, to me, was the key.
Well,
the first 2 games of Sacramento, they get into their offense with 15, 14, 13 seconds left on the shot clock. Last night, you saw a lot more. It was a quicker. They were able to get into their sets quicker, but they were a lot more patient within their offense within the 24 seconds.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And even then, and this is, I think, the part that, I keep hearing, and, your buddy KC and our buddy KC keeps saying, well, the Kings haven't played their A game. Yeah, newsflash. In the playoffs, as the series progresses, everyone knows everyone's tendencies. Everyone understands everyone's offensive sets.
Have the Warriors played their A game?
There's going to be clunkers, is what I'm getting at. That's how the playoffs work.
No, you're not going to just go out there and score 120 and shoot 55%.
With zero resistance.
The Warriors shot 40% yesterday.
I mean, how many great wins have the Warriors had where it's been a freaking stressful, ugly, grinded out kind of a game? There are tons of those games. So I guess where I'm going with this one is that, yes, I do believe the Kings are going to start knocking down open shots, but there are some things personnel-wise and schematically that I think they're going to have a really tough time adjusting to because I don't know what the adjustment is. Wiggins, athletically, Keegan cannot stay in front of him. Now, he was on Clay a lot, and Clay's dribbling a little too much, and we'll get to him. But Keegan ain't doing much, and if you're going to play Harrison Barnes out there and he's guarding Wiggins, they're running a switch where they're running a screen, and then Wiggins is getting whoever he wants on the block, and he's attacking that guy on the block, or he's getting the bigger guy out on the wing and either shooting over them, driving by them. Wiggins right now, to me, is another X factor on offense.
Well, he's been phenomenal in this series. He's been phenomenal. Considering he hadn't played against us February 13th. You drop him in, and boom, all of a sudden he's balling again. So the winning plays, and we're going to get to the calls. I see all the calls out here. We'll get you in just a second because I want to hear from everybody today. You spoke of that Kings pack. What's the key to Game 4? What's your big takeaway from Game number 3? We'll be back on Monday to break down Game 4, or recap Game 4, I should say. But the winning plays, again, I highlighted these all week long, and you're probably tired of me saying it. But the Kings were plus 27 when it came to points off turnovers. Last night, the Warriors were plus 15 when it came to points off turnovers. Those are winning plays that you got to have in the playoffs. If you want to win playoff games, you got to win these certain categories. Points off turnovers, Warriors 22, Kings 7. So you're plus 15. You're able to flip that at least for a game. Points in the paint, Kings came in at plus 30. Last night, Warriors were able to stabilize and keep the Kings at the paint. The Kings missed a lot of layups, but it was because of the contesting of the Golden State Warriors. Getting vertical with the Sabonis. Warriors win that category 40-38. Second chance points. Going into Game 3, Kings were plus 14. Well, last night, Warriors plus 12 when it came to second chance points, 24-12. And lastly here, the Warriors, of course, led by 23, but on the offensive glass. The Kings were dominating on the offensive glass, plus 11. Last night, the Warriors were able to flip that. They were plus 5, 18-13. So the hustle plays, the hustle points that I like to look at in the playoffs, I always factor those in because Mike Snow, Raider Debater, came in yesterday talking about Jordan Poole's plus minus. It ain't about that. These are team plus minus, a team stat.
I would say that Jordan Poole, there were times where he looked lost defensively, but then there are other times where he's coming in and crashing for rebounds and getting active and double teaming properly.
He played well.
I thought Jordan Poole's effort was so much better, and then DiVincenzo's hustle plays were outstanding. I mean, his ability to leap and bat the ball up, and Wiggins, obviously, I keep going back to Wiggins, because when he's going to the rim, I mean, they really don't have an answer for him going to the rim.
No doubt.
What guy on their team is their best athlete?
I don't know. They better figure something out. What's their counter? What is their counter? Somebody asked me a question. 707 Comcast Business Text Line. How did DiVincenzo get so effective compared to games 1 and 2? Well, I think GP2 not being there, DiVincenzo felt like, okay, I know I'm going to get my minutes. An NBA player plays so much better when they know their role and they know when they're going to get consistent minutes. Not everybody could play 20 minutes one game and then go back down to 8. And you're thinking to yourself, well, I played well for 20 minutes. Now all of a sudden I'm getting 8 minutes. Or if I'm struggling for 15, all of a sudden I'm going to get 30 seconds in a second. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do.
So the GP2 factor of him not being there, I think it helped DiVincenzo mentally knowing that I'm going to get my minutes. I'm going to have an opportunity to fly around the court and play freely without having to look over my shoulder knowing that GP2's at the scorer's table.
Don't you also think some of the personnel that they had out there created more spacing? It felt like he had more room to dribble.
Well, they had a lot of one big lineups.
Well, and like when Moody was out there with him and Kuminga was out there, like Kuminga was drawing guys out and Kuminga almost took down the house. I know he smoked both free throws. That dunk attempt.
Oh, dude, I went crazy. I saw that. I was like, oh, my God.
But that's why he's out there. And then Moody hitting a couple of threes early that forced them out on him. You saw him time and time again take a hard dribble in. Even Clay took a mid-range. I was like, thank you, Clay. Take the dribble in and take the mid-range.
Yeah, well, you know what?
I thought they settled for way too many threes in the first half.
What was frustrating in the first quarter? They attempted 18 threes in the first quarter alone. They were in the bonus with 6 minutes left in that quarter.
They
stopped attacking the rim. I was like, did the Warriors forget they were in the bonus? You're shooting free throws.
They get three ball happy.
They do get three ball happy. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Look, I want to get to the callers because, as Steiny says, Steiny, I love this line. As Steiny says, we don't talk at you, we talk with you. So let's go to the lines here. Daryl, Redwood City. Daryl, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you doing? This is Daryl.
What's up, Daryl? We got you.
From the Mean Streets of San Mateo.
Let's go, Daryl. What you got?
Yeah, I just wanted to make that comment, what he was saying about Green. If Green's not there, Coach Kerr was coaching a much better game. He don't have to be distracted by Green, always jumping up and getting angry. It was a stress-free game. It was a much better game. I thought maybe we need a new coach to control Green, but if Green wasn't there, it was a stress-free game, and we need to really consider that.
I do believe that the vibes were pretty good yesterday. Now, you're at home. Role players play better. The younger players were contributing. So I could see why the vibes would be better. Again, I'm just saying, like, they need Draymond if they want to win a championship. But they might have to pick and choose their spots better.
Hey, you got to win playoff games.
Exactly.
We've seen the centers get benched. Looney, for example, who's played all 82 games for 2 straight years, has had to come off the bench, start,
that's true.
Come off the bench. I'm not saying that Steve Kerr should put Draymond Green on the bench. I'm not a coach. Steve Kerr knows a hell of a lot more about basketball than I do. But there is something to seeing the Kings have to honor everybody on offense and the spacing that it created. Now, again, I thought coming into the series, you're going to have to split Looney and you're going to have to split up Draymond. I thought that coming into the series. You can't play both at the same time. I don't know how much you can get away with it because of the personnel on the Sacramento Kings. And Mike Brown knowing that Draymond Green loves to pass coming out of split action. He's looking to pass. He's looking for cutters. He's looking for dudes going back door. I don't know. I don't know what you do if you're Steve Kerr moving forward here, but it was a very interesting development happening at Chase Center. By the way, I want to get to the crowd in just a second. But first, let's go to Father Time in Napa. Father Time, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Funny you were playing that Italian. I'm in the kitchen. Been up since 5 listening to you, working on some pizza sauce and some ribeye. I got a big event in Napa tomorrow. So,
good luck.
Let's see. We'll have to get you guys up here.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Do you call it gravy? Do you call the sauce gravy?
I do call it gravy, but you know what I call DiVincenzo?
Huh.
Red sauce, red gravy, dude. That's who he is. That red hair. That guy is sick. I love that. I love it when that happens.
He is.
Anyway, so real quick, I know Kevon Looney, man. It's so good when the guys that you come up with just ball out like that. 20 rebounds and 9. We don't talk about him enough. You know, he can't get off the ground, right? And he's so smart. His spatial awareness is, you know, really, really incredible. And what a great dude. I don't think he's Dennis Rodman. I think he's our generation's Larry Smith.
Ooh, I like that.
To the 80s.
Yeah, I like that.
What do you say? Larry Smith is on his way.
I like that.
Great dude, too. Also the nicest guy. And then, you know, if you've never seen Steph Curry live, people, spend that money. I know it's a lot. Get out there because it's once in a lifetime. That guy is the sun, and we all rotate around him. I still think we take him for granted.
I agree.
As far as Draymond goes, you know, they're going to play together for sure. And he's going to have to be around if we want to win. But let's just end it with this. The reports of the Warriors' demise are greatly exaggerated. Have a great weekend, guys. Somebody you love, and be nice to the people you don't. Let's keep it clean.
Let's go.
I love that. Father Time. Real quick, let's go down to Orlando. Kumar in Orlando. Kumar, Kings fan, call it in.
Actually, Kamara. It's actually Kamara. I'm actually friends with Damien. Yeah, from Orlando. So if you text him, just say Kamara from Orlando. He knows we're good.
Alvin?
Right.
Who? Wait, you said D'Lo you're good friends with?
Yeah, you can text him and say Kamara from Orlando.
Oh, I trust you. I take your word for it.
Yeah, for sure. Check this out, man. So, healthy respect for Golden State, always have been. That game last night, we got beat. Rebounding, we didn't rebound well, didn't match physicality. I've been watching the Kings for almost 30 years, especially this season, and you could almost tell, I don't know if you guys do this with your team, but you could tell from the opening tip or like within the first 10 minutes, like, they ain't got it tonight. And I just saw it. I saw it from like opening tip, like, yeah, you know, this may not be that game, but you know, I agree with you. Casey keeps talking about, everybody says about we're not shooting well. Playoffs about grind and wins.
Yes.
And for all things intensive purposes, right? This is our first playoff road game, so I'm interested to see how the Kings respond. Everything's a lesson, you know, whether it's a win or loss, and I'm just really happy that you know it's turning into a series of growth for the team. And you know, I forget all that online chatter about Golden State and the poisonous between both fans. Real Kings fans, respect.
Hey, can I ask you this question?
Yeah.
Everything that Sabonis did during the regular season, I get it. It got you to this point. Boy, he doesn't feel as impactful in these playoff games, does he?
Yeah, you know, he's not playing his game, and I think a lot of it's to Scheme and Looney. We got to respect to that, you know, and he's not playing first instinct. Like when he was in the regular season, he'd attack, he'd shoot the ball. I think he's thinking too much, a lot of processing up top. And I see that with the team a lot. And that's, again, credit to Golden State. I've Looney and even Lamb, I thought when Lamb was going to come off the bench, I thought that was going to be a big step for y'all. So I've been watching Golden State. You know, I watch hoop. So I respect Golden State and the way they play ball. So I know y'all line up, and I know this is going to be a tough series. Nobody was thinking the Golden State series was over.
No doubt.
Right? So
I hope not.
So respect to y'all. Yeah. So respect to y'all, man.
Have a good one.
Have a good one. All right, man. The chat is buzzing right now. It's still near 1,000 people in the chat, and we haven't even hit 7:30. There's a lot of talk about numbers and who does what and who's who.
What are you talking about? About players?
I'm talking about our show.
Oh.
Stick with me here. Stick with me here. I'm talking about the numbers.
I didn't know where we were going.
No, well, let me lead you to where we're going.
Okay.
Let me lead you there.
I'm
gonna lead you.
Lead a man to the river, but you can't make him drink it.
Be a little patient with me, brother. This is where I'm going. There's a lot of people who talk about numbers. There's a lot of people who talk about what they do and what they, you know, who they are, blah, 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 blah. Don't nobody do numbers like the Rose. Those are facts. You go up and down California, you go coast to coast, East Coast, West Coast, Dakotas, Texas. They see these YouTube numbers. They know what time it is. They're up early with us. And a lot of roasters is at Chase Center yesterday.
I love it.
11:30 at night. Yo, Bonte. 11 o'clock at night. Yo, Bonte. I'm getting some sleep. Go get some rest. Oh, we got some rest. We got the espresso shots. We got our coffee, and we're ready to roll. But nobody does it like the roast. Nobody.
Oh, so my favorite part of last night.
I had to flex right there.
I was
Sorry.
ready to just taste it. Right
People
through
need
the
to know.
television.
People need to know. I'm sorry.
You know what I love? One of my favorite scenes in all of television is when Cartman and Scott Tenorman, he feeds the family to Scott Tenorman and then licks his tears. It's one of my favorite things of all time, is licking the tears. It's just,
your tears are so yummy.
it's just one of my favorite moments. Watching Sabonis scream and yell with Davion on the bench for a prolonged period of time. Oh,
dude.
Chef's kiss.
Your tears are so yummy.
It was freaking amazing. Freaking amazing. And I'm telling you this right now, dude. Look, Sabonis is so hollow. Like, it is
Empty
what it is.
calories.
It is so hollow.
Listen, let me say something about Sabonis because of the act he pulled the other day. He showed me that he's got some soft tendencies, rolling around on the ground, writhing in pain, like he got his ribs kicked in. Your ribs are fine. And then they come out with the report, hey, man, he's questionable. Okay, maybe he had a little bruise there. He's chest bumping, he's ducking, whatever. Sabonis and that fake all-star that he received this past season that they begged for up in Sacramento. By the way, who's the jabroni who voted for him for an MVP award?
Thank you.
Really? Domantas Sabonis, MVP of the league?
I literally was saying that to Spadoni this morning. Like, really? I could make an argument he ain't even top 20 in the West.
Dude, MVP, really? Come on. He's a good player. He's okay. But he's not a factor. These empty calories, sure.
And he's
Kings
not a
fans are
playoff
going to say,
player.
Kings fans, 16 rebounds. And this is why, Kings fans, all those, another thing, all those Kings fans who were talking about, the Warriors only watch the Warriors, and they don't watch the league. They don't watch the league. Matt George, ABC 10, and we love him. He came out here, he was on fire.
Uh-huh.
Does he watch the Golden State Warriors? Because he sent out a tweet. He sent out a tweet the Monday before the series, and I'll read it. Word for word, Matt George. I know you're down in the Bay Area. You was feeling yourself yesterday at Chase Center. Oh, you thought it was about to be 3-0. Matt George, Warrior fans on Twitter really presenting Kevon Looney as a counter to Domantas Sabonis with confidence. It's only Monday. About to be a wild week on this app. Well, Matt George, you just snitched on yourself. By the way, Warrior fans already got him. They pulled up receipts. Your boy Matt George was rooting for the Warriors back in 2014. Now that the King season's over, it's time to put on my Warriors jacket. Let's go NorCal. Let's go Golden State Warriors. Oh,
what?
We got you, buddy.
Really?
We got you, buddy.
Switching up sides?
Oh, we got you, buddy.
Really?
Split Cat Matt George. That's who he is. Split Cat Matt George, ABC 10. Oh, they got you, buddy. They got you. Split jersey Matt George.
I got to give Warrior fans credit. We are in the tech capital of the world. You tweet anything negative, they'll find you.
Oh, boy.
And you find anything questionable. I mean, I almost want to hire someone to scrub my social media to make sure that I don't do anything egregious. I even suggest that Klay Thompson have his minutes adjusted, and you're leading the barrage going down my Twitter timeline.
Hey, listen. Tell me it's a lie, but that's okay. Get those jokes off.
I'm
glad you're feeling good. I'm not going to kill your vibe.
Great.
I'm not going to kill your vibe because you've been lost. You've been in the Sahara Desert. I've been looking for Shasky. You riding with me with these Sacramento Kings
You know what
fans?
happened? You know what happened? I got a little glimpse. I got a little hope. I saw the lightsaber. It's not the beam. I saw the lightsaber, and I know that Luke Skywalker made an appearance yesterday in Steph Curry.
Now listen.
The young Padawans, they were all over the place. The young Padawans, Moody and my man Kuminga and Jordan Poole. We want to rip Jordan Poole for all the things that he's not. What he is a space player who helps others get good looks, and we need to appreciate that.
Look, we're getting right back into basketball because I thought Jordan Poole had one turnover for JP. I love that.
A couple erratic shots, but I like the aggressiveness.
JP was fine.
I agree.
JP was fine. Listen, Matt George, you and all you other King fans, because I'm going to talk before the break.
I thought they were all journalists. Are they fans or not? I know I'm a fan.
Well,
I admit not being a journalist.
I don't care. But listen, tell me you don't watch the Warriors by telling me you don't watch the Warriors. Or however, Kevon Looney food? Matt George, your Kings have not been in the playoffs in 17 years. You've watched a lot of Warrior playoff basketball. We've been here, done that. And like I told you guys up in Sacramento, there's levels to this. Kevon Looney food for Sabonis? Looney told you before the series, we got something for Sabonis. He's not a factor. He's a fake all-star like Eddie Jones. Sabonis, really? You better put some respect on Lou Dog's name.
3 games.
3-time champ.
Three games. Looney's had the best of them twice.
3-time champ. Kevon Looney. 3-time. Matt George. King fans, where you at? 888-957-9570. Let's get back into the basketball game. The one big lineup. Draymond Green. How did they look without Draymond? The Warriors never trailed this basketball game. They never trailed. And now it sets up a monster. Oh, I can't wait. Injected into my veins. I have no idea what I'm going to do on Saturday, getting ready for this game on Sunday afternoon. I know we got a break. I apologize, Spinoni. Let's break. And that's brought to you by 7-Eleven.
The morning miss
Any
breaks.
size iced coffee is only $1.29 at 7-Eleven with 7 rewards. But it's not just iced coffee.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moses Moody, what a night for him in 15 minutes and 47 seconds, 4-7 from the floor, 2-5 from the three-point line, 13 points. His mom was so proud. I saw his boy Ray last night. He was proud. Moses Moody just stage ready. He's a professional. He should be what you want in an NBA player. Never complains, goes out there, does his job, works hard, gets to the gym. I've heard stories this season. They've come back off of road trips, and the ball is bouncing at around 5 in the morning. Who is it? It's Moses Moody taking up shots. It's Moses Moody taking up shots. It's Moses Moody working on his game. It's Moses Moody working on his craft. And you see the work that he puts in, and it comes out in game number 3 in that godded havoc game at Chase Center last night.
Did you see Kuminga going at it with, I believe, De'Aaron Fox?
They were talking that talk?
Oh, yeah.
That's what Kuminga does.
I love Kuminga.
That's what he does.
When
did that happen? Was that fourth quarter?
No, it was like the second or third quarter.
Was it second, third quarter?
Yeah, I want to believe it was the second quarter because he got checked in maybe with a minute or two, like 10 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Yep.
I believe is when he checked in.
It was early second quarter.
Yeah, and so they were going at it jarring. And
maybe you didn't see that because I was in the tunnel.
Well, there was also, late in the game, there was a Moody. Yeah.
Interesting
when you watch back the game today, I want you to watch in the fourth quarter, Moody goes for a dunk. De'Aaron Fox fouls him really hard. And then while Moody's shooting the free throws, De'Aaron's bent over in the background and he's grabbing the hand. He gets inbound of the ball.
I hope he's okay.
Favoring it. No, of course you want him to be okay. I want everyone to be full strength.
Yeah, because De'Aaron Fox is a special player. He could get to any spot on the floor. Mike Brown, I noticed his substitutes and batters. Mike Brown did not leave De'Aaron Fox on our bench for way too long. No. There was like 2-minute blows here, 3-minute blows here. I mean, it was quick. He was in and out the lineup. He played 37 minutes and 42 seconds yesterday. They can ill afford to have him off the floor. Now I see it because he's the one guy who was getting to his spots. He's the one guy who didn't seem rattled by the crowd. He was ready to roll, especially in the first quarter. He was getting to that floater. He was hitting the 3. I was like, damn, this guy is special, and he guards on the other side. But the rest of these dudes, Malik Monk, milk carton.
What happened to Malik Monk?
That's who Malik Monk is.
What do you mean?
He's a guy who could light you up for 29, and then the next game he could light you up for 5 points.
He looked very erratic in this game.
He was very erratic.
He had a really nice layup that he hit, and it just felt like he was rushing a lot of shots.
That's the only field goal he had.
Really?
He was erratic. He was 1 of 9 last night.
I didn't know that was his only
1 of 9
goal.
last night. Keegan Murray, I mean,
who's he guarding? He's been trying to press up on Klay Thompson, and Klay's been dribbling probably too much for my liking, but I'm asking sincerely, who is he guarding in this series? He looks like a flat-footed, stand in the side, catch and shoot player.
And that's affecting his offense.
I agree.
That's affecting his offense.
He missed a layup yesterday late in that game, and I was like, damn, he's feeling it.
He picked up 3 fouls in the first quarter.
Yeah.
He was awful yesterday.
Could have had a fourth.
Harrison Barnes actually played solid basketball. He didn't rebound well.
I think Harrison's been one of their better players.
Harrison was physical.
He had a dunk on JP.
And we all heard him yell.
Oh, yeah. And who was he yelling back at? Was that the ref or one of the players?
After the dunk?
Yeah.
No, I thought he was yelling towards the Warriors bench.
Well, no, after yelling, he then was jogging back, and he was, like, clapping back at someone, and I didn't know if he was talking to Steph or the referee.
I didn't notice that. I got to watch that back.
It does feel like Harrison's got a little...
Well, he wants this series.
Yes.
He wants this series. It's personal for him. It is very personal. But the Warriors win. They never trailed in this basketball game. Got off to a better start. They led by 9 after their first quarter. I thought it was important for them to go into halftime with the lead, 53-41. They relocate 3 by Stephen Curry there at the end of the second quarter. I thought they were the better team in the first half. It needs to show up on the scoreboard, and it did. And then in the third quarter, they were able to stabilize the game even without Stephen Curry. The Kings were making it close, right? They were cutting it. A couple times they cut it to 7. A couple times they cut it to 6. But the Warriors withstood every little mini run for the Sacramento Kings to get a win on the board. This is why everybody, it was funny. Remember the other day when I was like, Shasky, in a weird way, all the pressure's on the Kings. Yeah, no way.
I didn't subscribe to that at first.
You slept on it.
I did.
You know what Festus said on the set yesterday?
I listened to a lot of Festus yesterday.
He was in his bag. Huh?
He's all over the place. So God bless him.
He may come to studio next week.
Takes one to know one. I love him.
He wants to come to studio next week.
Although, can I just, real quick, do not take his fashion advice. It works for Festus. I don't think it necessarily correlates to you. And I don't mean that like negatively. He pulls off some outfits very few can. And I mean that with all the love in the world to Festus.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. He's got his style.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, he's got his style. I got my style.
I think Festus can pull off these sunglasses that Bonte's rocking.
No,
Come on.
He can't. But somebody from the King, who was it? Was it Deuce? I think it was Deuce Mason. I'm surprised you didn't wear black for the funeral today. Was it Deuce? Did Deuce say that?
Boy.
Ooh, Deuce Mason. I want you guys trolling today.
After seeing Snowfall, I think we should all realize.
Did you finally watch Snowfall?
Yes. And
was that one of the illest series finales ever?
Well,
don't give up anything.
I'm not going to give anything up, but there's a lesson that my grandmother taught me way back in the day. How you treat people on the way up is how you're going to be treated on the way down.
That was an insane.
I miss you, Grandma.
Dave Johnson, Joe talking fast is like Shetty talking quarterback development.
That's pretty funny.
That's a good one.
That's pretty funny.
Listen, man.
But Dave, come on.
Started,
this is where I was going. We always get sidetracked here. But you looked at me crazy when I said the pressure was on the second.
I did. And then I slept.
And then you slept. And you was like, oh, okay. I get it now. Because if the Warriors get one, and if they get that one without Draymond, and then later on without Gary Payton II, that means not only do you get the win, but that means Steve Kerr would have had to play some of the guys he's not accustomed to playing. Moses Moody, DiVincenzo in this series, Jermichael Green. I even thought Anthony Lamb had some solid minutes, especially defensively. Kuminga. And all of a sudden, you got those guys feeling good about themselves. And now you come into Sunday, and you bring back Draymond Green, and you bring back Gary Payton II, and now you got to be feeling good. And then with Festus and Bully said, I think the pressure's on the Sacramento Kings. I said, damn, I feel like a prophet right now, man. I got the NBA Hall of Famer. I got an NBA champion agreeing with me. Damn, I feel good. But you know what? A lot of people are saying, yeah, the pressure is on the Kings to win this game. They're a little worried. By the way, Vivek Ranadive. I got to meet Vivek Ranadive yesterday.
And?
Before the game, he was there early. Usually don't see owners early at the game.
Okay.
Vivek shook his head. And I said, he goes, you know what he said to me? He goes,
Can you do some of the Kings pre and post?
No, because that would never happen.
Well, I just
especially now.
Move over, Draper.
Especially now. You think Manuel Rodriguez here on YouTube will want me on Kings pre and post? Oh, they go crazy. Vivek goes, well, you guys got 40. We got 50. I said, oh.
Not bad.
That's not bad, Vivek. That's not bad.
Although I would counter with, I think 40's had a few more hits than 50 since 50's last hit.
Yeah, but, I was like, oh, okay.
40,
I feel you.
When they showed 40 water on the Jumbotron, it was amazing.
It was amazing.
I saw him on the sideline, and I was like, the vibes are back.
For row 40. And
new album, our new song dropped. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
I love
row
that,
40. And then with Mrs. Stevens as well. I love Mrs. Stevens. She's the best. She's
sometimes
so awesome.
we match, sometimes we don't.
Bodie is great. Bodie is awesome. But Vivek was feeling himself. And King says like, oh, you didn't want us to bring the cowbells. Well, again, I said yesterday, no cowbells inside the Chase Center. It's our home court. You get to do what you do with Go to One Center. You're not going to come down to Chase Center to the Bay Area, cross that Bay Bridge, and think, I'm going to just take off my shoes here. Let me take off my shoes, take them off. Let me take off my shoes, and I'm going to kick my feet up like this at Chase Center and just be chilling.
And you said there weren't many Kings fans?
Hell no. They didn't come to – see, they didn't want to get their chief checked out. That's what that was. They didn't want to come to the dental office and get it floss. I took baby Tez to the dentist yesterday. She did an awesome job. Got a balloon. She didn't cry or nothing. She was a rock star. But King fans, I told them, you come down to the dental office, we give out root canals for free. We give out root canals for free. You hear that, D-Lo, KC? We pull teeth, all right? We may give you some gold caps. We may put some fillings in. We may put a crown on your tooth. Come on, man. Let's go. I told you, you come down to the dental office, it's going to be painful. Now, a lot of Kings fans after the game, the 100 of you that was in there at Chase Center, all 100 of you, they were asking me after the game, got any Vicodins? You got any Tylenol PMs? It's a painful visit, man. This didn't go well. Yeah, no doubt. And then Sunday's going to be a lot worse.
Do you remember Pet Cemetery? No pain, no gain.
Pet Cemetery 2, yeah. Pet Cemetery 2
so now
was the
I'm imagining you in
where I watched that at the Cow Palace Drive-In Theater.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I love the Cow Palace. That's just where I saw Back to the Future, back in the day.
Yeah.
Putting that big clunky metal thing on the window and damn near break the window, sticking it up there.
That's right, Uncle Looney. Come get this Novocaine. That's what it was last night. And it was painful. And now the Kings got to sleep on this for a couple
nights. So now
nights.
you're giving out nummies.
All of it. King fans.
Now I'm imagining you and my dad with Makitas drilling into Kings fans' teeth.
Give me my Makita.
You said you wanted to come to the dental office. You said it was sterile. Well, how'd that visit go last night? Are you ready for round number 2? Game 4 on Sunday? It's going to be a lot more painful. Now we're putting in the implants.
But my favorite from last night, obviously Steph Curry is the headliner. He's been amazing. To me, Andrew Wiggins is the clear-cut second-best player on this team. Not that it matters what the pecking order is, but the guy offensively and defensively is just such a force and a factor. His athleticism, his ability to lock up people in the half court. And it's not about like, oh, so-and-so got completely shut down. No, it's about contesting shots continually, making people work really hard, moving laterally. Does a great job there. Scoring at all 3 levels. Hit a three-pointer. He had some mid-range. He was finishing around the rim. Andrew Wiggins, spectacular. And to see him be so good so quickly after the 47-game absence, it's pretty incredible.
Oh, man. It was incredible. But you know what? Again, 2511.
I'm giving him my code to. I ordered food for everyone this morning. And so I gave him my code to my phone so that he can go pick up the Uber Eats.
2511.
Remember the last time we sent somebody out? This is a totally different crew.
Curly.
Yeah, we sent him out and
it didn't go well. Who's our boy Diamond?
Yeah,
the
Diamond.
Uber driver. I tried to get Diamond on the air.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened with John Curley?
Oh, well, you know John Curley. Oh, I didn't see him.
God.
John Curley basically watched the Uber Eats guy drive right by him.
Yeah. All of a sudden, there's like a bag out the window, and John's like, I don't know where this guy is. And he was one address over, and there's like the car skirts off as they're driving away.
And now John Curley
all day, Joe.
And now John Curley is selling things for 95.7 a K.
I will not be there this weekend, fellas.
Go
Classic
figure.
Curly. Oh, I'm Irish.
Go figure. John Curley. Boy.
I forgot all those Curly drops.
Boy, I lost a lot of sleep dealing with I lost a lot of sleep dealing with John Curley, man. Whew. That is one interesting cat. That's one interesting cat. He texted me the other day. I didn't reply. Oh, Bonte, they want to smoke with you. You're bringing the smoke. What do you expect, John Curley? You know me for over 13 years.
Guess who just texted me just now?
Who's that?
John Curley.
Well, of course, he's a P1.
I'm Irish.
He left the show, and he can't get away from the show.
That's why
doesn't make sense.
He secretly wants to produce this show. He tells me all the time, "Hey, Lubman, if you ever need a day off, man, let me fill in for you."
It's not even secret. He walks in here during the show. Hey, you guys see the sound? I think Steiny and Goo would really love to react to this. Thanks, John. Yes, we have the sound.
He's seen this sound.
Hey, John Curley.
You know Stephen A. said this morning? Yes.
This is what we need from you, John Curley. We need more endorsements. That's what you need to be working on. We'll handle the sound. You go call Bud Light and get us an endorsement, okay? All right, buddy? Let's go to Horace in Texas real quick. All right, we got a special caller on the hotline. I ain't heard from him. You know what? Horace, go ahead, finish your call, Horace. I want to hear from you. I love you, Horace, down in Texas. Then I got to get into the hotline because I got to come down some people's road here. I'm fired up. I'm in my bag today. What's up, Horace?
Hey, man, you feeling good?
I'm great.
Dude, you know what? I feel great because you know why, Horace? The Kings ain't winning another game this series. Go ahead, Horace.
Hey, I ain't worried about you, Bonte, but your boy Shasky over there, man. Every now and then, man, he's kind of wavering. I felt him wavering a couple times.
Hey,
man. I felt him wavering.
Hey, trust me.
Keep him up, man.
A lot of people said so at Chase Center last night. Said, is Shasky okay?
Keep him motivated.
Does he believe?
Keep him motivated.
I thought he was the biggest fan out here in the Bay Area.
Hey,
he lost hope.
Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down.
Been around Guru too long.
Sometimes you want hit him up. Sometimes you want Brenda's got a baby. I got to give you all the emotions.
Keep him up, brother. Keep him up.
I feel you.
Ain't worried. But check this out real quick. First of all, like I always say, we took care of the basketball, man. And when we take care of the basketball, we don't lose.
It's true.
Finally, we take care of the basketball, see what happens. See?
Exactly.
Second thing, Moses Moody showed up.
Yeah, he did.
He showed up, man. And, matter of fact, everybody showed up. Everybody was involved. Everybody was crashing the boards. That's what we need. That's what we need. And the last thing, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to hang up and listen. What do you think about Draymond shooting more? Now, they give him the shot all the time.
Horace, you got cut off there, but you know what?
He doesn't shoot.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Horace, you lost it for a second, but no. I know exactly what you're talking about. Memphis Game 6 last year, he shot 14 times. And the one thing, Bully, D, right, Fezzi, we always talk about it. a more aggressive Draymond Green offensively is a better Warriors team. He's got to shoot the shots that are presented to him. If he makes 2, then all of a sudden the defense can't sag off of him. All of a sudden the defense has to honor him on the 3-point line. And again, the cutting lanes, the lanes to the basket become a lot more wide open. The spacing becomes a lot more wide open. So when he does shoot those shots, Horace, and a lot of people say, oh, you don't want Draymond shooting. But it's the threat of shooting, and it's the threat of making it. Because NBA coaches, they don't want to leave guys wide open. They're afraid of that.
Well, see, to me, it's more who are the other 4 guys on the floor with Draymond? Because if you have multiple non-shooters, I think it can get very difficult.
No,
I do.
But even with the shooters, he's going to be the one who's left open.
Well, that's obvious.
So if you make a couple and you got those shooters around you, all of a sudden the defense has to honor Draymond Green. They can't just camp out in the paint.
But like Bonte, when was the last time he attempted more than 8 shots? Doesn't happen often.
It doesn't happen often.
That's on him. And so
but Horace makes a good point there.
Yeah, no
he makes
doubt.
a good point. He makes a good point. And now let's go to the hotline. Because I got to get to Papa Shasky. Papa Shasky. Hey,
good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good morning. Before you even start, Papa Shasky, I'm coming down your road, and I'm coming down the Butcher's road. I haven't heard from you, Papa Shasky, and I know you've been listening. When the hell did we become scared of the Sacramento Kings? You guys, the nervous energy coming from the Shasky household, I'm not going to lie, Pops, it's bothering me. It's bothering me this week.
Yeah, look, Bonte, we are so passionate about this team. First of all, I want to say all is right with the world when we win.
Yes.
When the Warriors win, all is right with the world. I love you guys' energy today. There's a couple things I noticed from last night that we didn't see the last 2 games. Obviously, the turnovers, but everybody stepped up on defense, right? When you can hold that team, one of the highest-scoring teams in the league, down to 43 points in the first half?
41, Papa Shasky, 41, the lowest point total they had all season and a half.
Right, so that means we played collectively good defense,
Agreed.
Right? We were hustling to the ball, right? You got to give props to Looney. What do you have, 21 or 20?
20 rebounds.
20 rebounds.
20 rebounds.
Right? So everybody on that team stepped up. It wasn't just one person. It wasn't just 2 guys. Everybody stepped up on that team, and that's what we need to see. And obviously the most key parts of the whole thing is we limited our turnovers and limited their points on our turnovers. So those were the keys. I mean, it's got to be encouraging to the fans, to the team, to Steve Kerr, to everybody in that organization that they know they can do it as a team.
Yeah. How about your boy Wiggins?
Everybody, I'm telling you, everybody stepped up. I mean, from Looney to Wiggins to Moody to Kuminga to DiVincenzo, everybody played a part last night. It wasn't just 1 or 2 guys. Everybody was the key.
What do you think about Draymond Green now moving forward? They can't play him and Looney simultaneously, right?
Well, I mean, even JaMychal Green, he looked good down the post.
He did.
I think that the game was refereed a little more fair. I just noticed that they weren't calling the ticky-tack crap that they were calling the last couple of games. I thought that the way they refereed the game was ideal.
Papa Shasky, promise me one thing, because the Warriors are going to win 3. They're going to win Game 4. They're going to win Game 5 and Game 6. And we're going to move on to play the LA Lakers. Promise me one thing. Promise me one thing, Papa Shasky. Things are going to get hairy. Don't get scared. Don't get nervous. Don't do that.
I'm not nervous. That's Joe. No. I've never lost faith in this team. One bit.
No, so I know you got to talk to Butcher, because I was disappointed. He didn't even wear Warriors gear yesterday on game day. I said, "Damn, he was wearing Giants gear." I'm like, "What? This guy's already in baseball
ball?" Both you guys looked like you weren't wearing any gear yesterday.
No, I had my championship hat.
Superstitious or what?
No. I had my championship hat. The championship hat was here. It was here. Don't worry.
Yeah. After you screamed at me on Wednesday night at our softball game for making one mistake, I was scared.
No,
you didn't hear about this, Bonte. I made every play but one.
It's been a long. But
and
look,
this guy screaming at me.
Let Joe know it's going to get hairier on this journey. There's going to be some rocky moments. Do not lose faith in Stephen Curry. We got Steph, Papa Shasky. We got Steph.
This team, I think the team needed this. Just like this is a little shot of adrenaline.
Yeah.
They know they can do it even without GP2 or without Draymond on the floor.
Huge.
Right? So now you've got those 2 extra keys going into Sunday's game. I think that Kerr manages this game a lot differently on Sunday than he has in the past.
I agree.
What do you
Papa
think of Sabonis before you get on out of here?
oh, that guy's just a bull. Why aren't they calling an offensive foul down the post? He just muscles his way, guys, pushes him off the block. How's that not a foul?
I know. Empty calories from Sabonis. 2-1. What you got on the weekend, Papa Shasky, before I let you go? What's going on in your world? I missed you, man.
Well, I got my ESH, my AA group, guys. I'm doing a little golf outing on Saturday up at Glen Eagles, and I'm going to have the guys over here afterwards. So, and then Sunday, it's just dedicated to watching that game on Sunday afternoon.
And we ain't watching no Giants Mets. What a joke they are. Oh my God.
I cannot get into baseball right now until the Warriors have done. I got to finish up, and then I'll get into baseball.
Let's see. That's Papa Shasky. I love you, man. I really love you. Call me
that.
personally.
You guys have a great day, all right?
All right,
Love
you too.
Dad.
I needed that. Goddamn, be like your dad, Joe. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Dub Nation. 888-957-9570. Now, the Warriors have Steph, and you don't, Sacramento. You don't. Steph Curry last night passed Dirk Nowitzki for 16th on the NBA's playoff all-time point scored list.
Oh.
I mean, he's moving up the record books. Scored 30 points in it. He scored 30 twice in this series so far. And he had that look yesterday. He had that look early where it was like, oh, yeah, he's not losing today. He's not losing today. He looked at that crowd and said, this is our night. I know Draymond's not here. I know GP2's not here.
How about the one he pulled from almost half court?
I know, no doubt. But here's what he said about history.
Yeah.
He talked to Ernie Johnson on Inside the NBA. This was a damn great quote by Stephen Curry last night.
Like you said, there's a lot of distractions and noise around the series. Obviously, losing both games up there was a tough way to start, and you wanted to come home with some good focus, and then you get that call that he's just suspended, and it's a tough blow. But yesterday at practice, we had really good energy, understanding what the mission was, to understand we couldn't change anything about the decision that we knew was wrong, but that if we could come out and win tonight, it changes the momentum of the series, and it gives us an opportunity to just make it about basketball. And that was Draymond's message the whole time, was make the right adjustments, come with the right energy, protect our home court. When he gets back on Sunday, we got to capitalize off of that and try to win and even up the series. So we did what we're supposed to do. They say, Draymond's got a history, so do we. So we know how to bounce back.
And that history of bouncing back, they've done it time and time again. 2018, down 3-2 to the Houston Rockets. At home, down 22 after the first quarter. Clay goes crazy. They go to Game 7. They beat the Rockets, and they end the Houston Rockets. About 3-1 gets OKC. Huh? You like them? You like them apples? I mean, 2-1 in Boston, down 97-90 midway through the fourth quarter. Backs against the wall.
I can't take you serious with those glasses on.
Well, you better. You better.
I feel like you're pulling me over and you're like a CHP cop.
You can do that. Don't tell you goodbyes, man. That's what they wear, right? D&Gs. That's what we do in the Bay.
If you're not and you're driving around, Bonte is wearing, they're like aviators, gold rimmed.
You know what?
Dark shades.
I feel good.
I know, I can tell.
The sun's out. The weather's feeling good.
Dude, he just called Maverick right now. He's like Tom Cruise and Top Gun.
Yeah,
Does that make me Iceman?
Sure.
Sure,
Val Kilmer over here.
Why not?
Hey, Val Kilmer is one of the sleaziest actors of all time, and I'm here for it.
Well, you know
He's one of the great actors.
No,
of our
I love
generation.
him, but he got so hefty over the years.
Well, he had some medical issues, but we won't get into that.
Well, the drugs.
Steph Curry was asked later on if his quote was just spur of the moment.
I mean, a little bit both, just understanding what the moment is, again, of how bad of a decision I think the league made on suspending him first and foremost, and you're frustrated with that, but you also have to understand I know Bob said it up here yesterday, we have a job to do, and there's nothing we could do about it. So just lock in on what the task at hand is, and, understanding we've accomplished a lot on this stage, and you kind of have to dig into that identity a little bit and that comfort zone of who we know ourselves to be when your back's up against the wall and you have a night like tonight. So it definitely gave us a lot of life, and it was a nice way to respond to these last 48 hours.
And then Moses Moody. Everybody's talking about Moses Moody. Everybody's talking about Loon Dog. We'll get right back to the calls. How about Moses Moody? How about this quote from a 20-year-old in his second year out of Arkansas?
I feel like winning is a skill.
And, you know, some people coming up as a kid, you might not have been on a good team. Then you go to college, and your college might not have been that good. Or your high school, you might have been the best one, but your team doesn't win. You come to the NBA, you might go to a team that's not that good. So you've never really been in that circumstance coming up. So I feel like that's really a positive when you can and you're used to it, used to not necessarily winning, but fighting to win or sacrificing to win. All the things that go into winning.
He's right about that.
I mean,
there is a skill to winning.
There is. And there's a mindset you got to have.
Yeah.
There's a mindset you got to have, especially on this team and this organization.
That guy's 20 years old. He sounds like a 10-year vet. It's unbelievable.
We've talked to him in person.
Oh, my God.
We've gotten to know Moses Moody. The guy's just a pro.
He is.
He's just a pro. I mean, he's going to fit in on a lot of basketball teams over the course of his career. Now, is he going to be an all-star? I don't know. Is he going to be an all-NBA defender? I don't know. But he can do a little bit of everything.
He's got a little
the ball.
Corey Brewer-ish in him.
I like that. Corey Brewer, Florida.
You know, I think there's more to his game from the outside than Corey Brewer's, but he's just sneaky, long. He's a little quicker than you think he is. I like him. I thought his length yesterday as a defender was excellent, obviously against Monk and specifically against De'Aaron Fox. And he just provides another guy out on the perimeter who could just stay in front of people.
No doubt. No doubt. I loved his performance yesterday, but it all starts with Stephen Curry. I don't want to get that twisted. Looney, we're going to talk a lot about Looney over the next 2 hours. We have Ron Adams, assistant coach, coming up at 8:30, Mr. Fab in the 9 o'clock hour. But Stephen Curry and that 36-point performance is just being a leader that he is. You know, you think about the all-time leaders in pro sports, whether it's Tom Brady, whether it's Tim Duncan, Hakeem Olajuwon, Michael Jordan. Steph's right up there with them. And every time I watch him now, as we get older and older, and he's in his 14th year, and we watched his entire career.
Yeah.
And I'm watching him yesterday. And when he did that, I was standing next to Festus and Zena Keita, the great Zena Keita. And Steph, it was a timeout, and he's wandering around half court. Midway through the second quarter, he said, okay, I like where this is going. I like our energy. And he had that look.
It's like what you do at the break.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I know we rolling. I see over 1,000 viewers on YouTube. Okay, I see you. Yep. Mm-hmm. One of them shows. Mm-hmm. And I said, oh, yeah. How lucky are we to watch this guy on a daily basis? And it's a reminder to me personally to never take what we're watching for granted, because we grew up watching the NBA. And we grew up watching Michael Jordan. You grew up watching Hakeem and Charles Barkley and Mully right here in our back. And these great players. And we were blessed to have Steph Curry drafted here after a botched draft by the Minnesota Timberwolves. And yesterday is just another reminder for me. It's like, man, this is an all-timer.
Well, there's no doubt.
And we got free access to watch this guy every single game. Now, not free for a lot of people. I get it. I apologize. But I've been lucky personally. We're lucky personally. We get to watch him on TV every night. This guy is just an all-time leader, man, and he's an all-time winner. And there was no doubt in my mind. They were going to win that game yesterday.
Well, and as a fan of just the game, the sport, seeing De'Aaron and him go back and forth has been very fun.
It has.
I think De'Aaron Fox, and we talked about this beforehand, my respect level for him cannot get any bigger. I mean, he's just been outstanding in terms of trading blows back and forth, getting to his spots. Very different from Steph Curry.
Right.
But I see a lot of the traits, you know, like I'm talking about the leadership traits, I'm going to keep coming at you. I'm not going to lose confidence. I'm going to uplift teammates. I'm going to make them better. I'm going to get to my spots on the floor, even though the entire defense is set to stop me. I see a lot of the same things, even though it's done differently, that Steph Curry does. And I don't say that flippantly. I say that with tremendous respect.
No, he's a leader. He's the perfect leader for that Sacramento Kings franchise. They've got an ambassador. They've got a dude they could build around. He's the one for them.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. They got a good one in him. And he's a problem. De'Aaron Fox is still getting to every spot. He's getting to every single spot. He is so fast.
I didn't know his three was this silky.
And he's strong.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only shot 32% from the three-point line. But again, if you ask me, who am I building around? De'Aaron Fox or John Morant? It's not even close. Give me Fox all day. Because I know Fox is at least going to try to guard. He's going to be like, no. I got this. I want Curry. That's a throwback player. That's old school right there. De'Aaron Fox is a problem. And you know what? He still worries me. In a close game in the fourth quarter,
yeah,
he worries me.
Well, this is far from over. Last night was a huge win that was necessary. I think Sunday is going to be one of the biggest games, by far of the year.
Wait.
How's that like an understatement?
I can't wait for that game. And folks, you want to get there early. It's a 12:30 start. You got a Giants game right down the street against the New York Mets. It's going to be hopping. You know how it is on Sundays. There's roadways closed on Sundays. Get to Chase Center early, and you want to be rocking and rolling because a lot of people were talking about, Chase Center wasn't that loud yesterday. I was in that tunnel. I watched the first quarter and a half from that tunnel.
How many games you been to at Chase, you think?
A lot.
Like 250?
I don't know. A lot since it's opened.
I mean, have they even played 250 games there?
I don't know.
You've probably been to, 75% of them?
Yeah, at least.
Okay. So what did you think?
About last night?
Yeah, the energy in comparison.
I just told you. First quarter and a half, there was a vibe. You could feel the desperation in the air. And you could feel Dub Nation saying, all right, Warriors, let's go. Every time there's a little mini run by the Kings, all right, Warriors, let's go. You felt it. BA said at the top of the broadcast, it feels like it's as loud as Golden One. Now, it probably wasn't. And I know some people still miss Oracle Arena. I get it. But Oracle Arena became a corporate crowd by the end. It did.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And there was a lot of fans leaving early.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the We Believe crowd. It wasn't like the 2012, 2013 crowd or the 2017 crowd or the 2016 crowd. It wasn't. But Chase Center was hopping last night. There was a vibe in there. At least I felt it. From my vantage point, I felt it. I was like, okay, there's energy in the building. And you know what? There wasn't a lot of King fans there. I looked around. You had a couple Kings fans here and there. There was probably about 200 to 300 Kings fans. And I'll probably give them a little more credit. Because you know what? Kings fans didn't really want to come down to the dental office. They knew what time it was. So I don't know what you heard about Chase Center last night. But Shasky, I felt like there was a vibe there. I felt like it was a vibe. But I thought
felt
the crowd
it through
was
the television. I thought it sounded good. I mean, people are losing their mind. It's not as loud as what it should be. I thought it was fine.
Right. And also, you got to get when you throw up a lot of bricks like both teams did in the first half, come on, don't do that on air. Turn off the mic. Can't do that. Radio etiquette, Shasky.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. No, I did. It was all in my ear.
Oh, sorry. No, they didn't hear it. My bad.
Damn, you crushed that smoothie.
I'm
just brought it in
thirsty.
5 minutes ago.
Hungry.
Damn. But how can the crowd get into a game?
Thank you, Joe and the Juice.
How can the crowd get into a game when one team shoots 32% from the floor and the other shoots 34%? There was a lot of bricks.
Yeah, but there were a lot of exciting defensive moments from this team. And it felt
but the common fan, what do they get charged up over? Buckets.
Yeah, that's true. And
Points.
The flow back and forth. I hear you on that one. And it did feel, though, there's a sense of urgency in that first quarter from the Warriors. They were obviously carrying the ball a lot better in terms of not trying to turn it over. But I could feel it from the crowd. They were trying to will that team to hitting a bucket. They just missed so many threes.
One turnover. One turnover in the first quarter. One turnover. All right? And if you want to say, hey, they don't really have a good home court advantage, Chase Center's dry. Well, last year they went 11-1 in the postseason at Chase Center. In the regular season, 1-0 this year. Regular season, they were 33-8. At home last season, they were 31-10.
What was the most raucous part of the game? It felt like when Steph hit that three right before they called the timeout. They were in transition. Steph kind of just stopped. They threw him the three, and then he stopped and finally stuck his hands up.
It was nuts in there.
That was like a 35, 40-footer.
It was nuts. And we haven't seen a lot of those this year from Steph. It was nuts. Let's get to Made Money real quick. Made Money before the break. And then we got everybody else coming up on the other side. We got injury report coming up. Made Money, what's happening?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, Made Money?
I just needed a win, 420, and a hug.
Yep. The formula.
What you got, Made Money? How's your 420?
Who, oh, my God. Amazing. Who got backhanded now? Sacramento Kings, get out of here.
Well, got one more. Go ahead, Made Money. Finish up.
Oh, yeah. No, they ain't winning no more games.
No, they're not.
I had so much fun.
They know that.
I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I'm so juiced. Man, that was a great game. Yeah, that was a backhand for you. Stop it again, Draymond.
All right, Made Money. We see you later. She's hyped.
Again,
he's winning into the couch. Bro.
I don't want any stomps.
But here's the deal, B. It's a great win. They got a lot more work to do. This series is far from over for either team. they got to hold serve again and win on Sunday, and then we can start having real conversations about the road games that are going to be facing them.
Well,
that's
there's no doubt.
They've got to hold serve.
There's no doubt
they can't go down 3-1.
But you know what, Shasky? They're not losing another game in this series.
You're that confident?
Dude, what? Am I that confident? You see the shades that I'm wearing? You see these shades right now? You're going to ask me if I'm that confident? Kings fans know it's over. So you know what Kings fans can do? And they can do this at the Golden One Center once the series is over next Friday at Chase Center when the Warriors wrap this up. They can go ahead in the offseason, or maybe their first game of the season, when the Warriors are celebrating ring night, the Golden One Center can raise that banner. We beat the Warriors twice in the first round. Let it go right next to the Pacific Division Championship. That's the banner they can hang next. They should hire me up in Sacramento. I got all kind of ideas for you guys.
Well, I mean, the beam's one of the great marketing moves of all time. I'll give them that.
The beam will not be lit the rest of this. the next week, hell, the beam's going to be on ice until next season.
The turnover chain, the beam, I would say the Trident up in the Seattle. There are some pretty cool. The beam's pretty cool. I'll give it to them. It's a pretty cool thing.
It is cool, but you know what? The next time the beam will be lit will be when they win a game in the California Classic. With that said, let's go to the injury report. Just saying. all that electricity they're using for the beam. Well, they'll be able to save a lot of dough starting on Friday. That baby gonna be on ice. Ice, baby. Kawhi Leonard forced to miss last night's game 3 against the Suns. He's got a sprained right knee, and that just sucks. No Paul George, no Kawhi Leonard, and the Clippers are down 2-1 in this series to the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker last night, 45 points. KD was balling. Ooh, the Suns looking good. But no Kawhi Leonard. We'll see what happens in game number 3. He had to play through pain in game 2. The injury's not said to be related to his previous ACL injury. Kawhi Leonard is considered day to day. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your phone calls. Anthony, John, Schleprock, you're all on deck here. 888-957-9570. I see your text on the Comcast business text line. I see the YouTube chat humming right now. Humming. And you know what, YouTube? What up, roasters? Where the King fans at in the chat? Not there today. Not today. Taking the weekend off. I don't think we're going to see Kings fans the rest of the series.
I want to talk about the adjustments the Warriors made on the other side.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Woo, woo! Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes.
And game 4, the Warriors will have a chance to tie up this series and send it back to Sacramento for a 3-game set. Warriors get the win, 114-97, a win they accomplished without one of the smartest defensive players ever to play the game in Draymond Green. He was suspended for tonight, and the Warriors overcame that. They overcame the loss of Gary Payton II and just dictated this game. They led wire to wire. They controlled this game throughout, and they win 114-97.
Oh, baby. And we got life. And we've got life out here in the Bay. We've got a series now. 2-1. Warriors go wire to wire over the Kings. Blow them away in game number 3. Steph was doing his thing. Kevon Looney, 420 on 420. 4 points, 20 rebounds. But also, you can't forget about the 9 dimes, 9 assists for Loon Dog. He played well yesterday. I thought DiVincenzo, Moody, they complimented the starters very, very well. You didn't get a Vintage Clay performance. He got going late in the fourth quarter. He finished with 13 points, but you didn't get a good Clay game. Jordan Poole, I thought he was controlled, didn't shoot great, but he got to the free throw line, only 1 turnover. And Andrew Wiggs, 2-way Wiggs. I mean, again, we discussed this when he was out, Shasky.
Mm-hmm.
I know he was going through the personal things, but the Warriors, they can't beat this team without Andrew Wiggins.
He's their clear-cut second best player.
I mean, I don't care who's the second, third, fourth.
I know.
He made just his importance on both sides of the basketball floor. Just getting in front of Fox, making it difficult for him. Play a good offense. I mean, he was everywhere. Andrew Wiggins, what a win last night.
3-level scorer, contesting shots, moving laterally defensively. I mean, he's outstanding. There's no doubt about it. I want to talk about some of the adjustments that the Warriors were kind of forced to make here. There's the Draymond adjustment. Draymond out of the lineup, GP2 out of the lineup. So you're forced to kind of reallocate those minutes. What'd you think of starting with Moses Moody, with Jordan Poole? Excuse me.
I love that. I love the firepower because you have 4 guys. You got at least 3 ball handlers in Curry and Poole. And Wiggins is a very capable ball handler. And so you get Clay out there on the 3-point line. And you got Looney who's making a pass, but he's in a triple threat position. He's looking to pass, looking at the basket. He's setting screens. I love it. I love that lineup yesterday.
All right, and then you obviously have to go that direction. It feels like it empowered Jordan Poole to his best game thus far, complete game of the series.
And you get Steph Curry off the ball a little bit.
Exactly.
And they're not pressing Jordan Poole as much.
Is it any coincidence Steph had his most dynamic game? So instead of going 5-on-5, instead of going 4-on-5 offense where you've got 2 non-shooters or even 3-on-5, it felt more of like a 5-on-5 game.
No doubt.
It felt much more free-flowing. There was more space, better looks.
Sacramento has to honor everybody defensively. They can't just camp out in the paint. They have to honor everybody. So there is the Draymond Green question, and I heard a lot of callers last night on the postgame show with John Dickinson right here on 95.7 The Game. They were discussing Draymond Green, said, bring him off the bench. Bring him off the bench. First call of the day today.
Yeah.
Bring Draymond off the bench.
I respect that.
I don't know what you do. I don't know what you're doing for Steve Kerr. The way I'm going to look at it is like this. I'm going to look at it like this. You were able to dust off Moses Moody. Now he's got confidence. Now he knows he could play in the series. DiVincenzo had his best game of the series. He had an excellent floor game. He may have been one of the more important players last night. Deflections, steals, he had 4, driving to the hoop, played defense. DiVincenzo was amazing last night.
That was the Dante DiVincenzo we fell in love with during the regular season.
Absolutely. And so bringing back Draymond Green, and not to forget about Gary Payton II.
That's where I'm going next.
You got everybody rolling here, and now you got a lot of confidence. So you do have a deeper roster. But what do you do if you're Steve Kerr? Because we've discussed this. I want the one big lineup. Against Sacramento, you need one big, and you got to split up Draymond Green and Kevon Looney somehow. And Looney can more than hold his own against Sabonis. Again, I hope Matt George from ABC 10 is watching the game, and I hope he's actually paying Kevon Looney his respect. To think that Looney was going to be food for Sabonis? Domantas Sabonis? Come on, man. Don't overrate your players.
Well, and I would say that, process of elimination for me, Looney or Draymond, one of those two is going to have to come off the bench.
Yep.
And right now, I think I start with I think I'd start with Looney. I really do. I think I'd start with Looney because then it gives me another ball handler with that second unit with Draymond Green. I think the offense will flow a little better with that second unit if you have a facilitator.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically.
I'm just hypothetical.
Yeah. No, it's all hypothetical. Well, let's say Draymond Green does come off the pitch. How do you even approach a Draymond Green to say, hey, Day-Day, we need you to come off the pitch? Because he mentioned it. Game 4, he's not happy with the fourth quarter.
Well,
he was not happy.
You want to win? Do you really want to win? I mean, Steph Curry's come off the bench at points in his career. Looney, who we're talking about, has come off the bench at many times in his career.
Wiggins.
Jordan Poole, Wiggins. Every guy has had, times where they've been asked to do something that's out of the norm. I mean, Andrew Bogut did it to help them win their first championship. Yep. Andre Iguodala did it, which helped embrace the culture to start this dynastic run. So I think it would be a little, hypocritical if Draymond didn't want to accept it. I would understand where he's coming from. He might disagree with it. But at the end of the day, this is about winning. And if that's the case, then maybe I'll have Looney come off the bench. I don't think it's the end of the world. Here's the other thing. They did another adjustment yesterday, and I don't know if this one's sustainable because of the GP2 absence as well. Taking Steph Curry out at the 5 or 6 minute mark. What was that?
First quarter, they took him out at the 6 minute mark.
What'd you think of that?
It was very interesting, but I got it. Because you knew you were going to need Steph Curry to play heavy minutes. And the schedule's been beneficial for the Golden State Warriors to have these 2 days off between games. Now, some people would say, well, what about the young Sacramento Kings? They need to go out and play. They need rhythm. The Warriors being the older team here, getting those 2 days off in between games, it's a benefit to them and those older legs. I knew the rotations would be wacky because you didn't have GP2 and you didn't have Draymond Green. So remember the other day I was saying, you need Draymond or Steph on the floor at all times. Well, you knew that without Draymond and GP2, that wasn't possible. So I was cool with the rotations. They're a little wacky, but I got them. And he picked and choose, okay, Steph, get back in there right now, into the quarter. All right, Steph, we're going to try to steal the 3 minutes here. Let's steal this 3-minute stretch, and hopefully the non-Steph minutes, you could at least stabilize the game. And I think they were able to stabilize the game with Steph on the bench.
Well, and I think because of that, it's because guys like Jordan Poole stepping up, Moses Moody stepping up. Who would have had JaMychal Green having a solid game? I mean, nothing that sticks out if you weren't just looking at the box score, but if you were watching the game, physical, boxing out, taking the open threes as they approach themselves.
Yeah, no, and you know what? I can't wait to watch the game back. Because at times it felt like they were playing a little box and one, a little zone, but I wasn't exactly sure. How much man-to-man were they playing yesterday? Did they tweak the defenses?
I noticed a much more concerted effort of communication on defense and fighting through screens, and it just felt like they were sending the help defense, and they were double-teaming at the right time. There were 2 different times Jordan Poole, who, hey, we've ripped the defense because it's not been there.
He was engaged defensively.
He timed his double team brilliantly, and it set up a big time turnover, and they would get out and run. How many times did DiVincenzo, the inbound play where DiVincenzo goes and strips Alex Len?
Yep.
That was beautiful. He was guarding someone else. He was aware of the situation, came over, boom, and just ripped the ball from him.
Played good basketball yesterday. So we got Ron Adams, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, coming up. I want to know what defensive strategies they employed yesterday without GP2 and Draymond Green. Did they go to more zone? Did they go to boxes to the Fox box and one, trying to get De'Aaron Fox out of the paint? I wonder, but they played damn good basketball. The Kings under 100 points. All right, We're going to take these calls here because it's all about you, the listener. Let's go to the calls,
Yes,
Shasky.
yes.
We've been having them on hold for way too long, and I got to go to Fremont, and I got to hear from Juice.
Let's go, Juice.
What's happening? You're on the roast.
What up? What the freak up? Hey, let me say this. You two look like GQ models for the Warriors here, man. You guys looking strippy there. But as the unofficial third host of the morning roast, after last night's butt kicking, there was two things that happened this morning. The Sacramento Kings fans are not being sponsored by Cricket Wireless Phones, and Kevon Looney has now been sponsored by Windex. Now, me calling back-to-back days are like the Kings winning a series in the playoffs. Did I not say that the pressure is on? Did Bonte not say the other day the pressure is on the Kings? Please tell me, other than Mike Brown, who on that team has that championship experience like the Warriors? Fox, Herter, Crybaby Sabonis? None of them. Let me say this. Last night after the game, right, the TNT broadcast was interviewing Curry last night, and then Ernie goes, "Hey, Steph, by the way, you're 10th on the list as far as scoring 30 points or more in the playoffs." Steph's reaction last night was he was shocked. He didn't know that. You know what that says? Steph does not care if he scores 50, 60, 40, because he's an icon that all he cares is about winning. Steph is like Joe Montana with 2 minutes left in the Super Bowl. Steph is like a mad bum in Game 7 going against Kansas City on a few days' rest. Steph is like Jerry Rice streaking down on a post in Chicago. Here's the difference between us and you, Stinkamento. We have Steph and you don't. And in the lyrics of Ice Cube, it's a good day. That Jimmy ran those so deep, we put that beam to sleep.
Oh, I mean, Juice, that might be his best call ever. We got Steph and you don't. I mean, I've never heard it put that way.
How about the good day line? How about the good day line?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Listen, he is the third unofficial host of the Morning Roast. And like he said, it's rare that he calls on back-to-back days. But like he said, it's just as rare as Sacramento Kings winning playoff series. God bless Juice. That I need it all. I love what Juice calls. That's my guy.
I can't wait to meet Juice.
I don't. You know what? In a weird way, I never want to meet him.
You want to keep
I just
him
want
like
him to call
the Wizard of Oz?
for a long time. He's watching on YouTube. I know every day when I come on the show, Juice is lurking. And Juice is listening to everything that's going on, and he's taking notes, and he's looking at these fans talk that talk. Juice ain't going for it. Juice knows what time it is. Juice knows. The dental office is serving Novocaine and giving out root canals, and it's a wrap for the Kings. The stage is just a little too bright. I can't wait to see Game 4 and how the Kings come out because it's going to be turned up a little bit more. That pressure's going to be turned up. It's a pivotal swing game. This is what we live for in the NBA playoffs. When you get to Game 4 and you're going back on the road for Game number 5 because that's guaranteed now. There will be no sweep. There will be no brooms. How we get back to Sacramento? Is it going to be 3-1 Kings, or is it going to be even up at 2 games apiece with the Kings dizzy sitting there saying, what the hell happened? We're missing teeth here. Well, you had some cavities, buddies, and we had to clean them up. That's what time it is. Slut Rock time. Slut Rock, Redwood City. Windex. How about Windex last night, Slut Rock?
I love what he was doing. Hey, you guys are looking fabulous. I see you slimming and trimming on the screen on YouTube. Keep it up. Them LBs are just melting off. But here's the thing. The Warriors went wire to wire last night, and this chase center to me on TV, it seemed a little dry. When Steph sunk that three-pointer and then they called timeout, he had to look at the crowd and do his King Kong yell. King Kong Curry yell to wake the crowd up. I'm like, come on, guys. This is the closest you're going to get to an elimination game, and you're going to come dry like this.
No.
King Kong Curry did the yell, put him back in the game, and then after that, it was over. It was over. What do you think about that?
Well, see, I was there, Slut Rocket. I don't know how it played out on TV. I can't wait to watch the game back on television. I'm going to watch both broadcasts back, TNT and Fitz and Buki. I heard a lot of Fitz and Buki yesterday because I watched the fourth quarter from the Gatehouse. Inside that building, there was a buzz. There was some juice, and it was a vibe, and it was rocking. It was rolling at Chase Center. I'm telling you, man. I'm sitting right there watching from the tunnel. I could hear everything coming down. I could hear DJ D Sharp, by the way, was in his freaking bag yesterday. Oh, my God. He was doing a concert yesterday. It was like a concert and a basketball game all in one, and you got playoff basketball. I said, damn, this is life. This is great. I'm in my element right now. Chase Center was rocking. But here's the deal. It's 420. You got to remember, a lot of people were high last night. It is what it is. A lot of people's high as hell. Sometimes you're a little, you're in chill mode when you're smoking that weed, depending on what you're smoking.
Well, I was worried that it was going to be a late arriving crowd because of the Giants game and some of the traffic around there.
I saw Mr. Fab right before the game. He goes, dude, Hippie Hill, Giants game, Warriors game. It's tough, man.
Yeah.
San Francisco, they've done a horrible job in navigating traffic in the city nowadays. It takes so long. I actually pulled a cool move because, you got to have the human GPS in your mind. You got to know these Frisco streets. I got off at Cesar Chavez instead of my regular exit at Chase Center and hit the back streets and get through the Chase Center.
Always backed up.
Nah, not always. Not always.
You're the guy that gets in the left lane of Mariposa and skirts over into the right?
All the time.
Yeah.
I'm that guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, got to get to where I need to get to. Sorry.
I'm surprised you didn't have a CHP escort. The King usually has one.
Hey, stop with the King stuff, all right? Don't be condescending. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
You're telling me to not be condescending as you have two chains out wearing Dolce & Gabbana. Is that how you pronounce it?
Dolce & Gabbana.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what it is.
Is it Dolce or?
Dolce.
Okay.
Dolce & Gabbana.
Oh, and Gabbana.
Dolce
whatever.
& Gabbana. You remember that song, Speloni? My Dolce & Gabbanas. Bonte, I'm here to tell you, T. Morant was partying in Salt Lake City.
Don't do that to me as I'm looking the most arrogant I possibly can.
I'm not arrogant. I'm being me. Why can't I be me?
I'm empowering you to be you. I'm empowering you.
My girl bought me some chains. I'm going to wear my chains.
You look great.
I'm going to shine out. I've been wearing these chains ever since I got them. One's from Turkey. One was custom made. And we going to show it off, baby. We going to show it off. That's what we going to do. You know? It's arrogant season. The Warriors Invitational is officially started, folks. Anthony Napa, what's happening?
You spotted him 2 games?
The Kings are done. Anthony Napa, what's happening?
First of all, top of the morning, fellas. So why Joe be acting like he don't be knowing certain brands and stuff? Joe be acting like he don't got a couple of the
I've never had
at the house.
He be acting real brand new with me, Anthony. He be acting real brand new.
He really do on the low. I think he be running material. I know he love you, but I'm like, Joe, you know how to pronounce Dolce & Gabbana. Come on now.
Listen, Anthony, this guy buys Burberry, Gucci, and all the stuff for his wife.
Well, you know, once you do
that, you know what time it is.
We know she deserves it.
Thank you.
We know how much you love your Michelle. She deserves it, so we get it. First and foremost, I wanted to say, man, big ups to Baby Chaz, because I know some adults that still can't go to the dentist, and they be acting like some straight punks.
Oh, yeah.
So I wanted to kind of get into the X's and O's. Oh, of course, man. So I wanted to get into the X's and O's because when you look at DiVincenzo and you look at Moody, and then you look at Kuminga and Jordan Poole, everybody wants more.
Oh, Anthony, I think he accidentally hung up. Anthony, give us a call back. Anthony. Give us a call back and finish up the call. Give us a call back. We're sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened there. Make sure Anthony and Napa gets to the top of the line.
Kuminga and Moody, and I do think that there is a conversation to have today about, like, okay, yes, there was the regular season, and we were way too harsh on the youngsters. And I'm sure there's another side of the argument. Well, Steve Kerr played it brilliantly, and look, you're squeezing the lemon for whatever drop you can get from a Moses Moody. Boy, I would have loved to have seen him during the regular season play more. That being said, when his number was called at the most important time, he gave them tremendous impact.
No doubt,
Moses Moody fits in this series because he can move his feet laterally. He's long. He provides good defense. He's getting rebounds. He's not panicking offensively. He's a threat to hit an outside shot. He can finish around the rim. To me, he fits brilliantly in this series.
Yeah, no, he does. And you know what? There was a calm to the offense yesterday. They didn't feel rushed. You know what I'm saying? They got into their sets. They got into them a lot earlier, and they played with poise. They didn't rush anything. I thought Klay Thompson a couple times did at times, but that's Klay. He's going to be fine. He's going to light it up in Game 4. I have no doubt about that. But Moses Moody, DiVincenzo, there's a calmness to their game yesterday, and I love that about them. Hey, elimination game, it's now or never. Let's just go play basketball. Play your best game and let the chips fall where they may. And I thought Moody stepped up big time. Again, it starts with Stephen Curry. But when you get help like that from Looney and Wiggins, and I thought Wiggins really threw the first punch in that first quarter. I thought he was dynamic, aggressive, hitting the three ball, getting to the rack. He gets to the rack, and he's got that little finger roll, and his arms are, I think we underrate how long his arms is. Yes. He's fantastic when he goes to his touch around the basket and finishing around the basket.
Is it simply at home? Is it simply coincidence?
It could be.
No, I was going to say, why is it that all these other guys started to play really well yesterday? Is it the absence of Draymond? Are any of these things connected, or are none of them connected?
I don't know, man. I wish I had the answer. Role players do play better at home, and role players play terrible on the road. Look at Malik Monk.
Yeah.
He lifted the Warriors up for 50 points in the first 2 games.
Well, and Trey Lyles felt like a big zero yesterday, too.
Trey Lyles scored the 17 in game number 1 or the 16 or whatever it was. He's 16 in game 1. Yesterday, Trey Lyles, 0 for 6 from the floor, 0 of 4 from the three-point line, 2 points, 5 rebounds. Malik Monk, 1 of 9 from the floor, 0 for 4 from 3, 4 points in 24 minutes and 36 seconds. And
Keegan Murray.
By the way, hold on before we get to Keegan, our boy Off Night.
Oh, yeah, what'd he do? Well, he hit a 3.
Hit a 3.
Yeah.
Hit a 3.
And he got in 2 fights with Sabonis.
So, Off Night, again, a lot of dudes was on in front of Off Night yesterday. Davion Mitchell's a nice player. He is. Defensively, he's a nice player. But it's kind of a one-trick pony. 2 of 6 from the floor, 1 of 5 from the three-point line, 5 points. And the Warriors, they were okay with him shooting all the wide-open threes. Go ahead, Davion. We'll live with this.
Not going to lie, I like Davion.
I like Davion, too.
I'm not going to lie.
He works hard.
I like him. He can play on my team. I like him a lot.
I know I was popping off up in Sacramento. I was just popping off, just talking trash, but Davion's a nice player.
Yeah, he's
got a winning mentality.
Yeah, he's a perfect backup point guard.
He knows his role.
Yeah,
he knows his role. He's physical.
Yeah, I'm a big Davion fan, actually.
Individually, he's like, you notice the Warriors, too, whether it's Steph, Poole, whoever it is, they try to post up Davion Mitchell, and they just pass it right back out.
He's too strong.
So, Davion, but to your point about role players, I don't know if it's the home crowd being away from Golden One. I don't know what it is, but the Warriors role players played a lot better than they did up in Sacramento, and Sacramento's role players played a lot worse than they did in Sacramento or down here yesterday. So, Malik Monk, 4 points. Keegan Murray, you brought him up 3 fouls in the first quarter. He hasn't been able to get started.
And they've been attacking him on defense, and they're forcing him to guard really far away from the hoop, and then they're going right by him, and then it's starting that scramble defense, and they're really kicking the ball around.
Also, the series stats. I'm going to pull up the series stats because the Kings have not shot the three ball
has he
well
scored 10 points in the entire series, Keegan Murray?
Keegan Murray, well, I'll pull it up.
This is a guy, what did he average, 14 for the year?
He averaged about 14, 13, 14. Keegan Murray, 10 points in the series.
In the whole series. You got to think he's got a game or two in him.
He's a rookie. He's never been here
That's
before.
True.
Never been here. Kevin Huerter, he had a lot of great looks from the three-point line.
Yeah.
They may fall at some point.
He's been in foul trouble, though, the last 2 games.
But so far in the series, 3 of 20 from the three-point line. 3 of 20. That's not going to get it done. Not going to get it done. Let's go to Bad Teacher Dad out in Livermore. He wants to talk about the Chase Center crowd. Rad Teacher Dad. Rad Teacher Dad. Sorry, I got the Dotes on. Can't see the B instead of the R. Rad Teacher Dad. What's happening?
Hey, thanks, guys, for having me on. I just wanted to comment. The last caller brought up something about the crowd. I even noticed Curry had to give his little smirk, like, are you guys really being this quiet? At one point. And I just thought it was interesting because there were some people sitting courtside, and you could just see their thumbs tapping away on text messages, and they weren't even watching the game. So I just thought it was a little unusual, interesting that people get their tickets.
No doubt, Rad Teacher Dad. Look, man, the 1%ers are going to do what the 1%ers do. They're the richest of the rich. They're going to do what they do.
Has anyone come?
Money time!
How many assists did they have yesterday?
31. Ball was hopping. Stuck to Ron Adams coming up next. Then we're getting right back into the calls. Malik, Mike, Rob, and San Bruno. I got to talk to you, Rob and San Bruno. Don't you go anywhere, buddy. I got to talk to you. And then Bob and Reno will discuss the Warriors-Kings game number 3 with you guys after Ron Adams, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, here on 95.7 The Game. And that will be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
The 2023 Mountain Winery concert season is here. Come celebrate our 65th concert season with iconic performances by
touches the ball. Backs down to JaMychal Smith, left box. Banging away, turns, drop step, strip, loose ball, stolen away. Moody comes up with it. Moody to DiVincenzo. The trailer's Curry, a deep three in front of the logo. Got it! Curry!
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. He had a big game. Moses Moody, big game. Steph led all scores with 36 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. He hit 6 threes in all. The Warriors only shoot 32% from 3 and 40 from the floor, but they played defense last night. Sacramento did miss some open shots, but the Kings held to 41 first-half points, the lowest they've been held to all season long. They don't crack 100, and the Warriors win a pivotal Game 3. They don't win that game. It's likely to be over, although I don't like to count out teams, but no team in NBA history has rallied from a 0-3 deficit. With that said, let's get to Ron Adams. This is the assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, defensive consultant. Of course, he's been good with the Warriors, part of this 4-championship run, 4 championships in 8 years. And Ron, good morning to you. We're jacked up right now as the Warriors have some life. You guys have life. I got to ask you, though, right off the rip, what changes did you guys make, if there was any, in the defensive strategy without Draymond Green and Gary Payton II, who you guys found out wasn't playing moments before game time?
Well, good morning, guys. We didn't make radical changes from the prior 2 games. The biggest thing for us is cutting down or improving, I should say, in some areas that hurt us in Sacramento. Both games in Sacramento were winnable games, except when you get out-rebounded badly, turn the ball over more than your opponent, give them more free throws, it makes it tough. And that didn't happen last night. More free throws, fewer turnovers, fewer points off turnovers. I mean, Sacramento had 20. We scored 22 points off their turnovers, and that's huge. And we rebounded with abandon last night. So that's really the flip of the switch in this Game 3. And lastly, the most important thing in playoff basketball is your intensity in every possession that you play.
Yeah.
And last night we played at a different level, I think, than we have been. And our energy was great, our focus was great, and subsequently our defense was great.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And we'll get to Looney and Donte DiVincenzo because I thought they were a big part of the activity, especially the rebounding and all the hustle plays. But the young guys, like that to me is like, man, I couldn't believe how good Moses Moody was in his time, moving his feet, the length defensively, making some hustle plays around the rim, knocking down some shots. For a kid to be as young as him and not play as much as he has, to have that kind of impact in that type of a game with all the absences, that was just awesome for the kid.
He was great. It's really interesting to watch his growth pattern this year. He'll have a growth spurt and then kind of level off, a growth spurt and level off, and it's been that way all year. But he's grown all year. So now he's internalized one thing in particular. He plays extremely hard. Even if he makes a mistake, it's a mistake of aggression, and that's what you want to see. And so his impact on the game was physical last night. He can knock down the three-point shot well, so that's been a big part of his game too, but it's just the presence. Again, getting back to this theme of every possession is important, and I think for a young player, he's really internalized that.
Ron Adams here on the Morning Roast on 95.7. The Game, assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors. You bring up Moody's physicality. What about Loon Dog, Kevon Looney? 20 rebounds yesterday, 9 assists. And he's been a Warrior for you guys for a number of years now. I think the nation is finally starting to take notice of what Looney can do down on the block. I thought he had an excellent game. And as you mentioned, Ron, his physicality, you could feel it yesterday in Game 3.
Well, Loon is just an amazing player and has been for a long time. That is not the type of guy that always gets a lot of recognition. But I tell him after every game, he's the man. And he certainly was last night. He rebounded, what can you say about his rebounding? It was marvelous. he got inside and got great position on both their bigs when he was on the floor. But more than that, defensively, he's always in the right spot. I thought he played a very smart defensive game. And he's turned into a reliable scorer. Last night he was a little unlucky. He had some really nice plays around the basket, and the ball just kind of rolled out. But his all-around play is fantastic just from a physical standpoint. But I think he brings something to the game that I think all of our players feed off of, and that's just a confidence and I think everyone has the confidence in him that he's going to do his job, which is important, obviously, for this team because his screening frees Steph and Clay and JP and, I can go into other areas, but he's just a rock for us. And last night, he was certainly that in the biggest game of the year. And he's also a tremendous leader for this team. So I'm really happy for him. He's gone through a lot to get to this point, but you keep talking about. We can keep using superlatives to describe him, but I just love the guy. He's one of my favorite players of all time.
I think he's a lot of Warrior fans' favorite player as well. He just brings so much to the table. The attention to detail yesterday from the team was it was so good. I mean, DiVincenzo anticipating a ball getting thrown to another defender and Len, and he jumps the passing lane. Jordan Poole timing his double team just right, sagging off Sabonis at certain times, the team doubling him, obviously contesting shots on Fox. Didn't you think that their defensive detail was so much better yesterday?
It was. But again, it's your focus. It's your mental focus going into a game, number one. And it's this fundamental, and it is a fundamental, to play every possession as if it's important. And that means staying locked in, using a lot of physical energy. All of those things happened last night. We challenged shots very well. I thought our shell was active. Our help side was good. And as you say, and it's a great observation, everything was in sync. But that has to happen in playoff basketball. That's part of the deal. And our great teams over the course of time have been able to do that, and they've been able to do that at critical moments in the game. And I thought we did that last night. And it's no secret formula. Everyone asks about adjustments. Yes, there are adjustments during a game. At halftime, we'll emphasize an area that perhaps we did not execute well in, whether it be offensively or defensively. And sometimes we'll change up. But really the difference in games is the focus and the effort in playoff basketball, I think.
Ron Adams here on 95.7 The Game on the Morning Roast. And I know you had a late night, so we'll get you out of here with this one. But offensively, it feels like in this series, when you guys go to the one big lineup as opposed to the two big lineup, now you know a lot more about basketball than I do. I'm just a fan. I try to observe it. I try to learn from you, Bully, and the rest of the guys. But it feels like there's a lot more balance and a lot more spacing offensively in this series when you go to the one big lineup as opposed to the two big lineup. Is there any truth to that, Ron? Any validity to that? Because it feels like Sacramento, when you guys do go two bigs, they're blitzing those passing lanes knowing that Draymond or Looney is looking to pass.
Well, I think it's a good observation. And any game's a little bit cat and mouse. I think sometimes one thing works, another game you have to make an adjustment a little bit in terms of the personnel on the floor. But the floor was open last night, and I think it favored our shooters and drivers, and we thought that could be the case going into the game. So, yeah, it's a point well taken. Look, we have a lot of terrific offensive players, and Steve, every game, is trying to figure out how we can best free them, and part of that is creating space for them. to not only drive but just have the freedom to do the kinds of one-on-one things they can do. I thought our ball movement was really good last night also. And we ended up with 31 assists, which is about what we average, but it's a whole lot of assists. We take that for granted. But it's a big part of this team, and I thought the spacing last night, the ball movement, and I must say I thought Dante was brilliant last night in that he's a catalyst offensively and just making the simple pass. He's got point guard skills, which helped last night. And so the ball handling, the general ball handling that we had in that game last night, I thought helped us. So
no, you're right about DiVincenzo, man. He had an excellent floor game to 31 assists after 18 assists in game number 2. And look, you guys get a game, and now you get Draymond Green and Gary Payton the second back down 2-1. It should be a lot of fun Sunday getting those reinforcements back. Ron, congratulations on the win.
Thanks,
guys
Coach.
are back into the series, and we love talking to you. Hopefully we'll do it again sometime in the near future as you guys continue to roll along here.
Well, you have a great morning.
Absolutely. I'll try to get some rest afterwards, Rod. Maybe I need a nap like you.
Keep spewing out knowledge like you guys do.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Coach, I'm trying to learn from you. You know that.
Well, Ron, too. Ron, let me, real quick,
You
Ron.
got to aspire to something higher than that.
Well, Ron, we're also talking a lot of trash because it's been a fun regional rivalry with Sacramento. Their Kings fans are listening to us. We've getting into it with their radio stations. It's all in good fun because I think this is good for the league to have a nice NorCal rivalry. So we're trying to spit some dollars. We're also talking a lot of trash. So hopefully you're not taking anything from that.
Yeah, I mean that's you make a great point, and I'm just happy to see Sacramento back in the playoffs.
Yeah,
of Mike's a great friend, and but it's just so good for the league. It's so good for that area because they've had really good fans there for a long, long time. It's much like our fans here over the years when the team was not doing well. It was still a really active crowd, and really good interest in the team. And that's just so great to see.
No doubt it is. Ron, take care, man. Thanks for always joining us here on the Morning Roast. Have a good day, and we'll see you Sunday at Chase Center.
Same to you. Bye-bye.
All right, Rod Adams, assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors. He's right. I'll give it to Sacramento Kings fans. Their Kings fans are loyal. They're invested. This is great. This is so fun to have an I-80 matchup in the playoffs. We've clamored for this for so long, and now we got it. And now we have a series. Game 4, Sunday. Is it going to be a best-of-3 after Sunday? Or will the Kings be on a brink of advancing to the second round of the playoffs? And Draymond Green's coming back. Well, Payton II's coming back as well.
The last thing you want to do is go up to Sacramento down 3-1.
No, you don't want to do that.
So he brought up the thing about DiVincenzo, and I think when we get so frustrated with Jordan Poole, there are times where he either erratically picks up his dribble and has nowhere to go, and then it has to force a bad shot. Clay does this from time to time. Or he's erratically going to the hoop and I am going to shoot this ball no matter what. There is an element to DiVincenzo's game that I would hope eventually grows into someone like Jordan Poole, where if the shot's not there, he doesn't pick his dribble up and then get trapped or force up a bad shot. He just either keeps dribbling through the lane and circles out onto the other side, or he's looking to pass in another direction or the vacated spot that he just came from as someone else fills that area. His basketball IQ is so good.
No doubt. I'm looking at this report from Adam Schefter. We'll get right back to the calls here. But Quintez Cephas, C.J. Moore, Shaka Tony.
It looks like
the Washington Commanders
Jamison Williams
indefinitely through the 2023 season for betting on NFL games. And then Jamison Williams of the Detroit Lions, their first-round pick, as well as Stanley Berryhill, are suspended for the team's first 6 regular season games. These players are eligible to participate in all offseason and preseason activities. But damn, was Jamison Williams betting on games too?
So he was betting on non-NFL games, but he was doing it at an NFL facility. So that's an automatic 6 games.
Oh, my God.
You cannot bet on any game in an NFL facility.
Damn.
What?
I know.
Why the
but
distinction?
That's why it's not a year. Like Calvin Ridley bet on an NFL game, so that was a year straight up, and same with those other guys.
Yes.
But Jameson Williams
wait.
bet on a non-NFL game at an NFL facility.
What's crazy is that in less than a year or two, you're going to be able to bet inside of a stadium. Like you are.
Yeah.
This is... we're getting down a slippery slope with this.
It is.
I mean, you're going to take all this gambling money left and right, DraftKings left and right. You can't watch an NFL game without seeing one of these daily fantasy or big casinos throwing tons of money. I don't know, man. I get there's an integrity element of it, but it feels like the cat's out the bag.
Calvin Ridley, man, coming back with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Ooh. After betting on games. It would be hard not to bet on games in the NFL. If I was an NFL player, I get it. It is probably not worth that check, not worth being suspended. But knowing personnel, just have your buddies do it. Yo, Q-Dog, man. Yo, his teammate got it. It's 20 G's. Let's make some money. Let's double up real quick.
Like Jameson Williams got multiple millions. He was drafted in like the top 10.
I know. He's a first-round pick.
I mean, you know.
But he's betting on other games,
He was
not
also
NFL
out
games.
for quite some time last year with the ACL injury.
No, he was, but he was betting on, what was he betting on? Baseball? Basketball?
Non-NFL sports,
College.
what they said. Yeah.
Probably college football.
College football. I can see him betting on college football.
I mean,
I can see that.
Roll with his boys in Bama. Come on.
I'm everybody's losing their minds about gambling in general, like and the integrity. You know, I feel like we're going to reach a point where it's going to be similar to weed. And I get there's an element of you could be fixing games and throwing games and blah blah. Like you really think like even Calvin Ridley, he admitted like, dude, I was bored, I was hurt. I was just throwing a little money down to like have fun in an afternoon. It's like having a cocktail or whatever for some of these guys, or having a smoke. I think we're going to look at a lot of this stuff 5, 10, 15 years from now the way we looked at weed 10 years ago.
There are some bets I make personally. Well, I forget all about it. I'm like, wait a minute, did I bet? Let me check my account. Oh, wait. There you go. There's a loser.
I'm not even a betting guy.
No, you're not.
But I'm not outraged at all. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of pearl clutching.
It sucks for these guys who are suspended for a year. It sucks. That stinks. All right, let's get back to the calls. Ron said a lot of great things.
One last thing. 10 seconds. As someone who does bet on games, do you care if players are betting just in general?
Well, if they bet on their own sport, there is a concern about them compromising the game.
So you are worried.
Okay,
that's why I'm asking.
There is that concern
because maybe I'm in a blind spot here.
You know, we all saw the Arizona State documentary. Our boy Dwayne Fontana's on there. We're in high school, but headache. There's a lot more headaches out there than you know, and it could be happening at the lower level.
Okay,
smaller schools.
Okay,
I do have a problem with players. I don't want to know about a player betting on games. What if they're betting on their own game and this guy has 3 drop passes in a game? Does it make you think? Or if he's running extra hard to get these yardage, or because you got bets on everything. You can bet on props. You can bet on quarterback yards, passing yards, rushing yards, everything. But I would have a problem with a player betting on a sport he's involved in.
I hear you, but we're acting like they're making $1 million bets. Like, not every player's a millionaire. That's number one. But we're acting like they're making $1 million bets. The money is really not as significant as we're making it out to be.
But if they bet like 200,000, you can swing a line. You could swing a line. You could swing a line from maybe 5.5 to 6 or 6.5 to 7. Who knows? You could swing some point spreads here, and all of a sudden you get a big bet like that, and people know it's like, whoa, where's that money coming from? Is that a sharp bet? Is that a public bet? What's happening? So I bet on non-sports. Bet on the sports you're not. Don't bet on the sports you're in.
I mean, they probably bet on the Kings yesterday, and that's what the real reason they got suspended.
Wow. Look at that Laker fan taking a shot. Don't worry, Spinoni. You're going to get yours, too. You get it live and direct.
You need to relax over there. You got 1 you're down 2-1. Let's, come on, pump the brakes.
Hey, Spinoni.
Are you coming for the kid?
Spinoni, he don't really mean that, though, because your boys tapped into the pregame show.
Oh.
And when Spinoni was on the pregame show at around...
Bonte's a pregamer?
But, always. Come on, man.
When he's doing 120, in his Ferrari coming up 280.
Don't get it twisted.
He's a P1 for the crossover.
He's got Jay-Z in one ear, Spinoni in the other.
No doubt. I hear everything. Trust me. If not, the roasters are letting me know. Spinoni, I heard you this morning at around 5:25 a.m. 5:25 a.m. Spinoni, Kings... I don't think they're going to win another game in the series.
I don't.
Yeah, you know what's up.
It's a must-win for them.
It's a must-win for them Sunday. Why do you say that? Shove it up your you-know-what.
Why do you say that?
But you guys can agree, it is a must-win for the Kings. They're not winning the series if they don't win Sunday, right?
Oh, no.
No chance.
There's still a path.
Nope.
Even if they lose Sunday,
I believe their confidence will be so shook after being up 2-0, then losing 2 straight. I do not see them winning another game.
I'm not ready to dismiss them at all. At all. I think this is I think Sunday is going to be the most monumental game of the entire series for the Warriors to win.
It's for both.
Even bigger than a road game.
It's for both teams.
You think so?
Absolutely. The Kings go back up to Sacramento, 2-2. Game 5, bright lights, swing game. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. And don't let the Warriors come out fast in that basketball game. Now, we got to get through Game 4, no doubt. Everybody's got to get through Game 4. Sac, Warriors, all that stuff. But I think even, I see a text here. You see Steve, YouTube. Now we need Steiny to say the Kings will win. No. Steiny knows the Warriors are not losing another game in this series. Even Steiny knows that.
I'm not ready to say that yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. Sausalito Joe's back.
I'm thrilled they won. I'm not ready to say that.
And with that said, let's go to Malik in Oakland. Malik in Oakland, have at it.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you like this. Shasky, I don't even think he believed in the Warriors going to win the game. I was getting my hair cut early this morning, man. We looking at y'all on YouTube, and everybody said the same thing. Shasky ain't got no faith in the Warriors. His whole energy was like, I'm surprised they won last game. And another thing I want to say is, that's just my opinion and the guys that was up in the barbershop. We might be wrong, Shasky.
Hey, let me ask you this.
Hey, Malik, let me get it here, Shasky.
Warriors ain't gonna win. You've been bagging on the Warriors for 2 days straight, so we know your energy, Shasky. I know you from the city, but at the end of the day, you ain't going for the Warriors, I don't think.
No, that's a lie.
He's going for the Warriors, Malik.
When they lose, I get sad.
Hey, Malik, what barbershop did he go to?
Malik. Of the city. But his energy, man.
Hey, Malik.
It ain't Warriors.
Hold on, Malik. Malik, real quick. Malik, real quick. Malik, listen to me. Malik, you there? Malik. Hey, Malik, what barbershop you go to?
I hear you.
What barbershop do you go to?
Oh, it's in a town. It's a garage. My boy on 106.
Yeah. Did you get cut up nice though? That's the bigger question.
Yeah. I'm cut up nice. I was at work. Had to pull over and get my hair cut.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
Another thing I want to say is I heard LeBron say something to the effect that a lot of guys are in the NBA because they just made it to the NBA and they getting a check, but he's in there to win championships. And I think that about a lot of the players, and I feel like Poole one of them type of guys. He happy to be here, but he don't play winning basketball. And Moody shows that he's played winning basketball. He make winning plays, and I think that that need to be a light need to be shedded on that. A lot of guys are just here to get that check. They in the lead, they messing with the girls.
Yeah, I think
they happy to
what, Malik,
team, and that's about it.
Malik, I'm glad you got a fresh cut. I love hearing from you. But first, you came down, my boy. I'm only allowed to come down Shasky Road about the energy. And I noticed a lot of people in Chase Center say, yeah, Shasky's okay. We need to talk to him. A lot of us here security guards, I was like, damn, they really roast every morning from 6 to 10. First of all, that was my first thought. And then, too, I said, Shasky's energy hasn't been dead. It was, they were like, Bonte, he didn't even wear Warriors gear today.
Well,
what's going on with him?
I told you I had a lot going on yesterday. Yesterday was the throwaway day. I even told Lubman that I had to make the garlic fries and baseball guys pod very short and sweet. Here's the other thing, though, B.
But also, Malik's got to hold on. Malik's got to stop too with the Jordan Poole slander. I'm not going to buy that. I'm not buying that. To say that he's playing for just a check. He went to La Lumiere High School. That's a winning program with Jaren Jackson Jr. He goes to Michigan, who under John Beilein and heck, even now under Juwan Howard, they're about winning. All right, he played here. Had a very important role in the Warriors winning their 4th championship in 8 years. Quite frankly, I don't know if the Warriors win a championship last season without Jordan Poole. That's unfair to Jordan Poole to say that he plays for just a check. I'm not going. No, that's not fair. Well, that's not fair at all. This guy works at his craft. Guys who play for the check don't go to the gym super early and stay super late. That's what Jordan Poole does. It's always Moody, Curry, and Poole. Always staying early, coming in super early, and coming in staying late at the gym. Like, that's not fair to Jordan Poole to say he's playing for a check. I'm not going for that. Not today.
Well, the other thing is, like, in terms of my energy, like, when we lose, I get legitimately sad and down. Like, the Niners will make me angry. Like, I'll get angry when we lose. Literally just straight up angry. When the Warriors lose, I get sad. I legitimately get sad because I'm fearful that the dynasty is going to come to a crashing halt at any moment because of all the great memories that this team has provided.
I don't know why you go there.
But I hate losing more than I even like winning. I hate losing.
Did you hear me Tuesday?
It eats me.
Did you listen to me Tuesday?
Eats me.
Did you listen to me Tuesday?
Yeah, you get angry.
I get angry. I don't like losing either.
I'm well aware.
But at the same
Nick
time,
Friedel said, boy, Bonte needs to win more than even the Warriors need to win.
Well, a lot of people do, just to shut these Kings fans up. But I don't lose faith in. You got Steph Curry, man. I'm riding with these guys. These guys are proven winners. Proven winners. Now, are the Kings a little faster? Absolutely. Are they getting to these 50-50 balls? They didn't last night, but for the most part.
Certain players are faster.
But for the most part, they play an up-tempo style, and I get it. You got a 35-year-old Steph Curry. You got a 33-year-old Draymond Green, and Clay's in his 30s. It's tough, man, when you've played as many games as this core has played since 2012, 2013. I get it. One day, the dynasty will end. That day ain't today. That day ain't Sunday. And that day's not in this series. That's for sure. It's not ending against the Sacramento Kings.
Would you also grant me this? I think that like when you watch your own team as thoroughly as all of us do, there's times where you see all the flaws more than you see the positives. Like that just happens, and it is. Like if you, again, whether you're rooting, playing, or coaching on any team, you know all your own weaknesses, and you're fearful that they're going to expose them at any single moment. Now, the beauty about this particular series, B, that I've been thinking about, and I texted in the thread last night, the Warriors have been in a lot of longer series. You know, everyone thinks that they just go 4-4-4-4-4. That's not how it works. The Warriors know that there's a feeling out period, there's an adjustment period, and we talk so much about depth throughout the regular season, and I do believe they were their own worst enemy when it comes to the depth. Inability to allow certain guys to play through the mistakes, you know, the frustration with the vets and the young guys. Like, pick your poison. Injuries. Now that we're in this series, and we're 3 games in, don't you feel like the Warriors have more optionality off their bench and given their starting lineups than when you look over at the Kings? Like right now, Keegan Murray, now he might explode for a game in terms of offense. I don't think he can guard anyone in this series. We still haven't seen a Clay game. Not even close. Like straight up. Sabonis, we've seen a good game. We've seen a couple of bad ones. We kind of know what we're getting with Sabonis. Now, De'Aaron Fox is spectacular.
Well, the Kings are not. I don't think they're also. I mean, they're shooting 23% for the 3-point line in this series, maybe 24%.
It's got to tick up.
They're going to have a game where they hit threes.
Of course.
But will that game be where the Warriors hit a 3? Where they hit their threes. By the way, you talk about longer series. They've been in a lot of 5 or 6 game series. Off the top of my head, I think the Warriors have only been in 4 7-game series.
Rockets, Oklahoma City, Cavaliers. What's
Clippers.
the other one? Clippers. That's right. That was before they even
4
won.
7-game series.
Wow.
There's been a lot of 5s and a lot of 6s.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They do get deep into the series. 6-game series is a deep series.
Well, but I'm just
a lot
saying,
of 5 and 6-game series. They've been here before.
Well, and I just think that we keep going, Warriors haven't played their A game. The Kings haven't played their A game. Yes, the playoffs. This ain't the regular season. Teams don't just pack it up with 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter because they're down 12.
Well, you feel a lot more confident today.
Hell yeah, I do. They look great yesterday.
The other day, I asked Shasky, you believe the Warriors can win 4 or 5? I just don't know. It's good to have Frisco Shasky back.
Here's why.
Where's this guy been all week?
Well, here's why I'm most encouraged.
Oh, my gosh.
Here's what. Curry had a good game. That ain't even a Curry A game. It's a good game.
36 points.
Yeah, but it's Steph Curry.
Yeah.
That's for most players, that's nuclear.
Well,
on the Steph Curry matrix, that's like, yeah, okay. You know, Jordan Poole could play better. Klay Thompson could play better, right? We obviously didn't have Draymond Green. You didn't have GP2. Like, there are other elements of this team that can contribute.
It's so good to have Frisco Shasky back, Spadoti. I was worried about this guy. I didn't know where this guy was. No Warrior gear. He was worried. He was shook. He's talking X's and O's with D'Lo KC. The guy's arrived just in the nick of time.
Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
It is. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get to Rob and San Bruno.
Uh-oh.
We got Rob and San Bruno. What's happening,
Are you going
to
play DB for the Niners? Are you backpedaling this morning?
Oh, no, look, I never stated, none of my Instagram posts, never when I called, we was going to sweep y'all. I got a little more respect for the Warriors. Even though I was on Twitter, and I ain't like the way the Warriors fans was acting in the media. Man, y'all champions. Y'all acting like y'all the Kings, making excuses and calling for fouls. And then I watched the game yesterday. Y'all got y'all calls.
They did get calls.
I'm going to say
they did get calls.
Y'all
I agree.
Got y'all calls.
I
That's your thought. But I'm gonna say this though, and I understand it's the playoffs. I've been watching the playoffs for many moons. This is nothing new to me. You know what I'm saying? But look, I'm gonna tell you this, man. The good news is for the Kings, Draymond plays next week. We play Wednesday, whatever day was it?
Sunday.
Draymond's playing Sunday. So what that means is the Kings is winning in 5. I'm gonna tell you why. If you look at the stats, you know Looney, 20 rebounds, 9 assists. That's Drake. That's a great game for Draymond. You made up for that. DVC, he got to handle the ball. He got to facilitate the offense. He got you 8 assists. You got Moody. He got you 13 points. Kuminga had a few highlight dunks that went in, that went out, that should have went in.
Agreed.
And the lane was wide open.
Agreed.
Now, if Draymond come back, DB not gonna be handling like that no more. Moody might not play. You know what I'm saying? Kuminga may get 2 minutes. You got 19 points out of Moody and Kuminga. You're not getting 19 points from Draymond. Period.
That's true.
So at the end of the day, we lighting that beam in 5, man.
Oh,
But I do. You know what? Let me give Rob something. No, forget the last part.
You don't believe that, Rob, but I love it.
Bonte, people are going to take this the wrong way, and they're going to lose their mind. You're slandering it. For this series, they might be better off with a little less Draymond. For this particular series.
888-957-9570. How do you feel about that?
And I don't think that's slanderish.
I popped in the car.
The matchup is just...
I popped in the car. John Dickinson on the postgame show. The first 3 calls I heard, bench Draymond Green. Yesterday, before we got out of here, I asked you, Shasky, and we had this conversation. What if the Warriors win Game 3? And they look really good, and the ball is hopping.
Which it was.
Which they did.
Which it did.
What do you do about Draymond Green?
I think you got to make a decision on him and Looney and stagger their minutes.
And here's the other thing. Even if you are considering benching Draymond Green, because we just had Ron Adams on at 8:30, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, and Ron Adams said, there was a lot more spacing offensively with the one big lineup. Now, it doesn't matter to me which big it is. It doesn't matter to me
it could
who
be either
starts.
or.
Like, everybody made the big deal about the starting lineup, but you see what happens in the game. Your 7th, 8th, 9th guy help you win a basketball game. Those stretches with DiVincenzo, stretches with Moody help win you a basketball game. So to me, I don't really care anymore who starts. But does Draymond Green feel like that? Now, I'm not saying whether he starts or comes off the bench. I really don't care. I just want to see the Warriors win. But how would Draymond Green take that?
That's why.
Because the only reason why I asked that, Draymond is a great dude. I love Draymond Green. But it felt like he didn't take it well Game 4 against Boston. And he said so on this podcast.
Well, then maybe it's Looney that comes off the bench. But to me, you got to reallocate some of these minutes.
How's that fair to Looney? Looney goes out there, he grabs you 20 rebounds, drops 9 assists, plays very good defense off Sabonis, and he's played in every single game. Every single game.
This is about winning a championship. This isn't about, just trying to appease everyone's feelings and stuff. Sometimes someone's going to have slightly hurt feelings. And here's the thing. Of all the people whose attitude I'm not worried about, it's Kevon Looney.
Not only that.
I'm just not worried about. He's such a team player.
I'm not worried about his. I'm not worried about his attitude either.
But I do think he matches up better.
But with Draymond Green as a small ball 5 and Looney as a small ball 5, it's a little bit different.
I agree.
Because Draymond is handling the ball a lot more.
Yeah.
Draymond Green is either in the post on a split action, or he's at the top of the key facilitating. And whoever the big is not going to honor Draymond Green, I don't believe, in the same way as Kevon Looney. Even JaMychal Green playing yesterday as your lone big. Him being in the corner on the three-point line. On the three-point line, wide open. Alex Lynn has to honor that. The Kings have to honor every single player. Now, when Draymond Green shoots it and he scores at least 10 points, I gave you guys the numbers, 78% of the time the Warriors win in the regular season. If he just shoots it. Because NBA coaches, Shasky, one thing I've learned covering this league for 8 years now, and just eavesdropping and picking coaches' brains, they do not like leaving guys wide open. They do not like doing it. So Draymond, if he makes them pay by either driving to the rack and finishing for a layup, all of a sudden they got to honor him, and it opens up the floor. So I know it's an interesting conversation because I knew it was going to happen.
But I don't think it's egregious. No one is saying so-and-so is never going to play again. No, what I'm saying, and listen to it, Maybe just a little less Draymond or a slightly different role.
Right.
That's all.
We'll
I'm not
see.
saying he's still important. He's still a part of everything that they want to do. You don't win without him. All of those things are all still true. Just a little less or a slightly different role. Slightly. We're not saying it's all or nothing. Meet me in the middle. This is amicable.
Let's go to Grandpa Daddy in Hayward. Grandpa Daddy, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? On my way to work, man, just rolling. And remember I called the other day and said, hey, reach down into your chi. We going to do it. I was giving them positive vibes, and they did it. They look good. And you know what, Shafsky? You got a point. Little less Draymond, baby. I mean, go with the same starting five. Come in, blow it up, Draymond. Come on in, and then do your thing. This is, Kerr need to realize, Draymond, you just don't get to play because you Draymond. This is about winning, baby. Just like y'all said.
Exactly.
What works, works. And so make it work. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Well, and here's the other element. He could add 4 more years to his career in any location if he's just, no one's saying this is forever. It's just for right now.
But
just for right now.
All right, it sounds easy to just put out
there. It does. I'm making it easier than it is. You're right.
But you don't know what's going on in that locker room. What if Steph's like, no, what? Are you kidding me?
Well, of course.
The players dictate who at times play.
Of course. Well, it's a partnership on some
level.
level.
This guy doesn't work with us.
Yes, it's a partnership.
Steve Kerr. You sure? Steve Kerr's going to have a conversation like that with Draymond Green or anybody?
Well, I would sit down with the whole team, and I would watch games 1 and 2, just all your shots, your shots from the half-court offense. And then I would look at what the shots were that you got yesterday and say, guys, look at the spacing. Look at how many – no, we missed a lot of shots, but look at how many good looks. Look at how the ball was hopping. Let's see who had good games in this one, and let's see how constipated it looked in these other 2.
Well – is that all on Draymond? Or does Sacramento have to do something with that?
No.
I think that's a little unfair.
Look, I'm making it out like the Warriors are dictating everything. I agree with you that the Kings play a part of this, but it's about adjusting a little.
It is adjusting, but that was a home game. The role players typically play better at home. You're going to need Draymond Green in this series. And I'm not sure you have that conversation with him coming off a suspension. Say, hey, Draymond, just come off the bench. Because now you got to deal with now you got to deal with the psyches of this basketball team. You know what I'm saying? That's why whenever we had the argument about Klay Thompson, like, dude, there's locker room dynamics. You got to deal with that. We don't see that as the fans. That human element.
I acknowledge that.
The human element. And that's what you're dealing with Draymond Green. So, look, it did look good yesterday.
Maybe more so than any other player on the team.
You know what I'm
saying? Maybe more than any other player on the team. I admit that.
Real quick, Daryl in Cupertino. Daryl, what's
up,
happening?
Daryl?
Oh, Dale. Hi.
What up?
Daryl, what's up?
This is Dale.
Dale, what's up, Dale?
I agree we need less Draymond. I mean, if you look at that game yesterday, I could not count the number of times we had triple to even all 5 players defending the shooter. Mm-hmm. When Draymond's out there, he's overcoaching people, and you can't play when you're overcoached. So my thinking is like in NFL, if you have a bad penalty, they sit you for a play. Coach maybe should tell Draymond, I'm not going to start you because I want to see you play a game without losing your cool. You're a grown man now. You got to play through the game, unlimited minutes. And maybe Draymond could become that next level player. He just never quite got to.
This line I want to leave you with, and I want fans to think about it when we come back. Here's Curry with Ernie Johnson on Inside the NBA. His last few words, it's 5 seconds.
He did what we're supposed to do. They say, Draymond's got a history. So do we. So we know how to bounce back.
Was that your delivery of the game?
No.
Okay.
But let's do it real quick. Delivery of the game. Seconds. Brought to you by Kirby. They are your driveway mechanic, Bonte. It's all good. Heat check time for me. Check out Kirby.com. Stephen Wiggs balled out last night, and it led to a Warrior victory. But it was Moses Moody splitting the Red Sea and delivering 13 key points off the bench, including this sick dunk in the third quarter.
And Curry walks slowly back to the scorer's table. DiVincenzo, quick move by Mitchell, shovel to Moody, goes up and jams it down, a 2-hand slam for Moses Moody. Timeout Sacramento. The Warriors getting contributions up and down the roster. And Moody now in double figures. He's got 11.
That was your delivery of the game brought to you by Kirby, CURBEE.com. Bonte, take it away.
That 5-second cut is Steph Curry. They say Draymond has a pass. Well, so do we. And they all cited Draymond's speech to the team. Think Curry will be cool with Draymond coming off the pitch? We say it's like it's just put out, hey, man, come off the pitch. Talk about a 4-time champ. It's not that easy. Not that I disagree with everybody because if Spacey looked a lot good. Let's think about what we're saying here. And let's think about what we're dealing with. All right, that's coming up. Brought to you by the Golden State Warriors, Dub Nation. They are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente. They're happening now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had a date tonight.
Hey, Mom. She just left, using my phone.
Look at Evan. He's got a little rhythm. Oh, Evan's gigging. Wow.
It's the San Diego in him.
Wow. We got to get him on camera doing that. Can he do that on camera? Seriously.
Come here.
Evan, come here. I'm not playing. This is the only show that does something like this. Play the song, bump the beat. Show Evan, show the people what you're doing out here.
Right here.
Come on, right here. Get in there. Just do the move that you did. This is how we feel in Sacramento. This is how we feel in Sacktown.
Let's go.
Come on, man.
E-Dog. Did you see who gave Mr. Fab a sweatshirt the other day?
Who did?
Fillmore Mike.
Did he? Oh, wash your back?
Yeah.
Fillmore. Where's Fillmore at?
Oh, just come on.
Where's Fillmore at?
Talking mad smack to someone somewhere.
He's probably talking smack at the radio right now. Oh, before we get Fab on, let's get 3 in Berkeley. 3 in Berkeley. What's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas? Top of the morning, man. I'm on my way to work.
Nice.
But I had to chime in real quick, man. For one, I don't ever would believe that Steph Curry would approve of benching Draymond Green because nobody in the history of the league has had more assists to point ratio than Draymond passing it to Steph.
Yep.
So him getting everybody into the offense, getting them to their spots, is things that don't come in the box score too.
I agree.
But you can't bench him. You can't bench him. I understand that people get mad with him. He muck up the game. He gritty. That's what he is. He's the Bay. He's sacking off, but he's the Bay. So my whole thing is that Steve Kerr made great adjustments by bringing in the young guns. True. But you don't go away from Draymond because he gets Steph and Clay off the ball.
Absolutely.
He brings up the ball. He initiates the offense. He sets picks. He dives. He rim runs. He does what he's supposed to. Love Lone. Love his effort last night. That's dominating. Steve Kerr loves that adjustment. He loves Looney on Sabonis, and he slowed him down. So my whole thing is keep Draymond in the game, let him do what he do, okay, and everybody else continue with the energy. And that's all it was last night. It was the energy. They got to bring it back in Sac, but we're going to take care of business at home.
No doubt. Good call, 3. Good call, 3. Let's get out to the bat signal here and get out to Mr. Fab. Dope Aerosol out there in Oakland. We love Mr. Fab out here. He joined us on Post Game Live last night with Unk. Unk is hilarious. The Fab and Unk, the Unk and Fab show, of course, you can see that on NBC Sports Bay Area. Fabby, I'm surprised I was able to get you up this morning. I was surprised, my man. I didn't think you would be up this early after last night.
Hey, man, you'll be amazed what a victory due to your spirit, baby. Early.
And Fab came at me, folks, and we'll get to the game
Orange
last night.
juice and a blunt for breakfast?
He coming at me yesterday, and he's like, man, Bonte, I've been hearing you shook. And I said, Fab, have you been listening from 6 to 10? Nah, not really. Yeah, you're listening to the wrong show, Fab. So nobody's ever worried about a team led by Stephen Curry and the things that they've done here. But last night was special, man. Winning Game 3 the way they did, winning wire to wire, Loon Dog doing what he's doing, and now we got a series. What do you think about the Game 3 adjustments there by the Golden State Warriors without Draymond Green and Gary Payton II?
You know, one thing without Draymond, what led to the offense was a key point that a friend of mine made. It became unpredictable offense. It's something that you can't train for. When we have Draymond, we know what we're going to get as far as he's going to go out and he's going to have the ball. He's going to be a playmaker, and he's going to do a lot of things, man. A lot of the times, some of the plays from Mike Brown's perspective can be like, okay, I've seen this before. I've watched this before. But him not being out there kind of put them in a disarray of not knowing which way the offense was going to come from and how the offense would move. One thing that we have to make a key component about, man, was like, whoa, the way that they went out and played just with that assertiveness, it was an amazing to watch those guys go out there and say, hey, man, hide the rings. To me, that was key. Hide the rings. What we've done means nothing. It actually it shows our pedigree, but let's hide the rings and let's go out and play because these young guys don't care about the rings. These young guys want to go out and say that they upset and they beat them. And they went out last night, man, and demonstrated what the championship quality DNA pedigree looks like.
Yeah, and watching Kevon Looney just all year long, the last couple of years, but all year long, he's been amazing for this team. He seems like such a calming presence and does all the little things offensively and defensively. But not just him, also DiVincenzo having that kind of game. After the year he put together, where so many Warrior fans fell in love with Dante, it's like, man, what happened to him in the first 2 games? Both those guys really put their imprint on yesterday's game, didn't you think?
Man, playoff Loon. You know, big Loon, man, with 20 rebounds, man. 20 rebounds and 9 assists.
Wow.
Hey, you know what's so
Fab,
crazy?
real quick, Fab.
He went 420.
Fabby, yeah, he did go 420. Real quick, you brought up Loon with the Goon Loon or Loon the Goon. I love that. How about this nickname? This guy Sletrock, he calls us all the time. He brought up Kevon Windex Looney because he always cleans up the glass.
He cleaning the glass, man. Like, and he does it in such a calm manner. He goes out there, he leaves it all on the floor. I think in the first 2 games, he was more so focused on the calls that he wasn't getting. And, you know, Sabonis was throwing his weight around. And I saw Loon do something that I hadn't saw him do in a long time. I seen him complain to the refs. And yesterday, I didn't see any of that. I seen him making the extra effort. I seen him going out saying, whatever I did before, I'm throwing that out the window, and I'm going out there and I'm going after every rebound. I'm going after every rebound like I'm playing a game of 21 in Milwaukee, and this is the playground at home where it's just you. It's you versus whoever is trying to get that ball. And his effort, hey, man, he smoked them all on 420. 4 points, 20 rebounds. He went for 420 in the back.
Yeah, he did. I think it's unanimous amongst Warrior fans that, like, De'Aaron Fox is awesome. Like, there's nobody hating on De'Aaron Fox. Sabonis, however, feels very divisive, very polarizing. What he does during the regular season cannot be disputed, but the playoffs are different. Their strategy against him has been brilliant. They're sagging off of him. What are your just impressions of Sabonis through these 3 games?
The collar that he has instilled in many of us is like, we look at him and we like, yo, we don't like this guy. We don't like this guy because he's trying to play this brute bully role. And one thing that we really don't like is don't throw rocks and hide your hand. I didn't like his post-game interview where he made it seem like, oh, man, we don't need that in this sport. Wait a minute, dog. You the same dude that's throwing elbows, dropping the shoulders, grabbing ankles. You're doing everything, man, and now you want to point the finger at Draymond. So to me, that makes me look at you a different way. If you're going to be the villain, be the villain. Be happy to be a villain. Like the villain Dylan. If you're going to be the villain, be that. But for him to go out and try to make it seem like he's just a good guy, just playing the sport of basketball that he loves, hey, man, you come up on the negative side. That's why there was boos every time he touched the ball last night. But even with that, all, bias to the side, we have to admit that he's a hell of a basketball player. And he goes out and he's a walking double-double. And he's hard to defend because he's such a big body and he's savvy around that basket. But Loon and the other guys, Jermichael Green, and whatever looks that we threw at him last night, it was enough to contend them, to keep them from dominating.
Mr. Fab here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 a game, and I agree there. Sabonis had a lot of empty calories in that box score last night, and the ankle lock heard around the world. Nobody in Sacramento wants to talk about that. It's all good. We got a big game 4 on Sunday. So the adjustments. You talk about with Draymond Green, at times it could be predictable on offense. We saw the ball moving around last night. The Kings had to honor everyone on the floor. I don't think it's going to happen, and I'm not suggesting that it should happen. But do you think the Warriors would think about staggering Kevon Looney and Draymond Green? And I don't know what it looks like. Does Looney come off the bench? Does Draymond come off the bench? I have no idea. But I always thought in this series, Fab, that the one big lineup is the way to beat the Sacramento Kings. How do you navigate that situation? What do you think about that? Because the 2 big lineup, like you said, it's a little constipated. It's a little congested.
One thing about me is the different looks. Right now, it's going to be a coaching standoff. We're going to have a good old Western standoff, man. It's a showdown. And we meet at rendezvous and figure out who's going to do what, Billy the Kid type style. So when you're dealing with Mike Brown, who feels like he already knows that program and he knows that system, he feels that he has infiltrated an infrastructure to where he has intel that can decide which way the game will go. So what great way to do that is devise schemes that he hasn't seen. Create things where you'll be like, whoa, what play is this?
Remember the movie, The Giants? What was it? The where they was like the New York Giants?
Little Giants.
The Little Giants.
Little Giants.
Little Giants.
Al Bundy was coaching.
Wow. And they came up with that play at the end of the game, and everybody was like, what, what's going on?
What is it, some annexation of Puerto Rico or something like that?
It was something like that.
And so we have to create those plays. Last night, some of those plays were created. There were some offensive looks that no one has seen.
Right.
There were some transitions and some substitutions that we had never seen. We didn't see the rotation. We didn't see Steph Curry's no more rotation. And it was throwing them off. So now it was like, okay, do we bring in Fox, would the Fox go in when Steph comes out? And those constant changes left the Kings on edge. And Mike Brown, Doug Christie, and the rest of the coaching staff was more so like, wow, they look dumbfounded in a way. I watched Mike Brown's face all night. He was like, man, I ain't seen this look.
Right.
What look is this? and they played great. The beauty about it is when you see those teams, when Steph and Clay's camaraderie is so well nosy of noble status, because when Clay's not going, Steph does his best to try to get him involved. And I watched that. I watched Steph pass up on a few good shots that he would normally shoot to get the ball to Clay, just to get him going. And what that does for a player's morale, that lets him know that, man, my dog got me no matter what. I only had 6 points going into the fourth quarter, but we finished strong, and strong enough to come in on a game 4. And I see a big game for Clay.
Yeah, I do too. He's due for one, and he always comes through with a signature performance in these playoffs, each series. Like, he's definitely due. I feel like we've just spent all year crushing all the young guys, whether it's Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, who's no longer here, Jordan Poole, and it just feels so unfair. And like Jordan Poole, not his greatest performance yesterday, but I thought he was really good. Really, 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 really good. And we never want to give him enough credit. He was hustling. He was active on the rebounds. I thought his defense in terms of timing the double team was really good. And he creates space for others. To me, watching all year long, I feel like we're always quick to rip Jordan Poole, and we never want to praise him. What do you think of Jordan Poole?
I think last night, man, he didn't have his best shooting performance. I think he went like 1 for 7 from the 3. But he didn't let that discourage him. He still ended strong with 16 points, 5 rebounds. And he was able to go out there and say, man, even though I may not be hitting the shot like I would like to, I'm getting my players involved. 4 assists.
Only 1 turnover, Fab. 1 turnover.
And I was just going to say that, and 1 turnover. So for him to handle the ball, to orchestrate that offense in the in the absence of Draymond, for him to orchestrate that offense to get the game going early. And I think what happens with a lot of players, the love for Steph and Clay has always dominated their opinion. And because we love Steph and Clay so much, in crunch times where Jordan Poole is going for his, sometimes we would wish that he would defer to give the ball to Steph. But you have to let a young guy go out and go make his bed. And since he's been making that bed, I don't mind where he lays, because some of the times, some of those decisions are good decisions. He's a great shooter. His energy is well. And one thing that you can't coach, you can't teach, you can't buy is that level of confidence. Yeah. And his level of confidence is up there amongst the greatest players of all time. So for him to have that level of confidence, to me, that just brings more love and appreciation that should be showered upon him. Yeah. And as you say, many people would like to take that away from him and highlight on his mistakes. Unfortunately, that's just the world that we live in today. They rather highlight our mistakes. They want to do your bloopers instead of your highlights.
That's so true. So true. We got Mr. Fab here on 95.7 The Game. Obviously, you're friends with 40, and you go to all the games. Me and Bonte have been talking about this for 3 years. Fans are getting out of control. Like, it's one thing to go root your team on, have fun, but there's a line, and I feel like consistently you're seeing fan bases cross the line. What'd you make of the E40 situation the other night?
It's just a classless act. We take nothing away from the true fans in Sacramento. People love E40. They adore E40. Unfortunately, when it's been a 16-year drought, you see some fans that have an extra amount of energy. Alcohol gets involved and excitement gets involved, and people make mistakes, man. We're watching it all around the world, and this is one thing that we have to say, and a key component as in social media, people are so used to doing things without consequence now. We live in times where you can create something, you can blog about someone, you can write something on someone, you can tweet someone, you can do a post, and you don't have to worry about the instant gratification of consequence. Unfortunately, in reality, when you're doing this trolling, this social media like trolling in the physical form, you have to understand that there is a response. This man was heckled all game, and the moment that he responds is the time where they ring the cowbell. And it's just an unfortunate situation. It's very distasteful. It's classless, but that doesn't represent the majority of Sacramento Kings fans. Right. They have a great excitement in there. It reminds me of Oracle. It reminds me of the days when we were fighting in the We Believe era, and we were just trying to establish who we were as a franchise with the players and fans as well. So it's no disrespect to the Sacramento Kings fans and any other fans around the world. We just have to understand that this is basketball. This is sports. Don't keep some class in your game.
Right. No doubt. I mean, we see Russell Westbrook walking into suites because fans want to pop off, and then they want to talk when he walks out. You see Bob Myers had to deal with the cowbells all in his ear. What if Bob Myers reacts to that? That's not right. You shouldn't be doing that. Treat everybody the same. Just because they're athletes or GMs or whatnot, these fans do get out of pocket sometimes, man. And somebody told me yesterday before we let you off the record, they're like, players should get one game a year where they could tee off on the fan. They can pick the game. Fans won't know, but they get one game. They get a pass to be like, you know what? I'm gonna slap the hell out of you for talking crazy because it's not right, man. It is not right. You bring up such a great point, Fabby. It's got to stop at some point, right?
It definitely has to stop because the egos become tumid, man. They become swollen, and it's like you feel like you can just do anything. As a fan, I've always been respectful of the sport. I've always been a person that watches the game. Even last night when Fox came to the scorer's table, I whispered in his ear, I say, "Hey, man, you're a hell of a guard, man. And win or lose in this series, man, you have my respect." I've always liked him at Kentucky. He's always been a hell of a player. I never let my love for my team blatantly disrespect another team. Yeah. Or their players. I love the sport again. I love the sport. And I have the temerity and the confidence to understand that it's just a game. At the end of the day, these men are going back home to their families, and we want to get back home to our families and enjoy the game. But don't be a bad sport, man. Don't allow distastefulness to override your fans' sportsmanship. One thing I do want to say that we didn't get a chance to talk about, what about Moody? Moody played a great game.
We've been talking about him all day, Fab. Moody's been amazing.
Had 36 last night. The unsung hero and MVP on that basketball court last night was Moody. Moody did a great job. Somebody who hasn't had all of the minutes this year, hasn't been in the coach's favor, but for him to show up every time he's called upon, hey, Moody, man, Moody for the ring last night, man. That was a great game that he put up, even in those 13 points. But it was the things that he did that didn't appear on the stat sheet that showed up real big in the fans' eyes and to the true sports lovers fans. And that's why the next guy up theory is always key, man. Mm-hmm. And I think we own up to that.
Fab, you're obviously an Oakland native. When I think of Oakland, I think of you, and you run a business in Oakland. What were and you're obviously a diehard sports fan. What did you think about the sad news about the A's this week, bailing out on Oakland and apparently heading to Las Vegas?
Man, I've been an A's fan my whole life since Walt Weiss, Bob Welch, Mike Gallego, Mark McGuire, Terry Steinbeck, Corny Lansfield, Dave Stewart, Dave Henderson. So I could go on and on, man, about how long that I've had the love for the Oakland A's. And one thing that I understand, man, and it's unfortunate that this has to come into things, but it's business. And the business of sports sucks, especially when you're a fan, because when you can't create what the demands and needs are. The Oakland A's have been asking for a stadium for several years. We have one of the oldest ballparks in the league. There's no new adjustments, no new modifications going on to the stadium. The fans aren't filling in those seats, and it doesn't help when you're losing. Us out there not being able to produce on the field. I think even thus far this season, there's been about 5-6 games where we've lost by double digits. Nobody wants to go see that, man. And when the business fails, as an owner, you looking at the team like, man, listen, I got to put myself in a better position business-wise. No matter how much I love the city, no matter how much I love this franchise, I have to make great decisions for me business to protect my investments. If Vegas is the best place for them investment-wise, may it so be. Hopefully the judicial, the local governing and people that make decisions for that can realize the need for these sports teams. The thing that I'm disappointed the most about is the job displacement. Look at the jobs that are going to be leaving.
Yeah.
Look at the jobs that a lot of these people, it's thousands of jobs between the Warriors, the A's, and the Raiders. We're talking about thousands of jobs that have been lost, which adds to people that are out of work. And when we're in despair, we also know that the crime rate rises. So when we're looking at things from that moment, it's not just about what it does for a sports person or a sports team or a franchise. We're talking about the economical poverty of what's going to continue to impact our communities, which lead to Oakland being one of the highest crime-ridden cities in the state of California and in the country, which is unfortunate because it's such a beautiful city and there's so many brilliant minds here and gems that deserve to shine. We just need those opportunities. So I say it now, when I'm mayor, I'm going to bring back some sports teams.
Fab, I appreciate how hard you rep for your town. It means a lot. Me and B, we love our community, and so anyone who shares those commonalities, we're going to ride with. And I appreciate you saying that.
Fab, I've gotten to know you very, very well over the last few years, and I know you just don't rep Oakland. You represent the Bay, and you care about the Bay. But for Oakland, first and foremost, no doubt that's your home. But I love having you on because your knowledge comes through. Like you said something about E40 last night that really hit me on the way home. You basically said, everybody says E40's a rapper, but he's not that. He's a mogul. He knows he's a businessman. What he did at Grambling State, fixing their music department and donating money to their music department. Fab, I look at you the same way. I look at you the same exact way. So you keep doing what you do, Fab.
Thank you, man. 40 too short, and a lot of the other pioneers have laid the blueprint, a great blueprint for me to follow. And being an example of that work, man, I just hope that when I'm, at that age and I can be respected as he is respected and continue to stand firm on what he believes in. He's a stand-up guy, and I'm just honored to have him as a big homie, a mentor, a friend of mine, a colleague, and a fellow Warriors fan, man. Big shout out to Herm Lou, man.
Oh,
another guy.
Herm Lou, surviving in the ghetto.
The whole Bay Area, man. I love the guys, man. All of my OGs, thank y'all for opening up the door. And Monty, as always, I love you. I'm going to fly out to Vegas to go to this fight tomorrow, and I'll be back Sunday, man. So I love you guys. Thank you so much, man. Always love.
Hey, Fab, and when the Warriors win the next 3 games in this series, we'll have you back on the show to preview the second round matchup with the LA Lakers.
Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Fab, see you Sunday, brother. Thanks for the time.
See you, buddy.
Peace.
Mr. FAB, Mr. Fab, man. He's more than a rapper, man. He's eloquent. He's tapped in. He reads everything. He studies the game. He studies the politics. Fab is a good dude, man. Really good dude, man. I rock with Mr. Fab. A lot of good words.
I mean, like I say about a lot of people that should be in positions of politics, people like him are too real and too honest.
Yeah.
And no, I would vote for them in a heartbeat. But this is my biggest problem whenever you bring up the P word politics. They're all carbon copy clones who are full of crap. And I think that what ends up happening is that the normal common person is like, why can't you just be normal? Why can't you just see things for the way they are?
Mayor London Breed, who may be coming on the show.
Get that done. Watch me pivot quickly.
Well, I'm saying it may not happen if you don't stop right there. She's listening.
Hey, Mayor, come on through it. I met the mayor multiple times. I've actually introduced her multiple times.
She's a great
MC
person.
events for SFYBL. We've shared a commonality.
All right, there you go.
She's a huge Bay Sox fan, which is one of the girls' teams here in the city. And, her and I share that love.
There you go. London Breed. She'll be on the road soon. We're working on that.
But isn't it funny how you went from flannels, with Snoop and Mr. Fab to now you're Gucci'd up with Dolce & Gabbana's.
I'm not Gucci'd
having
up,
him call into your morning show.
Fab, we did shows before that. Fab, we had a lot of fun in Toronto, man. Fab, and you know what? It's funny because we're all the same age. He's 40, I believe, just like us. And we were talking about, we were having dinner in Toronto. He was talking about Sports Focus, high school Sports Focus.
Yeah.
He's like, man, I remember I got my free T-shirt. And, Fab's cool, man. Fab's a cool dude, man. He always comes through. We tap in from time to time, man. He's always looking out. He's funny, man. I mean, it doesn't start without him. The Fab Show. The Fabulous Edition on NBC Sports Bay Area.
So who do you think he was listening to at the station that wasn't ours that was being negative, Starney?
I'm not going to name names because snitches get stitches. Not going to name names.
Wibbs and Dillard?
Not going to name
He
names.
was a pre-gamer. I was crushing him pretty hard. He gets up early. He's an early riser.
No, I think he's a late-to-bed guy. Big difference.
Not going to name names. But I was like, Fab, you definitely not listening to me because I'm not worried. I'm out here fighting these Sacramento fans off. Right, little mosquitoes. Bah, bah,
mosquitoes
bah,
are the worst.
Bah, get off me. Bah,
you got to get one of those
bah.
mosquito candles.
These Sac
and then
fans,
the off spray.
Get off me, Sac fan. Bah, bah. Like the beam. How about I throw your mosquito ass into the beam so you can fry.
Did you ever see those they got like these like fly swatter things that are electrocuting them?
Hey, that's what I need with these Sac fans.
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing. While waiting on the Warriors to show up. And they showed, but you know what's funny? The first 2 games, and Rod Adams said it. Those are a couple, they're down 126, 123. Andrew Wiggins had a beautiful look from the corner to win that game. He missed it. You know? Game 2, 104, 101. You need to stop. De'Aaron Fox, top of the key, wide open 3 splash, seals it. These games have been really close, especially up in Sacramento. And the biggest thing was the Warriors were turning the ball over. They lost all the hustle points, all the winning plays, the points off turnovers, the points in the paint, the second chance points, the fast break, the offensive rebounds, the turnovers. They were able to flip that. And they won wire to wire. I expect them to do the same, maybe not wire to wire, but I expect another beatdown on Sunday. And then we're talking about Game 5, that swing game. When I come in here Monday morning, Shasky, I expect a long 15-second oh baby, and we'll be recapping Game 4, and then on Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll talk about the swing game, my favorite game in the NBA playoffs, Game 5. I love Game 5s when it's 2-2. Oh, I love them. Because Golden One walking out of there all quiet. Like, I haven't heard from Kyle Draper this morning. I haven't heard from Kenny Thomas. They was talking smack on the pregame show.
Well, you know what? He probably blinded himself with them bright-ass shoes he had on
he
last
had
night.
some orange shoes on. He was feeling himself.
Yeah, what were those?
I don't know. Draper's fly, though. He's fly. It's all good. D-Lo and KC, they're taking notes. We know they are. 2,000 Sac fans coming down to go to 1. Please. That was more like 20. They don't want to come to the dental office. They're not ready to get those teeth cleaned. Not live and direct. Get back to the calls. I'm going to talk that talk, man.
The glasses, bro. You and the glasses.
I just had to wear them today, you know? Let's go. You know, we got to elevate our game when it comes to trash talking. Sacramento's filling themselves on Twitter. Matt George talking about Looney's food. How about 20 rebounds? 20 rebounds, 9 assists. Is he still food?
If they do come back in this one.
Whew. Oh, well, you know, I ran into Tristan Creek last night. You know, there hasn't been a lot of Kings fans, and there weren't a lot of Warrior fans. Well, let me tell you something about Warrior fans. Warrior fans don't travel for first-round series. You got to save your money for the conference finals and the NBA finals. That's what we're talking about.
Property tax payments.
We're talking about banner games, trophy games. That's what we save our money for. Oh, God, no. Traveling for first-round games and spending top dollar, please. What an adjustment. The one big lineup is going to be the question all weekend long. Sure, it's going to be a question on Steiny and Guru. I'm sure they'll get into it. Willard the Dibs. One big lineup. What do you do about Draymond?
That's the Warriors' one thing.
Oh, yeah, that's today.
That is today, huh? Are you guys going to that?
No, I'm busy. I'm doing that journalism thing today.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got to do something.
And so I was really wrestling with this idea, right? I was like, well, you know, my whole speech is like, you know, be yourself, right? Like you have to lean into who you are. And I was like, well, then why would I dress up and wear like a collared shirt and all this? Like, no, I need to be me. So I'm going to wear a T-shirt, you know, like I got here.
Gear?
Yeah, well, like this is who I am.
There you go.
And I'm just going to be raw and real.
Yeah, I got to wear a button up today. I got swim class, and then I got to go to SF State.
Get your floaties on?
Floaties on, and then SF State. Talk to the class.
You've been working on your freestyle or what?
Oh, I
backstroke?
never write something down. Oh, in terms of no, it's for baby Chaz.
Well, I know. I'm sure that you're getting the twofer.
Oh no, I'm just making. No, not the twofer. No.
I'm imagining now you hanging onto the side of the pool.
I see what you're trying to do there.
You talking to Jacoby's class over at SF State?
Mike Mitchell's class, play-by-play class, the Friday class. Did you ever take that class?
No, I did not.
All right.
Did not.
All right.
Go Gators.
So, no, they have an excellent broadcasting department?
The Becca department, yes. Broadcasting and electronic communication arts.
Best in the nation.
Yes,
Syracuse would like a word.
Now, please.
Just ask them.
Syracuse just
Most
has a name.
insufferable alumni ever.
Think about how many Gators are in this business just in the Bay Area alone. Come on. The swamp.
I don't know who.
The real swamp.
You.
Spadoni. Everybody in NBC Sports Bay Area.
Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason.
Cameraman.
Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason.
Cameraman. Dan Dibley.
Did Dibley go to state?
Squirt.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I thought you were going to rattle off, like one or two names. I didn't know it was that many.
Oh, we could go on and on and on. It'd take us to the end of the show.
John Curley.
John Curley.
Did he go to state?
If he can make it.
Bonte's actually pissed that he went there now.
Well,
The laughing from the studio with the door wide open.
I mean, I'm sure Florida's not happy with Aaron Hernandez.
Don't put him in the same sentence.
I'm not. Warriors 31 assists, wire-to-wire win. Steph Curry with 36, Moody, DiVincenzo, Looney. All the hits. You're going to hear it all day here on 95.7 The Game. I wonder what adjustment Sacramento's going to make. I do. I asked Willie that before we signed off.
I'm sure there'll be some politicking on the officials because Mike Brown, after the first quarter, was like, we told the team they're not going to get any calls. And now, look, they did get a favorable whistle. That's one thing we haven't probably spent any time on today. I thought early in the game, the tone was set that the Warriors did get a beneficial whistle.
They did.
Early on. I'll admit it.
Early on. But that, again, these referees are inconsistent. Sacramento's got to hit open shots. They had a chance to get back in that game in the third quarter.
Yes.
They missed a lot of open shots. Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, and they're getting wide open looks. That's the scary part about Sacramento. If they hit just one game, if that one game is on Sunday, whoo. But you know what? I'll say this before we sign off for the weekend, and I love the Roasters, and I love the Chatty House of Sacramento, giving us all kind of numbers here on YouTube. The Warriors are not losing again in this series. The beam will not be lit again until the California Classic. Sacramento, you're cooked. Finished. Done. All right, fast five. 30 seconds or less. Adam in the city, what's happening?
Adam?
What you got?
Last night was a strength in numbers win, guys. We do need Draymond. We can tinker with the lineups a little bit, but strength in after last night.
No doubt about that, Adam. Good to hear from you. Judy, Danville.
Hey,
Judy, what's happening?
Hey, I am so excited about this Warriors win, and I'm so happy for them. They played as a team. They won as a team. I think the refs are favorable to the Warriors when they are in their home court, and I think they're favorable to Sacramento, and that's who gets the calls, and that can make a big difference in the game. Although all the support players played great.
Good call.
Good call, Judy. Way to get in and out. Brian in Los Gatos. Brian, 30 seconds or less. What you got?
Hey, guys. I called in Tuesday morning, thought that Moody should get more minutes. Anthony Lamb should get on the floor. I think Lamb still waiting for his chance out there, but people talking all this about Draymond being benched and this and that. Dude's a four-time champion for a reason. He talked to Tom Izzo while he was suspended. Tom kind of settled him down a little bit. He'll be back Sunday bringing that same fire we need because we're not going to need to pump up the crowd with 3 minutes to go in the fourth like Steph did last night. Dre's going to be on it all day.
Yeah.
And
you know what?
He's pro, and he's a Hall of Famer for a reason.
Brian, I'm kind of with you there. I think Draymond Green's going to have a monster game 4. And on Monday, we're all going to be like, oh, that's the 4-time champ. We don't win championships without Day-Day. I feel like it's going to be a big Day-Day game coming back.
We're really going to he calculated he did it to fire himself up.
I won't do that. I don't think anybody's going to do that. No,
he did everything was purposeful.
No, nobody's going to do that. Luke Man, Vallejo. Luke Man.
What's good, fellas? I just want to say, we smoking on that King's Pack, baby! We smoking on that King's Pack! Let's go!
I love that. Shady Mo. Shady Mo.
No
Shady Mo in the
payment.
city. What's up, Shady Mo?
Go Warriors.
Oh, damn. I was trying
Short
to
and
set
sweet.
him up. Yeah. It just came in. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Well, we got about 30 seconds, Padone. 30 seconds? 9:54 out?
Yeah, we got 30 seconds here.
Final thoughts, Shasky, heading into the weekend.
What a win! What a win!
Spinoni, what you got? Lakers Memphis tonight?
Tomorrow, must win for Lakeshore.
Game
You can't
3's
split
tomorrow?
there. Game 3's tomorrow.
Oh, wow, they're
7
stretching that
o'clock.
out.
It's 7 o'clock on a Saturday night.
Oh, I'm watching Tank Davis
I'm going
and
to sleep,
Ryan
too.
Garcia. Yeah. Lutman, don't you
Bonte,
dare
I
talk
am so
baseball.
excited to come see you at the Gatehouse on Sunday after the Warriors tie this series. It's going to be so much fun. I know
After
you're gonna be
interviewing
excited to
Alex
see me.
Cobb in the dugout.
Well, no, I'm going to do that before, then I'm going to go to the Giants game.
Please do not bother me on Sunday, Sam Lutman. You know I don't like
Bonte,
to talk to
I'm
you.
going to show up early and seek you out and just be on you like white on rice.
Well, you know your credential probably can't get on the course. I'm going to make sure security's on your ass. Lutman, have a great weekend. Spinoni, have a great weekend. Shasky, have a great weekend. Steiny Guru next. We're going to take your calls. 888-957-9570. Warriors, get a win. Now we have a series. Game 4 on Sunday, 12:30. See you on Monday, Roasters.
Hurry in during Ram Truck Month and discover what it truly means to drive a truck that's built to serve. Ram Truck Month going on now. And now get 1.9% financing for 36 months plus $5,000 total bonus cash allowance on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab. 1.9% APR financing for 36 months equals $2,860 per month per $1,000 financed for well-qualified buyers through Chrysler Capital regardless of down payment. Not all buyers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 5/1/23.
Bonte here for Insperity and business owners. Are you feeling stressed in by the pressures of growing your business, keeping up with changing regulations and staying HR compliant, hiring and retaining top talent, handling payroll? The list goes on and on and on.
See if I can do this.
Yeah.
Curry.
Oh, whoa.
Uh-huh. Was that Tim Roy?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a 1. Yeah, on this Friday. Victory Friday, baby.
Backs against the wall.
They didn't like it back there.
Let's not complicate things. Let's attach ourselves to our best player and let him lead the way.
You're not going your speech,
Where
are
did
you?
that recipe come from?
Oh, good God.
No Draymond, no Peyton. Clay was so-so. Steph was spectacular. Warriors get a much-needed win. 114-97. Game 4 now Sunday, but wow, a lot to talk about. And here, you know what? I'm coming out with a stumper.
Uh-oh.
A stumper early.
Tell us.
For you, Goo.
You love Spadoni.
How do the Warriors play without their two best defensive players, Draymond and Peyton II, and they're better defensively? Go ahead. I got 4 hours.
Yeah, we do got 4 hours. 4 glorious hours. I'm not ready to go there. They knew what they needed to do. You called out and set the tone yesterday with Steph Curry. Your best players gotta be the lead. He went ham, almost dropped a 40-burger. And I was shocked that Draymond Green was not out there along with Gary Payton II, and yet they took the Kings lunch. So kudos to everybody. Moody, everybody stepped up. This was a team win, Stein, and it was led by their captain. So nothing's happened, but you're not down 0-3 because you lose that game last night. I ain't got to tell you the numbers. It's never happened. But I got to be careful today because on my sheet, and I told Evan this while you were out the room, Steiny, the more I see these two teams play basketball, I swear I want to put a stamp on how the hell the Kings get 2 games. Because they are not shooting the rock from 3 at all in this series. But what's happened is the Warriors have turned the ball over and didn't execute late. But last night, for the first time in this series, with no Draymond and just Looney as the sole big, the Kings did not. That ball pressure was not there. They were not in the Warriors' space. The offense was free-flowing. And I said, my gosh, how do you counteract that when Dre comes back? But I'm going Rob Lowe-Steiny about last night. The Warriors executed, and they moved the ball on offense. And to your question about how do you become better defensively, I think the Kings were in awe. It was their first playoff road game. They couldn't hit the side of the barn. And now it's 2-1. I expect it to be 2-2. But damn, the rat on the table is, does Kerr have a conundrum on his hand in regard to playing starting Looney and Dre? Because Dre ain't coming off the bench. I was listening to the roast JD last night. Do you try to break that up?
Take Draymond Green out of the starting lineup?
No, that's not going. I told you that.
Well, then what are we talking about?
Maybe Looney.
Looney just had 20 rebounds and 9 assists.
He went 4-20 on 420. I don't know if you know that.
So you can't, what are we talking about? You can't take Looney out.
Huh?
Looney's shutting down Sabonis.
Incredible, man.
And rebounding. You're not saying bring Draymond off the bench.
No, that won't happen.
Right?
Okay. I'm saying, do you think that had something to do with the results yesterday?
Yes, the ball moved better.
And they weren't playing those passing lanes like they were before.
Bottom line is...
That's amazing, man.
You close your eyes and think about Draymond Green and the Warriors' offense. When you close your eyes and think about Draymond Green and the Warriors' offense, what do you picture? Him holding the ball beyond the three-point line.
I called him Testaverde, a quarterback.
Waiting for action, passing. That element's gone when he's gone. Now, the question is, how much can you afford to play without Draymond Green?
And I got that answer. 0, Stoney.
Okay, so he comes back and everything just goes back to the way it was. I believe
had he played last night, they would have won a game. That was the Golden State Warriors at home that we've seen all year with or without Draymond. So I'm not ready to go there, but it was just a thought I had. And Warrior fans maybe, hey, Goo, it's a negative thought. We just won a big game. You did. You suffocated. You played. Everybody stepped up. That was an ultimate team game last night, Stoney. And Andrew Wiggins, I'm still in awe of everything you do. But let me lay this on you, all the Kevon Looney fans, because I did not know this. Stoney, let me ask you a question. and I think you know the answer because I gave it to you. Who led the NBA playoffs last year? What player in offensive rebounds?
Oh, come on, Looney.
Them my boys.
Probably because they played more games than anybody else.
Fair.
But sure.
But still, it's the best $7 million. That's what he's getting this year that Joe Lacob has paid. Stoney, he's getting the board and giving you another shot, another crack at it, marksman. And last night he was on display. And Sabonis, I think he's finished, Stoney, from a mental standpoint. He's indecisive. There was no Draymond. He didn't know what to do. And that's why I'm like, I told my pops, how the hell did they win 2 games? How?
Because they had the best player.
So I got to be careful here.
De'Aaron Fox.
No, but he wasn't last night. What?
Right. You said what happened the first 2 games. De'Aaron Fox was the best player in the series through 2 games.
But the Warriors had 11 turnovers
but you asked
last
why.
night. Okay.
I'm just telling you. Because they had the best player. Last night, Curry was the best player.
That is a fact, but also on top of that, they turned the ball over. The Warriors did, and they got out-rebounded. Last night, none of that. They were the aggressor, and I love it. I just hate that when we watch this game 12:30 Sunday, it's kind of like we can't pick up where we left off.
Nope.
We can't, but there's going to be guys.
It's got nothing to do with Draymond.
What's it got to do
with?
with?
Ain't no momentum in a series.
No, I did
whether
hear that.
Whether everybody's here, everybody's not. Series is 2-1, and Sunday, the slate's wiped clean.
No doubt.
I don't believe in momentum in a series. Obviously, if a team wins 3 in a row, okay, they have momentum. But I do not believe the Warriors have momentum. I believe the Warriors won a game last night. They absolutely had to have.
Totally
and
agree.
now they have another game 4, and the slate's wiped clean.
And you have to have this one.
Exactly. And then we'll worry about how do we win a road game? Because that's still out there, but we don't have to worry about that yet.
All right.
We don't have to worry about that yet.
What about Steph? You think he was listening to the show yesterday? You called him out.
He often does.
You called him out.
I didn't call him out.
In a sense. The best player has to perform, and he answered the bell.
Calling somebody out is Steph Curry has not been a factor in this series. If he doesn't, no, I just said, hey, we're down 2-0. This is about your superstar.
He showed up and showed out, man. It was good to see.
We're on the same page.
Yeah, he showed up and showed out.
The real question is, I think it's offensively. The Warriors, I think, have to ask themselves this question.
Yes, man.
And the number here is 888-957-9570. And you want to jump in and talk about Game 3. Obviously, we're here all day for you. The reality is, can the Warriors afford to play 2 bigs in Draymond and Looney, though neither of them are big scorers? So you have 2 guys. Can in this NBA, can you play 2 non-scorers in a 5-man unit? I don't know.
Yeah, and I was
the
listening.
Warriors' offense
again,
looked better last night than it did in the first 2 games.
And the Sacramento King defense did not look suffocating like it did the first 2 games. So is that a coincidence? But again, Stoney, I keep saying it. JD, I had the post game on last night. Bonte and Shasky all morning. It's not just you or I bringing that up. Like, why did that happen? You just can't ignore that. He wasn't at the top of the key with the ball, Draymond, to where they were sagging off, and they were doing that to Sabonis. Sabonis had the ball almost like, dude, you can dribble and go down there, and he started doing it at the end, but it was way too late. They almost used reverse psychology. So mentally, and I told you this before I left you, Stoney, you Spadoni and Evan, I felt like this win yesterday was worth 2 wins if they could get it from a psychological standpoint. We'll see if I'm right, but man, no Gary Payton II, illness, Draymond Green, the heart and soul, but yet you go out there and you get boat raced and you just cannot hit a shot. And to be honest, they haven't hit a shot in 3 games.
Nope.
Herter, Murray, Malik Monk. I'm going to say this, not fluke, but Malik Monk's an okay NBA player, Stoney, but I don't think he was the guy that was giving the Warriors the business game 1 and 2 in Sacramento, or maybe he's that guy in that building. We'll find that out.
DiVincenzo played great last night.
All their role players did. Moody was, man. Kuminga.
He was okay.
He got Stoney. What was the 8th man in the game? He was the last. JaMychal Green.
Let's go. Let's go what, though?
Let's get another one Sunday.
Okay. Here's the thing, though.
Yeah. That's how I truly feel, Steiny. This team is better than the Sacramento Kings, but appropriate fear. I'm not disrespecting them. I really think the Warriors know, okay, we dropped 2. We got it last night. Now, I'm being honest with you like I am Monday through Friday. I do want to see how this plays out offensively Sunday with Dre. Was this just a coincidence, or is there something to this? Because if it is,
if there's something to
there's going to be some hard decisions.
If there's something to it, Warriors are going to go down 3-1. I think.
Go Dubs, baby.
There you go.
And I don't know if there's something to it or not, to tell you the truth. I do know this, that Draymond got hurt last year at one point, and they won 9 in a row without him. Are they better without Draymond? Of course not. What happened last night? Well, everybody probably picked up. Look, last night's game, this is what I hate with adjustments. What did they did? They played harder. The Warriors played with more intensity
this morning. Yeah.
They played with more intensity, which it's easier to do at home. Like, that's, to me, a big part of it, which is great. Now you're gonna have to manufacture that intensity somehow on the road at some point in this series.
No doubt.
But again, we don't have to worry about that now.
Take care of Sunday, Steiny, because that's humongous.
Let's go to Nico. Nico's in Sac, one of our regulars. What's up, Nico?
Yeah, long-time caller, first-time listener, man. You know what it is. I swear, man, I'm getting more consistent than Clay, dude. So, I mean, I got you guys. I keep calling in.
Sack.
What I was Steiny, big ups to you, man. You got Curry going last night, man. And then your speech at the end of your show, man, big ups to you, man.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Steiny. You really did it. Guru didn't step up to the plate, and you did, Steiny. And congratulations, man. You got it. You got the Warriors going.
Well, you know what? And I may do one for
Nico,
Sunday.
Oh my!
I may do
goodness.
another one for Sunday if my voice holds up.
Don't make me cut him off.
Yeah. That little, hey guys, come in, close the door. Just go put the ball in the hoop. But hey, it worked. That's Willard and Dibbs. All 3 of us were moved.
The bottom line is, I'm an NBA coach. All right, I'm not responsible for motivating professionals. That's their job. I give them the game plan. I tell them what they need to do to execute. The rah-rah stuff, again, save it for Mighty Mites or high school. Stop calling Draymond the heart and soul. Without the heart and soul, you're dead. And the Warriors are still alive because of the heart and soul of Curry.
Yeah. I mean,
what are we talking about
25
here?
shots, 6 of 12 from 3.
Yeah, I can read a
Waving
box
to the
score
crowd
too.
like Russell Crowe in Gladiator. I love when he does that. Steph unleashed. He left Joe Lacob hanging. He hit 1-3. Lacob had his hand out. If I'm Curry, I text him this morning. Boss, I missed you. He probably told him last night, but Lacob had the hand down. Steph was, in his zone. It was good to see, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors going to win the series?
There's no doubt in my mind. I had 5.
But they were dead, weren't they?
No, I didn't say that. I was concerned. But they figured the Kings out, man. The Kings are
now they figured them out after one game.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I do believe that. The Kings have not shot Steiny in 3 games. I don't believe that's going to change.
Okay, so do you remember saying, Steiny, if the Warriors win game 3, I'm not going to come in here and say, now the Kings are done. Do you remember saying that?
I kind of do.
Okay.
But was it to you?
What, your word's not worth anything unless if it's depending on where you...
Word is bomb, baby. Hey, listen. It's how I'm feeling and how it played out. This is a bigger game than last night. You can't go back to Sacto down 3-1. But if I'm Sac, Steiny, I got to feel like, damn, no Gary, 2 good defenders did not play, and we got boat raced, and the Warriors were only 32% from 3. So either team is not shooting the ball well from deep. And 16 of 15, Sacramento has some good looks, and they just cannot hit. Herter, Murray.
Do you want to address the
I don't even have it up. What is it?
Comcast business text line?
Right.
Dougie in Berkeley. What's up, Dougie?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Talk to us.
Good morning for us, everybody. Hey, it's not that hard, really. Here's what happened, and I said it to my buddies before the game. Draymond being out actually might help because instead of playing with 3 shooters on the floor, we're playing with 4 shooters on the floor. And so Sacramento can't gang up on Steph because of the spacing right away. Steph was frustrated in the first 2 games. And the other thing is that the reason that it showed out so much is because Mike Brown had a great game plan for us in the first 2 games with knowing that Draymond and Looney are on the floor and they're not going to shoot. He didn't change his game plan. He's a first-time head coach. Well, he's not a first-time head coach, but, he's kind of new to, making these moves in the championship series. And so he didn't make any adjustments when it turned out that Draymond wasn't going to play. So they played the same thing, and it didn't work because we had an extra shooter, and they had to cover him.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, it was lucky, inadvertently, that Draymond didn't play, and Sacramento didn't make the adjustment. Now it remains to be seen what happens. And as you guys are talking about this morning, it's a little bit of a conundrum.
Is it?
But I think we gotta continue to mix it up and have more firepower on there because our offense kind of negates their defense. Thanks for taking my call, and let's go 2-2 back to Sacco.
Yep. Appreciate it, Doug. What's funny is my good friend Harry, right?
Yeah.
Who's a Warrior fan. I got an email from him this morning, and he and Doug from Berkeley. Harry says you're probably not going to agree with me, but I've never been a Draymond fan, and I believe at this time the Warriors move the ball better without him. The opposite team is forced to guard another player when Green's not in the game. Poole didn't have a good night, but the Kings have to guard him. That makes it better for the other Warrior players, especially Steph and Clay, who have less double teams. The day of just having 3 players that can score on the floor, those days are over. There's too much Green standing at the top of the key, holding the ball, looking for somebody to pass to.
Now, I told you that going into the series when everybody was coming at me with pitchforks, and this is not the day, and I'm not even throwing it out there to throw shade at Draymond Green because I know what he stands for and what he's meant. But I told you, I just wonder if this version of the Warriors offense had ran its course to where the 3-on-5 is kind of over now because you can pressure the Splash Brothers and you can do what the Kings did to Steph Curry in Sacramento's games 1 and 2. And last night, it's a short sample size, but that would be what Harry's talking about.
Okay, so you're bringing Draymond off the bench in Game 4.
No, I'm not, because now it's politics involved. Yes, and I don't think
is?
Yeah. Okay. Who's going to go tell Dre after one game, hey, Dre, you're coming off the bench? Come on, man. That they wouldn't do that to him.
Okay, but then
what? I'm like talk to me.
But then you're going to go back to the same style you played in the first 2 games.
Well, okay. You turned the ball over way more than you did in the first 2 games than you did last night. You had 11. That's big.
Well,
you rebounded the ball last night. So we all just cannot, I'm not ignoring the thought I had, but we all cannot just say Draymond not being on the floor is why they won the game. Because you still, as a Warrior team, hoisted up 53 pointers and made 16. That's a bit too many for my taste, but there's no way I'm looking at you today, this morning, or anybody, Stoney, saying they won because Dre wasn't in.
Nobody's saying because.
Unfair, yeah.
Nobody's saying because. They played better without him.
Yeah.
They played their best game without Draymond. All phases. So the question is, are people out there really saying, let's bring Dre off the bench? Has it gone that far is my question.
Let me ask you, before you get to the call, would you do it if the situation were what it is now? There's no way.
I don't know.
Stoney, that's backstabbing.
I don't know. Well, first of all, no, it isn't.
He's demonstrative. He's your heart and soul. You ain't going to Now, hold on. I'm just saying this. They are a different team at home.
Okay.
That we know. So we got to say that had something to do with it more than it was just Dre.
So
but Game 4 would be revealing if if they go back and revert back to Steph can't. It feels like there's no space. Then you can make these.
Well, then you're down 3-1.
Yeah.
My point is, if you believe, here's my point, Steiny, what would you do? I'm not really sure what I would do.
Yeah.
But if you believe that they need 4 scorers on the floor
to beat
and
this
only one
team,
and only one big, you got to do it. You got to do it. You can't not do it just because you're afraid of Draymond. Now, I don't know if you do it or not. I don't know if we're there yet. I'm a little surprised. But
now, wouldn't the easier route be hey, Looney, you've come off the bench all the time. Because I'm going ego now, Stoney.
Who's playing better right now?
The Looney.
Well, then, what are you going to really? You start doing stuff like that, and that's where I think it gets dangerous. Tony in San Francisco. What's going on, Tony? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. The passion and the perspective, right?
Hey.
Oh, yeah. Love your show. Love your show.
Thank you.
I say yes, Draymond comes off the bench. The formula was right last night. I don't think it was just because they were playing a home game. I just think the energy was a lot better, and people stepped up. Curry came off the bench, right? Yep. Curry has come off the bench.
True.
So Draymond can come off the bench. I also think it sends him a message that he needs to behave himself in these playoff games, or they're not gonna make it into the second round.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, Curry 900 on YouTube, Stoney. Home just brings out that super energy. And what did you say before this game took off? Role players play better at home, and that's what we saw. I know Clay didn't have the greatest shooting game for his standards, 3 of 10, 5 of 15 total. But DiVincenzo, Stoney, 27 minutes. If you didn't see the game, he was 2 of 8 from the field, 1 of 5 from 3, but he played his ass off. So it's not just, I ain't got to tell you that. It's not just shoot numbers. He was hustling, playing the passing lane, 7 rebounds. So I cannot wait to see how the Warriors offense does look Sunday, because that is a thought I have, Snotty, and I'm with you. I don't want to say Dre doesn't deserve this, but I'm shocked after one game that a lot of people the fans are, they're not biting their tongue.
See, here's the way. Look, I'm trying to find the difference right now between you and me, and here's it is. I don't know what I would do if I'm Steve Kerr. I'm just saying that if you decide as a staff, you know what, we're going to need just one big's going to do it. And the way we like it would be great to bring Draymond off the bench. Then if you don't do it, you deserve everything you get. For God's sake, Steph Curry came off the bench. This would be the ultimate cower to Draymond Green. We've talked about how the Warriors have enabled Draymond Green in his entire career.
That's a lot of time.
If you're telling me we've gotten to this point right now where Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, and whoever look out onto that floor and say, you know what, in this series we may be better off without Draymond, and you don't act on it, you ought to be ashamed.
Well, what if you lose him? Because that's part of. I'm not telling you the basketball.
So you're gonna enable Draymond. You're gonna now.
I don't want to upset the apple cart, Steiny.
I'm just saying,
because something's coming with that change. And let me tell you something. This ain't the NBA Finals.
You're not for it.
No, I'm like, if you play the Lakers or Memphis next series, guess who you're gonna need?
Right.
You're gonna need both your bigs. So remember that. But what if you lose them?
So you would lose Draymond Green because he's making a sacrifice. You're asking him to make a sacrifice for the team. Like, who is this guy?
Draymond Green.
Right. That's right.
You just said a second ago, they've catered to him the whole time.
Right. I'm talking
You don't
mostly.
think he would be embarrassed if he came back?
Who cares?
But I'm asking. It ain't about
I don't care.
But
I want to win the series any way possible.
It's for the
I don't care
conversation,
about
Daddy.
Draymond.
But it
It's
ain't
bigger
about
than
do you
him.
care? Do you think he would be embarrassed?
I don't care.
Then that answer means yes, because you would. I don't know why you would hold on to an answer. It's obviously yes. He would be pissed off.
You're missing. I don't care if he's pissed off.
I'm not asking you. Do you care? You know he would be pissed off.
Okay, so what?
Okay, there
I'm
it
really
is.
saying so
but they're
what?
not operating under that. So what?
No,
because they care about his feelings, man.
If the
That's all
Golden
I'm
State
saying.
Warriors believe that they have a better chance to win this series by limiting Draymond Green's playing time and moving him to the bench, and that's what they believe in their heart, and they don't do it, they're not only going to lose the series, but they're going to they lose everything. They lose their credibility.
Stoney, but what would make you think they're going to do it if they've not done nothing to him after he hit a man in the face?
Well, because this is different.
What would make anybody think that?
This is different.
I'm listening.
They were better without him in Game 3 than they've been.
I got
with
that.
right, so they're better without him. Let's just say that. What if they determine we're better without Draymond this series?
So now they're finally going to do something and say, hey, this is what it is, let the chips fall where they may.
This to me is different because Draymond usually helps you on the court. Forget his behavior. You need him on the court because of his game. But if you're saying right now that, I don't know if he can play in this series, then you better not play him. Wow. You cannot.
Like, I get the basketball part of what you're saying, but they're not going to do it for the reasons
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Right.
We'll see. I mean, they might not do it because they don't think it's the best way to go. But, oh my, can you, we got a break.
Yeah, I hear.
But what I just heard you say is Draymond's more important than the team. But I'll give you a chance to elaborate on that because I'm sure I simplified it and it's not really that way. Hey, plan your getaway today to the iconic Inn at the Tides in beautiful Bodega Bay. Rooms start at $199 per night with their midweek spring special through April 30th. Experience stunning bay views, relax in refreshed rooms, and enjoy free breakfast. Book now at inatthethides.com. No, we're dropping.
left wing every time he touches the ball. Backs down to JaMychal Smith, left box. Banging away, turns, drop step, strip, loose ball, stolen away. Moody comes up with it. Moody to DiVincenzo. The trailer's Curry, a deep three in front of the logo. Got it! Curry!
What are you doing?
Moses Moody, and you're listening to
It's Friday and I'm dancing,
95.7 The Game.
And you looked at me and I kept dancing. It's Friday. That's Wu-Tang.
You should feel more self-conscious than that.
You were like, he's not stopping.
No.
I actually felt like I was on American Bandstand. Steiny, yeah, baby, get jiggy with it. It's Friday. Hey, my boy Hawk just next week. What else did you like about the game, Steiny? Because this could be negative. This could be negative.
Hit the pike.
It's not.
I'll say hit the pike with that. There's two things. It's not negative.
But it was a big one. No, I get it.
Okay,
I just can't ignore the thought I had.
The thought.
You had to.
This was my first thought about the game last night. You tell me if it's positive or negative or it's just a statement.
Right.
This is how I came out. Can somebody tell me how the Warriors can be missing their two best defensive players and they play by far their best defensive game of the series? Like, I'm all ears. Is that negative? Like, how did that happen?
I did not.
That's not negative or positive. It's
I didn't say that.
Damn, how did that happen?
No doubt. Please.
Secondly, they played without Draymond Green. All right? This is where I want to start. Because over the last week or two, you and I have had a lot of conversation about Draymond Green. What if he opts out? You said, Steiny, I think they still can move forward.
Right, evolve.
I think they can still move forward. They'll figure something else out. Curry will still be here. And I'm like, I don't know, Goo. I think you lose Draymond Green. Everything changes. You're not as good. You don't win time. Okay. That's kind of where we've been.
Got you.
Draymond Green doesn't play last night. Well,
Steph has 36 points.
The Warriors win. The ball moves a little bit better. And I am thinking, I know it's just one game. But, they play pretty well without Draymond Green. Now I kind of come in, listen to everybody, talk, and it's become obvious that I'm a little surprised, honestly, that there's this much, hey, maybe we can bring Draymond off the bench. Okay, wow. I'm thinking, geez, all right. But for some reason, it doesn't sound ridiculously far-fetched, the idea of only playing one big, at least to start the game. Okay, so let's get into it. The way I feel is I don't know if I would take him out of the starting lineup. I probably wouldn't, just because I didn't think that much of it until I saw today's reaction. Okay, all I'm saying is if the Warriors staff decides they have a better chance to win this series by bringing Draymond off the bench, they must do it. They must do it. That's all I'm saying. And I don't know if I'm just saying if they believe they need to do it to win the series, they must do it.
Okay. And I'm
sorry, real quick.
We got 4 hours.
And if they lose Draymond, well,
you never had him?
That kind of. I mean, he can't be bigger than the team. He can't be.
Okay.
He can't be.
Now, when you say that in the tone that you just said it hit me in the cardiac muscle. All I'm trying to tell you, Steiny, is what you already know, and the people listening. You manage each player and individual differently, and Draymond runs hot. Now, I don't know what the coaching staff is thinking and why they won that game by 17 points last night. But with you, a lot of other callers, roasters, everybody from this station, JD last night, again, for the umpteenth time, people were so not defiant. They were confident. They knew what they were watching and felt like, okay, this is what Draymond should do. But from a personal standpoint, if I'm Kerr Myers, I know he wouldn't handle this well. And I know we're in it to win it, so we're going to play other teams outside of the Kings. I'm not saying Dre would quit. I'm just saying you might run the risk of losing them.
And I'm saying
that's all.
If you lose him,
because
I mean, I know it hurts, but it's on him. It's on him. And you know what? If you lose him, then you got to move him. I actually think, and people may completely disagree with me on this, I actually think it's not out of the question that Draymond will be okay with it. I actually do. I mean, it's very possible Draymond. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that Draymond goes up to Kerr and says, think about bringing me off the bench. I actually think that's a possibility because Draymond is so smart about the game. Now, of course, he could not feel that way.
Because he's a brand. He cares about his brand. And I honestly believe he would be the last guy that would be okay with that. So you guys are going to not single me out. I miss a game, and I let you guys down. I own that. So I come back because you guys won the game that I missed, and now I'm coming off the bench. And this is why, if anything were to happen and they were to break them up, the two bigs, it would be Looney coming off the – because just because you start doesn't mean how many minutes you're going to play. It would be easier for everybody if Dre started the game like he has on this run.
What if Draymond's – what if they play looser without Draymond? What if one of the reasons the young players didn't play like they did last night because they're freaking scared of the guy?
That's interesting. But do you believe that more than
I think there's
all season long, 41 games?
I think there's something to it.
The Warriors are a different basketball team. Even when Steph was out, when Clay and Poole were running the show with Draymond, they were winning games, Steiny. So I thought of the notion, oh, damn, Draymond ain't here, GP2. But it's more right now, and I'm looking at you, it's more right now that the Chase Center crowd, they play better at home, and the Kings, this was their first road game. They were probably nervous as all outdoors, but Sunday will reveal itself to where we got more, I'm going Fizdale, more data, and then when I come in here and we get after it Monday, we'll be able to really hone in and say, Goo, now we got not just 12 quarters, we got 16, of which I honestly believe the Warriors' offense is, you know what I mean? Like, I just think it's too soon.
Let me reset here. 415 says, come on, Steiny, really? That's like saying Grizzlies need to bring Ja Morant off the bench. Let me reset again.
And that's out there.
Let me reset it again. Draymond didn't play last night. Okay, he didn't play. They got Sunday. I didn't think, okay, they played better with him out. Well, one game.
Yeah.
Today, clearly, morning show. There's a lot.
JD last night, apparently. A lot of sentiment out there.
Hey, maybe Draymond and Looney shouldn't play as much together. If they don't play as much together, maybe Draymond comes off the bench. What would I do? I have no idea. I have no idea. The only thing I'm saying is if the coaching staff thinks that they have a better chance to win by bringing Draymond Green off the bench, I'm just saying they have to do that. And you said something that just said, how do I want to put this?
It's making me sick.
Yes, it made me sick.
Go ahead.
It made me sick.
Because my boy Hawk didn't like it either, Steiny.
So when I said, hey, they got to do it. They got to bring it off the bench. It's got to be more about the team than Draymond. You know what you said? You used this word twice about why they shouldn't do it.
And I don't, go ahead.
You used this word twice. Draymond's brand. You actually cited Draymond's brand as a reason why you maybe shouldn't. Goo, I gotta say, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Come on now.
And when let me break it down what I meant by brand.
All right.
His bravado, who he is, and also for the people in the back, Snotty, what it would look like. But I got to tell you something. Since I echoed that word twice, Beard on YouTube hit me with something. He said, Goo, what happened against the Celtics? They weren't afraid of them then, but that was at the end of games. That, you know what I mean? And then they worked it out. But to tell me you're going to go up and have that conversation with them and say, hey, Dre, we think, I just don't think they want those problems. I don't think he would be like, you know what, fine. Because he's never shown us he was that guy before. Now, Steph, that's different. Clay, that's different. I'm just keeping it real. I don't think they think it's worth doing that and what goes with that, because something's going to come with it, and you got another series against the trees of the Lakers possibly, Jaren Jackson Jr., Kevin Durant, where you're going to need Dre. So if I'm in control, that stuff matters.
That's fair. That's fair. So you're going to let a guy who's probably walking away in a month hold you hostage.
Wow.
Hold you hostage.
Well, there's no hostage, Donnie, because you can do what you want. I'm
True.
just saying, will you give me this? The scorecard, and I'm showing everybody on YouTube and Twitch, the scorecard reads, they've never done this to Draymond in his career. And
specifically,
you know what I mean?
Well, last year,
tough love is what I'm saying.
Last year they went halfway.
Okay, I'll give you that.
But you're right. I mean, no, they've never said, Draymond, you're coming off the bench.
Right. But they also said, Dre, you're going to sit down a little bit when normally you play against the Celtics.
Right.
Yeah.
They should just say, you know what? We've really thought about it as a team, and we don't think the 1-game suspension was enough for Draymond. And we're going to, you know how, what do they call it, colleges? What do they, self-enforce? We're going to self-enforced or self-imposed sanctions.
Yeah.
We're going to level some sanctions on ourselves. We're going to suspend Draymond for Game 4.
Jimmy Hernandez obviously agreeing with you. Happy Goo isn't the GM of the Warriors at this point. So he's saying I wouldn't do it, even though I'm telling you, Steiny, I get where you guys are going, the basketball, but the personal part of it, I don't think it would work. I wouldn't. It's too risky.
I don't think the personal part would work. What about the team part?
This is Kevon Looney.
That's where I got
Looney
it.
with 20 rebounds.
All right, here we go. Let's start out with Holly. Holly's in San Jose.
Hey,
how you doing, Holly?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Oh.
How are you?
Oh. I'm good. You guys I got to tell you before I get into this Dre thing, you guys just make my morning. I love listening to you two.
Oh.
I can listen to you two all day.
All right. Okay.
We
so
gotta
Holly,
come out to San Jose.
Yeah, we're coming.
Yeah.
Hey, Holly. So get this. I was talking to a woman yesterday, and she actually said that she's been working out to Guru and I usually around noon. She does the elliptical, does the weights, listens to Goo and Steiny. So thank you so much.
She's in the club.
We appreciate it.
I love it. I have to drive from Gilroy to Pacifica to stage houses because that's what I do for a living. So I get you guys on my road trip all the way there, and it's the best.
We're trying to find, is Santana Row where it's at? We're trying to do a broadcast or a remote listener. You got any suggestions?
Over by Santana Row?
Yeah, or anywhere in San
I'll tell you
Jose.
what, I'll go offline with you.
Okay.
Let me call you back in later, and I'll talk to you about where to set up.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
You better be careful.
Yeah.
No, Holly wanted to talk about the game. Holly, call back.
Sorry about that.
No,
Sounds like she's going to call back.
Yeah, it's true. Bobby in Los Altos.
Oh, Bobby. This is the dude with the voice.
It's the understated Bobby in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby?
All right. Hey, appreciate the time. First of all, I want to say, as the sun rises from the east, every time a lady calls, Goo is going to start with a, hey.
Yeah?
I didn't know.
I made it on every time. But I want to go through 3 things really quickly, and I appreciate the time. First of all, I want to issue an apology to Kevon Looney. My thoughts on the Dre situation and the series prediction. So first of all, I called in 2 days ago, and I said Kevon is going to show up defensively because that's what Kevon does. I said he's going to get 14 rebounds because of all the three-pointers. These are long rebounds, and sometimes the guards pick up all the rebounds. So, Kevon, I know you're icing your knees right now listening to the radio. I apologize for putting limits on your greatness. I didn't think you'd get 20.
Wow.
I only put you at 14. And my goodness, 9 assists? Where did that come from? I mean, I had no idea he was such a distributor. So, Kevon, he gets the game ball, in my opinion, for last night's win. Now, as it relates to this Dre situation, it was the first game at home. We knew the Dubs were going to win regardless who was playing. Role players at home will play better. And really, honestly, Poole didn't play that great. I even forgot Clay was in the game most of the game. But the role players kept them in the game, and that's why they won. It wasn't because Dre wasn't there. Now, this whole question of should Dre start, should Dre not start, I am totally team Goo on this. Steiny, I know, respectfully I say this, I know the drop is you're a man of nuance, but I think you're looking at this too much with X's and O's. Maybe X's and O's, it's better if Dre doesn't start. But the fact is, he has a temperament that is unpredictable. And the chaos that he could create for the team is not worth the risk. So you start him, let him play the first 7 minutes or whatever it is, and if you feel that X's and O's it's not working out, then you pull him. You're right. No player is bigger than the game, but absolutely we know Dre's impact and temperament on the mood of the team could be catastrophic if he is unhappy. So it's not about X's and O's. It's like Goose said. It's just understanding each player's personality and their potential positive or negative impact on the team.
Good stuff, Bobby. And I agree with you. And I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to clarify. I'm going to have to clarify. I'm not saying the Warriors should bring Draymond Green off the bench. Again, I was surprised by how much sentiment about that.
Okay.
I came in today, was like, they're talking about Draymond coming off the bench. I'm like, really? Wow. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So would I do it? Probably not. I don't know. But my state, the thing I will stand by is if the coaching staff believes moving Draymond Green to the bench gives them a better chance to win the series, then they have to do it. Now, Bobby, let's be honest, and you're right. The coaching staff is going to weigh in that decision what they think Draymond's reaction will be. And through that assessing of you know what, if we do this to Draymond, there will be a cost at the other end, and then maybe that cost is the reason they don't do it. I get that. And that's the decision they may come to. I'm just saying if they feel right now as strongly as they did whatever it was that made them take Draymond out of the lineup in the finals last year, if they feel that strongly about having to do something to turn the tide of a series or to win it, that's when I'm saying, well, then they have to do it. Then they have to do it. But it's not an easy call. Holly's back. Hey, Holly.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. Hey, listen, real quick, I just wanted to say where Draymond is concerned, it's just our first game that we've won without him. We were playing shoulder. We were back at home. I think that there's, obviously our role players are going to do better at home. I think that there's a lot of reasons that we won that game that don't have, everything to do with Draymond starting or not starting or being there or not being there. I wouldn't bury his career with the Warriors to the bench quite yet. Give the man game 4. But I do agree also that you can play him for 7 minutes, right? If the Kings have it figured out and they're coming on strong in game 4, pull him out, throw Looney in. I think that Kerr makes the big bucks to make these kind of decisions, right? And I'm going to trust that he's going to make the right one on this. But I also want you guys to give props to Dante DiVincenzo today.
I will.
Man, I swear I thought he had scored more points with just how
I did too
in that game. I loved him. I couldn't take my eyes off him. He was fantastic.
Yeah, he was. Thanks, Holly. Appreciate it. And
had a Draymond type of game. It ain't the box score. He was doing every damn thing that you need outside of just scoring, Steiny, and left his imprint on this game.
Tough player.
Villanova.
Now, you can't help but wonder, again.
Is he playing freer?
He played 27 minutes last night.
Yes, he did.
He tends to play better, as most players do, the more playing time they get. He played 13 last minute. He wasn't a factor. He played 27 last night. Why? No Peyton, no Draymond. Great. Now what happened? If they're back. See, that was the thing that I was worried about most with Wiggins. Not Wiggins.
Because he's hooping.
It's about what the ripple effect would have on the guys who had been playing. Let's go to
looking at this King box score.
Dominic in Pinole. Hey, Dominic, what's up?
Hey, Steiny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey.
Guru, what's up?
What's up, baby?
Oh, man, I just, Guru, don't take it bad, man. I just think that you're putting too much emotion in it, man. Man, they played a heck of a game last night. And it's just all the different schemes. And so, just like Steiny has mentioned, right, if the coaching staff decide to say, you know what, we like this scheme,
yeah,
I think that Draymond needs to run with it, man. It shouldn't be about his emotion, what he's going to cost to the team. If that's the case, then he needs to start thinking about.
Let me ask you this: why did they win last night? Do you think it had anything to do with Dre not playing? Because I don't, but I understand somebody that thinks that way.
But okay, think about it this way, Goop. It's just a different scheme set that they have to try. It worked last night. Why can't we go into Game 4 with the same scheme that we had last night? If it's not working, let's go ahead and slide him back in there, man. We got to do what we think is going to be best to win games. They won big. They played more loose. They had one big, so that opened up the shooting, the lanes, and all of that. They can't do that with Looney and Dre together.
Yeah.
Because Draymond Green, he's not a threat with his shooting.
Wow.
So I think they need to try it again in Game 4, man. Right. Quit tripping on Dre.
Yeah, no. And let me give you this, Donnie.
I don't think they're going to do it.
And I'm with you. And I appreciate
but
you.
I'll tell you what. Let me say, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but
that's my
I will say this. If Draymond Green comes back, starts, and they lose.
Now, okay.
They lose like they lost the first 2 games.
Now you're on the brink of elimination. And everything's on deck.
Then you can do it.
Okay.
Don't you think?
No, there's no doubt about it. But let me tell you, and I'm telling Dub Nation what's scaring me about this series and this season. Matt Steinmetz, the Sacramento Kings did what they needed to do. They protected home court. They looked different. I'm looking at Sabonis, Murray, Herter, Lyles, Lynn,
they all
Mitchell.
stunk.
Right. But they didn't stink at home.
Right.
So I got to be careful here because I'm betting both my limbs, right and left arm, that the Warriors are going to get this thing 2-2. But then, if this season has told us anything, the Warriors have been sorry on the road. And I'm getting scared that I can't take Sunday for granted and tell y'all Warriors just going to win it. They got to go kick ass. But if they do, all we're really going to be talking about is Game 5 on the road with that crowd. The Warriors, and I'm stating obvious, at some point got to win on the road, Steiny. So I'm feeling euphoria. I'm letting them hang. I feel like the Draymond coming back Sunday, GP2, they'll kick the Kings' ass. But can they do it in sack? And that's, let me tell you the total, 11 road wins on the season. And that's in 43 chances. I got to slow down, Steiny. Throw some water on me because I'm assuming Game 4.
You're doing it again, but that's all right.
What?
It's who you are. It's who we love. In fact, I was talking to somebody about it, and we
but you got to tell the people what I'm doing because I don't know.
Just you're all over the place. You're saying the Warriors are going to put this series away. Then you're saying, but I don't know if they can win at home, and I'm scared about that. But there's no doubt they're coming in Sunday and going to lay one on.
Yeah.
Huh?
After last night, the Kings you could tell this is the first rodeo. They were overwhelmed by a great home crowd by the hosting team, which was the Warriors. And all season, the one constant, the Warriors at home, it chase or a different team.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's going to play out Sunday. So now I see you Monday, and we're talking about next Wednesday's Game 5. Now, some could be like, slow down.
Yeah, slow down. Monday, can we talk about Game 4?
Hey, I just had to get
jump ahead.
Huh? And I could be jinxing Sunday.
First of all, those things don't exist.
Oh, my goodness.
Anything you say or do will not impact the game at all.
Well, you said your speech is why they
me.
won. Oh, boy.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Jason Timpf, Volume Sports. We've had him on every few weeks, and he's been terrific. Knows his analytics, knows his Golden State Warriors. And then we got JD at 1.
Mm-hmm.
We got JD at 1. Yes, John Dickinson will join us at 1 o'clock. He, of course, was at the game last night. The Quest for 5. It's brought to you by Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Also, that segment was brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Steph batter. Life is uncertain. It's okay.
20 boards. Woo. What a job he has done tonight.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, thanks, Kevon. Hell of a game, by the way.
Lunatic.
By the way, take this with a grain of salt. You guys know me. So take it for what? Sabonis stinks.
That's my line.
Good stinks. God, oh, he's 16 rebounds. Nobody made a shot last night. 16 rebounds. Come on.
He's just dribbling the ball at the top of the key. Like, just the epitome of indecisiveness. Just, dude, what do you know what you're trying to do? Then he goes in there and flare. He's just, and then they would give me the rock.
What do you think his dad would say, Steiny?
Well, that's interesting because I heard, and I'm going to have to confirm this story, but I heard that members of our staff, after game 2, trying to get Sabonis' father, Arvydas Sabonis, on the phone and for an interview, and apparently they're not having any luck. And I'm like, well, of course you're not having any luck. Arvydas is ashamed of him. He's ashamed of his son. He has to be.
This is all you.
He has to be.
He's an NBA player.
Arvydas Sabonis
all-star.
was so tough and so
we
skilled.
didn't see the best of him
and
either.
He grew up in a tough neighborhood.
No doubt.
And he became one of the greatest players on planet Earth.
Yeah.
And he became wealthy. And he had a son who was born into wealth.
An all-star. Yeah. But he was bad last night. Stan, I got to ask you this.
It's 2 out of 3 games he stunk.
So I'm looking at you right now on this
He
Friday.
doesn't stink, but he's stunk in this series.
You got a person with some black sunglasses with what looks like to be a purple afro, and then on the bottom it says Dylan. What's going on over there on the T-shirt?
It's a Bob Dylan T-shirt.
Can see it on YouTube.
Just like you have a Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, but why the purple hair?
It's art.
Huh? Shout out to the artiste.
What is your issue?
I don't like it.
Thought it was an ode to Jay-Z.
Yeah. Well, remember Jay-Z said, I'm the rap Dylan.
783 are looking on YouTube. Feel free to jump onto YouTube. There's another word I'd use to describe it, and that's smoking. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been smoking some pot.
Okay.
420. Looney went for 420, Steiny, on 420.
Yeah.
You get that.
Okay. Here's one thing that I think we got to keep in mind. There's no way I'm gonna make a guarantee, even though there's no way I can actually prove or make. The Kings are not going to play any worse than they played last night. They were terrible. They couldn't make a shot. Was there one guy? I looked through their whole roster and I was like, they all stunk. I guess Barnes had a nice stretch.
Yeah.
Other than that,
he was 6 of 10 at minus 22 on the night. Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, Steiny 9 of 22, 3 of 9 from deep, minus 17.
Tried.
Steiny, they're shooting 26% from 3 in the series, and yet they're up. And I know the game is just more about the 3 ball, but damn, they've been hustling. One more game more so than the Warriors. But that's I just like. How are these guys up? And I got to give you this because now I'm just basketball reference.
I'm with you. Text lines.
What happened?
Yeah, you got a lot of nerve. You got a lot of nerve criticizing my shirt. You're doing a show in San Francisco with a Cowboys jacket. The Bay realizes you got a lot of nerve.
Yeah, I'm
That's
from
all.
the Bay.
Well,
one of us are from the Bay.
Yeah, Bob
so
Dylan's
you don't speak
universal.
on my city. This is where I'm from.
No, you're not. You're from Union
Redding,
City.
PA. I'm from the Bay, born in Oakland, California.
I lived in San Francisco
Oak Knoll
longer than
Hospital.
you.
So when you refer to the Bay, that's my city.
Well, then why are you wearing a Cowboys
You're a transplant.
jacket?
You already know about it. Hey, Goo, tell your story about the Cowboys. I got to give you something because you and Evan didn't turn me out on Basketball Reference. Dude, I'm on it. I study it, Steiny, 2 days in. Draymond has more fouls than points in this series. Just back to Dre.
Evan, what'd you do?
Yeah.
Why did you show him that?
That's that. Hey, no, yellow Steiny, like, boy.
Let's go get City Boy because listen,
he's on top of the world.
I'm
man.
not saying it. I'm not the guy saying it. What's up, City Boy? How you doing? What are you thinking?
Julian.
City. Oh.
Well, stage. Nah, he at work.
You know what? He gets the little T. Zach's in Richmond. What's up, Zach? Zach's in Richmond. What's up, Zach?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, sorry. I'm driving on the 37, so hopefully I don't cut out. It's an ugly series. It's an ugly series if you're considering, what the Warriors have shown us for the last few years. But if the playoffs are a season unto themselves, they're going to create their own storylines. And I still think that Kuminga, after having the last month of the series that he had, playing well, could grow leaps and bounds in these playoffs if he continues to get time. And my one prediction is if he continues to get time in this series, he's going to posterize Sabonis. I can feel it coming. It's getting closer and closer. And it's going to be like GP2 did last year, like Wiggins did, and like Barron did. Sabonis is going to get posterized by that kid. And I can't wait to see it.
Kuminga was in the air last night a couple times
thanks,
trying
Zach.
to throw it.
I'll tell you what. If I'm a Warrior fan, I don't even care if we lose, as long as Kuminga gets one really nice dunk.
Now, that's not what he was saying.
Isn't it?
No, that's not what
That's what I heard.
Kuminga's one of his favorites.
Let Kuminga eat.
But let me take this. I need you to just post up.
I need to clarify something.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Guys, please, I'm not from SAC, but Sabonis is, of course, Sabonis is fine.
Do they know
He's
when
fine.
you're playing?
But
he's been terrible.
Before the series started, I went in. He's a typical player who, to me,
who's their best player? Him or Fox?
Fox.
Oh, there's no doubt.
No. Actually,
we went into it asking.
Dickinson, I think, was asked that question, and he said Sabonis.
Sabonis, no doubt.
Okay.
But who's playing the better right now through games?
What I'm getting at with Sabonis is, as of right now, he's kind of been a hollow numbers guy. So he's when you talk about players that have made an imprint on the series, he's only made an imprint in one game, really.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where if Sabonis doesn't play well Sunday and the Kings lose, well, then he's having a terrible series.
Yeah, but they will still be 2-2 with a humongous Game 5, and he had 24-9 in Game 2, Steiny, and I didn't see it, but points are not everything. Look at the line or look at the game and call me when you see Dante DiVincenzo because he didn't actually light it up in the box score. But Steiny, last year I told you this about Moses Moody, who's been left for dead at times. He played his ass off I believe, in the Dallas Mavericks series, the Western Conference Finals last year. And he got out in the game yesterday before Moody, 16 minutes, 4-7, 2 of 5 from 3, rebounded, playing hella fine defense. I like Moses Moody, and I'm glad, us talking heads and the callers, the ones that were anti-Moody were like, the stage is too big. He answered the bell last night. Now, he was a big part of the win.
Yeah, everybody played well. Everybody. Is it fair to ask why? Yeah. Hunters Point Ray. What's up, Hunters Point Ray?
What's up, fellas? How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
Good. All right, just real quickly, Guru.
What's up, baby?
Watching you, man. Slow down.
Steiny, this is my guy.
Take a deep breath.
I love this guy.
And just let it out. Okay. Yeah, just slow down.
All right. That's what I'm going to do, sir.
Yes.
All right. I was watching the game yesterday, and you had been saying something, and I finally saw it. Kuminga and Moody, they need more playing time. The athleticism of those two gentlemen helped us win that game yesterday. With Clay, Curry, and Looney, we are just a basic offensive team, but we need the athleticism that those two players can bring. Number two, this thing with Draymond, I am 100% guaranteed that no matter what happened, Draymond is gone. He's gone. He's 90% already out. He's gone.
Wow.
So we need to start focusing on next year as we go forward with this playoff.
Man, appreciate the call.
Thanks,
That's our guy, Snotty.
Do more people feel? Let me just throw this to Evan and Spinoni. You guys think Draymond's gone?
Depends on if he's willing to opt in.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, Evan. He's got an opt-out clause.
That was my Steinmetz.
Okay.
Well, it depends how the season ends, right? Like,
Okay.
I can see them absolutely. If they win, it has to be if they win the whole thing, though. Like, that's
Gotcha.
all it is. If they lose, I think he's out.
What I meant was, if he opts in, he'll stay for another year. If he opts out, he's gone.
That was pretty good.
That's a 3. Nah, I'll give you 4. It was a 3, but your sincere dryness brought it up to a 4. Good job.
What about you? Answer your own question.
Well, I can't remember.
You think he's out? I told you I think he's a lifer. They are going to fix this now.
I think he's fix what? Something wrong?
No.
What's wrong? What are they going to fix? Wait, something's wrong?
No, the streets. That caller. That's our guy. I don't think it's that cut and dry. I think Draymond will opt in.
All right, you got to bet $1,000. Will Draymond Green be on the? Will he be on the team game 1 next year? You have to bet. You can't.
I'm going to stay consistent. I'm going to say no because the chicken's bought it. And let me tell you why.
Okay.
Because Jonathan Kuminga and the young guys are going to – remember how you were like, who are you going to bring in? Well, you may bring in nobody. You're going to bring in a body. But I'm telling you, in order for these other guys to take that next step, I feel like Dre's in their way. It's a reality.
City Boy, what do you think about that?
So I concur completely. And I'll tell you what, and all this stuff that we've heard over the years about Steph Curry, how could he play without Dre? Draymond sets him up. Draymond makes the
Go ahead.
Steph Curry was Denzel Washington last night, dude. He was a man on fire.
That's a 4.
Steph Curry looked amazing, and the basketball game was fun, and the players looked like they had a load off of their shoulders, Wow. Draymond Green, God love him, he means well. He's a micromanager. He's harassing these young kids every moment. Everything they do is questioned, and And he has been so great for the organization. I don't want to make it sound like I don't appreciate him, but I'm looking forward to the post-Draymond era. I want fun, and that was fun last night. The Warriors looked really good. And it's also about speed. I mean, let's be honest. We're going to need Draymond. If we're thinking about winning a championship,
no
there's
doubt.
going to be points in this postseason when we're going to need him. But
no doubt.
But as far as next year, if he opts out, they're not even going to offer him a deal, I don't think. Or they'll offer him something so low they know he's going to say no because I'll tell you what, he's gone. And, Joe Lacob, and because of the stuff hanging over us with Bob Myers, and I see Joe Lacob really trying to make a splash and go get somebody via trade. And I mean, somebody that another team has given up on. Maybe it's a Zion or something like that. But I think Joe Lacob, he likes to. He's a gambler. He'll put chips into the middle of the table, and
no doubt.
I'm looking for a big offseason also, guys. I mean, it could be Zion. It could be something that much fun. And imagine a Zion and Curry pairing. That'd be phenomenal. Anyway, let's go Dubs, and
All right.
I'll see you guys soon.
Yes, sir. City boy.
And the whole ideology behind, because nobody's running Dre out of town, but the ideology behind Dre gone is at this juncture of Curry's career where he's still the chef. What if he had somebody that had an offensive game where the defense had to respect that? Here I go. It would make Steph's job easier. So that's why I never would ever diminish what Dre means and what he's done.
Can the guy pass?
Well, if he can pass as good as the guy that was passing to Steph last night where he dropped 36 in the playoff game. My point is, at this point, to me, how do we make Curry's job on offense less work easier?
So you're saying
get somebody with a threat that could put the ball in the hole. And last night, to a degree, that's what enabled Sack not to get. I couldn't believe the young Sack dudes in the black uniforms. Well, they were in white. In the white uniforms were not in the Warrior space. It would have dumped on me by the late first. I'm like, that's it. They ain't playing cornerback because they can't. So I'm just saying, moving forward.
Here we go. Oh, Steiny, you can't do anything with Draymond. But now you've spent 3 minutes saying maybe they are better without Draymond.
No, hold on now. See, this is where I spent a whole show fighting with you about what Curry could do without Draymond. And it wasn't no shade at Dre.
So does Curry make – so I don't – you're saying Draymond doesn't help Steph on offense?
No, that would be disrespectful. My point is Steph is so transcendent. Our argument started years ago about, okay, don't tell me he still ain't the chef and he ain't cooking without no Draymond. That's all I've been consistent with. I know what Dre brings, and some things he helps Curry get off. But when you got what Curry possesses, you could play with Peter Pan and you still don't get buckets.
Okay, who's a player that'll bring out something better in Steph Curry other
you can't
than Draymond
get this guy,
Green?
Siakam. What if you had a Siakam in a Warrior uniform? A dude that can give you the business. You know what I'm saying? And I know.
So when Steph Curry, when they bring in Siakam and he's not as good of a passer as Draymond, and he's more of a scorer than Draymond, you're going to be okay when you look at the box score and it says Steph Curry, 6 for 11.
But see that you're laughing, but
because
never happen.
Clay's going to go 9 for 23. But Bull's going to go 5 for 7 for 17.
Steph will get hit.
And Siakam going to need his 18.
Exhibit A, Kevin Durant years on line 1.
Right. Steph took a back seat, and everybody didn't like it.
What did JD and I always do? Dude, it's incredible when you look at the field goal attempts. I believe Clay might have led all 3 of them.
Exactly.
But there was no problem. Everybody.
Yes, there was a problem.
Duh.
There was a problem. There was a disagreement among the fans about the way Steph was being used and whether too much was given to Durant, and Steph had to take a back seat on the court.
He took a jet to China from China.
No. I'm talking about on the court. I don't care about that. I'm talking about on the court.
My point is, Steph wasn't unhappy.
No, but the fans were. Fans were upset.
Who cares about the fans?
Are you kidding?
I can't believe I said that.
I can't believe you just said that either.
But I'm talking about on the court. Steph was cool with my point is he can play with another alpha male.
Yeah, he can. He absolutely can.
That's what makes him great, man.
He absolutely can. I think you got to be careful, though.
You better be careful.
When you're talking about Draymond and how much he helps and who could just slide seamlessly in there.
Because I'm not bypassing that. Now I know
you're playing it both ways. I got you. I know exactly what you're trying to do.
Funny.
You
on the good days, you're pretty funny.
I mean, Draymond's not important, but he is. Draymond's not going to be here, but he is. Benzo and Napa, we got calls. What's up, Benzo?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey.
You got me?
Yes, sir. We're back. Where's your back in the series?
Baby. First of all, I'm cracking up because he said Steph could play with Peter Pan. And that
I don't know where that
Peter Pan's got some big ups. We don't. Yeah, I mean, he can get up there.
He's soft though for sure. He's kind of like
he can fly. Thank you, Spadoni.
But yeah, no, I think the Draymond thing is interesting. You guys got me thinking about it, and I've been thinking a lot about it, and a lot of good points. I think like there's absolutely no way that you're going to have somebody slide seamlessly into this group that takes the place of Draymond. But I think at some point, and I've been hesitant to say this, but you've got a person here that has the spirit of their actions has kind of exhibited emotion over intelligence. And too many times. And when that happens, like, it really tends to affect the morale of any group, and especially a tight-knit team. And I think, I have no idea what goes on inside that group, but I've been involved with situations like that where you just got somebody that they're great. Like, you'd never want them to go away, but they have these outbursts and they have these situations that continuously hurt what you're doing. And I just wish Draymond would have his intelligence overwhelm his emotions for enough of a period of time that we're not tying it together, where to the point where you get like the league saying, look, like which I don't agree with that. I think the league also should keep its emotions out of it too, and that his suspension was ridiculous. Now, anybody said the word stomp from what happened is I stop it. But that's
stomp it. Stomp it. Thanks a lot, Benzo. Appreciate it. I'm going to go out on a high note. But Benzo, good points there. Steiny, I'm listening on delay. That's the Odyssey app. To answer your question about being better on D with the two defensive players out of the game, they took care of the ball, which led to ball movement because the spacing was better. The Kings couldn't sag off Draymond and GP2.
11 turnovers for the Warriors.
Is a solid offense. Offensive performance. And that's from the...
Stanley, they were only 16 from 50 from three. The Kings, it was there for them to make a comeback. I'm like, oh, boy.
Yeah, they... good text there from the 347. Where's that?
I want to say Miami.
It's the 305.
Dude,
I might be wrong.
No, you had the Rick Ross.
I might be wrong.
You just went Rick 347.
Here's where you... Welcome to my... You like Flo Rida?
Yeah. But you get what his name is really.
Yeah, Flo Rida.
But you know where he's from.
Florida.
That is sick. Get it, Flo Rida, because he's rapper.
His name's Flo Rida.
Yeah, but he's from Florida.
Right, Florida.
And he's a writer. Oh, boy.
What is going on
here?
What
do you mean? Not J.R. Ryder.
No. R-I-D-A.
Chucky.
I mean, he's not the Mr. 305, though. We all know who that is.
Yeah. It's Don
baby.
Johnson.
Pitbull, baby. My boy Brooklyn looks just like Pitbull.
Disrespectful.
I used to watch Miami Vice. Good show.
Dude.
Don Johnson.
Saw the movie.
And your other boy. Pretty boy with the green eyes.
Nobody remembers the
Tubbs.
The heck was his name?
Oh, my God.
I want to say he had a hyphenated name.
Dude, he
had a hyphenated name. I can't remember what it is.
The women loved him.
Well,
Michael, what was it?
The women didn't exactly dislike Don Johnson either. Chucky.
I love the young people.
Chucky's in. Hey. Chucky in Oakland.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing, man?
We all
doing well.
Fire after a win.
Hey, I listen to you guys a lot, man, because, I drive trucks, man, and so I'll be on the road, man, tuning in, listening to you guys.
Thank
you. And, Guru, man, you asked for Steiny. Y'all be telling me, man, let's put the rat on the table. Let's put the rat on the table.
Wow.
Man, look, man, why y'all want to put Draymond on the table like that, man? I don't understand how you guys downgrading Draymond and talking about putting it out there in the air so these cats can hear and talking about, maybe we did play better without Draymond. What were they supposed to do, though? You, Guru, you and Sonny, both y'all played ball. What were they supposed to do?
Okay.
They were supposed to win one for Draymond.
Yeah, no doubt. And let me tell you this. The reason this is a subject is because I did have the thought, but the energy came from last night's postgame with JD, this morning with Bonte and Shasky. So I was surprised, like Steiny, the volume was that loud. And you're right, they rode and had their brothers back. But I'll tell you what, if we see game 4 Sunday to where the offense looks, pressured and they can't get off, you got to have that thought. Nobody running Dre out of town, family.
Philip Michael Thomas.
There it is, Fedoni.
Not to be confused with Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Don't do that, Goo.
R.I.P.
He was a great actor.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Fentanyl. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't
How
say
can
that.
you do
I wouldn't
drugs
say
that
that
could
unless
kill
you're
you?
absolutely sure of it.
Well,
Are you absolutely sure of it?
Gotta go.
no. Thank you. I needed the bill. I'm gonna look it up. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we got to. This is an interesting one. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Steiny, you can't let Guru get away with flipping like this. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you mean.
This is a bit, and you've made minions. You've created you're playing.
Hey, we got to go.
Okay.
We got to go. Maybe you could. I'll let you address it on the other side because it's not fair. It's not fair to my partner. Let's see. 888-957-9570. And Guru's going to tell you to go to hell on the other side.
You don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's really on your mind at that moment.
Tune in to 95.
Yikes.
We did what we're supposed to do. They say, Draymond's got a history, so do we. So we know how to bounce back.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Steph.
Wow, with
sounded
bars.
a little scripted.
That was off the top.
Well, then
They say Draymond has a history, so do we. Mic drop.
So, yesterday was a big day here at 95.7 The Game, and obviously a big day for the Warriors. If you were listening yesterday, you know that I challenged Steph Curry early in the show when I know he's driving to practice. Some people didn't like that I challenged him and said, look, you're down 2-0. It's Steph Curry. He's got to carry this team.
Legacy.
And I told him, I don't use the phrase often, but he got the message that it was a legacy game. And so, he's just a great player, great teammate. And he responded. And then when I got in front of the team, as Steph goes, we go. And I knew with Steph coming out, how he was going to come out tonight. By the way, we're going to talk about a substitution pattern, which really impacted this ball game. But so I knew Steph was going to come out with fire.
Yeah.
So I didn't need to give the fire and brimstone speech to the rest of the team. That was more about executing that 1-2-2, which we did a nice job of. And I stayed on the kids to stay focused defensively. And I didn't need to raise my voice. They really responded. Maybe I'll do it again.
Your material is phenomenal, right?
1-2-2.
Now to the thing.
Is that me? Let me hear that again. It didn't even sound like me. 1-2-2.
Now that sounds like you're out of breath.
That's weird.
You can ruin my rap career. You sound out of breath. No, that's my style. Real quick about your bit. Let's
what
rest
bit?
it. About me flipping.
Well,
I had the Warriors in 5.
Hold on.
I had the Dubs in 5.
Hold on.
So ain't no bit.
Let's hold on. Let's get it right. I didn't say it.
I had Dubs in 5, Jack.
Don't be scared, dog. Steiny, you cannot let Guru get away with flipping like this. That's from the 650.
What flipping?
And then, hold on. Hey.
I wanted to add something to flipping.
And then one guy says, listening to Guru, be careful, you'll get whiplash.
Those are your minions you created. But anyway, I had Warriors in 5. So what the hell are they talking about? And they're probably king plants. Yeah, I had Dubs in 5. Now, what are you missing? But this is what you've created.
What do you mean?
And if you get off on
I do
creating other gremlins.
Yeah, I do.
I had him in 5. Come on now. I had Dubs in 5.
Right.
It is gone.
So ain't no that's
like
a 4.
I think what people get confused about is you'll say in the same sentence, Steiny, I'm confident. I am confident we're going to win this series.
I was a little nervous yesterday.
I'm worried about. So confident and worried are two.
But I don't use that in the same bar. I was worried about last night before the ball tipped, and I'm gonna be honest.
Let me guess. You're worried about Sunday.
You better be worried about Sunday because you got it tied up. But what's crazy, and I know I'm just getting ahead of myself, and I need you guys in the back.
This is what people can't stand.
Wednesday.
Don't do it. Don't do it. This is and when I say people, I mean me.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. And I owe Game 4 Sunday all the attention because you got to go win that. But Steiny, I'm just telling you, the Kings, man. Though I don't think I've ever watched this series where I saw a team with 2 games, and you look at everything and you're like, how the hell do they got 2 games? But they've been hustling, and that college crowd. That's just incredible, man.
I think they got 2 games because they played better than the Warriors the first 2 games, and then the Warriors played better last night. But I'm interested to know what Warrior. I do not. This is just me.
Yeah.
I don't believe in momentum in a series. I don't think what happened last night
I totally buy
matters at all. Some people think it does.
But what happened to Sack last night? You know what I mean? You would have think they had multiple momentum
exactly.
up 2-0.
But they didn't.
No.
I mean, you can disagree and say, nah, it's momentum. Like, to me, if the Warriors win Sunday, they don't have momentum.
Well, can I tell you something
about... They got to go play in Sacramento.
Now, you're going to say, you might throw something at me. Your hair sticking up in the back, Snotty. But you might say this to me. They got the momentum of the 41-game home record at Chase Center. they're a problem at home. They're a different team at home. So that's
I'll
more
give you that.
tangible than, but I agree with, because I thought Sack was going to come in and just play freely. But nah, to their credit,
I didn't think that at all. Actually. And
kinda,
when we get JD on at 1, I'm gonna push back on something because he got a little nasty with me yesterday. Did you catch that?
When?
You didn't catch that?
When Jay gets hot, because that ran about
no.
I'm gonna do my JD. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
Adam Silver don't want to be got a PTO league. That was, dude. You gotta hide
the Phoenix Suns shouldn't have PHX or the LA. It's no LAC.
It's different, but boy, you better duck. But I missed him.
Yeah, no, he was singling out the Sacramento media and how they pandering a little bit to the Kings and propping them up a little.
Okay.
And I said, well, it's just like the Bay Area does to the Warriors. And he didn't want to get off on that track. I could tell. And at one point he said, now, if you want to talk about that, we can talk about that. But it was JD's way of, don't you dare contradict me.
That went over my head now.
What I also heard him say is, I think tonight, meaning yesterday, it's going to look like a regular season game. I could see it. I think the Warriors are going to have to win this one by scoring 135.
Well, they didn't shoot well enough to do that.
Thank you. 650 caught it. You know what, 650? I think JD was trying to stick it to me.
So you knew in real time, it just kept it moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's wow. Yeah. I'm on my own little world over here.
Let's go to Gerard in Hayward. Hey, Gerard, how you doing, buddy? Come on. Help me.
Night-night.
Mike in Hayward wants to talk about Bob Myers. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
How are you doing? I think the biggest thing to worry about is not whether Draymond's going anywhere, but I think Bob Myers decided that he's gone.
Wow.
And the reason why I say that is because I don't really think him and the owners are on the same page. Not really. I mean, they got respect for each other, but he already offered him some money, so it's not about the money. I don't think Bob Myers has enough say-so what goes on with that team, and I think since what he's been doing, all the championships he's brought to the owner, I think he should be more empowered. But Bob is not going to go. He's not going to say that, but I think that's basically what it is. He wants to go somewhere where he can have more of a say-so, and it's like the guy at the Lakers. He can bring in what he wants to bring in, and they go along with it. He doesn't have that kind of play with the owner. Jacobs is micromanaging a bunch of shit, I think, and I think that's more of the problem.
Up until the S-bomb, I agreed with about 95% of the things he said. We talked about Draymond. I think Bob's gone.
All right, and I got a question.
What do you think?
Well,
it's just a thought. It's not a matter of
he's
can be right
guy,
or wrong.
Stoney.
It looks like we're going to get him another time, though.
Yeah, that's great.
Wait, when's game 4?
Wednesday.
When's game 5?
We'll get him Wednesday.
Yeah.
Look at what you.
I'm gonna say,
you are a thinker.
Yeah, and I'll be like, hey, Bob.
Oh, but here we go.
Why don't you just do it now? Give your resignation speech. It's over after tonight. You lost that critical game 4. Draymond's kicked out again he won't be playing game 5.
All right, now.
You running
I'm
material.
as scatterbrained as they come,
yes,
so I got 3 things I got to fire off.
Sure. Can you remember them in order?
Please. Wow.
That was me.
No, you got me. But the Warriors won a game. It's about last night, and they are down 1 game, and we got one Sunday. But about Myers and Lakeup, I'm looking at you man-to-man like we were at the cafeteria stand. I can't make it today.
Why not?
Do you last Friday. But listen, do you think Myers, if he had no boss, would have drafted James Wiseman? Do you think, from what you know of Bob Myers, do you think Wiseman was his pick? Because I'm starting to think no.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it was a group.
You think? Okay.
Okay. Here's what I think's going on with Myers. I think they do have a lot of voices. Joe Lacob, Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy, Larry Harris,
Kurt Lacob,
Kurt Lacob. Okay. So now here comes the Wiseman draft, and let's just assume that it's not unanimous.
Gotcha.
Dunleavy said, I'll tell you what, I like ball handlers, and him and Larry Harris, hey, I like LaMelo Ball, and maybe Myers is like, I'll tell you what, we're still a pretty good team. Maybe, I know he's probably going to drop to 13, but maybe Halliburton. I think he was in that draft.
Yeah.
And whatever, they came to a decision where it's Wiseman, right? But if it's not Bob's guy,
you end up that never goes. You kind of have receipts, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
I ain't gonna rub it in your face. That ain't my job. But you kind of know.
Bob Myers drafted
okay.
Wiseman and traded Wiseman.
Right, no doubt about it.
2 years later,
and
because I think this is a big thing.
Yeah,
I think this is a big thing. If you're not going to have, if there's going to be a lot of voices, and you're just one of those voices, but you happen to be the voice they send out there. At that point, I think you're like, why am I?
No doubt.
Why am I taking all the heat? Not that he's taking heat.
Yeah, but I hear you.
For, you know what?
Something that
couple things that I didn't really want to do.
And he can never say, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well, he can never say to guys like you. But
well,
he'll tell me.
Does he?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he wouldn't do that until he left.
Dude,
hopefully he don't leave.
They were throwing punches. He does
now
not
I gotta
tell
read
me.
this to you. This is part 2.
Of course he doesn't tell me.
We know.
Kidding.
Yeah. Help me out. Joseph Kine, Lindipid. Mike Brown, quote unquote, I know the playbook, blew up in his face last night when he, along with the Kings, couldn't predict what the Warriors were going to run when Draymond wasn't in the lineup. There's some validity to that, but also that's not why the Kings lost the game too, Stoney, and the Warriors won. Offensively, they were as putrid as it comes. Dude, do you know how many shots they kept getting they just couldn't hit?
Yeah.
Like ice. So
650. I guess we can get into that at about 1:30. What is the NBA doing? How can Embiid not in Harden? Oh my God!
And
I don't even want to do it.
But for your dad to be a ref and you still tackle this, that's why I appreciate you. I told Norm last night, hey, look, I might be beat up and bloodied when I get back because when I bring this up, Stein's going to want to fight. He was like, I still got your back. But for you to bring that to the forefront, and not because I was going to kind of ambush you with that. Stoney, I'm embarrassed for what's going on with the league. These are playoff games. And one dude gets thrown out for Harden when the other dude who should have got thrown out remains in the game.
They still have time to correct it.
Who told me to watch? Oh, it was Bonte, the Donahue doc on Netflix.
He's been
Shasky said it ruined him.
It's been debunked.
What you mean?
Donahue's been debunked. He's a fraud. He's a liar.
Well, in this documentary, Foster and David Stern at halftime, I guess there's a log of like 80 calls. What are y'all talking about if it ain't the outcome of certain said game?
Stern and Donahue were talking?
No, Foster.
They're friends.
But why would the commissioner call you at halftime while you're working?
The commissioner makes calls at halftime if he needs to. The commissioner has an open line to Steph Curry at halftime if he needs to, I would think.
But like the NFL had those lines open to New England when the tuck rule was, we were waiting on a verdict. Hey,
Donahue's a strutter. That's what my dad called him. My dad knows him from back east.
No, I gotta watch.
Knows of him.
So you won't watch this doc because you think he's full of.
No, I won't. No, but oh God! And here it is. We're talking about Shaq, and you say like, first of all, you want a documentary on Shaq? No, I wouldn't watch a documentary on Shaq at gunpoint. All right, I already know everything I need to know about Shaq.
But you don't hate the man personally.
No,
for the people listening.
Now let me tell you what I have.
Let
me tell you what I have started watching.
Oh Lord!
I only watch documentaries or documentary types that are fascinating.
Well,
J.R. Smith. Yes, he does, baby. And it is, I'll tell you what, I find him intriguing. He is a smart dude, man.
But what did he have to overcome, though?
Are you kidding? You know anything about his upbringing?
No, I don't.
But I don't either. But I guarantee you it was tough. There's no doubt.
Oh,
Student athlete.
You are full of it. Oh, man.
No, it's really cool. He's at North Carolina A&T. A&T.
That's where the daughter trying to switch from Grambling. It's all hell jumping off at the house. But go ahead.
He wanted to go to historically black college.
Yeah.
And so he's playing golf. And he's saying stuff like, I just can't wait to play. I just want to see, like, what do they do at golf practice? How does the coach address the team? Does he address them individually? J.R. Smith. I'll tell you what also got, I like J.R. Smith, but one thing that kind of got lost in the weeds. When he drilled that guy he caught trying to break into his car.
No, a bipper. Yeah.
You know what? You know how I know? You said, Steiny, how do you know he had a tough childhood? Yeah. I'd say, did you see what he did to that guy who was breaking into his car?
Either. He didn't give him the one-hitter quitter. He stayed and gave him some.
Andre wants to know what we're smoking on.
Oh,
what's up, Dre?
Hello?
Yeah, Dre. A little of that good, yeah, sure.
So, Liz, I don't know what's happening, but I think folks are kind of losing it. You don't sit Draymond out because the Warriors won last night or whatever. He's a starter. Yeah. You got to let him play.
Mm-hmm.
You got to let him play. Kerr has set Draymond down before, so it's not like it's unusual. But that's a bad message. The first thing he comes back, we're going to sit you out. That is just insane.
I agree,
what does it say for other people?
Well, we're kind of the face of it. But again, last night with Dickinson, this morning with the roast, me on Twitter. Steiny, I was kind of shocked that people are going to that. But the Warriors are a brotherhood. They're a fraternity, man. They have each other's back at every turn. And when you just recited Steph's bars, that was them. Their play was them having Dre's back. And then Curry, saying, they say Dre has a past.
Right.
Because everybody feels like I was about to get in trouble here. The suspension was bogus.
So when you talk about a brotherhood, it would be a brotherhood like that, had a team meeting and told Clay, we love you, buddy, but quit shooting.
But the
point,
hold
so
on,
that same brotherhood would be, hey, Draymond, we love you, but go to the bench.
Yeah, no, but it'll never be public. Like if they said that to Clay in that meeting, it would never get out. Just like Wiggins, it never got out.
What do you want to know?
I just how did you come across the doc? I'm thinking of J.R. Smith.
Which doc?
The J.R. Smith one.
I'll tell you what I do a lot. I don't watch actual shows, but I scroll through all the shows you can watch.
That can be fun.
And you never really watch one. But next thing you know, it's 45 minutes later.
But where's your fulfillment?
You get it.
Like Snowfall. It was based on the crack epidemic in L.A. They just had the finale. It was terrible. The world stopped. You don't even get in. You didn't even watch one episode. Like Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Power.
Nope.
I'm looking at you like.
Keep going.
Power.
No, never saw it.
Sopranos.
I made it up.
You didn't have a Sunday, the end of a week, to stop with dinner, then 2 hours after dinner, you get your.
It wasn't a ritual. Sopranos was not a ritual. By the way, we got Jason Timpf. Jason Timpf coming up at 12:05.
You watch games.
And he's Volume Sports. You know what?
How did you find Evan found him?
He's no Geltzeiler.
Oh, no, I would never
but
say
Timpf
that.
is money.
Yeah. I would never tell. Steiny's no guru. I would never.
I'll tell Timpf.
What if he's listening?
I'll tell him.
Sopranos,
I'll tell him. He's not. They're both great.
Yeah.
One's Steph, one's Clay.
Both Hall of Famers.
Christian's in Woodward. Christian, where's Woodward? Christian, where's Woodward?
Oh, I meant Whittier.
Oh, that's down in L.A. Or no, Southern California. Yes. Richard Nixon.
This is first-time caller.
Cool.
I wanted to shout out to Guru. Shout out to Union City.
Oh, hey, the Union, baby.
I'm sorry.
The Union, go ahead.
Yeah, got married there, too. Logan High School.
Dude, what year?
My brother-in-law got married. He graduated 02, though.
Yeah. So, all the Pennsylvania stories we hear. Go ahead, baby. You a Colt. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to say, what do you guys foresee? Is this a sneak peek of what things to come with Draymond not being in the lineup?
Listen, I can respect that thought. Yeah, I can respect that thought. But Steiny, I told you in the masses, and my boy Hawk, I don't think it's fair, and I think it's too quick. It's just one game, and this team knew they were shorthanded. I didn't know what was going on with Gary Payton II, but I'm not going to do that today. I respect the thought. Now, you're the type of person, had I brought that to you, you would have threw something at me. But I don't think that's fair to Dre. But if I see you Monday, and all of a sudden that offense looks like it did the first two games, and they're in the Warrior space, the King defense, then we got something to talk about.
By the way, interesting Steve Kerr yesterday, and we've talked about this a lot. Steph Curry's minutes, his rotation, all that kind of stuff. He came out with about 6 minutes left in the first quarter, and then again in the second quarter. You know what that is, don't you? That's the John Stockton
I didn't know that. That I did not know.
Jerry Sloan used to take John Stockton out at the
halfway
6 minute mark of the first and third quarters. Why did he do that? Well, it meant that Stockton could not play more than 36 minutes, but it also meant if he needed him for the whole fourth quarter, he could play him in the whole fourth quarter.
37 for Curry last night.
You know, the Warriors changed that up a little bit. I think they're trying to keep, and we can talk more about this with John Dickinson, I think they're trying to keep Curry on the floor when De'Aaron Fox is on the floor to make the Warriors less susceptible to a dry spell while Fox is doing his thing. Suge in Fremont. What's up, Suge?
Hi there.
Hey.
I just have to tell you that I agree with you. I noticed that Curry's minutes, it seemed to be a little bit high, but I wanted to make a comment on the Draymond thing.
Okay.
Feel that, they're not going to, change Draymond's role. It's this far along.
Sure.
It does send a bad message. But, I felt that the reason that they did win was because they really played carefully. I mean, they didn't turn the ball over, and then they spread Curry's minutes, although I felt that he was doing a lot more physical things than he normally does because Draymond was not there. And I don't know if they continue to do that, it might be a little bit hard as the series goes on because he is 35 years old. So that is one concern. But I did want to point out one thing that nobody's ever mentioned today, and that was Clay. I felt that he does a lot of lazy passes, and he turns the ball over. He sends the ball over to Clay, to Looney when Looney's in a crowd. There's no way he's going to grab the ball, and he's been doing that quite a bit. I've noticed that even in regular season games.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
2 turnovers for Clay yesterday.
Yeah, listen, it's set up for Clay to have a good game 4.
Oh man.
It just is.
Yep.
And here's, you know what? And maybe I gotta call Clay out. So make sure somebody let me know when Clay's in his car. I think he needs a little of the love I gave Steph Curry yesterday.
Dude,
listen,
dude.
One of the reasons, you got to talk to these guys with respect. You don't want to denigrate them.
That is not, man.
Would Steiny watch an Andre Ward documentary? Son of God.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a full. Him and Barry are like twins.
Barry who?
Bonds.
Well, if I had to watch a documentary on one of them, it would be Andre Ward.
Now, why would you say that? And
because
I love Dre.
I find Andre Ward more compelling than Barry. What are you trying to do here?
No, I'm just. You're saying you don't like
Don't you dare
Bonds.
try to back me into the corner.
You saying you don't like Bonds?
I like Barry Bonds, and the reason. We gotta go.
Yeah.
We gotta go. Jason Timpf, Volume Sports. You're gonna want to hear him, Warrior fans. He's got a lot of great perspective, and he comes at it from a pro-Warrior angle, just a little. 95.7 again. I'm not a leader.
The reviews are in from McDonald's.
Curry in no hurry. Taking his time. Wiggins will screen. Pass to the wing to Kuminga. Hands it back to Steph. Steph, a deep three. Good from the far hash mark. 93-77.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. Welcome in Jason Timpf. We've had him on a few times the last couple months. He works for Volume Sports, knows his Warriors, and here's where I'm going to start, Jason. So last week our boss took a vacation, and he went to Hawaii. Then he came back, and he had surgery on his knee, so he hasn't been in the office for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, and we're clearly better. We're better without him when he doesn't show up. Are the Warriors better without Draymond Green?
First of all, it's good to hear from you guys again. I appreciate you having me back on the show.
What's up, Jay?
Plain and simple, I'm just going to say no.
Wait, about Draymond Green or about Matt Nahigian? Because we're better without him. We are better without him. Go ahead, man. Joke's over.
So they were 14 points better per 100 possessions this season with Draymond on the floor versus off. They were 11 points better per 100 possessions last year in the playoffs with Draymond on the floor versus off. There's no question that they are capable of playing a certain type of basketball without Draymond, and they're capable of winning games. But here's the thing. Draymond plays last night. I still think they win by 15 or 20. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And in Sacramento, in the 2 losses, one of the most encouraging pieces of data that makes me feel confident that the Warriors still have a very good chance to win this series is that with Steph and Draymond on the floor, in 50 minutes, they were plus 13.
Mm-hmm.
The issue in this series has nothing to do with Draymond. Ironically, I think you saw a great example of one of the issues in this series in last night's game, which is just all of the players, mainly the perimeter players, needed to be much more engaged defensively and on the glass. Jordan Poole had a nightmare defensive performance in games 1 and 2. I was rewatching the game this morning, so incredibly active to start this game, sprinting back in transition to get into matchups, stunting at the basketball and helping his teammates, containing the basketball in his own matchup. Everybody on the team did so much better. And, sometimes we get stuck on schematics and we go, oh, what about this adjustment? What about that adjustment? And sometimes it's just, you got to play better. Like, Steve Kerr actually said this in his interview after the third quarter last night. I don't know if you guys caught this, but he's like, we knew what we needed to do. We needed to rebound and take care of the basketball. Like, sometimes it's that simple. Sometimes it's less about some sort of magic fix and more about everybody just has to do a better job. And in a situation that required a certain amount of desperation, every single Warriors guard brought it to a certain level that they hadn't in the first 2 games. And then Kevon Looney, obviously, super clutch performance from the center position with Draymond being out. But, I mean, we have this conversation a couple times a year over the last 3 or 4 years, but there's no question the Warriors are better with Draymond, and they're going to need him to win in Sacramento because they're going to need to get stops.
Yeah, no doubt, Jason. I'm telling my partner, man, I got to be honest, before the ball tipped last night, I was a bit worried and shocked that Sacramento looked like they had the younger legs. They were in Curry space. They were in the Warriors space. It was just hard offensively for the Warriors to just make a simple pass. You look at the turnovers. The Warriors had more turnovers. Jason, why wasn't that on exhibit? Why didn't we see that yesterday? The Kings didn't seem to be in the Warriors space like they had the first 2 games.
I'm actually going to zag on you guys a little bit here. When I was rewatching this morning, I was like, wow, the Kings actually threw a good punch defensively. The Warriors couldn't make a shot in this game. They shot 40%. And I was actually thinking before the game, I'm like, man, they're going to need huge games out of Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson offensively. Mm-hmm. And really, up until Klay Thompson made a bunch of shots in crunch time, neither of those 2 guys could get anything going. The Kings actually brought a very good defensive effort in that game. The Warriors just went another level above that. And then this is why when I'm looking at a playoff series, especially in the early part of the series, when you get to the end, the wins are what matters, right? Like if you have 3 losses in a series, you literally can't afford to learn a lesson by losing. But early in the series, I'm always paying attention to when we get to the end of this series, can this team get stops? Can this team get baskets? And the reality is the Kings will never have an answer for Steph Curry, because regardless of their defensive effort last night, he ended up getting his 36 or whatever. Even in the 2 games in Sacramento, Steph was the rare bright spot. He was the one guy that was getting wherever he needed to get. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, the Warriors have started to unlock something, and I noticed this in Game 2, because I actually thought the Warriors were going to win Game 2 if Draymond did not get ejected. And in that game, I noticed that with Gary Payton and Andrew Wiggins on the floor, they were doing a really nice job of containing De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. In fact, the most successful lineup the Warriors have used in this entire series by plus minus is Steph and Clay with Gary Payton, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green. They have the ability in the later games of this series to get stops in a way that Sacramento can't, and that's a huge part of why I actually feel pretty confident, and I'm not surprised at all that the Warriors are a favorite in Vegas this morning to win the series.
Jason Timpf joining us from Volume Sports. He covers the NBA. Let me ask you about Sabonis, who's struggled a little bit in this series. Do they need to get him going? What do you see the Warriors doing to him that's definitely negated him in at least 2 of the 3 games?
Well, in the playoffs, you're allowed to match physicality in a way you can't elsewhere. And it's funny because you'll see the true physical specimens really start to have success. Like, look at how good Kawhi Leonard has been up before his injury at just getting to his spots. Look at how good LeBron James has been, despite being a little bit out of rhythm, getting to where he needs to get on the floor and feeling comfortable in the post and things along those lines. Domantas Sabonis plays an extremely physical brand of basketball, but he's not actually that much bigger or stronger than the guys he's going against at his position. And, you know, you could see him trying to bully Kevon Looney to certain spots around the rim or even around the smaller guards when they're kind of swarming him, and he's just not actually dislodging people from their position. And I think that's been one of the biggest lessons I've learned about the playoffs over the last couple of years is, like, true physical advantages over your peers at your position go so much further in this stage. It's ironically one of the things that makes Steph such a unique player in NBA history. He's like the only guy at his position who usually is giving up physical advantages and consistently wins those battles. But he's the exception that proves the rule. Too often we've seen this, that specific type of player run into playoff problems. Kevin Love is another great example. Kevin Love in the regular season used to have a ton of success as just this big, strong 4 that could rebound and kind of work in the post. And then every year he'd run into Thaddeus Young and not be able to post him up, you know, or just completely get his lunch eaten by Draymond Green. You know what I mean? Like there's another level of physicality, and if you don't have true advantages, you're not going to succeed.
Jason, I went to bed, and before I went to bed, I got this stat that Kevon Looney led the NBA playoffs last year, and I didn't know this, in offensive rebounding. Last night, he gets 20 rebounds in total. He's surrounded by future Hall of Famers. But, Jason, do you think this dude is one of the most underrated players in the league? I mean, he's making $7 million, but damn, every time they need a rebound or another shot after a missed, 3, there he is. Like, where's this Kevon Looney story going?
Well, I do think in general rebounding has become a super underrated factor in the playoffs. Actually, Charles Barkley was talking about this on TNT the other night. But I think of it from a math perspective. So you're trying to win this battle of half-court points per possession, right? And then you're trying to keep the game in the half court as much as possible for the sake of your defense, right? And usually it's a small gap. Like, one team will be getting about 95 points per 100 half-court possessions, and the other team will be getting about 93 points per 100 half-court possessions. And so little things like offensive rebounds, taking care of the basketball, those fluctuate the number of possessions. So sometimes it's less about, we're getting 2 more points per 100 possessions, and more about, we just got 10 more possessions than you. You know what I mean? And how that can fluctuate the math. And so Kevon Looney just going out and grabbing 6 offensive rebounds and a half in a game where neither team can score. But like literally both teams were struggling so badly to put the ball in the basket, but Kevon Looney just gave them more cracks at it. It's like that play right before the half. Steph misses a 3, but Kevon Looney keeps it alive, gets it back out to Steph. He makes the 3. The Kings got a stop. They did what they needed to do on that possession, and then the Warriors got an additional possession about it. And most importantly, most often offensive rebound situations are chaotic. Guys are usually not matched up. Some guys go to box out, but some guys, especially perimeter players, are taught by their coaching staff to crack down and crash from the perimeter to help grab contested rebounds. So if somebody gets an offensive rebound, that dude who's crashing is now away from his matchup. And that's why so many offensive rebounds end up leading to wide open threes, because guys just aren't matched up on the perimeter anymore. But as far as why he makes so little money, I think it's just a general lack of valuation for that type of player. But I do think the smart teams, the smart GMs around the league do value that type of player significantly and make sure that they have that type of guy on their roster.
Jason, thank you so much as always for joining us. You break it down extremely well, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See you next time.
Yes, sir. Jason Timpf, Volume Sports. Check him out. Good numbers guy.
Yeah,
Good numbers guy.
We had him on before, too.
We've had him on a few times. What are you looking at?
Oh, the box score.
From the Warriors game?
Yeah. And
what do you need to know?
No, there were a lot of misses. But, man, I was sitting there. I was getting a bit nervous. I just cannot believe that the Warriors the Kings can get another victory. They're shooting 27% in this series from three. 23, Stoney. I mean, that's awful. That's got to get better. But, again, they're up right now. And, last night they couldn't stop the chef. But he didn't want to say he didn't like the notion about Dre. I get it. It's too soon. But, Stoney, there was a different flow to that offense from a Warrior standpoint yesterday. And it has to be because Sack couldn't hone in on Dre at the top of the key looking to get the ball to the guys.
Okay. So you noticed it.
Oh, there's no doubt. I shared it with you.
So you noticed it. You noticed an improvement. But you don't want to hurt Draymond.
No. I'm saying had Sack shot better, maybe that wasn't just all the game. If the Kings would have shot better, okay, yeah, it looked different, but we still got the win. You know what I mean? They got to be kicking themselves, and a lot of those looks were wide open from Sacramento.
See, I think the Kings, it's so funny because I think you can look at it anyway. If I'm the Kings, I'm saying we're up 2-1 and we haven't made threes.
And go ahead.
So that's a positive if you're a Kings fan, right?
There's no doubt.
I mean, I would think that if I'm the Kings, I'm still feeling pretty good. I mean, what'd you think what'd you think? You were going to sweep? You were going to sweep the Warriors? Of course not.
No.
Tom's in Lafayette. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man? What do you got, buddy?
Hey, good to hear you guys. Just a quick analogy here about Draymond and what's going on. The New York Rangers brought in one of the best playoff scoring forwards in the game today over the last decade, Tarasenko. And in his first game, he scored goals in both games. But in the first game, he only played 12 minutes. And the coach came to him later and said, you know what, that was not intended. He apologized to this great player, saying, I didn't mean that. And Tarasenko said, doesn't matter to me, we won the game. And you guys know that basketball is one of the ultimate matchup sports, right? What works against one team doesn't necessarily work against another team.
Right.
And if Draymond's not able to see that and put this series in proper perspective I thought this was the quest for 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just this is who he is. He stays, it's about him too often, and that's a danger. And lastly, I hope you guys got a chance to see Sweetwater. It's doing well.
Oh, yeah, we got to check that out. Yes, Tom. Absolutely.
Sweetwater sounds familiar.
Sweetwater Clifton. Pretty sure he was one of the first black players in the NBA.
Oh, man, come on, Goo. I was just watching.
I should have known.
And the streets are telling me you might be in the theater this weekend seeing Air.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sweet. I can't believe that's not out yet, is it?
Yeah. I think they're both out.
No, I'll check that out this weekend.
If I'm not mistaken. I think they're both out. Yeah, and you know what? I got to say this about Draymond Green. And it's hypothetical. Oh, maybe he comes off the bench. Okay, whatever. But my overarching point is that I don't necessarily think Draymond would be a problem if Kerr says, any chance we can change your role this series? I
love the any chance.
I just don't, I'm not going to just automatically go, oh, Dre's going to fly off the handle. Because he's really, really smart. What I think is Draymond probably watched that game yesterday and came to the conclusion, I'm holding the ball too much. I'm holding the ball too much. So when I get it, if something's not there, I'm going to move it right away. Like that.
Or I got to go to the cup.
Well, that's funny.
Yeah.
But you can't go to the cup if a guy's standing at the foul line, not guarding you. I shouldn't have laughed that hard, but Draymond going to the cup.
Because he's been doing that more here lately.
Remember when you spent about 6 months mocking his shot against Memphis in the play-in game?
Oh, and Wiggins had one I'll never forget to hit the side of the glass.
Jay's in the Bay. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Hey, I got some bulletin board material for the Warriors. I was listening to a sports station. I had to go out to Vallejo this morning, and one of their announcers on Cage TK said the Warriors need to drop the G in gold-blooded and call themselves old-blooded.
Wow. Yeah.
Let me guess. Kenny Caraway.
Kenny carried away, if you ask Dibs. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks,
that's
Jay.
it. Well, they're not on that station, so it wouldn't have been them.
Oh.
Yeah, they're on 1320.
That's our sister station?
Yeah.
I love the young people.
What does that mean?
Well, he was saying old-blooded.
For the
Yeah, that was the joke.
I thought I was supposed to know what radio station's what in what market outside the Bay.
I'm going to throw something at you. How close is Keegan Murray to not being playable in this series? Or do you think Goo, it's only 3 games?
Don't matter.
It don't matter?
No, I mean, what's
Mike
he played,
left him
20
out there.
minutes? How much has he played in the series?
I'm about to tell you right now. Minutes played for Keegan Murray Steiny is 22.
Yeah. You can keep starting him and just get him out of there if he doesn't do anything, I guess. But this is the one thing about the Kings. I mean, they are far less likely to do anything different because they've been healthy all year, and this is kind of who they are. AJ's in Concord. What's going on, AJ? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I love your show. I love you guys. Absolutely love listening to you guys. But Guru, I want to fight, bro. I need to come at you real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Come
Take
down
your
your
time.
road, whatever you guys.
Okay.
I just don't understand why. Do you get paid if Draymond gets traded or goes to another team? Are you part of his agency where you get a kickback because he's no longer on the Warriors?
Okay.
You sound like you just want him off the squad, bro.
Wow, come on, man. We just had his barber on the show yesterday, but no. I'm the one guy telling you I know what he brings. All I'm bringing up is I do wonder at times, has this offense ran its course in regard to winning championships with 2 guys in the starting lineup that can't score? That's not singling him out. It's just a thought that I have.
Yeah,
Can I talk to the caller?
He's there. Yeah. Go ahead, AI.
I recall you stating.
Oh, AJ, we lost you. Big break
And I felt
for
like he's
big
got
break
Guru
for
and
Guru.
Steiny mixed
Yeah,
up.
big break for Guru. No, he doesn't. 'Cause
I came
said,
here and defended Dre this morning about going to the bench. Yeah, you can say
right,
will,
but you think you said we'll be fine without him down the
I
line.
believe that. I believe Steph will. Yeah.
Stay
Remember,
off of my
I was telling you,
timeline.
don't disrespect the chef. People saying if Dre left, Steph would fall off. And you're like, well, I'm not saying that. Yes, some things would be more difficult, but some other things would be easier too.
Like what?
In the getting buckets. Just like he got 36 points last night. And now people want him to come off the bench, but wanted to argue with me about Steph would be fine. Like Steph would go downhill with no Dre. That's the rat on the table that we got into a while ago.
The question is this: does Draymond help Steph or not?
It's obvious he helps him.
Okay. Well, that's all.
Okay.
Why does every Steph fan take that personally?
Because the insinuation is
No,
if
it's
there was
not.
no Dre, yeah.
No, it's
To
not.
me, the insinuation is if there's no Dre,
Yes.
he can't be as fantastic as he's been.
Well, that's a statement that may be fair.
Right.
If you think Draymond Green helps Steph Curry,
There's no doubt he
Nobody's
does.
saying Dre's the reason that Steph's a superstar.
Okay, well,
but here's the other thing. You kind of said it, and I think I don't know if it was a slip or not because I don't know whether you're more into individuals or teams. But you kept saying Steph will be fine. What if the team's not fine?
Well, that's a risk you take, but the conversation was about Steph Curry and his greatness. No, I'm not. And
don't stop.
When you talk about Steph, to the caller, I didn't because that guy's been coming out. When you talk about Steph and we talk about transcending, you know what? For that conversation, we're talking about one of the greatest to ever do it, and that's Steph Curry. So miss me. Oh, Jordan wouldn't have been what he was without Pippen, or wouldn't have been without Harper. I know how to differentiate the conversation and talk about the gifts that Michael Jordan has, and in this instance, Michael Jordan and Steph Curry, he's going to get his with or without Draymond Green, just like he got Trey 6 last night in a playoff game that the team needed. You want Draymond at the team. That pisses me off.
You said they'd be fine with that. I can't. I'm not going to do this.
I appreciate it.
Because it's not. It's disingenuous on my side. Yeah. If I thought I had you with something legit, Goo, I'm going to have to.
The chef is transcended. I don't care what.
Let's not get carried away.
You used the T word for the chef.
I'm allowed to.
And somebody pointed out Clay, if he's driving, he's on a boat. He don't got a car. Remember you said Clay's going to practice. Someone pointed out.
It has a radio.
When he had E40 bumping, remember one time?
Hey, you know what I watched last night?
The game.
I watched a documentary last night.
Oh, my goodness.
You know what? You guys should be happy. It was a jock documentary. It was Mike Francesa and Chris Russo.
Oh, the greatest. Yes.
Oh, you watched the 30 for 30 on that?
Yes, I did.
Did you see the part where Mad Dog
I just said I watched it.
Okay, but did you remember the part where one was on vacation and they changed the intro of the show? And I believe Mad Dog cut his vacation short because he didn't like
Francesa cut it short. Francesa went on vacation.
Oh, my gosh.
And Chris Russo changed the intro.
What are you talking about?
You know damn well what we're talking about.
Dude, I could not.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Dude, you talk about let go of my ego. Oh, my gosh, Donnie.
Dude, they showed them doing shows. They wouldn't even look at each other at times.
Yeah, they put you guys to shame.
Hey.
Well, actually.
I love this dude.
Exactly.
But
they don't.
They had no cafeteria.
They've gotten back.
No, they're good.
They kind of made amends.
Yeah, no doubt.
They've kind of made amends.
And they've done some shows at, I want to say, Madison Square. You know, where's hitting them too, but dude, Steiny.
You know what?
On our ugliest day, we've never got that bad. Now I get radio mad.
What do you think of this, Goo? I did notice at the end of that show, like they do shows together, like off their real shows, and it looks like they draw a crowd. Well, there's no way they're not doing that for free. They're not doing that for free.
There's big money. They're getting paid.
Well, get somebody to promote us for a show like that off the air in some big theater. Like Chase. Man. Chase in the round. You know, you can put a Chase Center, you can do it in the round.
Yeah.
We should do a show in the Chase Center.
That would be dope.
Charge nothing crazy, like $50 a pop for
Could
people
you
to come
imagine?
in. Probably get about 8,000.
Yeah. Unlike the merch stuff on our station where we don't get any dividends.
See something here. 24, 26. Let me get my thing.
Dude, that was incredible.
What was?
That doc.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah. I saw it way back during the pandemic. That's when I saw it. But Steiny,
if we charge $50 a head.
Say we get 250 people.
250?
Yeah. Well, it's got to be what?
We're splitting $12,500.
I'll take you 6 racks.
Wow.
Evan, we got to pay Evan. We got to pay Evan Espadone.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, honestly, that would be $750.
Some people saying the Paramount. We should do one at the Paramount.
Just before we do any of these, do you realize that if we rake in $12,500, I'm not being a jerk. Yeah. I'm getting $7,500. You're getting $5,000.
Now, what would you base that on?
I'm in the power chair.
Ain't no power chair.
That's what they called it on Mike and Mad Dog.
Is that what they
did? I guess it was called. I never heard that before, but they called it
the power chair.
Power chair.
I can't wait to see Willard and Dibs.
I was going to say 888-957-9570. We got. I could still say that. You can get on the. You know what? You can get in the queue. Put them in the queue on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Brad. I thought you had.
A chance to tie up this series and send it back to Sacramento for a 3-game set. Warriors get the win, 114-97. A win they accomplished without one of the smartest defensive players ever to play the game in Draymond Green. He was suspended for tonight, and the Warriors overcame that. They overcame the loss of Gary Payton II and just dictated this game. They led wire to wire. They controlled this game throughout, and they win 114-97.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Timmy Roy on the call.
Our
95.7 The Game's play-by-play man. File this under who gives a rat's behind. But
Where'd you get that from?
I guess the boss had foot surgery, not knee surgery.
Who cares? I was going to jump in and... What? Did he send you that?
No, Dibley texted me because he knows that I like to be accurate.
Well, you like to
stuff
alienate
that matters,
the boss, yeah.
What's that?
Stuff that alienates the boss. I'm like, dude, if I'm listening to this little whippersnapper talk crap about me while I'm at home nursing my...
This little whippersnapper's a meal ticket.
Oh, my
And he knows that.
Oh, boy.
By the way,
You blew it.
Back
Hey,
to
what
Wiggins.
about Ron T? He sent me a photo. My guy, the smooth lefty from Logan, went to the Warrior game with his family yesterday. Just sent a picture of Clay pulling into the lot. I can't tell you what he was driving, but it was a foreign. So he wasn't on the boat. Clay does drive.
Yes. I agree. 510. Yeah, I'm from the Bay. I'm from the Bay. I'm from the Union. I'm from the Bay. You got a Cowboys jacket on. Read the room.
What do you got on?
Bob Dylan.
With bacon collar neck. That's what the neck.
With what?
The bacon neck with the collar. It looked like when it's kind of flimsy. It's
I've never heard that
bacon neck. Yeah.
So it's wear and tear?
Yeah, wear and tear. Yeah. But hey, they call it bacon collars, Donnie.
I've never heard that.
Like you wouldn't wear that T-shirt
funny.
to the
It's
club.
not that funny, John.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah.
Huh.
2-1, baby. Let's go.
You know what? I usually don't wear this, and this is important. I usually don't wear this T-shirt solo. This usually is the shirt I wear under a sweatshirt.
I got you.
But of course, it's 78 degrees.
Dude, when is it getting fixed?
It's getting fixed when we move offices.
Well, you know what? There goes your answer.
Okay, here we go now. Let's go to Tracy in Tracy. Now, remember this, Tracy's a man, Goose, so don't go, hey. But he agrees with you. What's up, Tracy?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
Love the show. Always. I'm coming deep down in San Jose on my way back to the shopping in Oakland, and I'm passing through, guess what, Union City.
Yeah, blow the horn, Whipple.
But I want to say, Guru, your analysis, it's good, and it's point blank, man. Look, you ain't on Draymond's payroll, and Steiny, I really agree with you. I think Draymond, as smart as he is, he got to look back and say, he got to be looking at the game and say, you know what? Man, we need to change this up a little bit. And he's so smart, he might just say, hey, you know what, gentlemen? We're trying to win. It ain't about the ego. You got to check the ego at the door, man, when you're trying to win like this, baby. I really agree with you guys, man. I love the show, man. Peace out.
Appreciate it, Tracy.
But
Appreciate
Stanley,
it.
before you go.
I was going to tease something.
Oh,
but go ahead.
No.
It's called business.
You're in the power chair. Dude, I got to go back and rewind it. I missed that part, the power
John Dickinson joining us at 1 o'clock. So I guess I thought he was going to come. I thought he was at 1 o'clock all day, but I guess Big JD got a lot to do.
What happened?
And so we just heard from him. At 12:40. Hey, JD can do one.
Yeah,
Whew, thank goodness.
He's doing great. The pre and post. Dude, the callers are calling, and his analysis.
It's a fan reaction show.
Oh boy! Hey, you're about to interrupt me. I'm about to give you this nugget.
It's new. I interrupt you just as much as you do me.
Okay, I know you don't like fairness, like it means nothing to you in this world. But don't you think we're jumping to a quick conclusion to say yesterday was solely because of Draymond?
Nobody said that. This is what you do.
Feel like that? I feel
Nobody
like I'm hearing that.
No, come on.
We got to wait till Sunday.
No, this is where you got. This is
My
where
two parents were. Your parents were teachers.
It's not. They didn't win because Draymond Green didn't play.
Okay,
come on, no,
yeah.
and that's why. I pride myself on
They
nuance.
shot 32% from 3.
Yep. Let's go to. But no, getting back to the last caller, Tracy and Tracy, I do believe that. Like, maybe you don't have to take. He's not going to get. I don't know. Who knows? But he's probably not going to get taken out of the starting lineup. But what Draymond Green is smart enough to know is, when I'm out there with Looney, I'm going to have to move the ball. I'm going to have to be more decisive with the ball.
Or
could be as simple as that.
Stoney, I love that.
Or
And
what?
I was meaning to kind of, like, what did Dre learn maybe watching the offense yesterday and what he can implement? And it's exactly that.
Right.
But I'll say this.
He plays like a lot of your favorite players, like Westbrook and Carmelo Anthony in a crazy way. He's a ball stopper.
Westbrook was a good game last night.
Draymond's been a little bit of a ball stopper.
But when he's taking his man off the dribble from the free throw line,
when does he do that?
When he fakes the ball, or dude, I love that.
Well, that is great, and it's a good thing. Like, he goes down the middle when nobody's there.
Yeah, and the bottom line, when I leave you today at 2:15, they still ain't got no room for error. Like, I know yesterday was big.
Do. See, that's me. That's me being a jerk.
Yeah, but no, you don't want to go down 3-1.
No, you don't, Goo.
Headed to a place that you just dropped to.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Anthony in Concord. There by the Lesher Center. Concord. We're in.
Hey, I'm in Benicia now. I'm on the road.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on.
The morning guy.
Hold on one sec.
This is my guy right
You know
here.
what? He gets the little T. And I'll tell you why you get the little T, Anthony's, because you called in the morning show and you weren't in Concord. You were in Napa, actually. How do you get from Napa to Concord to, where's the other place?
Benicia.
Benicia. You're on the road, my man.
Now. Well, the warehouse is in Benicia. I had my first delivery this morning was in Napa, and then the second one was in San Pablo. Third one is Martinez.
There you go.
I was stopping in Concord to get some lunch, so I'm everywhere. But
hey, Anthony, what's that? And I know I've asked this before. What's that place in Benicia that's kind of on the river, on the Delta? It's right near those train tracks. It's an outdoor place. You can have a couple drinks, sit outside. A lot of motorcycle guys come and.
Oh, I know what you're talking
about.
The dead
Roxy's,
fish.
Maybe Roxy's. Okay. But I wanted to talk about last night's game, considering, so you know how people want more Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga because they're explosive. Jonathan Kuminga can jump out the gym and all that stuff. But when you look at the impact that a DiVincenzo and a Moses Moody gives us, like they do everything. They defend. I like that little 1-2 action that DiVincenzo runs with Moses Moody coming off of screens, Moses Moody cutting to the basket. All that stuff is great. And so when people want to know like why Kuminga doesn't get as much run, I mean the guy only had 2 rebounds. And Kerr's only going to give you as much leash. That he's only going to give you as much if he trusts you. And I think that he trusts Jonathan, Moses Moody and DiVincenzo because they do all the little things. They're not the most athletic, but they're smart basketball players. And so, I really like what I've seen from them. I like to see a little bit more of them. Jordan Poole did play a better game, but he was kind of still a little erratic. And it'd be nice, for him to kind of play within himself instead of moving a mile a minute because we need him we need his points, but you can't always count on him. So, when guys want to know or, fans want to know, why is Moody and DiVincenzo getting more run than JP and Kuminga, it's because Kerr trusts those guys more, and with the minutes that they do get, they're very impactful.
Anthony,
I think that goes.
Anthony, good stuff, but I got an important thing to ask you. I think the bar. I'll tell you what. First of all, turn your mic on,
please.
and Evan, quit hanging up on people.
The dead fish.
We've had them
it's not the
twice
dead
today.
fish. I think the place I'm thinking of is in Port Costa. And I wanted to tell Anthony that, who then, because he knows that area, would have been like, oh, you're talking about this place.
He'll call in Monday.
Don't take out your beef with Evan on me. Evan, he was lightweight hot.
I'm pissed.
Yeah.
And
I thought we had JD at 1240.
We've never had a guest at 1240 since we've worked together.
I thought you said we had Jay at 1, but he's so busy, he's going to join us at 1240.
Well, again, you listen to half what I say. You listen to half.
What time we got him?
I said, I thought we already had Jay at 1. And then I find out, JD's ready at 1. And I'm like, well, I thought we had him at 1. And he said, no, he confirmed. And I was saying, look at this guy confirming at 12:40.
Oh, my bad, partner.
I mean,
I dropped the phone.
I used to be able to schedule JD a day in advance, and now he's just.
Well, he's covering this. Yeah, come on now.
Yeah.
Warriors will be in their white Sunday, their virgin whites, traditional, and the Kings will be in their black.
Oh, I was.
Jesus.
How could I be wrong about something that I acknowledge I don't know?
Oh, the restaurant. Yeah. They're killing you?
Is it the Warehouse Cafe?
All I know is the dead
It's kind of out. There's like tables out front, like regular picnic tables, and there's an outdoor area mostly. And there's a little bit indoor, and it's got a porch area, and there's water.
But the restaurant, right?
And I think you... Like not necessarily at the bar or at the restaurant, but you can walk beyond that, just over the railroad tracks and fish.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I don't know. Sound like you're describing the truck stop. Man. I don't know where that. We got to find this, Donnie.
Let's go to Larry in Roseville, behind enemy lines.
Mm-hmm. Gentlemen, yes, I am on enemy territory. Well, I live here now, but I'm from San Jose. Jeez. And I'm telling you, it's quiet up here now. I'm telling you.
Well,
this one game.
Yeah.
I like it. And that starting lineup, they got to do something different like that. I think Mike Brown he's on to Steve Kerr, some of his stuff. If he just throws some little tweaks in here and there, I think if the Warriors win Game 4, I'm with Bonte this morning. The Kings ain't getting nothing. It's over because Game 5 is going to be that game. They don't want to come back here. I'm telling you, that's what's happening.
Thanks,
They're
Larry.
quiet up here now. And I like it.
Well, that's what happens
thanks,
when you
Larry.
lose
Appreciate
a fight.
it.
Yeah.
Well, not to Warrior fans. They don't give up the ship just because they got down 0-2. They were still talking.
No, it'll be a little quiet.
I'll give Bonte credit. He got down 2-0, and he was still saying, I ain't worried.
But to his credit,
he's a lot different than you. He's far more committed to an opinion.
No, please.
He actually can be steadfast.
No.
About something.
I'm going to give you the Stephen
He doesn't go, well, let me put my finger into the air.
Oh, please.
And the wind's blowing that way.
I'm the one that picked him in 5. Now, what B did do is talk about the importance of yesterday's game. We all did that. Feel how you feel.
It's
Sailor
the warehouse.
Jacks.
It's the warehouse in Port Costa. Thank you. Text line.
This from Romulus 408, where we might do
Nobody's
a show.
really named Romulus. By the way.
Goo, I tweeted you last night. What did you think of the court design last night? It was fine. That was the dark court.
In fact, that's what I was going to bring up. So I was at my buddy's house. About
Dana Ali.
About 5 of us.
Damn.
It was me, Dana, Daryl, Will, Romy, Mike, MJ.
Oh, man.
I'm
out.
Okay, so
I have a wife.
There's no sexism here.
I'm just saying.
Dana, my buddy Dana is married. Okay, we all are kind of
I hear you.
attached.
Yeah.
We're not going to a brothel.
But as you get
older,
older,
we're going to watch a game.
Okay. All I'm saying,
as I get older, what?
You appreciate the opposite sex more. Like it ain't just the you know what I mean. You like to be around both. Like I wouldn't have came over. Goo, come over. I'd have been like, who's there? Oh, me, Tony, Toby, and Terry. I'd have been like, I'll catch y'all.
So I get home. So I'm imagining this. So I get home last night. It was a night game too. I don't like night games. I said, hey, how was it? Okay. Who was there? Betty, Brandy.
Well, no, that's where you run down.
Chelsea was there. Bridget.
You're too smart.
Fiona. A bunch of women were over
TMI.
at Dana's.
You
Come
know
on.
how to do it. Yeah.
Come on.
You don't go that in depth. Yeah. You know what I mean, though, Snotty. You get older, you just appreciate stuff.
Let's go to Mystic.
Our guy, where's he been?
Is he our guy?
This the guy I used to rap with.
Hold on. Let me hear the voice. What's up, Mystic?
It's good to talk to y'all, man. Goose, you're right on the money. You're my folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, baby.
Better be careful.
All right, cool. But Steinmetz. Hey, there's a couple of things just real quick. I think Draymond, the whole Draymond thing. Yeah, he's a great player. But you know what? There are times in the playoffs where the two bigs together simply won't work, especially when you're playing a quicker, more athletic team. That's what opened up the lanes yesterday, everybody keeps saying, and I think that's true. But I also think they were more careful with the ball. And I think that was really – they could have won both games at the beginning of the series, but they turned the ball over too much. This time they were more buttoned up. There was more space. They went to the rack. That's great. But Steinmetz,
yes,
I got a bone to pick.
I love it.
This one guy.
Yeah, man, you told us that if Moody or Kuminga had to play significant minutes at any point this season, we weren't going to make the playoffs. But when they started playing at the end of the season, our team got better. Also, you said that if they had to play significant minutes or we had to count on them in the playoffs, it would not work out. Well, I'll give you a little pass on that one because, because they're so young. But it turns out that when they actually are playing, the athleticism is helping us. I would like to see Draymond and the 4 scorers or Looney and the 4 scorers. But at some point, you got to work these young athletic guys into the game and let them play. We're better when they do.
Well, Mystic.
I don't like to be disagreed with.
Yeah, he came at
2-2. That is so
and it really don't
weird.
sound like you. That is.
Give it to me one more time. 1-2-2. What is that?
Sound like you trying to rap too,
Oh
Stoney.
my gosh.
Boy. Mystic style. You can't. Moody played 16 important minutes last night, man. This is not intramurals. It's not high. Steiny, these are playoff games, and all I've been fighting you on, because I'm going to have Mystics back, I've been fighting you on last year's Western Conference Finals. Kerr leaned on Moody. He leaned on Moody, and I feel like you just scoffed at it.
It's easy to lean on Moody when you're not worried about losing the series. They had no fear of Dallas last year. 406, real name, no gimmick, Steiny.
Oh, Romulus. Yeah.
Romulus. My pops love the history. You want me to tell you about the history?
Well, he really said, read all of it. He said, you guys got off topic. I want to know about the court design. Did you get off on the court design last night, the black court?
I liked it.
I liked it too, but I liked the traditional.
I wonder how many.
Like my wings.
Oh, forgot what I was going to say. You want to hear about Romulus and Remus?
I was trying to throw you off so we didn't, but go ahead.
I made it up.
That's a 4. Like, how would he
Raised
know?
by Wolves.
A great movie. Kevin Costner.
Romulus and Remus were raised by wolves. Okay?
That's almost impossible.
There's artwork of them being raised by wolves.
Oh, boy. I got to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Vince who wants to talk about team rebounding. Pat wants to talk about Warriors on Looney. Let me guess, he's a gamer. He's tough. He's this. Kathy, on the other hand, she gets to the front of the line. What's up, Kathy?
Hey.
I'm kidding, Vince and Pat. Hey.
I want to talk about Mike Brown and what we think and anticipate. What adjustments is he going to make? Because obviously we whooped them last night, and he's not going to take that line down. So how do they respond, and how do we prepare for their response? Might it look like?
Great question, Steiny. I'm thinking about Keegan Murray. Like, could he put Trey Lyles in the start lineup? I'm just thinking about Keegan Murray, the way that he just looks like he's overwhelmed with just everything at stake. The playoffs. I'm wondering if Mike gets him out of there, man.
Yeah.
He gave him nothing. What are you laughing at?
408. Holy Toledo. I got vertigo. Only it's vertigo. So many flip-flops.
That's a 1.
That's a
the vertigo and vertigo, I'm going to give it to you. I don't know what they mean, but yeah, Mike Brown, what can he do, Steiny?
Did you drop the hay?
Yeah.
With Kathy? Yeah. Okay. Mike Brown, what can he do? We could go more zone. Did you hear Klay Thompson in the postgame say, Coach Mike B was wrong. We didn't play a lot of zone because Mike Brown thought they were going to play more zone without Draymond. They actually just, as Klay put it, they just sprinkled. Sprinkled a little zone.
Yeah.
Sprinkled a couple different looks. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Vince since I ridiculed him a little bit. What's up, Vince?
Steiny and Guru, what's going on?
Hey, man.
All right, so yeah, going with this next game, the Warriors really need to focus on team rebounding. But the real reason I wanted to call you guys today is I know you've been wondering where's the perfect location for a live show.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking Santana Row. Santana Row is going to have everything you need.
Yeah,
the area is The area is very nice.
it is.
The drinks, I'm telling you, Guru already knows the vibes. And my spot, I don't want to give away the location, but I'm a prominent guy down here. I'm about 5-minute drive from Santana Row. So I'll just be able to meet up with you fellas.
Yeah, well, we need you to help us. When you drop prominent, we need help. You got to help us hook it up then.
Well, I hear it's very expensive, Santana Row.
Well, you got deep pockets.
No, I don't know about that.
That leads me to my other point.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Make sure you fellas bring the company credit card. No, I'm just joking.
Vince running material.
Well, there's not one, Vince. We'll take Steinies.
We're still supposed to be indebted from a dinner we got 3 years ago.
We can't even get the heater fixed.
Yeah, do you want to break it to him?
See, right.
No,
I've never talked about the job. I take that back. The heater's fixed. Wife always told me never complain about the job at the job.
I always do.
That's what I've done. I'm like, this.
It's like what? It's like
privilege. I'm like, boy.
Why would you? I mean, if you're not complaining about your job at your job, what's the point?
Ain't where you do it.
Yes, it is. The only time Nahigian truly knows how I feel is when I let him know at times like these. Steiny got old money? No, I don't.
You didn't even know it was not payday tomorrow. You do got old money.
My parents were high school teachers.
We're talking about
Thank you. So where's the old money?
You're Joe Lake.
My mom and dad were high school teachers. My mom's
that's
mom,
when they were getting paid. Teachers
she did the old proverbial, came over on the boat.
Yeah. I ain't got it.
My mom's brother came over and started a mushroom farm.
How big was the boat?
It was a big one.
Bigger than
Ellis Island.
Oh,
Yeah, Ellis
Island.
Yeah. In fact, it was wild. No, you don't want to hear a family story.
I kind of was interested.
That's 12:56. We got to go.
Back to Wiggins.
Get back. Yeah. We didn't talk a lot about Wiggins. He was pretty good last night. Got him off to a good start. He really did. Steiny moved to the Bay when it was cheap, got rich. Yeah. I got rich at the Contra Costa Times. Look, go ahead. I'll tell you what. I'll give you my JD at 1. We got JD at 1, but I was going to tell people about my income. And I used it yesterday. My first job, $18,800. Matthew Bender and Company, a legal publisher. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Old money, my ass. Good. What are you doing? We got a show.
He said, get out.
Well, then, let's get out.
I'm mad at you right now. Like
JD on the other side.
That's where the championship.
Give yours.
Sabonis drives it on Looney. Flipped it off the glass. No good. Looney pulls down the rebound. He's got 20 boards. What a job he has done tonight.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's Tim Roy describing how bad Sabonis was last
He
night.
got it!
Hold on one sec, JD. The Quest for Five is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Let's welcome in John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter. He's been at all the games, all the practices, all the press conferences. What's up, JD? How you doing, man?
What's going on, Steiny? What's going on, Goo? I know, Steiny, you're a stickler for accuracy. I haven't been to all of them. The Kings are having a media availability at one time.
I'm going to knock this guy out, I swear to God.
I love you, too.
Between yesterday's curtness from
Which
JD,
I missed, yeah.
and then today's sticking it to me. Draymond Green obviously didn't play last night. The ball seemed to move a little better.
Post-game was fired up, JD, about that.
You know, I don't know what I don't know where you want to go with this, but you think what we saw last night was good enough that you can tweak something moving forward?
I was really surprised, and yeah, on Warriors wrap-up last night, the callers were the ones saying it, and Goo, you're spot on in noting that they were one after another, full phone lines for 2 hours, and it really kind of threw me back how a bunch of the callers were saying, hey, the Warriors won tonight because Draymond didn't play. And I took call after call, and I think people are making way too big a deal of the Draymond thing last night and today. The Warriors, to me, survived last night without him. Now, others stepped up big. Looney, Curry, Wiggins, DiVincenzo, Moody, even JaMychal Green and Kuminga, had small impacts on the game in very short stints. But that's no way to live for the Warriors, I think, in the rest of this series. Now, that being said, the Warriors do have some things to figure out as far as the rotation and adding Draymond and Peyton back for Sunday. I don't think they have to bring Draymond off the bench because the start of the game and the start of the third quarter really haven't been problems for the Warriors, I think, in this series. So I think you can still start them both and then pull one out relatively quickly between him and Looney and start to get into some of the other combinations that the Warriors used in Game 3. To me, it's more about the combinations of players, how the Warriors finish the game, especially if it's close, than who starts. Overarching theme, the Warriors used last night as a kitchen sink game, and it worked. Now, they had to by necessity, but to me, you can do that again with Draymond and GP2 back, continue to be a little less predictable, and if that means Draymond plays a little less or Peyton plays a little less to allow DiVincenzo to play more, I thought that the two ball handlers with Curry and Poole, DiVincenzo and Curry, that helped alleviate some of the pressure that the Kings had been able to put on Curry. But I also think, Draymond might have to take a look in the mirror and look at how Looney played, how deliberately he played, how calm he played on offense, and say, hey, I might need to play a little bit more like that when I'm in the game and Kevon Looney isn't in the game. And Steiny, I know I heard you say this earlier. I agree with you 100%. I could see Draymond Green coming in today if it really was a thing and saying to Steve Kerr, hey, let's keep this thing going. I like the way it looked. I'll volunteer to come off the bench. I don't even think it would have to get to the point where the Warriors have to go to Draymond and say, hey, we want, I think Draymond watched the game and saw what worked and didn't work. And so I really don't think it would be a big deal at all if the Warriors did do it, but I don't think they necessarily have to.
I think what's more likely to happen is Draymond Green watched last night's game and just said, you know what, I gotta move the ball quicker. I gotta be a little more decisive, not hold it as much, and that's why Draymond Green is Draymond Green.
No doubt, and I think he'll recognize it. I think the Warriors can still, as I mentioned, kitchen sink the game, give the Kings some different looks. To me, I wouldn't want to do the same exact thing that you did in Game 3 and Game 4, because I think the Kings are going to try to spend the next couple of days countering what the Warriors did in Game 3. So to me, it's different looks on the fly to make Mike Brown have to think on the fly. Last night was really the first time that Mike Brown had to think on the fly in game in this series. And I don't think, for as prepared as Mike Brown is and as great a coach as he is, that that's his best skill. I think Mike Brown's a planner. What's the old adage? Everyone's got a plan till you get hit in the mouth and have to react.
Yeah.
And I think the Warriors hit the Kings in the mouth a little bit, both physically and from a game plan standpoint for the first time in this series, in addition to, hey, they limited the turnovers and they defended better and they got into their offense more cleanly and all of those other things. Role players played better at home. I mean, Monk, Lyles, and Mitchell stunk for the Kings, while the Warriors role players were all pretty much good and at least made some small positive impact.
Jay, let me ask you this, man. I've been waiting. Numbers sometimes do lie, and the box score doesn't capture everything. Example A is Dante DiVincenzo. If you look at the box score, you would think he didn't have a big impact on the game. He was flying around, hustle plays. He was great. But Sabonis for the Kings in the series, Jay, 17, 13, and 3. But I got to ask you, and I told Steiny, he's been so indecisive. How big of a problem is he for the Kings moving forward?
Look, he's still their best player going into the series. Now, he hadn't been in this series at all, hadn't been close to it. Fox has obviously been their best player. He's maybe their most important player as the series moves forward if they can start to get closer to what they get out of him in the regular season. But let's just put the rat on the table as far as Sabonis goes to this point. He's looked a little funny in the light, and he looked a little funny in the light last night, having a target on his back, having the crowd on him.
Man.
He was getting away with stuff, and he was being sneaky in the first couple of games. And I think what he found last night is he really isn't about that life unless he can be sneaky about it. And everybody was watching him. Every time he touched it, he felt that everybody was watching him. And you know what? This is the bed Sabonis has made with the antics in the first couple of games. And look, they got an advantage for Draymond getting kicked out of that game, and rightfully so. He deserved to be. He took that bait, and he reacted in a manner that warranted him being ejected. And, hell, it even worked out for the Kings that Draymond didn't play in Game 3. But now, and I talked to you guys about this yesterday, now Sabonis is, there might as well be a spotlight on him for the remainder of this series, especially the games in Chase. And every time he doesn't get it done, or every time JaMychal Green's able to stand him up and somebody else is able to dig down in on him and knock the ball away, it starts to snowball a little bit more on him. And so, that's all. Now they got to make an adjustment as far as how effective he can be in this series. But I think in a way, and we'll see, the Kings are still in a very good position in this series, up 2-1, and they win Sunday, and it's all different. But again, coming back to Sabonis specifically, like he looked a little funny in the light, fellas. He looked like he didn't want the smoke.
That's great, Jay.
I've never heard that phrase before. Where'd where'd that one? You know that?
I've heard that. Huh. I've heard that. That's a thing. I've heard other people say that.
But
I don't know where it came from originally.
Yeah. That takes me to my single days at the club, and the lights come on. You're like, oh, man.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah.
Boy,
like just with the bright lights on you.
Yeah.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. And the one thing, so I remember you and I talking, we were listening to something the same, and somebody said, I think De'Aaron Fox was the best player. And I think you said, if I'm not mistaken, that you thought Sabonis had been the Kings' best player over the course of a season. Is that?
Without a doubt, Sabonis is their best player.
Okay.
Like that, again, he hasn't been in this series, but I think,
right.
like if you...
No, it was over the course of the regular season.
Yeah, you could say, like, Curry's the Warriors' best player, but maybe Kevin Durant had a better playoff series, or, you know what I mean?
I guess...
Go ahead. Ask what you want to ask.
All I'm asking is Sabonis is either their best player or right there, and he just doesn't... Like, what's happened in these 3 games that didn't happen in the regular season, I guess?
That's a good question. I think he's been able to have his way with other bigs. I mean, I think the Warriors just are more uniquely equipped than people think. I mean, they run everything through Sabonis in the regular season in the first 3 quarters, and then they let Fox kind of take it over in the fourth quarter. I just think, he was able to kind of have his way because everything was running through him, and it worked, and he's so skilled, and it's just. I think he's just kind of, in a lot of ways, a regular season kind of a player. When the game is a little looser and the Kings play such a loose game, there just aren't a lot of really quality, skilled big men in the league. And so he can kind of do his thing. My point about him being the best player is, look, he was a multi-time All-Star, and he came over, and I think the fact that he's as good as he is what unlocked De'Aaron Fox's ability to be the player that he's been able to be in the clutch. This De'Aaron Fox's 6th year in the league. And, there are a lot of people wondering, well, if De'Aaron Fox was the 5th pick in the draft, like, why is it taking him so long? So going and getting a player that had done more in the league in terms of, star power and being an all-star and all that a couple of different times, that allowed Fox to be, going into this year, Sacramento's number 2 player. And with a lot of the extra pieces that the Kings added around him, it took some of the pressure off. Like, I think Fox thrives with the fact that it's the 2 of them together. Now, this series has been completely different. I mean, Fox is the type of player, clearly, that gives the Warriors fits with his ability to get into the paint and the quickness and all of that. So I think part of what we're seeing in this series, guys, is just a difference between the Warriors matchup specifically and them having problems with guards like Fox, where historically the Warriors don't have problems with bigs like Sabonis. The regular season, it flips to a certain extent.
Jay, you are my brother, and for that reason, I'm going to keep it real. I know yesterday Steiny didn't like it, but we talked about the energy with the SAC media, and I got my spy glasses on last night, and I don't know if you did, but JD, I was looking around the neighborhood, and I saw some different energy. Did you do anything like that, and have you noticed anything?
Yeah, no, you know what? I really don't. I didn't want to, and I don't want to get into that. And I think Steiny thought I was going somewhere yesterday, going back to when I did kind of push through on you a little bit, Steiny. My point in that wasn't complaining about the media in SAC or comparing the SAC media to the Bay Area media. That wasn't the conversation. My point was that I know that the Kings got gassed up for 3 days because I know how the media there operates. And so to me, it was something to keep an eye on. And I thought the Kings played like a team. It was more about how the Kings, going through all of this for the first time, would handle 3 days of being gassed up about how they were in the Warriors' heads and they were, up 2-0 on the defending champs. And I thought the Kings played like a team that had been gassed up a little bit for 3 days in their first road playoff game together. I know I talked to you guys. They've been a little bit of a let-up team this year, or a play-down type of a team. I think De'Aaron Fox has got a little bit of that in him. He's got a little of the Paul George. I'm great, but I'm too cool sometimes. And so I think there was that natural Game 3 when you're up 2-0 let up, compounded with the fact that they really got gassed up for 3 days and were being told and asked about how they were doing it and how great they were. And I think maybe the depth at which the Kings had truly been controlling the series maybe had been a little bit blown out of proportion and put in the Kings' face. That was the only point. It wasn't to compare one group versus another group specifically.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. I'll tell you one thing. I don't think we've said this word at all today, officiating. But I thought the officiating, I thought they really let them play last night, and that really helped the Warriors. Well, I mean, not really, but the Warriors took advantage of it because they were the aggressors.
Yeah, and I don't even to me it has nothing to do with the Warriors specifically, or to me it was just a brilliantly officiated game because no one really on either side was complaining.
I just didn't want to make it sound like because the refs let them play, the Warriors won. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't think that. I don't think that. I just think it was those three weren't even noticed. Eric Lewis, Kevin Scott, Sean Corbin, three kind of no-name officials in a way, which, I read it every day in the playoffs. I get up and I check, all right, who's going to be officiating what games, because I do think it is part of the story in some of these series, because unfortunately every team seemingly has two or three guys that they have a history with, or a couple of players have a history with. And I think it's unfortunate, but the way it's supposed to be is for those officials to be kind of no-name guys and not have all these beefs that are known to where you can research it going into the game and think some kind of way about it in the lead-up. And so I saw Eric Lewis, Kevin Scott, Sean Corbin, and I thought, three kind of, like, you don't ever hear a lot about any of those three ever. And I thought that might be a good thing, and it was. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be. They did an excellent job, and I thought there was none of the who has a beef with whom and what's somebody's record when this guy's there, and I thought that was refreshing. So to me, those guys all did an excellent job, no doubt.
JD, I was pointing out to Steiny, and I mean this, man. It's almost incredible that the Kings have 2 wins in this series, shooting 27% from three. And the Warriors they've done better, but not much better. It's been the turnovers. And I don't want to put this on the young fella's shoulders, but I'm asking you, do you think Mike Brown is thinking about maybe taking Keegan Murray out the starting lineup?
I think that's possible. I do. I think he started to try. He kept him in the game during mop-up time. I think to try to get him confidence. He hit a shot late. I think after the white flag had been waved. I think the Kings are. I'm still waiting for them to have a big shooting game. I still think it's coming. And Mike Brown again post game last night talked about it like we've heard the Warriors talk about it in past years, saying they're getting good shots, they're getting open ones that'll eventually go down. Think of how many times, and it's a little different because Steph and Clay are maybe the 2 single greatest shooters of all time, but the Kings have a lot of really good shooters. They've had a lot of games this year where they make a bunch of threes, and they win the game basically on that. And so I think he's trying to not make them think it's a thing. I think going into Game 4, even though it's kind of been a thing through the first 3 games of this series, I do think the Kings guys have looked a little nervous at the start of each of the first 3 games, but the Warriors didn't really make them pay. I think Game 1, it was tied at the end of the first quarter. Game 2, the Warriors were up 6, but it felt like they could have been up 15, but they turned it over 9 times or whatever it was in the first quarter. Last night was the first time the Warriors really made them pay. It was 29-20. You're up 9, and it's like, all right, now there's an uphill climb. But I think that's another part of kind of a hat tip to the Warriors. The Warriors avoided a close game last night, which I think is important. And the Warriors can't win the series, guys, without winning a close one, and it might have to be in Sacramento, which could be even more problematic given the road struggles. But the fewest amount of those low-scoring games the Warriors can play as possible, I think for them is probably the way to go. But I think the Kings probably do have that hot shooting game in them. The good news is the Warriors, I don't think, had it. They made 16, but it wasn't a hot shooting game. So I think the Warriors could make that claim that they've got a hot shooting game coming to them as well.
JD, before we let you go, kind of hearing mixed reviews on the atmosphere at Chase. You were at all 3 games. Compare the atmosphere at Golden One to what you saw at Chase last night.
Yeah, it wasn't as loud. I'll just come out and be honest about that. I'm objective. Yeah. It was not as loud, but it was an excellent playoff crowd, I thought. I mean, there weren't a lot of Kings fans. I know one of the huge headlines of this series, it's so funny. You start getting into what everybody has their view of what they think a series is going to look like. And then the series starts to play out, and you go, all right, I was right about that. I was wrong about that. Wrong about high-scoring game yesterday. I've been wrong about home court advantage to this point. Home court advantage is 3 for 3. I thought there was potential for both teams to win on each other's court multiple times in this series, and the chances for that to happen are dwindling here. But as far as the crowd, I thought it was an excellent Chase playoff crowd. I think Sacramento was off the charts on a different level. But I think the Warrior fans felt challenged, and for all the stuff you heard, and I thought there were going to be more Kings fans than there were there last night, it was really, I think, similar to the way it was in Sacramento. A few more Kings fans in Chase last night than there were in Sacramento among Warrior fans for games 1 and 2, but not that much. And the ones that were there were quieted pretty quickly because the Warriors got off to a 9-point lead early and never trailed in the game. So there really wasn't much for the Kings contingent to be able to cheer about. Now, all that being said, I think it's going to be ramped up to another level with Draymond and potentially Peyton back in Game 4 and the Warriors having a chance to tie the series. So missed opportunity to maybe a certain extent for the Kings as far as last night went. And I just got to give the nod just in closing, fellas, to the little rotation tweak. I know you guys were talking about that with Curry, and Curry looked really ticked off about it. And I thought it was brilliant to get Steph away from Davion Mitchell a little bit, because usually when Fox goes out, that's when Mitchell comes in and Mitchell starts hounding Steph. And so Steve Kerr taking Steph out prevents him from having to work as much against Mitchell in that time where Fox is out. And then there were just too many times. It guarantees that if Steve Kerr wants, he can always have Curry in the game when Fox is in the game. That one tweak. And there have been so many times in this series where Fox has gone into takeover mode with Curry out, and the Warriors couldn't match buckets enough because Curry wasn't on the floor, and the Warriors have been so much better with Curry on the floor in this series. And so I think that was one of those things. And you saw Mike Brown in the second half. He took Fox out. Kerr took Curry out. And then Mike Brown, like a play later, put Fox back in. Almost like, I'm not going to let you get away with that. Then I'm going to play Fox longer. But it was something to counter, a little bit of gamesmanship there. But I think, those little 6-0 stretches where Fox has gone into takeover mode and the Warriors maybe make one or two bad plays, those have been key, because I'm starting to think, guys, that the key to this series for the Kings is to just hang around long enough to make it close down the stretch, because that's really where they've had their biggest advantage over the Warriors in the two games, has been their ability to dominate, as they did all year long in the close games with their offense and with Fox specifically. I think the Warriors did a better job last night of not letting it get to that point. Eventually, push comes to shove, because I think the Warriors are going to have to win on the road, of course, and they're probably going to have to win a close game. But, that's just something to kind of file away. It's gonna we got action, fellas, with Game 4 on Sunday.
Yeah, 12:30 start. You'll be there. We'll have you on Monday. Have a great weekend, JD. And what?
You'll be on tomorrow with Evan.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have anything to tease? What do you got going this weekend?
Yeah, Warriors this week with Evan sitting in for Whitey Gleason. We're going to be on 10-1. Looking forward to that tomorrow. That's Saturday. And then Warriors Live is going to be from Harmonic Brewing before Game 4. I'll be doing the pregame from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, pre- and post-game. So stop by and say hi. Out at Harmonic Brewing. We're doing a little bit. It's going to be an hour pregame from 11 to 12, and then Tim and Tom take over at 12, and then tip off at 12:30. So I'm going to be out there doing pregame and postgame from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. That's going to be a lot of fun. Stop by, say hi, tip back a cold one before you head into Chase Center and watch Game 4.
All right, JD. Have a good one, buddy. We'll talk to you Monday.
You got it. And I may or may not be. You guys going to the cafeteria today? Today?
I'm on restriction, but the guys are.
The answer is yes.
You may or may not see me.
Well, look at it.
All right,
with
JD.
a cameo. She sounds strange. That's cameo. And I like it. Cameo. That was their song. She's so strange. And I like it.
I don't like it.
You've never heard that cameo? Dibs would know.
Dibs is good with that kind of stuff. All right, JD. Nice job by JD. We'll come back on the other side, and we'll talk more about the Golden State Warriors. I'm looking at my list, and do I have anything that I haven't brought up before? I'll look at my list.
I just said I'm on restriction to people like that. You didn't even care. Got in a little trouble last Friday.
You know what? You know what? Thank you, partner.
We got to go.
That's a good tease. We'll find out. We'll find out why Guru got in trouble last week. after the break. Oh, sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
I was day drinking. Hey. What the F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Stein, Matt Stowell, the Guru Johnson, honing in on the weekend here.
That's the song right there.
What song?
Cameo. Hey, you went to Rick James. They had, you know this song.
I don't. Is this a man or a woman?
A group, Cameo, man.
It's Russell Wilson.
He said it looks like Russell Wilson. Anyway.
Are you allowed to say that?
He said he looks like Russell Wilson.
With a handlebar.
But you know what you know what that A to B really means. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
You should explain.
No, I won't.
Oh, boy.
You know, never mind. By the way, seriously, Matt Nahigian, our boss, he's out with a foot injury. He had foot surgery, and he hasn't been here. I just want to say get well soon to him. It's just not the same here without him.
I love you.
We just can't. You know, we're great, but we need to be taken to that next level. Need you back, boss.
I'll send something to his house.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Moses Moody. What do you know? He's going to be on at 4 p.m. with Willard and Dibs. I guess, okay. I got you, man.
Apologize to him.
The guy finally makes a 3 and he goes on a media tour.
Dude, your material is just.
Hey,
Mike,
good job. He made a couple 3s. Come on now. Go get your fame and fortune and everything that goes with it. Queen. Freddie Mercury.
Look at you.
Lastly, my weekend golf plans. I just butchered Goo.
Shout out Shasky.
I was going to go to Watsonville tomorrow to watch a soccer game. Turns out my daughter's not playing.
Well, that's good dad problems,
I had
though.
made arrangements to play at 7:30 on Sunday, but
why can't you just go by yourself?
What do you mean?
Like, get up in the morning. Like, I'm not calling you clingy. Like, I could go shoot hoops by myself. It's a different sport. Can't you just go hit?
I could, but it's not as fun without your buddies.
All right. You need the whole. You want the whole.
I guess what I'm saying is, I was going to play golf at 7:30.
It's kind of rich people problems.
And I don't. No, it's not.
But
I don't. But I don't want to rush. Like, I want to have to listen to the first quarter.
Or
miss the first quarter of Game 4.
You don't want to
I don't want to rush.
Yeah.
So I kind of got my days backwards. So I guess anybody's got an open spot tomorrow at a country club.
People are calling you old money, Steiny.
Well, if I'm old money, why don't I belong to a country club?
I'm not a leader. Golden State Lakota said it.
So anyway, anybody out there at Round Hill or
Austin San Jose said, "Who cares?" No,
somebody's going to care. You know what, Austin? Hit the bricks.
What about John?
You know what? Austin can hit the bricks too, because I've noticed. Austin has been taking some shots at me.
I like what he calls.
He's been taking some shots at me.
I was hoping you missed him, but you've been watching, huh?
You know what? Let's go to Yvette, who she talks about the crowd being too quiet, and I know why it was too quiet. But but I wasn't there. But I could. Yvette, how you doing?
Hey.
What's up, Simon and Goo?
Hey, it's Friday.
It's Friday. Mm-hmm. But I want to talk about the crowd last night. I'm so disappointed. The fact that Steph had to stand up at the end of the fourth quarter and put up his arms, look at the crowd like, what's up? Like, the fact that he had to do that after he just put on the show, that's so disappointing. It makes me feel so sad for our players who were out there busting butt, and our crowd was sitting on the sideline, drinking wine, looking at their phones, not even engaged.
Wow.
They left meat on the bones out there, as Goo would say.
Nice. Thanks, Yvette.
Yeah. Don't be a stranger.
I know how you can. I know one way to fix that.
Demmer.
What? He did.
There should be one. There's okay.
Oh, this is
no.
You sure you want to go public?
I'll go public with it.
But it's not. It wouldn't solve the. It's not the problem.
It would help.
Well, yeah.
It would help.
Lucky crowd. Here you go.
You know how I am with.
I like to fill out.
Here's a bottom line. Here's a bottom line.
Go ahead.
Bottom line is whether it's a first row seat at a professional game, or whether it's a first class seat on an airplane, I'd say 12 and under. I'm sorry, you can't sit there. It's like at the bar. You can't bring a kid to the bar.
Well, remember the one time the lady almost had a kid.
Yeah, how'd that go?
That was terrible.
How'd that go? I went out and bought a couple Louisville Sluggers. My point is this. Kids? Stop putting 12-year-olds in the front row. Stop. They don't deserve it. They're on their phones. They're not watching the game.
Oh, my God.
12 and under should not be allowed in the first row. They should not be allowed at a bar or tavern. They shouldn't be allowed in first class.
But it's a bigger issue than what he
Tell me I'm wrong. Because the kids aren't cheering. That's the problem.
But so are the adults.
The kids are going, hey, Becky, I'm in the front row. What's the score? I don't know. I don't know what the score is. I just know that Steph Curry thinks it's quiet
right on the
in
table.
here.
Yeah, I know. But you have to be. But listen,
no.
this stems from Sack's crowd feeling like a college crowd, right? You thought it was Duke. You thought it was Cameron. Their crowd was incredible. So that's why Steph Steiny, you think he was disappointed by having to tell him to get up? There's no doubt he was.
Oh, well then, I guess you didn't need to ask me.
No, they need to get their Roracle on, the fans, man.
Well,
I had two friends at the game, June and Ron T.
Oh, Junie.
There is no Junie. There's June. What if he called a grown man
That's two more than I thought you
He's
had.
Guru's friend Junie. Mel's still mad at you. Remember I introduced you at the parade? You were having a bad day pre-show parade.
It says it was 104 degrees.
He brought it up.
One day I finally wore pants. I was sweating
I
like
said,
a
Mel,
pig.
he's really not like that, man.
No,
They
I
had
am.
to apologize to the wife.
I'm really like that.
Stick it to me.
Let's see. How do you play it in?
Oh, we gotta get-
Go ahead. You do it. I got nothing.
The officiating
I'm
in the
halfway out the
NBA
door.
playoffs. What about Embiid and Harden? You're going to throw Harden out for Steiny. It was much of nothing. They ran him, and then your boy hit the net player Embiid and the family jewels and stayed in the game. Is that out of control, man? Double standard? I don't know what. It's a bad look.
Well, Draymond's not the only one getting picked on. James Harden has more of a gripe than
What was that?
I mean, can you imagine if the NBA comes out today and says James Harden suspended for the next game? Well, it wouldn't matter. They're up 3-0.
But he don't got priors.
You see Embiid's block last night?
It was...
Whew, that was a nice block. You
No,
probably
I've
didn't
never
see
heard
it. It was
you-
a defensive play.
I made it up.
I'm going to give you an occasional 5. But that's pretty good stuff. It was a great block,
It was
man.
a great block. And Dinwiddie was like, wait.
No,
and it's like, hey,
please,
Spence.
hey, yeah, no,
Spence.
You got to tip your cap,
No
baby.
can do.
Yeah.
No
The
can
dragon
do.
got you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. The name of the game last night was Intensity. Intensity. Ain't no adjustments. Not because Draymond didn't play.
No, they had 11
They
turnovers.
played harder.
I don't
They were
buy
more
that.
Oh, you don't?
No, the focus I get.
Somebody cue up the Ron Adams sound because my guy knows more than Ron Adams.
No, I heard
He
Ron.
said people talk a lot about adjustments and this and that, but the reality is we played with more intensity. So he's wrong?
No, you do that at home. Ron was great
So
with
Ron's
Vontae
wrong.
Shesky.
Well,
My
why when I
point is-
said it, I'm wrong, but Ron Adams says it,
Because
he's right.
he loves our show. But what I'm trying to tell you is they still had a chance to win the game up in sack. The Warriors twice. Got to go.
No, we don't.
See, this is where you playing with my chicken.
All right. On the other side, Willard and Dibbs. It's brought to you by just brought to you by Willard and Dibbs. If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded.
Life is uncertain. It's
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
You know what? I give my pep talk to the Warriors for Sunday because we won't be on.
Yeah, that was great.
That was great. Let's bring in the changeover crew.
Got them going.
Yeah, Willard.
Got us all riled
Dibs
up.
and Willard with us.
Yeah.
I used my outdoor voice on Steph Curry to open the show.
Sure.
I said, "Let's go, Steph." I told him it was a legacy game. And, of course, he came out firing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not quite a legacy performance, but triggers me because my brother Mike, famously in my dad's memorial service up in Ferndale, he talked about it being a legacy. So anytime I hear legacy, I think about my father, the late, great Dwayne
Rest in
Dibley.
peace.
Yeah. R.I.P. Dwayne. Yeah. So this was not a legacy performance for Steph in the first round, down 2-0, but I appreciate your enthusiasm.
Thank you. And, one thing about Willard that I'm starting to appreciate is even though he disagrees with me a lot, when he comes in, the first thing he usually will say is he'll pick that one thing out that he agrees with me on, so we start from a good place.
That's right.
Let me tell you something. Mark's with me on this one. Sabonis stinks.
Yeah, this was a bathroom conversation.
Oh,
Stink.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't
Pre-hand wash or post?
Yeah, Dibs. Don't talk
post
to me.
for me, pre for him.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's on the way in. I was on the way out.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, we almost collided, actually. I was going in and he was coming out. And, yeah, it would have been a block on me, but I avoided contact and I gave him a little how you doing on the backside. So, yeah, he's got an HR issue if he wants it.
Here's how I'd actually say it.
Yeah,
Here's how I'd actually say it because I want to make sure that it's not just, hey, the Warriors won, so we come in with Kings haymakers.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, what we heard, and let me qualify this whole thing with, oh, you haven't watched the Kings all year. Nobody's watched anybody else's team all year, okay? Nobody. You Kings fans didn't watch the Warriors, okay? So, except for JD and, except for League Pass people.
Yeah, we got the League Pass, boys.
Man, I watched all 82 Kings games.
Sure
What's wrong
did.
with you?
So,
Twice.
point is, what do we hear on the way in? And I'm not going to be small sample size Steve. What I am going to say, though, on the way in, what do we hear? Oh, wait till you see Fox and Sabonis, man. I'm like, we know about Fox and Sabonis. These are good basketball players. And Sabonis is a very good basketball player. But for a whole week, we heard, well, the Warriors defensively, there's no answer for Domantas Sabonis.
James Ham.
There is absolutely nothing in Draymond Green's repertoire, maybe a little bit of Kevon Looney, that can slow down Domantas Sabonis. Okay, here's the real.
Are you keeping it real?
I'm about to keep it real.
I love it.
De'Aaron Fox is unbelievable. This is your great basketball player, Sacramento.
No doubt.
That's your guy. Domantas Sabonis,
he looks so confused.
He's fine.
They're playing Draymond D on him.
He's a solid basketball player. He is in the world of NBA bigs in 2023. He's very good.
He's an all-star.
But he is underwhelming and overrated.
Yeah.
And you are seeing it right now.
Man.
Like
they're taking his lunch.
He
what is
can't
it?
shoot.
Yeah.
But he can't shoot. What on earth are we talking about?
Give me the ball.
Well,
they're
honestly,
just doing everything.
I'm
kind
excited
of
because he hands off to people.
Wait
till you see his handoffs.
You're in the middle?
His handoffs.
This is breaking news.
Evan
This
I
is
can't.
breaking.
Well, here's what I mean.
Don't steal, Evan.
Here's what I mean. I can't hold it against Sabonis because he's forced to be the best player on a team, or he kind of has to be, whether it's the best or second best. I don't want to quibble about that. It's not Sabonis' fault that he's being asked to be a 1 or 2.
Well,
because he's the kind of guy to be. I know it's too easy. Yeah. If he's your best player, you're not very good. If he's your second best player, third best player, okay. Fourth best player, now you got something.
He's good. Yeah. He's not.
No, he stinks.
He is not
what he was supposed to be.
He's
coming
not
into
meeting
this
the billing of this series at all, not even close.
And is this unfair? He's a byproduct, I believe. No shade at him. You play your ass off 82 games, and you're a cute, good little story, and you got yourself to the All-Star game.
I prefer adorable.
But what you have in your tool belt and skill set, you ain't dominating, bruh. And when it's go time, they are taking your lunch money.
Well, the thing that surprises me
play
is
hard.
3 games now, and he's been unable to finish at the cup over Kevon Looney. And Kevon Looney, and he'd be the first one to admit it, he's not going to challenge you above the rim.
Right.
He'll challenge you below the rim. Yeah. And yet Sabonis has gotten him down to like 4 feet, 6 feet.
Jordan Poole took the ball from him yesterday.
They all took the ball from him. And that's the part that surprises me. Yeah.
That's a 3.
Well, I thought you made a good point earlier, Goo, about this too. Here's something else about Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis now has the eyeballs and the lights. And I don't mean from us. I mean from the refs. Man. Now they're watching. And so all the little things that certain players do when no one's looking. You know, John Stockton was great at this. Like, go through the greats of the game of
that's over.
Here's what we're doing with our hands when you're not looking. Well, too bad now we're looking. And he got booed every time he touched the ball. I don't think he liked that. I think this
got to him, I feel like.
So here's kind of the point that people were trying to make to the whole Kings franchise. We don't know that you're going to choke or shrink when you get to the playoffs, but we also don't know that you can handle it because you've never been here before.
Right.
Domantas Sabonis, to me, looks like somebody who's not handling it. That's what we thought some of the Kings might do.
Booty dibs.
Yeah. Some of the Kings might do, and that's what he's done so far.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's lemon booty or as much as they've put him in spots where he's not used to being, which is near the rim. I mean, during the regular year, he shot the ball better than he shot the ball from the outside, and they're not guarding him outside. And when they're not guarding him, he's not shooting it, or when he does shoot it, he's not making it. And beyond that, Malik Monk, role players come back to earth on the road. And Steve Kerr, I don't know if you heard him, but he echoed me, and you're welcome, Steve. A series doesn't start until the road team wins.
I'd never heard that till you said it the other day.
Please.
No, I've never heard that
That's a time-honored adage.
I know.
You're playing.
Stop taking credit for it. He had that every single playoff.
I had it back when Hubie Brown was in diapers. I had that for the first time. Please.
All right.
Yes.
Now, I listened to Dickinson after the game. I listened to the roast this morning.
Angie or John?
John. I'm going to give you 2.
Thank you.
Are you shocked that people are saying, fans,
yes,
so for Fanatic, well, I am, we've discussed it, but they feel like that was because the offense really wasn't.
Let me change my answer. Okay. I'm not shocked that they're doing it, but I think it's ridiculous.
Okay,
of course they're doing it because if there's one thing, this series has become so much about all the fan bases. Oh, the Kings group is cute, and the Warrior fan base is arrogant, and we're going to go back and forth and all this stuff.
Not cute, adorable.
Adorable.
And put your name on it.
And they are. They're adorable.
Yeah.
They're adorable. Okay. So if there's one thing that I will say about the Warrior fan base, even though I'm a part of it, that I think is annoying, it is that broad judgments come out of every game. You play one game and somebody thinks they'll come in the next day with, okay, I figured it out. Here's what'll fix everything, and here's what we do going forward. And then they'll play again on Sunday. Now here's, right? Like every time they won, they're going to win it all. Every time they lose, this team can't play. The era's over.
Right.
And this to me fits in that bucket. Y'all are really now going to bench Draymond Green. We're going to just take Draymond Green off the team now.
But you can look at what the offense did yesterday.
Sure.
The offense was different without Draymond Green. It was more open. There was more space. There was more room for people to shoot the basketball. So you can look at yesterday and say one thing about the offense, and it has nothing to do with Draymond Green.
But I got a question for you there. If that's the take, is the offense more open because Draymond wasn't there, or is it more open because you simply replaced a big with a small? What if the offense had just Draymond and not Looney and 4 guards running around? Would you not get the? I don't know.
You would, but
I'm asking,
you
would
can't
get the same
survive
result?
like that because Kevon Looney he's everything right now.
Man.
It would be tough to remove Looney from the lineup.
I agree.
Impossible.
I agree. Because
Impossible.
and this is what I would say to Draymond. Like anything in the playoffs, you have a starting pitcher. It's the 3rd inning. They're not pitching well.
Man.
Dude, you're out. We can't wait. Quicker hook. Draymond needs to rebound better. Everyone's focused on 3-pointers and turnovers. I'm focused on rebound. The Warriors won that game because of Kevon Looney's rebounding.
And turnovers. They didn't turn the ball over.
That helps. But if Draymond Green can rebound better, because he was not good in the first 2 games, if he can rebound better, then he can play his normal minutes.
Well, I think it's fair to say, they really played well with 1 big on the floor rather than 2 sometimes.
Yep.
So let's find out how much time that Draymond and Looney actually play together. Oh, well, it averages out to about 14 minutes a game. I'm making all these numbers up because I don't know.
Right.
Well, you know what? Let's only play them together 8 minutes instead of 14. So you can pare it down that way, I think, also. The second thing is, and to Mark's point, and I'm with him, so what happened to, well, this is the best 5-man lineup in the NBA. So then why would you take Draymond Green out?
You won 1 game without him.
Right.
So that's the end of that.
So, but I'm in the middle. I can't see him taking him out of the lineup, but are there ways you can tinker? Maybe look, he changed Steph's substitution pattern.
Yeah, he did
last night. You could do that with Draymond.
You could,
and I do this is.
And maybe you don't start Kevon Looney as a result.
Matched Looney's minutes with Sabonis.
Right. So maybe you start Jordan Poole, and then you bring Kevon in for Draymond at the 6-minute mark, and then you match it that way.
And that's what I told Steiny, because this is not going to happen. But at every turn, they've never stood up to Dre. Dre has a personality. You're not going to ask Dre to come off the bench because of the politics and losing him.
And that's where
Even
I'm not.
if you thought the
that's where I'm not with you.
Right, Mark.
When was the last time he came off the bench?
Yeah, but the fact that
do we know? Was it his rookie year or his second
year?
year?
You're not going to do that to him. This said player. You could do it to Curry. You could do it to Dibbs.
But here's where
he runs hot.
Oh no, I don't agree with you there.
Here's where
I'll never come off the bench.
Green, he wouldn't quit. I'm not saying if you asked Draymond this, he would quit or he would be because there's no way Draymond didn't watch that game last night and take something out of it for himself. Like what he has to do, and I'm sure I got to move the ball quicker. I'm going to stop holding it as much.
I agree with that.
I just don't
my
think
position has changed. Because y'all won a game and I've been here for umpteen years with 4 rings. That's how y'all gonna do me?
No, I already said I wouldn't take him out of the starting lineup right away. But that's a different question. Of now we're talking about how would he react if I did want
and that's
to?
What we talk.
And if he,
I wouldn't want any part of that.
If he's not open to that, then he's not the player I thought he was.
I'm sticking up for Draymond Green here.
Why would Curry and Clay, why would they be allowed to do it, but not Draymond just because he's a bigger personality? I do feel
Clay's never done it.
Yeah. Well, right.
But Clay's never done it.
But would he?
No.
But
He's been clear that he won't.
I think
he never has.
No,
he's never come off the bench since his first year.
But he's not been clear that he won't.
Clay would be more of a problem telling hey, let's talk about maybe you coming off the bench a little.
Agreed.
I think
Then
Clay
Draymond.
would be more of a problem than Draymond.
Why would you say
Agreed.
that, though?
Because
when we have a track record of
Goo,
Dre.
Because Clay's been clear. When KD came to town, Clay said he's not taking my shots.
doubt about
and
it.
Even when Clay came back from injury, he never came off the bench.
totally
He
get
never
that.
has come off the bench.
Hold on. Politics.
Those are X's and O's.
But we got to get rid of
Okay.
politics.
No, it's personality. It's not politics.
If Tim Lincecum can be out of the bullpen,
Wow.
and if Brock Purdy can start over Trey Lance, then I'm done. Politics,
I agree.
schmolitics. Forget this. Right? Like, I mean, this. I feel like there are a lot of people. Trey Lance has got to start. Why? Well, because he got picked third in the draft.
When has this organization had the heavy hand? I agree. If it was they've never done it.
That was a cross-pollination sensation, is what that was.
Cadillac with a bad
This is a
transmission.
different-
They would never
It's
do
a
it.
different
Totally
thing.
different thing.
Totally different thing.
Completely.
The Warriors have cowered to Draymond, if you want to use that word, during discipline moments when he loses his control. I do not think if Kerr went up to Draymond and said, "What'd you think about the game the other night?" You're watching. You know what? The ball looked like it was moving. What do you think? Draymond might be like, I got to move it more. Hey, you know what? If you think you want to do it, go ahead. Do it. Like, I don't think Draymond would be like,
with you.
You put me on the bench.
I think these are collaborative conversations much more than we give them credit for. And Steve has given us that clue many times before. Remember when Looney started in the playoffs last year? How did we get to that? Steve went to the big three,
No doubt.
big four, whoever at that time, if you want to put Andre in there.
Right.
I'd rather not.
Guys, thanks.
No, I think that's
Right?
it.
What should we do? And I think he lets them all have a voice in the room. And when you let them have a voice in the room, you get the other side of that too, which is, hey, sometimes you got to have a little humility.
Yeah, and
even
I agree.
Draymond.
And what Steiny just said is not how I perceive it to go down. I think they know already. They got 100 examples that they wouldn't even broach that sub. They wouldn't even ask him to come off the bench.
I don't think.
That's all.
I disagree with you there.
I think
And maybe
if they
I'm selling
thought-
Dre short, but man.
Well, but here's another way to look at this. Just because it worked last night doesn't mean it's going to work on Sunday.
That's why it's a huge game
right?
against
So
Sunday.
these teams have tape. They have smart people and good athletes. So I don't think it would be smart for anyone, Warriors or Warrior fan, to go, well, that's what worked yesterday. So now we just have to do that every time. The Kings, don't forget this and don't get it twisted. The Warriors played well last night. They did not play great. The Sacramento Kings handed that.
Dude.
They were awful.
And the Warriors were 16 to 50.
They could not hit a damn shot to save their lives, and they are very good shooters.
Yeah,
so
I'll give you
don't
that.
get it twisted.
Yeah, no, I understand, Mark.
And I know Bonte was playing this morning, but for anybody out there who thinks, oh, Champs figured it out. We got this now.
Nah.
Yo, calm down. You have got to win on Sunday again, or this thing's a wrap. Still.
The other thing with Draymond is we've got to define the words. Nobody's saying bench Draymond Green.
Nobody.
When you say he's benched, that means he's not playing at all. That's the way I interpret benched. If you discuss something with Draymond Green about this, you're not saying to him, guy, I know you've been averaging 31 minutes, but we're not going to use you the rest of the series. No, he's still going to play. He's going to play plenty. You're just asking him, maybe we put you with Looney last. What if we did this? We take you out at this point in the third, man. What do you think? It's going to lower your minutes by 3 to 5. Fine.
But it's almost like you're blaming him when you do that. You can say
nobody's blaming him.
But then why the change, Coach?
Because we looked
we found something.
And we're realizing
that what?
We're realizing that we might be better when we only have one of you or Looney. Okay. It's not Looney.
Well,
it's
Coach,
not
Looney's
you.
come
it's
off the
both.
bench before. I haven't. You go talk to Kavan.
So let's let the record reflect how you're portraying Draymond possibly acting, and I'm surprised at that.
Yeah,
I would not assume that he would lose his stuff.
He has been your heart and soul through this whole run. And after one game, you're going to say, "Hey,
but isn't
partner,
that part of it?
We need to change
it. I think you're insulting him there, kind of.
I think
he's come off the bench twice since 2014, and that was last year.
Listen, only he could answer this question, and I don't even know if that's what the Warriors want to do. But I will give everybody in this room credit for this. When you find, I don't know if the Warriors feel like they found something, but if they do, how do you not lean into it? That's sports. when you find something in the playoffs, you stick
And
with
we
it.
saw it in the finals,
right?
in the fourth quarter.
Is that not? That's the Brock Purdy story, is it not? Oh my gosh! Wow, we found something. We didn't know about.
Well,
that.
they had no choice. I mean, let's not pretend that they were like, "Oh, Trey, we found something in Brock." They had no choice, dog.
But having him as the starter this year means.
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
They've already said.
Right.
They've already said he's the guy.
It's because they found something in the fact that they realized that they don't have something in the other guy.
I could give you 1,000 other examples in sports. Like you find something. Hell, go back to when the Angels beat the Giants in 2002. You know, that was the story of Frankie Rodriguez, the closer, with about a month and a half left to go in the season. Holy hell, he's ready. We found something. Let's stick with it. And next thing you know, you got a ring. Like, I don't know that they feel that way, though. If they do, though, then you got to have a conversation.
I also feel like even though we have an unbelievable sense of urgency and 2-1 scares the hell out of us and 3-1 scares us even more, there is still time. I mean, you can just go back to Draymond and do the same thing, or go back to Draymond and tinker. And if you lose the game, well, then you have the conversation maybe. If you know what I mean? If Draymond comes back and they look like games 1
you have the conversation before you lose the game.
Exactly.
I mean, you see early on if what you've discovered is really a problem, and you know if you see that it's a problem, then you go to Kevon and you say, Kevon, nice game, 4-20-9. You're coming off the bench. We're gonna go with 3 guards and Draymond and Wiggins, and you're still gonna play 28 minutes, but we think we found something in this combination, and so maybe it's 4 minutes in and Jordan Poole goes to the bench and you bring in Kevon for Jordan Poole. You know, you're going to figure out what it is that you think that worked in Game 3, and you're going to try to replicate that while also using Draymond Green.
I think we're overrating all of this. I think if you look at the Warriors, just go to the standings, go to the NBA standings, and you get a better answer of what happened. The Warriors have won their home games all year. They've lost their road games all year.
But the Kings are the best road team in the West.
Doesn't matter,
So,
but I mean,
it does matter.
No, but I don't think it does because of last night. Like we are now in the lab with all of these different little gizmos going, okay, what happened last night? The Warriors beat somebody down at Chase like they always do.
Yeah. And that wasn't a Warrior A game.
No, if you want, not at all. So if you want to be, if you want to be optimistic as a Warrior fan, here's one thing that I do think sometimes works in series. Your games on the road were this close, and your game at home was not. The Warriors were better in Sacramento than the Kings were in San Francisco, and that's a thing. Like they are an Andrew Wiggins corner 3 away from having this series by the you-know-whats. But they don't. But I don't think we make last night like, oh my gosh.
No. But also
the Warriors need to redo basketball. No, they finally they're home and they beat them down like they were supposed to. They were 6-point favorite.
And Steiny, to his credit, has been all morning long, Goo, you can't do that because I'm saying appropriate fear, but I just feel like they're going to boat race Sac again Sunday. It's going to be 2-2. Now, all year long,
I think Sunday's
my
gonna be
money
harder.
and my heart have been broken on the road with the Warriors. And I'm stating the obvious, but they got to go up there, not get close, Willard. In order for the Warriors to advance, they got to win a road game.
They got to win one.
Just one. But
if the Warriors win Game 4, all pressure on Sacramento in Game 5.
But it's still you still got to go up there and win the road game.
But it'll be the most pressure Sacramento has faced since 2004, without a doubt. So you win Game 4, you handle your business in Game 4. You've been so good at home. Then you go up there, and oh my God, things are going to tighten up on Sacramento.
But I'm
knowing what they have to do.
Every time I use that wisdom, right, they're going to do it.
Well, I mean, look,
they didn't do it twice in the playoffs.
Road wins.
Cigar,
if you watch NBA playoff basketball, everybody knows this. Road wins are harder late than they are early. When the Warriors, the only thing that mimics this, and I know it's different because they had home court advantage, but what mimics this, people will bring up Game 6 Clay. Right, when they had to come back against, and they had to win a late road game. Well, think about what it
down
took.
3-2.
And think about what it took. A generational
nickname for
freak out performance to win by a razor thin margin. So Like,
I get it.
This is going to be hard.
Yeah.
This is still going to be really
And so
hard.
is Sunday that I'm assuming to win.
Well,
Sunday's
Vegas
gonna
would
be
tell
hard.
you that it's not going to be that hard because the Warriors are again now
Favored.
series favored.
Of course.
Even though they're down 2-1.
Of course.
Dibs.
That's facts. Yeah, these are facts.
Vegas is going to be like that until the Warriors are eliminated.
Okay.
There's a
They've
Warrior
earned that.
tax. You know there's a Warrior tax.
Of course.
Because they're the Warriors.
But at the same time, if the Warriors win game 4 and we get a game 5 in Sacramento at 2-2, what do you think the point spread is?
It'll be a point in either direction.
Maybe Warriors -1?
Right.
Yeah,
In
a
a
point
normal
in either
situation, the 3 seed over
Would
the
be a
6
big
would be
okay,
favored by 7.
But this isn't normal. We all
Exactly.
agree this isn't normal.
So it's more than just Warriors tax. It's the fact that this Kings team, they're a house of cards. Kenny Caraway?
Maybe.
Kenny carried away?
That's a 4.
You're welcome.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it with a big compliment for Draymond Green. I fully believe that he's so smart that he saw stuff last night that none of us saw. And I guarantee you, has already talked or is talking to Kerr about what worked last night, what was a little bit different.
I totally
and
agree.
he will
not volunteer.
He doesn't. He might not have to volunteer. They'll figure something out where Draymond will he gets it. Like he gets it. And
Just
I think it might be
visualize it.
something where he's just like, hey Steve, I gotta get.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get the ball out of my hand immediately.
Visualize it.
Yeah.
You really think. Think about the message that's being sent across this whole series.
Okay.
If the Warriors walk out on Sunday and Draymond's on the bench.
It would be they would shooting themselves in the head.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Draymond
Unless he
suggested
suggests it. But I don't.
What makes you think
I don't think that's going to
just
happen.
from his track record?
That's hilarious.
what I'm
Honestly,
saying.
Draymond, Steve, you know what? I feel like I should be coming off the bench.
That's all,
You guys look
Steiny.
so good in game 3. You know what, Steve? I think that I should come off the bench.
Well, let's
get out of here with that.
You're not.
Talk
That's
to
not a
him.
realistic conversation. The conversation is when you think about the ball was moving around with just Loon in there, and it moves around better when you're just in there and Loon's not. When you think about one big guy and 4 scorers. I think that's a good idea.
Are you asking me as Draymond?
Well, I'm just saying Draymond will acknowledge that that's right.
Well, we could do it for
and
this bit. Yeah.
So what do you say we try to split you and Looney up a little bit more? Let's start working about where. How do you want to do it?
Yo, Steve, not to cut you off, but you want me to come off the bench?
That's not what I'm saying.
Was it gummies, bong hits, or a joint that you've been smoking? Because you know me, Steve. I'm not coming off no bench.
Draymond, this is why we hate you, because I didn't say come off the bench. I said can we work together?
Yeah.
You know what? You're proving that Guru and Dibley are right about you. You're not willing to be a team player.
If you think that we're better off with me not being on the floor every second, then I don't know what game you've been watching for the past 8 years.
Steiny, I think people watch Draymond play basketball and they think that that's how he acts 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Let me try again. Excuse
we
me,
had his
Steve.
barber on Brownie yesterday, Willard.
Steve, would you mind?
Come on, man.
Excuse me, Steve. Would you mind if I actually played some minutes in this ball game?
888-957.
Is there maybe a human being that's somewhere in between the two characters that you just
there
played?
is a human being, but not this human being.
Draymond doesn't have respect for the other people in the Warrior room?
Of course he does.
Okay. Because neither of those people you just
Are you telling me that he doesn't want to have his minutes?
I just watched Francesa and Mike the Mad Dog. I'm in the power chair. Did you know they called it that?
You're nobody, my dude.
We're in California. We don't have a power chair in California style.
888-957-9570.
Microphones.
Dude,
okay.
Which Warrior would take asking to go to the bench worse? Klay Thompson or Draymond Green? 888-957-9570.
No, I don't want your calls on that.
And I got to say something. I was driving home. And
Actually, now I am out. Have a good one.
I'm a P1 of your show. I'm a P1 of the station. So I was listening to
We
you
can tell.
yesterday.
You listen to the post game. You listen to the morning show.
I want to say, leave Mark Rivers alone. That's
listen,
my invention.
listen.
I talked to Maxie, and he was like, "Who's this dude in San Francisco?" Willard, that's my bit.
Guru.
It's a mock-off.
I love you, Guru. I love you as much as anybody here. But the bottom line is that was a forced bit. I didn't have any choice because that's actually what I sounded like. So listen, you go with what you got. That's what you do. It's kind of like if Draymond comes off the bench. If that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do.
I said, like, Joel, Maxie, I didn't know who to talk to. Damn, that's my man. Anyway,
I had your back. I felt like he was stealing from you.
I got enough.
He had no choice.
I got enough voice so that I can go back to Kapler and Bochy today.
Nice.
It's all good.
Have a good week.
Guru, you need me to come off the bench? I will.
Love it. That's my boy, Guru.
I'm in the power chair.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, honestly, I mean, there was no question that that's where we were going to be today. I knew that this is where we would start, and I think we should just dive right in with as many people as possible. First of all, Moses Moody is going to join us at 4 o'clock.
Nice.
How great is that?
Big.
Okay, big if true. But 888-957-9570. You're really moving on from Draymond Green.
No,
that's what. Well, okay, then let's.
I don't get that.
Let's put this into words, and I mean that. So there are takes all across the spectrum. We could go all the way to the end, which is get him out of here, bench him, whatever. We could go all the way to the other end of the spectrum, which is when Draymond gets back, Draymond slides right back in to the presence that he's always been on this roster, and then there's everything in between. But it's just fascinating to me how Warrior fans, not all of you by any stretch, and maybe not even most of you, but there is a faction of you that, my gosh, you must be the worst people ever in a relationship. Are you married to someone for 7 years and then one other attractive person walks down the street?
So attractive.
And you call a divorce lawyer?
Kevon Looney.
I mean, my
Gorgeous.
God. Is that what we're doing? Draymond is now persona non grata, get him out of here?
Well, let's not pretend that this is the first time that this has happened. So, and
fair.
Your analogy is good, but it's not great because we can go back to the 73 win year when Draymond was out and you lost in large part because Draymond was out. And here we are again, and Draymond is out, and the Warriors came out and played their best game of the series. Incontrovertibly, they were dominant last night, and you could say that Sacramento wasn't good, and you could say that the Warriors weren't great. I thought the Warriors were really good. They weren't elite. They weren't great.
I'll buy that. It was good, not great.
They were in control the entire game. Yep. They were up 18. They were up 20. That was a complete performance without Draymond Green. That's a fact.
Absolutely. And, I mean, put it this way.
And I'd rather have Draymond for game 4 and everything going forward.
There you go.
Absolutely.
So, in other words, let's sub out Draymond Green in the conversation. What if that had happened last night with Steph on the bench?
Oh, Steph sits.
What's everybody's take?
Steph's done. Is the trade deadline passed?
Honestly.
Because he's gone.
And don't act like that's not possible because you've detailed this all year.
Yeah.
Every Warrior who has missed extended time, Draymond, Andrew Wiggins, Steph Curry, every single one of them who's missed time. Has the record essentially been the same without him?
This year, yeah.
Yes. All right. So Andrew Wiggins missed 2 months, and the Warriors rallied to make the playoffs without him. Yet somehow, some way, everyone wanted him injected back in as many minutes as possible the second he was available, even though we needed to be reintroduced to him. Steph Curry, what if Steph Curry had missed the game and Jordan Poole had filled in admirably and scored 27 points and the Warriors had beaten the Kings? Are we having this conversation? I think the Warriors found something, and maybe let's talk to Steph. Let's sit him down in the office. Hey, I'm Steve. Hi, Steph. Hey, have a seat right here, this first chair.
Yeah.
Come on over here. We're going to have a conversation about you maybe coming off the bench.
You're getting
How do you
Moody's
feel about
crumbs.
that?
Yeah, you might get a chance second quarter.
Why are we doing this to Draymond Green?
Because it's very convenient to do it to Draymond Green because what we saw last night, Mark, was a free-flowing amount of ball movement with one big on the floor. And when you talk about two bigs together, now you've got two guys who are not scoring threats. And I know Draymond can occasionally drive to the hoop. He can occasionally shoot a three. Kevon Looney is a putback threat only. You're not ever going to go to him on the offensive end.
Not even that. He grabs him and passes him back out. I mean, what did he have? 4 points. I think he had 4 points last night.
9 assists, Mark.
Yeah, exactly.
He had 4 assists in the first quarter.
Right.
So the point being, and this is not my point, but this is the point of some people, maybe having 2 bigs out there is counterproductive.
Maybe. And the Warriors, maybe they did see. I don't know what their next move is going to be. But it's fascinating to me and makes me wonder how much you all actually believe all the things that we've said through the years about Draymond Green being the glue and the best defensive player on the planet and the guy who keeps it all together and makes it work on both ends. We've all had this take. Remember when his back injury happened last year and the game that he came back, all of a sudden Steph and Clay looked better and we're like, oh, it's because Draymond, he knows just how to get the ball to the right guy at the right time. He's brilliant. Doesn't show up in the box score, but do you all actually believe that? Or is that just a convenient take of the moment? So now we've got one basketball game where the Warriors played well without him and they won a game. And so now we've decided that we found the magic elixir to beating the Kings and it doesn't include Draymond Green. I don't know. For me, for one, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all.
No, I don't buy it either. I do think that the things that you saw last night were things that can carry forward into Game 4, whether or not Draymond's out there or not. The fact that the ball moved and there was more space. So if you have Draymond Green and Kevon Looney both out there, does that make it so that the ball can't move like it did and be spaced out like it was? Well, that's a question for Steve Kerr to answer heading into Sunday, because what we saw last night was Steph Curry had much more room to maneuver and Jordan Poole had room to move and Jonathan Kuminga had a chance to dunk and Moses Moody, who joins us at 4 o'clock, had open threes. And darn it, Andrew Wiggins, what a great game.
Loved it.
From Andrew Wiggins. Klay Thompson was not good again, but he had open looks.
He did. It's interesting. There are really only 2 Warriors who didn't play well. One of them's Klay, and he's Klay. So what are you going to do, right? Like you're
going to wait for that 17 for 24 game.
We've been through a decade of wars with him, and so that's Klay. The other one is worth a conversation. And
JaMychal Green.
No.
He was bad.
What did he play? 5 minutes? 6 minutes?
How many fouls? 6 fouls? 7 fouls?
Whatever. JaMychal, I thought JaMychal, like, it would have been great for him to knock down a shot or two, but all he needed to do was come in and give a little physicality.
He came in and gave up an and one and then gave up a dunk in his first 2 possessions.
Yeah, JaMychal Green had 10 minutes on the floor.
And he was a -9?
No, he was -4.
Oh,
yeah.
I take it back.
3 boards, 3 fouls.
Great. Yeah, 3 boards, 3 fouls.
Shove some arms around, whatever.
He didn't do what I wanted him to do.
That's fine.
He's code red.
It's JaMychal Green.
Let's go, JaMychal.
Let's talk about what matters.
Who else didn't play well?
Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole didn't play well. And whether or not it's his foot or...
He's playing on 1 foot.
Or what we could, unfortunately, start to really talk about, which is this is 2 years in a row where Jordan Poole has been diminished come playoff time. Now that...
Whoa. Slow that down. Slow that down. Because I've been called out on multiple platforms for my anti-Jordan Poole take.
I think it's too early to really go broad brush here.
Festus Ezeli, where are you?
The numbers will... This isn't an opinion. This is a fact. Jordan Poole, 2 seasons in a row, has been a lesser version of himself statistically in the playoffs.
I got to give a shout-out to Willard and Dibbs.
Where's the lie?
I was in need of a closer.
Where was the lie? Did you hear one?
No, Mark.
Okay.
And I've been saying this all along. And, you asked the question, but it was based on my sentiment. And we got ripped on radio and we got ripped on TV.
We got promoted.
2 things can be equally true. Ralph Barbieri, rest in peace.
Ralph.
Via the promotion was a rip job. And our own teammate, the stupidest question ever. Turns out, not only was it a smart
question ever.
Thank you, Bonte.
You got to get over it, man. It's a good thing.
I will never get over it.
It was all in good fun.
It still is in good fun, Mark. Do you see the smile on my face?
I don't.
I'm beaming ear to ear. If you were looking at the YouTube feed, you would know I'm smiling.
No, you're always red like that. That's just the skin coloring that you have.
Red like the head on the... I'm a fat red pumpkin, Grandy.
He's on it this week.
He is.
If anybody
Mark
come
Grandy.
playoff time is crushing it, it's Mark Grandy, and he wants us to go, so we will.
Whatever. I'm not
All
going
right.
anywhere now,
No.
Grandy.
Well, we got 4 more hours. Don't worry.
And look, is out with a broken foot.
Exactly.
What's he going to do?
So we
He's
do
been
whatever-
here.
do whatever the hell
By
we
the time
want.
he limps in here, we'll still be on the air.
888-957.
Anyway, Mark, as I was-
9570. Yeah,
as I
go.
was saying,
you were saying.
go ahead.
Coming up next,
up.
Dibs finishes a sentence. The quest for 5
you'll let me.
is doubtful. Is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Moses Moody at 4, your calls and nothing but. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Mom?
Wiggins will bring it out with 9 seconds. Skipped across court to DiVincenzo. That ball had a lot of air under it. DiVincenzo backs up. Dribble drive. Floater on the way. Got it at the buzzer! Just underhanded it up and good for Dante.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Can we give a little restaurant quality?
Oh, my God.
And I didn't even, I don't know how much of it showed up in the box score, but my man was all over the damn floor last night.
Oh, now he's your man.
That's my man.
I thought he was our man.
Well, yeah, you can have him too.
You sound like my wife. When the baby is good, it's like, oh, look at my baby.
That's my baby.
And then when the baby's crying and the baby needs a change, it's like, your daughter needs you.
Yeah, that's
it's
any,
like, whoa,
that's
time
any
out,
parent.
supper.
That's
time
any
out,
parent,
sup.
man. Hey, you go to the little league game when your kid hits a home run. That's my boy.
Totally,
is
bro.
Is he your boy when he won't eat his vegetables and he won't brush his teeth?
Dude.
Is he still your boy? No, he's not your boy then.
7:07 this morning. She's crying, and I know what's waiting for me downstairs, and it's your daughter needs you.
Your daughter is a mess.
And then 8:07 when she's my baby. It's like, okay, I get this.
So
I
anyway,
get the bit.
that's my Dante.
I get it.
That's my restaurant quality basketball player, DiVincenzo.
When he plays 12 minutes and goes 0 for 5, then he's my Dante. I get it.
I thought he was your Dante in game 1. I really did. He was your Dante in game 2. But
and I loved him, even though I might have put him up for adoption after game 2.
Yeah, I
restaurant quality though in game 3.
So good.
And it doesn't
So
show up in the box score, but like the hustle plays, saving a ball out of bounds and throwing it off the king.
So good.
Oh, that's my favorite.
The steal that would have been a dunk at the other end, but he stepped on the line, but it was at a momentum spot. The Warriors had just gotten a big bucket, and then he makes a great defensive play, even though it didn't lead to a bucket. Just little things like that you'll, unless you watched the game.
Yeah.
Dante, man, he was really good. There were a lot of Warriors who were really, really good last night.
No doubt.
A lot of bench players.
Yeah.
And I don't know why bench players are only good when they play at home. I don't know. I've given up on trying to figure out why. I understand.
Well, it's an adage that I came up with about 31 years ago that bench players play better at home. It's
you did come
fact.
up with that. Yeah. There's somewhere in Wikipedia it said that.
Steve Kerr's been stealing all my stuff.
I like. Why is it? There's the obvious. I know you're more comfortable there, but like, come on, Dante DiVincenzo. All of these players who are quote unquote role players, at one point or another in their career, they were a dog. They were a one in high school, in college, whatever. You were that dude.
You were him.
Why? Yeah. Moses, we'll ask Moses at 4. At what point in your career were you him? I mean, why can you not play in another gym?
Right.
I don't get it. Like, what happens? We will ask Moses this, although I don't think he's one of the best examples of it. Because he didn't look bad when he played in game 2, I didn't think.
He looked good.
Yeah, but what is it? Because, man, like, what about Monk last night for the Kings? Whoa, you ended up on a milk carton.
Totally.
You scored 34 in game 1, and last night, did you play? I didn't even see you out there, brother.
Yeah.
I didn't even see you out there. So what happens to these role players when you go to a different gym? It's
all
crazy.
of them last night.
It's
Trey
crazy.
Lyles. I mean,
Totally.
nobody played that well for Sacramento. And, you know, you can credit the defense, and certainly the Warriors' defense was a part of it. And the fact that they didn't give them so many easy possessions, they didn't turn it over, that also was a part of it. But to your point, and we'll ask Moses Moody at 4 o'clock, why do younger players especially play better at home than on the road?
Some of it is maybe even just playoffs. And I think this is where Moses, this is where he's showing that he really thrives. Because what's funny about his career so far, he doesn't really have much to say in the regular season. But in both playoffs, he's suddenly shown up. So it's kind of the reverse of, let's say, Keegan Murray on the Kings, who had a really nice regular season and was a name that we talked about going into this series, has been non-existent.
6 points last night on 2 of 7.
I don't think he's gotten to 10 points for the whole series yet.
Right.
Is that about right? Let me look at his game
No, it
log
should
here.
be. But, Mark, if you look at their bench last night.
No, he's at 10. He's got 10 points in the series.
Oh, total.
Total.
Oh, I thought you meant in one game.
No.
Oh, God.
10 points total.
Yeah.
He had 2-6.
Last night, their bench scored 2-1-0, 2-5-3-4-3. That was their bench.
Jeez.
And that, Trey Lyles, 0 of 6 from the floor. He had 2 points. Metu had a point in garbage time.
That was garbage.
Alex Len, 2 points. Davion Mitchell, 5 points, and he was a -10. Malik Monk, one of nine.
4 points.
4 points on 1 of 9. He was a -13. So, I mean, that was a big factor, I thought, last night in terms of, we talked about game 1. Yeah. Oh, the non-Steph minutes. Well, the non-Steph minutes last night worked out pretty well. And also, Mark, the Steph Curry playing time tweak that Steve Kerr went with
late in the game.
You
saw
early
that.
on.
Well, early and
6
late.
minutes in, he pulled him.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, Steph is out?
Well,
6 minutes in?
He did that because he wanted maybe to have a little extra gas in the tank in the second half because he tweaked what he did from the end of the third to the start of the fourth quarter as well. Now, it ended up not mattering. I don't know about you all, but I was sitting there in the fourth quarter, and I get why he did it. You can't mess around with this stuff. But when there's 6 minutes left, 5 minutes left, I'm like, can anybody get a whistle and get the Hall of Famers off the floor? You're up by 20. Get him out of here. And Steve was like, nope. 3:40 to go. Timeout on the floor. And he's like, nope, we're sticking with it. And then once it got inside of 2 minutes, then Steph fouled everybody.
Yeah.
And then it's PBJ time, as I like to call it. But,
exactly.
Like
with the crust cut off.
Yeah, exactly.
But
is there any other way?
No, there's no other way.
Thank you.
And depending on if I like to toast my PB&J, so I would leave the crust on. Yeah,
that's
I
interesting.
Traditionally would toast it with a little wheat bread, and sometimes you eat part of the crust and you throw the rest away. But last night was one of those games where even though they were up by, and I'm looking at it right now, 21 with 3 minutes to go, you still wanted to have that thing put away.
Well, the Kings had their starters out, so the Warriors were like, fine.
At that point,
we're not letting you hit 3 threes in a row and suddenly make us inject these guys back into the game. So anyway, look, game on. The series, here we go. Okay? I do think it's going to be a long one. However, I'm going to stop short of where I've seen some people today. And I do think Bonte, to a degree, was playing a little bit of a role this morning, if you heard the morning roast. But he's not the only one. I played golf with a good buddy of mine this morning who's a big Hoops fan, and he basically was like, yeah, like you saw last night what the deal is. The Warriors, they're little brothering the Kings. They're still little brothering them. I'm sitting here going, gosh, the Warriors are still down 2-1, right? I get it. I think there are plenty of reasons for optimism after a game like that. But I hear a lot of Warrior fans are just like, okay, got it. Yep, I knew they could do it. They're going to win this series again. Maybe this is going to be a long journey. Obviously, it's got to go at least 6 for the Warriors to get it.
Right.
And if they do that, that would be 4 wins in a row, which is incredibly difficult.
It's happened.
It's happened.
It's happened.
It's very difficult against any basketball team, let alone a good one. Look, this has got a ways to go, and I'm not feeling any bit of comfort until I see them score more points than the Kings again on Sunday.
Right, and Sunday they will be favored. I don't know if the spread's out yet, but I would imagine the Warriors will be favored by 4.5 or 5 again because the Warriors are unbelievable at home. And so if the Warriors do get Sunday, if the Warriors don't get Sunday, trouble. And I think that it's trouble because then you would need to win 3 in a row, including 2 in Sacramento, and you're a terrible road team and all the rest of it. But you win Sunday, and all the pressure, an entire Acme safe worth of pressure goes on Sacramento.
I agree with that. Mr. Grandy, if you would, game show music, please, because I do indeed have a number for Sunday's game. And because we know the participants so well, I'm going to ask you to get within a half point in either direction, within a half point of Sunday's spread. What is that number?
Well, I had it at 4.5 or 5, so I'm going to lean heavy and say the spread will be 5. Warriors by 5, Mark, at home in game 4. 4?
You going the wrong way, brother.
6?
You keep going.
7?
Keep going.
Shut your filthy laryngitic mouth. 8?
7 and a hook.
7 and a
7 and
a
hook.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. 7 and a sky hook.
That's exactly right.
Thank you, Uncle Looney. Where were you, Uncle Looney, on YouTube?
7 and
I coulda
a
used
hook
you. Yeah.
for the Dubs.
Mother, father, 7 and a hook? Jeez, man. Wow.
Yeah. But again, that's that Warrior tax. Vegas is playing perception, and we all have the same perception. And I'll even admit that it's got some bias tucked into it, but that's the way it goes. We're talking about a dynasty here. The Warriors are going to be a tough nut to crack until they're gone. And no one will really believe it's happening until it happens. And so the numbers are always going to be skewed. I think it's silly that the Warriors are still favored to win the series. That's silly. They're down and they don't have home court advantage. I'm not saying they won't win the series.
Right.
I still would pick them to do so, probably. But the fact favored, that's not a good number. That's not. I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't.
Given 7.5?
No, I wouldn't bet on them to win the series. That I have to give odds to win the series when I'm losing.
Well,
down
I would,
2-1.
and I recommended to everyone yesterday that
That's
you bet
different.
it before Game
But
3
you
when
could
you were
get
getting
right.
plus
You
160.
could get numbers then.
Because what's the series price now? Are they
Let me look
minus
that up.
135 or minus 140?
NBA series price.
I'm sure they're minus right now, but
they are.
Mark, as we mentioned before, only 7% of teams have ever come back from down 2-0. But I'm looking at the recent history, and of the teams that have done so, 7 of the last 11 have won in 6 games, meaning that they've gone on to
win streak.
4 in a row.
Yeah.
So it's not as rare as you maybe are portraying.
Well, listen, I don't think I'm not trying to portray it as anything. I'm just saying it's still hard. Like with the Warriors, for me to give prices in order to go for that, I think is a bad bet. The Warriors right now, I'm looking at it at minus 134.
Okay.
To win the series. The Kings are plus 114 to win the series. So, look, I still think that there's a great chance for the Warriors to win this series for one specific reason that's well beyond the whole but they're the Warriors and championship DNA and they have a switch. Okay, whatever on all that stuff. Here's what got overstated. Games 1 and 2, the Warriors were getting their butts kicked.
Not really.
No, they lost.
Yeah.
And yes, they got outplayed. The Kings deserved both of those games, but the Warriors were right there. They were right there in both of those games. Obviously, Wiggins had a shot to win one of them. The other one was tied with 5 minutes left to go after trailing for most of the game. Every fan base thinks their team didn't play well. So I know when the Kings won those games, they weren't even playing that well. Well, the Warriors feel the same way. Every team comes to the locker room with, here's all the things we could have done better. So the bottom line is they're right there. They're right there. And the Kings were not right there in their one road game. That's too small of a sample for me to make a deal out of it yet. But if the Warriors roll Sunday, I think you can peacock into Game 5 a little bit just because, hey, we're a lot closer in your building than you are in ours.
Right.
That's in the Warriors' favor. But in the Kings' favor is, but we're in ours for more than we're going to be in yours.
And you stink on the road.
Correct.
This year.
This is going to be a long series. I've thought that the whole time.
Yes, long already.
6 or 7.
It's already going to be 5. We know that.
That's a short series. To me, 6 or 7 is a long series.
5 is not a long series.
No, that's kind of short.
I guess you're right in terms of if the Warriors lose in Game 4, then the Kings close it out in Game 5. That would not be a, quote, long series. But just looking at the research of the recent incidents where a team came back from 2-0 down and 1-6, the majority of the time is you lose 2 on the road, you win 2 at home, and then you win Game 5.
Yeah.
And then you come home and then you close it out in Game 6. I'm looking at the 2017 Eastern Conference first round, Celtics and Bulls. Celtics at home lose to Chicago. Game 2, lose to Chicago. They're down 2-0 going to Chicago. They win Game 2 and 3, or 3 and 4 rather. Then they come back home to Boston. They beat Chicago. Then they win at Chicago again. They won 4 straight.
Yeah.
But in reverse fashion.
That
2
could
on
happen.
the road, then 2 at home. The Warriors are looking to go 2 at home and then 1 on the road, and then come back here and win it in Game 7.
That could happen. It could absolutely happen. I mean, sometimes a team just needs to figure out something, X's and O's, or sometimes, and I do think this is a frustrating characteristic of the Warriors seem to not only need to get slapped in the face first, they need to be totally backed up against the wall. They need it. I don't know why. As a fan, I hate it. But they do. Look at the season. Well, they didn't really start paying attention, right? Draymond Green, I don't even get out of bed for games in March. And then look at the games. Remember when New Orleans was in town? Oh, my gosh, they have to have this game. They've got to have this game. They're down by 20-plus in the first half, and then they come out at halftime.
Right.
Okay, fine. Let's turn the damn thing on. Same thing against Oklahoma City. A few days later, games they absolutely needed. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait until they absolutely have to do something, and then they do it. So that is a characteristic of this team, and maybe we'll see that again in this series.
Yeah, well, their back is not against the wall anymore, but they realize the situation they're in, which is either way, you're going to have to win 2 games in Sacramento. Most likely.
Only one.
No, you're right. In terms of, yeah.
See, that's why I think Sunday's game is almost as dire.
Is it pivotal? It's an even game.
Yes.
It is the pivotal game.
Yes, because the Kings could take a 3-1 lead.
No, and
think of how different the series is.
If the Warriors are down 3-0, Game 4 is not pivotal.
No.
Game 4 is like, okay, try to avoid the sweep. It's a gentleman's sweep situation and all the rest of it. But now, down 2-1, Game 4 is pivotal. But if you win, Game 5 is even more pivotal.
Well, then Game 5 just becomes an elimination game. That's different.
Well, not really.
Yeah, no, if it's 3-1, it becomes...
No, but if you win Game 4, Game 5 becomes really pivotal.
See, I don't agree. Because if you lose that game, you just come home and get yours, and then you end up in that Game 7 situation, and that's throwing a feather into the air.
Right.
And it blows the way it blows. There's a piece of me that would not hate Game 7, Warriors-Kings, at Golden One in that atmosphere, but knowing that they're the babies who've never done anything like this before, we've watched teams that have looked like the better team, and then they get to a Game 7. Hey, Houston Rockets and James Harden, I'm looking at you.
Oh, God.
We've watched teams have it in their building, and they just...
You mean James Harden?
I mean, that booty gets tight.
Speaking of that
booty gets tight.
And I don't know when we can talk about this, but that Philadelphia-Brooklyn game yesterday, I'm surprised we haven't seen multiple suspensions from that felony-laced atrocity.
You won't see any.
My God.
You won't see any. Harden
gets thrown out for a little...
right.
An offensive foul where he happened to Mitch Kupchak.
He Mitch Kupchak.
Shout out the great Washington Bullet power forward. He goes Mitch Kupchak on a guy, and he gets a flagrant 2, but Embiid goes straight Daniel from Karate Kid, and that's a flagrant 1.
Oh, he went Draymond. If you watch Draymond to Steven Adams or Draymond to LeBron James, it was that, actually maybe even plus a little bit more. And all he got was a flagrant 1.
Right.
And nothing.
It's a joke, bro.
Absolute nothing.
It's a joke.
Well, the NBA, at least they said the other day, Draymond's history is part of this. Well, Embiid and Harden don't have that history, so, I guess it's okay.
Right.
I hate that part of it. I think you're right. I think you need to be consistent. If kicking people in the you-know-whats is a suspension, then Joel Embiid should be suspended.
Right.
Period. They're up 3-0 anyway, though, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
But if he would have got ejected from the game like he probably should have for that act, forget the suspension.
Yeah, they might not be.
He should have been ejected, point blank. It's when you throw your leg up in that fashion, in that moment, forget the case history of Draymond and the suspension. Embiid should have been ejected. Bottom line.
I agree. That I agree with 100%. All right, let's get to the phones. We want to hear from a lot of you today. And we started off talking about Draymond Green. Are you really one of the Warrior fans who, because the Warriors played well at home one time, you've decided we now need to remove Draymond from these proceedings? 888-957-9570. Vince in San Jose. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Vince, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm just hanging out. How you guys doing? Hey, what's going on, Willard, Dibbs?
What's up?
Excellent. So, going back to the point, I think the NBA loses a little bit of credibility. Not a little bit, maybe even a lot of credibility, going back to the Joel Embiid not getting suspended last night. You can make the case that, you cannot make the case it was a flagrant one. My question is, what are the guys doing in the video room? Isn't there supposed to be a video chief or someone looking at that, buzzing down, telling those guys, hey, we just saw a guy do a karate chop kick, and again, I'll transition to my Draymond Green point. I don't know how anyone can call up and say the team doesn't play better without Draymond Green. That was one game. Draymond Green has 9 playoff appearances. He has a ton of expertise. All he has to do is hone in on the turnovers. If the Warriors limit 10 turnovers a game and turn those turnovers into play-run sets that they can turn into points themselves, guys, that's the reason we're getting that 9.5-point WAPA by the Vegas spread. Because Vegas believes in us, and that's a heck of a good thing. Thank you, fellas.
All right, thanks, Vince.
Great call, Vince. Thank you.
Let's not forget GP2 also.
And great transition, Vince, from point to point. That was good.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was calm.
Yeah.
He didn't get ahead of him. He did not do that call like Jordan Poole drives to the hole.
Exactly.
He took his time, and he talked it out.
Yeah.
Took a breath, and then he delivered. So that was good.
Great transition.
Yeah. But remember, Draymond and GP2 are coming back. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
I'm worried about them both being available.
I'm bummed that 2 of their best defensive players are now going to be available.
It's a problem, Mark.
On Sunday. Here, you know what? Here's what I think is actually the mind bleep that so many of us do in sports.
Look at you.
We see something, and we decide that that's what we're going to see again the next time they come back on our television set. That's not how sports works. Go right now to NFL odds. Go to the odds. Who are the favorites? All the exact teams who were there in the end
last year. Kansas City, Buffalo, Philly, and the Niners.
Here's what I would bet. That's not the way it's going to go next year. Maybe one of them will. Maybe 2 of them will. But not all 7 of them are going to be there in the end.
You biting kneecaps next year?
They're better. They're better, but that's a great point. Like, who saw the Lions coming?
Yeah.
So there are surprises. Game 4 is not going to look like Game 3. It's not going to look like that. And if it does, if the Warriors do come out and go, let's just do it the exact same way, guess what? Mike Brown is a coach, and he's going to have a plan ready for what the Warriors did well last night.
He's Coach of the Year.
To stop them from doing it again.
Yes.
So give me Draymond Green on Sunday.
Of course, especially when you think about Sacramento, who is due to have a good shooting game. 11 for 47 in Game 3. They're bound to start shooting better than 23% from 3. So wouldn't you want your better defensive players on the floor against a team that is bound to have a good offensive bounce back?
I say yes. That's my answer.
Yeah, me too.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Many more of your calls coming up, and Moses Moody in an hour on Willard and Dibbs. You going the wrong way, brother.
6?
You keep going.
7?
Keep going.
Shut your filthy laryngitic mouth.
I'm Howard Mackler.
Poole comes over, sets the screen for Curry. Curry drives left-handed dribble, stops, top of the key. Step back three on the way. Back rim, no good. Looney the rebound. Looney back to Curry, reloads, left side. Got it! With 1.4 to go in the quarter.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that play.
Come on, Looney.
That play was almost a wake the baby play.
Come on, Looney.
That one prompted a yes!
Yeah, it did, because I actually said as they were bringing the ball down, I'm like, I want a double-digit halftime lead.
I'm in need of a double-digit lead.
They were up.
Thank you.
They were up by 9, and Steph let it fly, and he missed.
Well, they were up by like 14 before it got to 9. It was like, oh, no.
Yep.
No.
Exactly.
I was coming off a couple of veggie tacos. I was feeling good. I had made it home. I was settled in.
Veggie tacos?
Roasted cauliflower, poblano peppers.
What are you doing?
It's delicious.
What are you doing?
Sometimes you mix it up. We do veggie night once a week.
What are you doing?
That's crazy.
Why would you do that?
Because it's delicious. Sometimes you don't go chicken. Sometimes you don't go fish. Sometimes you don't go camarones, which is known as shrimp. Sometimes you go veggie tacos, and it's delicious.
And sometimes we don't agree.
Come on.
Okay?
Well, based on what I know about you and the lovely Christy,
yes,
she will go into the veggie realm.
She loves vegetables.
Exactly.
She ain't doing just vegetables. You're not doing that.
Got to be better than
Damn
that.
meat. Get some meat in there. In fact, she put together a beautiful pre-show salad for me today. Dumped about 3 different kinds of meat into that salad.
Okay.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with vegetables. You put the meat in there with them.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
She was kind enough to provide me and my lovely wife and our, at the time, newborn baby with some meals. And
that's right.
I believe they weren't all replete with meat. Although the lasagna was, man, Christy. Mwah.
See? Restaurant quality.
Christy DiVincenzo.
Right. You watch your mouth.
I want the restaurant quality.
She's not marrying DiVincenzo. Anyway,
last night, he misses the 3. Oh, guru noise. And then, Kavan with the rebound? Who could have seen that coming?
Come on.
Kick it out to Steph one more time. Cash me out one time.
I love when Kavan.
Oh, it's so good.
Feels like at least once, twice, maybe even 3 times a playoffs.
About 20 times.
No, right.
Okay.
But 1, 2, 3 times the playoffs, Kavan don't have a night like that where he is just a vacuum. The ball, because how can you, I get like hard work, box out, rebounding. Sometimes the ball just has to come your way. And I don't know what it was, but the ball found Kavan, and Kavan found the ball. Whew. That was good, man.
Shout out Oric. Shout out Hoover.
They're not. This is the second playoff in a row. I know we all felt this coming out of the playoffs last year. You're not doing what you're doing without Kevon Looney. He gets none of the attention outside of this city. But here we know that the Warriors, they don't do what they've done the last 2 years if he's not there.
It's funny you're saying that because now you're starting to see, like, outside the Bay Area, you're starting to see people like TNT at halftime. Man, Kevin Looney, I mean, or Kevon Looney, whatever. Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
That Looney guy, I mean, good Lord, where did he come from? I mean, this guy, but he, to that point, Mark, he's starting to get some real accolades outside the market because, my God, you go for 20 rebounds and 9 assists, 4 points, whatever.
Yep.
He could have scored more if he needed to, but the guy is just an absolute machine, all while jumping about 5 inches off the ground.
I know, it's wild. It's
totally
just
wild,
but smart player.
It's kind of like Greg Maddux watching him pitch. It's like that dude threw a 2-hitter.
Yeah,
going between.
Never went over 88 miles an hour.
Dude,
yeah.
His fastball's clocking at like 90 tops.
Seriously,
that's Looney to me.
There are great Greg Maddux stories where people who have been teammates of his would be like sitting next to him in the dugout, and he'd be like, "We should move," and the guy would be like, "Why do we need to move?" See, the angle of where this guy is being pitched and where he's holding his bat, he's about to hit a foul ball right at us. And you're like, okay. And you move, it's like, boom, the line drive right at. It's like, what the hell is going on in your brain? Like, what do you see? Some people just see it differently. And I think Kevon with rebounding, the angles, where the ball's coming from. I mean, he just saw it last night.
That's a great follow-up comp because his ability to rebound against bigger, stronger, taller, better jumpers, all of that. But when the shot goes up, he's able to just kind of shuffle over, get to where he needs to be, and his hands are incredible. Yeah. When he gets his hands on the ball, he's going to get the ball.
He is so easy to like.
Oh, God.
And he was so good last night. Bob Myers compared his rebounding. He brought up the name Dennis Rodman. Here's what Kevin Loney had to say about that.
Nice.
That's great praise, especially from Bob. He's seen a lot of basketball, so that's big time. And, sometimes as a rebounder, you can get in the zone, just how, Steph and them three-point shooters get in the zone. As a rebounder, I feel the same way sometimes. Like, I know where the ball is going. Every time I touch it, it seems to go my way. The tips going my way and different things like that. So I wanted to come in, focus on getting more rebounds. The first 2 games, I think I did a good job rebounding. Me and Decky talked about it before the game. Be more aggressive, using more position and not just pushing and shoving, but using, the skills I have. And I think I did a good job at that.
Can I mention one other thing about
the all shucks nature?
Exactly. When Kevon Looney talks, I am immediately either at the barbershop or somebody's porch. I don't care what he's talking about. I feel like I'm in a chair on a sunny day, just listening to somebody talk about it. Doesn't even matter what,
right?
And it puts a smile on your face.
Totally. Like a guy's gardening for herbs and spices, or he's, like you said, just cutting hair in Mayberry in a one stoplight town. Just the easy demeanor. And, what he mentioned actually had me thinking about last night, because it's not just him going up and grabbing rebounds. It's tipping to himself. It's tipping it out to his teammates. It's the box out. It's, all the things that go into him getting that rebound. He's got all the pitches.
Well, he hustles like crazy. And I think that's what sometimes Warriors fans get so excited, almost addicted to Warrior hustle. Because let's be honest, in the NBA, we don't always see it. And I'm not even going to, this is not a criticism, because they've said it themselves. If Draymond Green is going to be quoted saying, I'm going to get out of bed for games in March. I mean, you're telling us that it is difficult for you, especially as a 4-time champ, to put on that hustle, right? Like when you get out of college, you look for a job in a way where you're like, I'm about that hustle, okay? Well, if you've then worked for 30 years and built some wealth in your life and you get laid off, what's your first thought? You're like, maybe we should travel for a little while, or I don't know, should I just see the kids for a few years, or and that's where the Warriors are. They've built this wealth, and so they're just like, But when they hustle, my gosh, the fans, it's like a drug. It's like a drug when the Warriors hustle.
It's incredible. And just real quick, while you're talking about the fans, and I just want to say this once, and I'll probably say it again, but fans going to Game 4 on Sunday, you got to be better. You got to bring it, because the fans last night, Mark, that is unacceptable. When you've got a playoff game of this magnitude and you've got a fan base that is largely sitting on its hands, not showing up on time, not being loud, not understanding the gravity of the moment. And you can cut me off if you want.
No, I'm not going to cut you off.
And I'm just going to say this. It's Dan Dibley talking here, a guy who's been a fan in Oakland going back to the late 70s, back when the team stunk, and the fans have always been better than they were last night. When you have Steph Curry openly saying, hello, are you not seeing what's going on here? Get on your feet. When your star player has to wave you up in the third quarter, you're doing it wrong, bro.
I'm going to say it without wagging my finger. Here's how I'd say it. First of all, game starts at 12:30. And is there I think a Giants game? There's also a Giants game. No, but there's people. Right?
No, say that again.
Right?
Say that again.
Is there a Giants game?
Stop. No. One more time. One more time for the people in the back.
Hold on. I'll say that one a different way, too. Is there a Mets game on Sunday? He's got the wheezy laugh. Listen, the point is this.
Dude,
get your butt
Sorry.
to whatever mode of transportation you're going to use to get to the Warrior game. start early because this is a 12:30 tip.
Right.
And I know we and they and the team, they want we want you in your seats. So get to your seat.
Don't come
Now,
to our game. Go to the Warrior game.
I'm not going to wag a finger at behavior last night because,
I'm wagging it.
Well, here's why I'm not. The fan base is only going to mimic the team they see. If you're Steph Curry, you're going to tell the fans you need to be louder when Draymond 4 weeks ago is like, we show up when we want to show up.
That's 4 weeks ago, bro.
But this is round one.
Sorry for bro.
This is round one. So every time in the history of ever in sports, the Atlanta Braves for years, Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz, their fan base got ripped for this because in the first round of the playoffs, there'd be tickets available on game day. And by the way, I don't want fans in Atlanta because they do that stupid chop. But the point is, when you've won a lot, you can't ask your fan base to be out of their minds in round one, like the Kings fans are.
You can be when you're down 2-0 to your interstate rivals.
So this is how I'll say it. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm not wagging a finger at any behavior last night.
I'm wagging.
What I'd say is, on Sunday, what worries me is there are too many Warriors fans today who watched last night and you kicked your feet back up and went, we were right. We got this. Yo, you have to win Sunday as well.
Wag the finger then, Mark.
This is
Wag
every bit as big as last night. It is every bit as big. And
It's bigger.
And it's harder to get loud at 12:30 in the afternoon when you're not as inebriated. Let's be honest.
Well, that's a you problem.
Well, okay.
I mean,
exactly.
I'm half in the bag every day at noon.
Screwdrivers, there's
Thank
Bloody
you.
Marys.
Hello.
Let's go.
That's my
get
Hubie
your
Brown.
act
Hello.
So I don't care about last night. You fan however you want to fan. But I would let people know two things on Sunday. A, get your butt to the game on time.
Sorry, I jumped the queue.
And B,
get hammered.
The Warriors don't got this yet.
Yeah.
They don't got this yet. They got a lot of work to do, and you can help. That's all I'd say. You can help.
By the way,
go
sorry,
ahead.
just
No,
really
no,
quickly.
no.
Hi, Grandy.
Giants or Mets play Sunday night. It's the ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
I bet ESPN's excited about that.
It's gonna be
a long day of watching sports. Whew. Warriors, Kings, and then the old nightcap.
Because I'll be locked in on
Giants and Mets
on every pitch of that. Come to find out how the Giants lose this one. If I could,
did you check in at all on the Giants last night? Yes or no?
It's funny you say that.
Yeah, be honest.
I checked in for one pitch, Mark. One pitch.
It was a consideration.
Gone.
No way.
Swear to God.
You watched one pitch?
Gone.
Which home run was it?
The one that put him down 6-4.
Okay, so here's what's funny.
So, Mark, I told you I wasn't checking in at all. And so I had the remote. My lovely supper was on her laptop, and she's like, whatever.
Did you sit on the remote and it accidentally went to the Giants game?
No, we got to halftime, and I was like, oh, you know what? Let me just...
Giants.
And so I put it over, and I see a guy rounding second.
Jeff McNeil.
And I'm like, wait, what?
Yep.
Gone. And I'm like, oh, boy. And I said, hey, sup? Your boys are down 6-4. Didn't even look up.
Yeah, do you trash talk your wife about the Giants? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
She's not.
Hey, sup? Your boys are down? You do not do that to your
I'm a Giants fan. You know that, Mark.
Yeah,
I'm a Giants fan. I was heartbroken.
You don't like the Las Vegas A's? Sorry.
Don't even get me started.
Well,
it's not us, it's you. No, it's not you, it's us. I can't remember which one it was.
It's you, A's. It's
Dave
you.
Cavill.
It's all you.
Don't let the door hit you in the... I put it on for one pitch, and I see a guy rounding second in a jog, and I'm like, that's not good. And so I watch the replay, and I'm like, that's not even worse.
Well, here's the thing. If you didn't check in till then, you didn't know that the Giants were down 5-0.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that.
They're down 5-0. So I looked at the phone, and it was 5-0 before halftime. So I'm like, I'm not doing commercials on the Giants. You're down 5-0. You're annoying. You're terrible. You can't pitch. You're taking me off. And so fine. We're all locked in on Warriors. But then it gets to halftime. Christy pulls out the phone and goes, oh, they're coming back. And I thought she was being sarcastic. So I thought it was 5-1. Like I'm like,
Right.
oh, somebody threw a wild pitch, some Jimmy Jack,
Sure.
whatever. It's 5-1. So we get. I go, all right. I'll humor you. So I change the channel. No, it's 5-3, and there are runners in scoring position. And then here comes Kodai Senga uncorks a wild one.
Okay.
And you got to play at the plate. Conforto, save, and it's 5-4. I go, look at it, plucky little Giants. Here they come. So the McNeil homer didn't bother me as much because I'm like 6-4. Okay, but it was 5-0.
Okay.
So then we go back. I check in, start of the third quarter. First commercial. Okay, are they still rallying? Click. 9-4 Mets. Click. Back to Warriors. Didn't look at them again.
Oh, my God.
Didn't look at them again.
That's so funny.
Oh, God.
If I can offer just
terrible
2 pieces of
start
advice
to
to
the
Warrior
year.
fans going on Sunday. Mark had his 2 pieces of advice. Here's my 2 pieces of advice. Take Bart, get drunk.
Okay. Those are good. I like all of the advice that we get.
I mean, just
yeah.
If it's Muni, if it's an Uber, if it is
I'm glad-
a rickshaw
well, I'm just
or a pedicab.
I'm appreciative of the order you did that because it's very easy for people to be like, get drunk and arrive early.
No,
it's
no,
like,
no.
whoa,
Yeah,
just
no. Be safe.
Yeah.
Be safe.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
because I'm hoping to show up early myself. And
you going?
I'm hoping, yeah.
You're
I'm
going,
hoping. I'm
okay.
working on some things.
Look at you.
I'm working some angles. I'm hoping to bring not the fulfill, but the Phil, because he's now the father-in-law. He's no longer the future father-in-law, but I'd like to be able to take the father-in-law if possible.
You're not going to bring Sup because you don't want her to miss the Giants game at 5. Am I right?
And the baby.
Hey, Sup? How you Giants doing? 6-12, huh? Sup?
Hey,
huh?
Sup?
She's like, Sup's got the ultimate comeback right now, though. Yeah, how the A's doing?
Oh, well, how
the A's doing?
Her ultimate comeback is she wants Kapler out. She's
Infinite number
down
of
on Cap.
outcomes.
Really?
Down on Cap, down on down on Farhan. She's like a lot of Giants fans. She's down on this regime. Real down. She loves Brandon Crawford.
Obviously. Gabe Kapler is also down on supper. I don't mean your wife. He just doesn't eat. So
I get
he
that.
doesn't.
That works.
Yeah, he doesn't want to eat dinner.
When they signed the other Rodgers, she rolled her eyes, and I thought she was going to need cornea surgery.
I thought that was a good signing. He's been terrible, but he's a good pitcher.
The whole nature of it. Oh,
yeah.
What's better than one Rodgers? We've got 2.
The Giants they did slip and fall into being super milk and cookies.
Oh, my God,
They're
bro.
like, we've got twins, and we've signed all of these people who are from Palo Alto. It's so great.
And what was their trade yesterday?
Oh, I didn't.
Or was it the day before they acquired somebody from the A's with cash?
Yeah, I think his name was Cash. I don't know, something.
Anyhow.
Let's go to Zach.
Back to Wiseman.
Back to the Dubs. Let's go to Zach in the city. Zach, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
I just came from over the bay. It's really nice out there. I think I think you have to. So on the Draymond thing, and is he useful or what? I think that you have to remember a couple things. First of all, there's obviously adjustments each game of the series, and the biggest adjustments are on defense because obviously your offense is your offense. But on defense, you can do different things, and I actually think that what that game indicated was less about Draymond and more possibly about Gary Payton because Moody is very quick on his feet, and as is DiVincenzo. And I think what the Warriors have realized on defense is, number one, there's a couple guys on this team that spend all their time trying to break you down and get to the rim and then hand it off for a open 3 or, try to get Sabonis in the pick and roll rolling. And what the Warriors have now done is, and why the scores are going down each game, I don't think it will go down again, but why they went down each game is what the Warriors are doing is they're just staying in front of guys now, especially those guys. Even Poole can stay in front of Fox. They're going under the screen on the pick and roll at the free throw line. So, yeah, Fox is going to make a bunch of little pull-ups there, but he's the only guy that will do it. Monk doesn't really do that. He's not good at it. Monk likes to get all the way to the rim, and so if you go under that screen, you're okay. And then by going under, you're also not letting Sabonis roll to the rim and get the easy dunks. So I think that a bunch of those things can be done with the guys they have because the Kings are a unique team in that they're not big and they don't play physical on offense.
So, Zach, I'm trying to go back to your original comment about GP2, though. you're saying you want less of him in the game?
I think that one thing that it indicated is that GP2 on offense is not a driver, which Moody is. And on offense, they realize that these guys are going to play defense against the Warriors a little bit the way we play defense against them generally, because that's their defense, is try to play one-on-one defense. And they're going to give up the rim drives a lot. And that's why Curry gets to the rim so easily on them. And I think Moody actually can get to the rim and can give you just as much on defense as GP2 does. Moody doesn't do as well with physical guys.
Yeah.
They're not physical.
Yeah, Zach, here's what I'd say. I mean, I don't know about sort of, pulling down GP2's minutes or denigrating the situation that he creates on the floor, because it is important. I will say it appears that Moses Moody has entered the chat.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Right. If we're all talking about in the
Moses
playoffs,
Moody, 4:00 today.
Yep. Moses will be here in 37 minutes. And if we're all talking about how in playoff basketball most coaches go 8 deep, well, Moses was not in the 8. Well, maybe he either is now in the 8 or maybe you need to go to 9.
Well, they're going to 9.
Yeah.
And Jamichael, you're out, I'm afraid, of the 9. It's going to be Dante. It's going to be Moses, Kuminga, and it's going to have to be,
Draymond
and GP2
the rest
and then
of
the other 4 starters. Yeah, that's your 9. And I think that's going to be the case. Moses may not get 16 minutes, but he's played his way into it.
But I also think maybe his leash is a little bit longer than Kuminga's.
For
Because
sure.
Kuminga, again, first half last night was not good. He finally got it going in the second half. His athleticism is important. There's nobody else.
It's unmatched.
Right. There's
either team.
No one else in this series who, once they get to 10 feet within the hoop, they can just leave their feet and cause a problem.
Who did he try to dunk on?
I think it was Sabonis.
I think it was the entire city of Sacramento. I mean, he got that thing so far back.
Sabonis is lucky he got his wrist, because if he didn't get his wrist,
my God,
he was going to be ruined.
Jonathan Kuminga wants to dunk on you.
Yes, he does. Yes,
America.
He does. But the problem is he's still lacking confidence with every other part of his game.
Right.
He can't hit the free throws when he gets fouled.
Oh, God.
Right?
He tried that dunk.
He tried to dunk. He missed both the free throws. Looney got the rebound, luckily, and it turned into a good thing. But it's like, dude, he's going to have to knock down some J's.
You're just guessing that Looney got the rebound, but you're probably right.
I think he did.
Seriously. Looney got a third of their rebounds. He had 20 of their 59 rebounds.
So
anything that you say today, you can follow it up with, well, Looney got the rebound.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're probably right.
That should be the next T-shirt on 957thegameshop.com. Looney got the rebound.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be. But
Dibs blew the Golden State Lumber read, but Looney got the rebound.
Looney got the rebound. Yeah, exactly. So I somehow, some way, Moody has got to get a look in these games now.
Yeah.
Because he's shown that, first and foremost, the moment is not too big for him. And with young players and role players, to me, that's always what you're looking at first. Because we're not even talking about like key role players. I mean, Jordan Poole comes off the bench. But we're talking about somebody who may or may not play on a night-in and night-out basis.
Right.
And, again, compare it to like Keegan Murray on the other side, who actually starts, but he's a brand new, young pup who's never done it, and he's shrinking. He's shrinking. Moody, come playoff time, seems to be bigger than he normally is, number one. And number two, he's such a Swiss Army knife. You can play him as a small, you can play him as a big, he can shoot, he can drive, he can defend, he's got a body. So
and he plays with that confidence. I mean, for better or for worse.
He does now. He wasn't during the regular season.
But in the playoffs, he steps on the floor, and it doesn't feel like, oh, here's a second-year player who's been on the bench all year. He comes in there with swagger. Swagalicious.
Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs, presented by Kaiser Permanente, are happening now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by, just like you are, and we're going to get to more of your calls. Coming up next, Moses Moody's a half hour away. This is Willard and Dibs.
If new Heineken Silver was at the invasion of Troy. Oh my, the Greeks sent us a big wooden horse.
Oh no, it's full of armed and angry soldiers! And we only have...
left box. Banging away, turns, drop step, strip, loose ball, stolen away. Moody comes up with it. Moody to DiVincenzo. The trailer's Curry, a deep three in front of the logo. Got it! Curry!
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Hey, it's okay. We can go back to Dame Lillard. He was very mad at the NBA for suspending Draymond Green, was Dame Lillard.
Yeah.
He was one of many NBA dignitaries who disagreed with the decision. So we've always been big Dame Lillard fans around here.
Always. Shout out Oakland, California, Oakland Soldiers. And my kids played, they didn't play on the AAU team that he was a part of, but they played as kindergartners in the program that he played on in Oakland. And my kids, as kindergartners, it was pretty clear from kindergarten on, basketball, guys, maybe
probably not our
debate.
Yeah.
Maybe Questy, you go on the debate team.
Well, chess club,
Yeah. I mean, you want to talk about a competitive, under 6 basketball program? You got kids going playing all 94 feet.
Coast to coast.
Dude, hand checks, double teams, and because I referee in Marin, and it's the no press rule is in effect.
Oh, man.
And let's fall back into a zone and let little Timmy dribble it across half court.
I can't believe you're doing this after the heated debate we had last year because of my daughter's CYO team that won a game 75-2.
That was wrong, bro.
And you wanted everybody to call off the Dogs. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why should these girls not be allowed to play just because the other team can't keep up? We don't need to go off on this tangent again, but I'm surprised.
No, let's go there.
I'm surprised that you're doing. No, let's not. But I'm surprised that you're doing that right now.
I'm not saying that the Oakland Soldiers way is the best way in terms of engendering mass participation. My kids it was made pretty clear early on that if you wanted to play basketball in this culture, you were going to have to get a whole lot better, or else you're going to have to find something else to do. Where you live, it's not like that.
Well, maybe it should be a little bit more.
Yeah, it actually should be a little bit more over there.
Keep up, then keep up. That's the way it works.
I mean, yeah.
And if you take the big embarrassing L, then we get the lessons from the big embarrassing L.
Your daughter's team was up 68-9 or something.
Something like that.
It was ugly.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is an Ottoman game. I had a minus 32.
Totally.
32 and a hook. This is easy. All right, it's Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us. Moses Moody in 25 minutes. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. I want to go back to the phones, and let's do that for a little bit, but I got a Sabonis thing. A Sabonis to pick with you, if you will.
That's a 4.
And we'll do that in just a sec. But let's get some calls. Bob in Reno. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Bob, what are you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Bob.
I'm just working. You guys, I called you guys yesterday. And you guys said don't, worry about the turnovers and don't worry about the getting the rebounds. You guys are right. I shouldn't have worried. And, look what happened. I think the passes were a lot cleaner. I saw a lot of good ball movement. We saw 20 rebounds from Looney. I think we saw a lot of guys getting up there and getting the boards. It was just really exciting to watch. I was pumped. I wasn't throwing things. I was more cheering. Saw some deep threes from Steph. I guess my question is, Draymond didn't play. And what's your guys' opinion on the whole, hey, we didn't have Draymond for Game 3 and we, got a nice blowout out of it. Do they still play him? Do you limit his minutes? What do you do in that situation?
I don't personally. I'll speak for me. Dibbs obviously
Thanks,
may
Bob.
have a different opinion, but I would say this: I'm not changing a damn thing. Okay, and I mean that in terms of Draymond, not the Game 3 plan. In Game 4, I go right back to what I normally always did all year long and all dynasty all along with Draymond Green. The only change I'd make is I do think you have to be open to a quicker hook or a quicker adjustment But that's not just Draymond. That's playoffs.
Right.
Jonathan Kuminga has had a very quick hook. Last year, Damian Lee had a quick hook, and that's what led to Moses Moody going into the ball game. So that's the playoffs. You don't stick with something that's not working. So if Draymond comes back and all of a sudden the offense stalls again and it's too closed down and you fall down by 9 points at the end of the first 7 minutes of action, then yeah, let's go back to what you were doing in game 3. But I'm starting with what the Warriors normally do.
Of course, which is Draymond Green. And there were 2 games last year that Draymond didn't start, but you'd have to go back to his second year in the association when you find the last time that Draymond Green didn't start a game. Draymond Green is going to start. You're going with Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, and Looney. That's your starting 5. And then where you go from there depends on how things go. And if you find that the offense is bogging down, well, maybe Draymond comes out earlier than he normally would, and you go to Jordan Poole. And if you find that the offense is clicking and the defense maybe needs a little shot of something, then you go GP2 in and you take out Klay Thompson, or maybe Steph Curry comes out early again. It's all going to be flexible based on how the game goes.
Well, and remember this. This maybe is the most under-discussed thing in the entire box score last night. Kevon Looney, with 20 rebounds in 31 minutes, committed 1 foul.
1 foul.
1 foul.
Yeah.
Number 1. Thank you. So that can change so quickly with regard to the conversation that we're having. You need Draymond Green because Kevon Looney, my biggest concern last night was foul trouble for Kevon Looney. If he gets in foul trouble last night, you are cooked and the season is over. Seriously. So he did an unbelievable job of playing physical and being aggressive without fouling.
Right.
Doesn't mean those calls are not always going to go your way. So Draymond's got to be in there and be ready because you get a couple of quick whistles on Loon. Now what are you? Now your pants are down inside the paint.
Right, because you don't want to go to JaMychal Green if you can avoid it. He played 10 minutes last night, completely while Kevon Looney was on the sideline. Kevon played 31 of 48 minutes, so you had 10 minutes where it was JaMychal Green in there. Anthony Lamb played 7 minutes, so there were times where you went really small and you didn't have a true center on the floor. Luckily, with Draymond Green back, you don't have to play completely small. If Kevon goes out, you can go to Draymond Green. You don't have to play JaMychal Green if you don't want to, in terms of, still being able to support minutes against Sabonis. But you saw last night, Steve Kerr matched up Kevon Looney with Domas Sabonis a lot, where Sabonis would go out and then Kevon would take his break at the same time.
All right, since you brought him up, let me get this off real quick. Like I just want to say this, especially to those who are sort of on the Kings side of the fence, because a Kings fan seems to be all about respect. What they want is attention. They want acknowledgement. We're a good team. You haven't watched us all year. You don't know Fox and Sabonis. And I'm like, I know Fox and Sabonis. I'll admit that I'm getting to know them better now. I didn't watch 82 Kings games. I didn't watch 20. I probably watched 7 to 10 Kings games. I know how good those guys are, but you get a better sense when you're watching this closely for a whole stretch. This idea, you don't know what Fox and Sabonis can do, and the Warriors have no defensive answer for what Sabonis does. What exactly is so special about what Sabonis does? I'm not trying to diminish all of your points and your team. That's not what I'm doing, okay?
Even though you've called him adorable.
That is, but that's about the fans. That's not even about the players. I want to start this point by saying De'Aaron Fox is incredible.
You don't know De'Aaron Fox.
That's your guy.
No Jordan Poole.
Thank you.
In other words, stop calling this Fox and Sabonis.
Oh, it is Fox and Sabonis.
No, it's Fox. And then there's some other players like Sabonis and Monk and some other good players on this team. De'Aaron Fox is the special one. Sabonis is very good. I'm not here to say he stinks, and he's a very good player. But the billing that Kings fans gave him going into this series was too bright. Is too bright. He does not.
I think you're taking away from the Warriors when you say that, because defensively they've made it so that he's not as bright.
Well,
because what he does the Warriors have largely taken away.
But they were told they couldn't do that.
But they're not defending him outside the key, and they're not defending his dribble handoff. So now the Sabonis dribble handoff game is neutralized because the Warriors are saying, go ahead.
Shoot it.
Hand off away.
Yeah.
Dribble hand off yourself until you can't hand off anymore, or shoot the basketball.
So I'm not trying to diminish what the Warriors are doing defensively. I guess what I'm saying is in the NBA, if you're a great player, look around the league. If you're a great offensive player, you can't be stopped. You can be slowed down, but there's no stopping Steph Curry, and there's no stopping De'Aaron Fox. There is stopping Sabonis because they've done it. They've largely neutralized him. They've dared him to shoot. He can't do it. He looks awkward at the free throw line. He is not, all I'm saying, he's not as advertised. He's not. He has not been as advertised. He's a very good player.
He's averaging 17 and 14.
Yay.
And they're up 2-1.
Yay, but not because of him.
Well,
they're up
game
2-1.
2 is because of him.
No, it's been Fox and Monk. That's who
Game 1 was Fox and Monk.
Yep.
And Sabonis. Game 2, Sabonis was monster. Sabonis was monster, and he coaxed your best defensive player into getting suspended.
Oh, but he also...
Are you saying that's not a thing?
He coaxed himself into a problem now, didn't he?
There's no problem for Sabonis.
There's not. The lights
he got a technical foul?
No, my point is
he had 15 and 16 last night.
Empty numbers. Empty numbers.
Well, because they got blasted.
Yeah,
he's averaging 17 and 14, and they're up 2-1.
That's fine. That's below his numbers for the regular season.
I think that you're being a little bit too diminishing in his impact.
Diminishing Sabonis? Listen.
Thank you. That's a 3.
I don't think he looks comfortable with all this attention. I don't think the refs are watching him. The Warrior crowd booed him every time he touched the ball.
Oh, kind of.
He looked totally uncomfortable last night.
A fourth of the Warrior crowd booed him. And for those of you going Sunday, can you just pay attention to what's going on and actually boo him when he gets the ball?
What do you mean?
It was like, ooh, boo. The crowd, Mark, was weak.
You weren't even there.
But you could hear it in the TV.
No, I think...
The difference between the Sacramento crowd and the Warriors crowd...
But that's not a fair fight.
That is exactly, it's a fair
fight. No, it's not. They haven't been to a playoff game in 16 years. Of course they're going to be louder.
Right.
Of course they're going to be louder.
Well, the white wine sipping, late arriving, sit on your hands crowd...
That's life.
But it's unacceptable.
No, it's not.
But if you're going to compare the crowds... Which you have to compare the crowds...
If we go to the beach...
fans, you're better than that.
If we go to the beach
and it's sandy,
you show up at Stinson Beach. Okay,
I love Stinson.
As do I.
Tough to get
somebody
there,
who grew up in Nebraska shows up at Stinson Beach. You want the same reaction? You and I are going to be like, put a towel down. The person from Nebraska is going to be like, what in God's name is that? It's water.
The swimming pool is acting crazy.
What is happening?
That's the biggest swimming pool I've ever seen.
There are waves. What on earth? This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. That is the comp.
It's a decent analogy. I'm going to give you a 3 for your
Kings fan
analogy.
is like, this playoff, I don't even... What's happening? Warriors fans are like, yeah, it's April. This is what we do.
If you go to the beach and you don't appreciate the fact that you're at the beach, then don't go to the beach.
You can appreciate it. It's a beautiful day. I bet Stinson's amazing right now.
Yeah, it's probably pretty nice.
I bet Highway 1 is busy. Okay? You can appreciate it. But I'm not going to act like I'm from Nebraska when I get there.
Only rookies go Highway 1 to get to Stinson, by the way. You got to go 2 a.m. club and you go up and over.
Yeah. You can do either one. Either one.
Not either
you're
one.
Right. No, you're...
Only the rookies go Highway 1.
Stop telling people. Stop it.
We used to go through Fairfax.
You're on the radio.
I lived in Fairfax, but...
No. Okay, you right.
Thank you, Philmo. Your analogy is good, but it doesn't hold water, pun intended, because... This is the frickin' NBA playoffs. And if you're going to go to the beach, show up with your sand toys.
Yes.
And you better bring your Frisbee, and you better get excited.
All those things, that's all true. But
Sick of it.
But you don't need to, like, roll around in the sand and cover your body in it because you feel like I'm never going to be back at the beach again. That's what the Kings fans are doing.
Right.
And by the way, that's why they're adorable. You're adorable.
But don't say that the Warriors booed Sabonis every time he got the ball.
They did.
You could hear Sabonis.
Well, maybe it was maybe it's a different language for boo. I don't know.
You want to hear booing? Wait till Sunday when me and all of my diehard Warrior fans are in the house for a matinee.
It's going to sound exactly the same.
Sabonis is going to be so rattled, he'll come to try to find me,
No,
Willard.
you want to hear booing is what the Kings fans are going to do to Draymond next Wednesday. That's going to be different. And that's life.
Do you want to talk
That's
about
life.
a crowd impact when the Boston Celtics crowd chants blank you Draymond and it affects him to the point where he has a bad
But you know
basketball
what?
game? That is a crowd, Mark.
You're right.
That's a crowd.
But they live in Boston. Stop comparing California fans to Boston and New York crazies who shovel snow and are depressed. It's just
I'm comparing San Francisco fans to Oracle fans because when we were at Oracle, Mark, when we were over there in the East Bay in the nickel and dime, and we wanted to boo a player, it wasn't.
You mean
Sabonis?
I'm sorry. You mean back when this dynasty was brand new?
Even when it wasn't brand new.
Yeah, I mean,
even when they had only won
first
two
of
titles.
all, Oracle is always going to be louder than Chase. The same way Candlestick was a different vibe than this Oracle or Pac Bell or whatever you want to call it.
But this stadium at least found its voice in 2010, 12, and 14.
Yes, Chase has done well. It's not going to sound...
Chase has done great, but last night was an embarrassment.
I don't agree. I mean, you're not... I don't think comparing
They
it...
oohed Sabonis.
Comparing it...
They didn't boo him.
It's funny, but it's still not fair. You can't compare this. You can't compare this to Golden One. You just... I don't think. I don't think
I'm
you can do
comparing
that.
it to Oracle. And what I'm saying is if you're going on Sunday, show up early... Show up drunk.
Yes, get loud.
Get a ride home and just bring it.
I'm not against that at all.
This might be the last game ever for Draymond Green at Chase Center.
That was negative. Wasn't
negative.
That was a non-rosy outlook.
Negative would be me saying it will be the last game ever.
Dan Dibley thinks the Warriors are going to lose the next two games.
You don't listen, Mark.
I thought I would just do my Steiny.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'll give you a 4 for Steiny.
Let's go to Bud.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Bud, what are you doing?
Good. I'm here. I'm working. Hey, Dibs.
What's up, Bud?
Shout out Oakland. Shout out Oakland, California.
Thank you.
Always.
Yeah.
Listen. Those new fans that's calling, talking about, the team's better without Draymond, make him come off the bench. You guys got to understand, these are new fans. These aren't even the We Believe fans. The people that was here even before the We Believe team, we know what a real basketball team is capable of and what they should, everybody that needs to be accounted for. They're talking about sitting down a Hall of Fame player who has 4 rings.
Thank you.
Because of one game, and everyone had to pull together. Of course they had to pull together. Their life is on the line. If the boat has a hole in it, are you going to sit there and watch everyone else shovel the water out the boat? No, you're going to get a bucket and attend to the program. But that dunk by Kuminga, I believe that was over Alex Len. He wanted to try to dunk on the biggest person.
Oh, you're right. Bud, you're right. It wasn't Sabonis. It was Alex Len.
Yeah.
You're right.
And I think it was a good game. It was a great game. Everybody pulled together. I wouldn't say Jamaica was out the rotation because you do have to count for a fact of the fouls. So he will be a body to eat up minutes if somebody gets into foul trouble. But you would like to see him be more assertive. I just think this group is not his cup of tea.
Bud, he's kind of like you're saying. He's in emergency break glass. But you're not putting JaMychal in there unless somebody gets in foul trouble. But your main point is absolutely right. This Draymond Green discussion is a head scratcher.
It's a non-starter
to me. And if there's one thing that I want to hold Warrior fans, not all of them, many of them this year, accountable for, is how quick you are to make massive judgments simply based on what you saw last night. It reminds me of something that used to make me laugh like crazy. When I was a little kid, my dad, we would get tickets to go to the Candlestick.
Shout out Tom Willard.
However many times a year.
Yeah.
However many times a year.
That's 3 or 4, I'm sure.
I'm telling you, if Will Clark could be hitting 340 early in the season, right? And if my dad gets tickets to a game in June and we go and Will goes 0 for 4, he'd be like, this guy sucks. We got to get rid of him. I'm like, Dad, I think he might win a batting title. Yeah, I just watched him, though, and he's not good. He just struck out. He's 0 for 4. I don't know what you want from me, Mark. He's not good at baseball.
Yeah.
He can't play. I'm like, oh my God, you're going to really make this judgment on the last 4 at-bats? And Warrior fans...
Did you hit your dad with small sample size?
I did. Unfortunately, his name's not Steve, it's Tom.
I said Tom.
I know, but I like small sample size Steve.
Ah, yeah,
right,
my fault, yeah.
Anyway.
I thought I had that wrong.
Anyway,
Tom
my
and
point,
Ellen.
a lot of Warrior fans this year have, unfortunately, I think, they've made judgments based on what you saw last night rather than what is the big picture for the whole year.
And let's look at the small picture of just last night. That was a game that they were going to win. The defending champions, down 2-0 with a first home game, coming off a season in which they were totally dominant at home against a team that hasn't had a road playoff game in 17 years. It wouldn't have mattered if you didn't have Klay Thompson and GP2 and Draymond Green. Anybody but Kavan and Steph and Wiggins, you're going to win that game. That was a game that was set up for you to win. And it was set up for you to win. You had 2 days off. You're coming home. You're down 2-0. The Kings were going to have a little bit of a letdown anyway.
Yep.
So we don't need to make these grand, dramatic judgments based on the fact that Draymond wasn't there. You can't go from Draymond didn't play, they won, therefore Draymond shouldn't play again and they'll win. That's nonsense.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at this is game 3 energy when you're down 2-0.
Yeah.
We always see that, number one. And number two, this is an oversimplification sensation.
That's a buck.
But why are you surprised that the Warriors were really good at home? That's what the Warriors do. They lose the road games and they win at home.
Right.
And they got to try to grind one out on the road here at some point. The point you're talking about, even down 2 guys, were the Warriors, quote unquote, supposed to win last night? Guy by the name of Steph Curry agrees with you.
This is what we're supposed to do. You know, being down those 2 guys who bring so much to our defensive side and just our identity as a whole. We had to have guys step up, so we obviously understand the consequences of if we lost tonight, and nobody wanted to feel that. So there's a very focused effort, great energy from everybody that stepped foot on the floor. It just the defensive numbers were amazing tonight, and you might be surprised considering Draymond and GP2 were out. It's just a way that we were able to kind of galvanize a great effort. Dante played amazing off the bench. Mo gave us great minutes. JK, the same. J. Mike, A. Lamb, everybody who stepped foot on the floor in the rotations understood the assignments and did it to the best of their ability. So when we get our 2 guys back, we got to continue to do that with whatever you're asked to do. And we have a great opportunity to even the series on Sunday and take it from there.
All right, that's from the chef. Chef!
Totally. Every time. It's funny you say that. Every time that Steph gets mentioned and I'm in my car listening to Morning Roast or Steiny and Guru, I will shout out, the chef!
Jesus! You
Dude, many of
gotta
the
do
chefs.
it while he's talking.
Dude,
while he's talking.
Kidding. The chef!
I want to put $100 in a hopper.
Okay.
And I want to know who in the Bay Area media will go do that in an actual press conference in front of him. Hey, Steph, can you tell us the defense that De'Aaron Fox was playing on you tonight? How did you feel about that matchup? And then right as he starts talking, let him get about 7 words out. just take that mic. The chef! And just scream it right in the middle of the soundbite, please.
Well, I felt like we had a
chef. I would. I got $100 in the hopper right now.
I can't even handle that.
Oh my God, Goo, we love you. You know that. Anyway, it's Fremont Bank.
Lay off.
Full service banking, no compromises. I got good news for you people on hold. I got good news for you. Moses Moody needed to push back a half hour, so Moses Moody at 4:30, and all of you jive turkeys on the phone. You are coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Beautiful day out here.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Curry with the dribble on Murray. 9 to shoot. Curry down the lane. The runner is up and good, and he got fouled! Underhand scoop. Len crashed into him. And Golden State leads by 17.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we rocking and rolling on a Friday, and the Warriors are back in this thing with the win that they absolutely had to have. And if you are here for our aforementioned Moses Moody conversation, hang out a little while, because he's coming. He's not quite coming yet. Moses need to move back about a half hour or so. So Moses is coming up in about 30 minutes, maybe a little bit less. We'll talk to one of the unsung heroes of the game last night. And I'm fascinated by this guy's story due to the fact that he seems to be better as, the more the chips are down, the more the lights are bright, the better he is.
The less he plays, the better he is, right?
Well, I guess. I mean, it's kind of backwards for a young player in that as soon as the stress gets higher and the stakes get higher, he seems to get more minutes and more production, the opposite of what you would think. And I know a lot of people, and this could be discussion worthy, I think a lot of people see Moses Moody have a game like that, and you'll hear people go, see, now why haven't they been playing him all year long?
I saw a lot of that on Twitter.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about that for a second.
Steve Kerr, been keeping him down.
Idiot.
Never done anything other than win 9 of the last 27 NBA championships.
Look.
Something like that.
I think Moses will speak on this. I think Moses spoke on this.
He's going after Kerr today at 4:30. No?
I think he was really, really good about a week and a half ago when he talked about maturing throughout the year and how he made the decision to come out early because he wanted to develop and learn at the NBA level.
Yeah.
What he was pointing at was during the year, that's what he was doing. He's still developing. He's still learning. I think there have been confidence issues at times this year, and now it looks like he's got his mojo back. So I think you could make the case, the Warriors are not stupid. They know what they're doing. They should have a little bit more cachet with all of you, number one. But number two, I don't think it's crazy to make the case that maybe Moses Moody succeeding right now is because of the situations they didn't put him into earlier this year when he wasn't ready.
Perhaps. I mean, we'll never know. I mean,
ask him.
Yeah, and he doesn't even know, quite frankly. I mean, if he would have been given 25 to 30 minutes a night, every night, would he be better? Would the team be better? Hard to say. I mean, the team, you might have won a few more games. You might have won a few fewer games. You just don't know that. But what we do know is this. Moses Moody didn't play much all year. He played in 63 regular season games. He played 13 minutes a night. That's not to say he played 13 minutes every night. There was a ton of DNPs in there. Yep. But what we do know about Moses Moody is he is 20 years and 11 months years old, and he has an ability to come in off the bench, even when he hasn't been playing a lot, and go in there and do the damn thing. He's exactly a year younger than my oldest child, and he's a year older than my middle child, Mark. And, you know, whenever we've gone through this business, you and I, you get to be old and, you know, you work in a business, it's like, man, there's no one in the league who is as old as me. I'm older than every player in the league. And now I'm at a spot where there are guys in the association who are younger than my oldest child. Yep. That's when you start to really feel old.
I mean, I feel like it's funny when you said that because I knew
he's not even 21, bro.
I knew he was a young player, but like
he's a pup.
Sort of stunned me when you just said this because I feel like the Jonathan Kuminga story was told a little bit more when he was drafted because Moody was later in the draft. I get it. But Kuminga, when you look at him, it's always like, wow, he's so raw. He's so young. He's only 20. And then Moses walks on the court. He doesn't look 20. He looked 24.
Right.
And so you forget. Now, Moses is maybe about 4 or 5 months older than Kuminga.
4 months, yeah.
Moses will turn 21 next month.
May 31st.
Right. Now, Jonathan, not till October will he turn 21. But these players are the same age.
Right?
20 years old. Of course they're going to go out there and look like rookies sometimes. They're babies. But I'll give it to Moses, man. I mean, again, he looks ready for these moments. And even just the way he carries himself on the court, he does not look that young. He does it. Kuminga does. He looks like he's just athletic, beyond. But he also looks raw, and he looks like he's learning. Moses looks more seasoned.
He does. And maybe it's a year at Arkansas that, had us conditioned to that reality. But if you think about it in terms of two timelines, Moses Moody is 5 weeks older than Ryan Rollins, who we barely saw this year.
Gosh.
He wasn't ready, and he broke his foot, and he was, out for the remainder of the year. Patrick Baldwin Jr. is 6 weeks younger than Jonathan Kuminga. So if you want to talk about two timelines, you've got 4 guys on this roster: Baldwin Jr., Kuminga, Moody, and Rollins, who are all 20.
Want a beer?
No,
they're not old enough to have one yet.
In the NBA, if they win the NBA championship this year, Moses might have his first beer. And first legal beer.
Yeah.
I don't even know if Moses partakes.
Well, ask him what he did last year. What'd you celebrate with?
Have a cider.
Apple cider. Yeah. We forget.
Have a seltzer, not a White Claw, an actual seltzer.
We forget because of what he looks like out on the court. I forget how young he is. I really do.
Right. He doesn't play with that, oh my God, the moment's too big for me. Moses Moody comes on the floor and he plays with that feeling, that level of gravitas, like he belongs, and you got to have that. And I remember him at Arkansas, E-Mus, and they went to the Elite Eight, that Arkansas team. And I actually asked Moses this, maybe last time we had him on, or it might have been Steiny Guru and Dibs days, I can't remember, but that Arkansas team, they were down by 15 each and every game, and yet they came back. They came back time and time again. So Moses has been through, and I know the NCAA tournament is not the NBA playoffs, but he's been in some high leverage moments now.
Well, he definitely insinuated last night that he's built for this.
You know what that was, right?
It's an insinuation sensation.
That's a buck.
I'll pay it. No problem. It's
Absolutely.
Friday.
Thank you.
It's not
a
payday,
payday,
but
but
it's okay. We're only a week away.
Hey, nice.
Let's go to Leo in the city. Leo, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Leo?
I'm enjoying this beautiful San Francisco day. I'm out at the course playing a little pickleball.
Oh, good. Isn't it? It's beautiful today. Isn't today awesome?
It's a gorgeous day. Unbelievable. Anyway, the reason why I called, number one, great the Warriors won last night. Not unexpected given the circumstances. You guys have talked about that. The issue on extending the bench during the playoffs, I think Kerr, like a lot of old school coaches, has a tendency to want to shrink the bench and rely on his veterans. But I think with the Warriors at a point now where it's time to maybe look a little bit of a transition and play some of the younger players. I've been certainly rooting for Moody and for Kuminga to play more. And I think especially given the fact that, Gary Payton, GP2, is pretty much diminished now because of his injury. He certainly doesn't have the burst or the lift that he had last year. So, I think circumstances put Kerr in a situation last night where he had to play Moody probably more. Kuminga, I'm glad he came back with Kuminga. Even though he had a bad first half, he came back. I think he showed a little bit more confidence. I think he's one of those players that, you need to give him a little bit of love because even when he fouls somebody, he's got bad body language. His head's always down. So I was glad to see him come back to him. And I think Kerr just needs, and I think you touched on it earlier, I think he needs to play these games without going in and having a set lineup in terms of what he's going to do as far as substitutions or even patterns, and be willing to, maybe go a little bit from his philosophy that he's had in the past where it's strictly short bench and veterans only.
Well, I think he is, Leo. I really do. I mean, I agree with you 100%. This is something I try to, all the class work that I do, this is something I was talking to a class about yesterday. You want to, we'll do this with Moses, right? I was talking about interviewing and how you need to be listening to what the subject is saying to you because it may beg for a follow-up question. So the best way to do an interview is to have some questions prepared, but then be prepared to leave your preparation.
Right.
I'd say the same thing about Steve Kerr, right? And I think he is. Be prepared, but then be prepared to leave your preparation. If something's not working, then be ready to go to plan B. And so I am really fascinated on Sunday, specific to Moses Moody's role, because we always talk about going 8 deep in the playoffs. Moses is number 9, right? He's number 9. And numbers, whatever number you want to give Draymond, call him number 3. Draymond, number 3 or 4. And Jordan Poole is number 6. Not Jordan Poole. Sorry, GP2 is probably number 7 or 8.
Right.
And they're coming back. So if the 8 are back, is Moses in or out? I hope he's earned his way in.
Oh, he's in.
But you got to find a spot for him, too.
I think you will find a spot for him. And, if you look at game 1, he played 0 minutes. Game 2, he played 8 minutes. And game 3, he played 16 minutes. And I know that was necessity, the mother of all invention, necessity. But he had 13 points in 16 minutes. And he had 3 rebounds. And Moses Moody was impactful. So I think if you're looking at paring down the bench, Jonathan Kuminga to me is more likely to see his minutes cut to, maybe even 0 than Moses Moody. If I'm looking at, and this is all things considered equal, if there's an injury or foul trouble, then everything changes in terms of what you'll do from a bench standpoint. But if we assume Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, and Looney, and then we also assume Poole and GP2, if we're looking at who else on the bench, DiVincenzo and Moody are my 8th and my 9th, and then maybe Kuminga is 10th.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. And again, whatever it is, you got to be prepared to leave that a little bit if someone is not ready for the moment.
Foul trouble, injury, matchups,
playoff
all
time.
Of it. Yeah.
If you're not playing well, you got to go. You got to go to the next one. Let's do that right now. Let's go to Ron in Castro Valley. Hey, Ron, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing? I'm just getting home from work. Appreciate the company on the way home.
Beautiful.
Hey, before I get on my question, two comments. First, I got to take your Stinson Beach from a 3 to a 1. Sorry.
Why?
Not a good comment.
Why?
Oh, come on. You can't say that because as fans, we keep saying the team has to match the Kings' energy level. It's not fair to say that as fans, we don't match Golden One's energy level.
No, but Ron, it's just like, Ron, it's life.
Thank you,
There's
Ron.
no way in hell you're going to get a Warrior fan to be as freaked out about having a playoff ticket as a Kings fan. It's literally not human. I know in a perfect world you're right, but it's not a perfect world.
Hey, if I go to a Broadway show that's been running for 8 years, I want it to look like opening night if I'm paying full price.
But those people are being paid to perform. Ron, the fans are not being paid to perform. In fact, they're paying to watch somebody else perform. It's just life. All I'm telling you is I've watched this in every sport for years. Dynasty fans don't act like newbies.
Get them, Ron.
They just don't.
These are new fans.
Y'all know I'm right. You know I'm right. Like, there's
How
no way.
dare you try to corner Ron and I like that? The good people of Castro Valley. Ron, what else you got? I got your back here in the studio.
In other words, move on to your next point. Anyway,
I'm keeping it real in here, Ron.
Hey, Quest, I'll give you a 2 on that.
All right, we'll agree on that. Fine. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Look at the box score. Don't forget to look at the box score of Moody last night. He was the only regular player, though, that had negative points on the court. So he may have looked good, but he was negative when he was out there.
Moody,
plus minus. It's a flawed stat.
It is.
Unless I need it to prove my point.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, and this is what I like. Somebody, please. Ron, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Was Moody...
Way to show him, Ron.
Was Moody one of the 5 who played the last 2 minutes of garbage time last night?
Yes, I think he was.
Then that's why he was minus. Because that was when the Warriors, like, if you look at PBJ came in for 3 minutes. He got the last 3 minutes of the game.
He stunk. He's a -5, Mark.
-5.
He's unplayable.
Same as Moody. Because if you were on the floor for those last 2 minutes, it was victory cigar time, and you ended up with negative plus minus.
The final 5, Moses Moody, Anthony Lamb, Patrick Baldwin Jr., Jonathan Kuminga, and Dante DiVincenzo.
Okay, and therefore, DiVincenzo and Kuminga were the only ones who ended up with positive plus minus out of that group, because of the fact that they had built up so much more during the regular game.
They entered with 2.5 left in the game. It was 114-91.
Exactly.
The Kings went on the 6-0 run in the final 2.5.
Down 23, and then they won by 17.
So Moody was plus. He was in a positive plus minus until the garbage time took over.
Moody, Lamb, Baldwin, Kuminga, and Dante, as Grandy pointed out, they all got a -6 for that last 2.5 minutes.
Exactly. So, looky. It's Filmo, everybody. What's up, Filmo, Mike?
Captain Save a Giant.
What are you doing?
Hello?
Filmo.
What up, Filmeezy?
Oh, what's up, man? Hey, man, let me tell y'all like this, man.
That didn't work. That went down.
No, hang in there, Filmo.
Filmo? Yeah, that was his worst call ever.
Man.
That was the worst Filmo call of all time.
It's funny because I heard him call in to, I guess, Warriors Weekly with Cash Me Out one time and Gary St. Jean.
Okay.
And he's like, Saint, I still love you. You drafted Vonteego Cummings. I thought that he was a good player. If things would have worked out, Saint, I love you.
Why does your Filmo sound like your guru?
I don't know. I don't do a Filmo mic very well.
Hey, man, keep that on the low.
Yeah, sorry about that, Filmo.
Come on, man. Filmo, I have full faith is going to call back.
Come on.
He couldn't hear us, and then we couldn't hear him. That was terrible. Let's go to Connor in Dublin. Hey, Connor, what are you doing?
Hey, I am sitting around on my butt and doing nothing. Nice, thanks for having me on. So here's what I got. I think, the Warriors were able to win yesterday because they had a great advantage with home team, as usual. And, when they're at home, they always perform way better. And so, it's just great to see them win that game. It's a very important game, a must-win. I think our upcoming game, I hope when the Warriors throw Draymond Green back into the mix, doesn't throw off the Warriors' flow. I hope it improves it, but just I would hope it doesn't throw anything off.
Yeah, that would. I guess my concern is more about what people will say about Draymond Green if the Warriors don't play well on Sunday, because it's going to look like him coming back onto the floor is what caused it. To me, I'm with you. This is a non-starter. Draymond Green has done all he needs to do to prove who he is over the last 10 years in this town. I'm not questioning whether or not he belongs on the court on Sunday, and I'm not blaming him. I mean, unless he's truly awful or something, I'm not blaming him if things look a little bit differently. The Kings are a good team. They're going to have a counterpunch on Sunday ready for the Warriors. I think Sunday is going to be a harder victory than last night
Should
was.
be. Yeah.
The Kings were really bad last night. I think every Warrior fan should take a moment and acknowledge this. The Kings, who average almost 120 points a game, scored 97. Okay?
They haven't shot it well all series.
Right, but they were excessively bad
11 of
yesterday.
47 from 3, 23% from
terrible.
3-point range. That is really bad.
It's brutal three-point shooting.
Yeah, it's terrible.
They're not going to do that, or at least I wouldn't count on it again on Sunday.
Well, you can count on them not being terrific, although John Dickinson's been priming us for that game where the Kings hit 23s because it's what they do. And the Warriors do the same thing. And the Warriors didn't play great either. 16 of 50 from 3-point range. They did shoot the ball 100 times, and they shot 40%, but they didn't turn it over. They rebounded great, and they didn't foul. If they can do those three things, they're going to win Game 4.
I agree. All right, Filmo's back. Let's go to Filmo. Filmo, you better now? What are you doing, man?
Oh, man, I'm a lot better, man, but somebody came with an analogy. This is the analogy you need to make, man, in honor of 420, and I'm going to give you all a quick list. I'm not even talking sports. I'm talking 420. It's like this. When someone comes from Texas or Louisiana and they smell our weed, they going to have an out-of-body experience. Oh, my God! What the hell is this? Oh, my God! But when we just used to it, you not tripping, because why? We smoke great kush and weed. But let me give you this quick list. Dibs smokes kush. Bonte smokes cookies. Shasky, he smokes hybrids. Devon, he smokes Hawaiian kush with papers. Nahegan and Steiny, they're weirdos. They smoke biscotti. Chuck Walter, I could tell by his voice, he smoked Bammer weed all day long. Swear to God. Spadoni smokes gelato. Madsen finds the cheapest cigarettes he can find. He smokes on that. JD smokes high-quality tree. And if you ain't smoking, it's definitely a problem. Lubman, he only smokes on 420, and Whitey smokes, but he only smokes his menthol cigarettes when he's in the strip club. That's the only time Whitey smokes when he's in the strip club, and he wants some menthol cigarettes. Y'all have a great show.
Hey,
I love
Philmo, before you, I have never.
My favorite call
you have come in here and you've called me Captain Save a Jimmy. You've called me Captain Save a Giant. I have never been more offended by you in my entire life than for you to go on a list of 48 people, some of whom don't even work here anymore, and I didn't make your list. What the hell was that, Philmo?
Willard, hold on, I forgot. Willard, you smoke beaties. You smoke. I put it right here. I don't know how I missed that. It's right here. Willard smokes beaties.
Okay.
Yeah, you had me with the Kush, Philmo, and thank you.
I'm glad to know that he did. He wrote it down. He had it all on a piece of paper.
Let's rack that guy.
Let's rack that dude.
So funny.
Oh, my gosh.
Philmo Mike. In honor of 420.
Which is now over. But, but by the way, when he called in, what time was it? It was 420.
Good call.
Yeah, it was 420.
And it's always 420 in Mike's world, by the way.
Right, yeah.
I was high when I said that.
Moses Moody in a little bit more than 5 minutes. Let's go to Jared in Richmond. Hey, Jared, what are you doing?
Hey guys, I as a Nebraskan native Bay Area transplant, I got to say, I didn't see the ocean until I was 10 years old. I lived equal distance from San Francisco to Boston, and the first time I saw a beach, I was in awe. But now I don't know what to do at a beach. I go to it. I don't know if I should relax. I don't know if I should swim. And I think that's what the Kings fans are going to be like in Game 6 or Game 7. They're just not going to know how to handle that situation, and I think that's where the Warriors are going to have their advantage.
Jared, I'm telling you, man, you know what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Jared. And I want to be very, very clear about this. With this early start, get there early, get in your seat, and yes, be as loud as you can. Like, try to help your team win. I'm just not going to look back and rip a Warrior fan for not matching Golden One sound, because I would have been shocked if it was any other way. The Warrior fans have been going to playoff games, watching championships now for 10 years.
That's where I beg to differ, because this fan base, the new fan base, has not. And just because,
what do you mean?
A lot of these fans have not been. A lot of these fans never went to Oakland, Mark. A lot of these fans have never even sniffed Oracle Arena.
But you're talking about in the flesh.
That's what this is about.
No, this fan base is used to being in the playoffs and contending every year, so you're not going to come with the kind of energy that a Sacramento fan who's sitting there on their 40th birthday, or even better, let's say on their 36th birthday, they're in a playoff game, they're like, last time they were in the playoffs, I wasn't even allowed to have a beer. I mean, like, this is generational stuff in Sacramento.
But you got to bring it if you're going to show up and you're a fan.
I don't disagree with
that.
Show
up and bring it. And I just don't want, I don't want anyone to think that, they really got to Sabonis by, they booed him when he touched the basketball. You got to bring more on Sunday. This is a humongous game. This is a game that could signal the end of special things.
Got to have them both. There's no question in my mind. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Moses Moody is on this show. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Oh, my God! What the hell is this? Oh, my God!
The 2023 Mountain Wine
Curry walks slowly back to the scorer's table. DiVincenzo, quick move by Mitchell, shovel to Moody, goes up and jams it down. A two-hand slam for Moses Moody. Timeout, Sacramento. The Warriors getting contributions up and down the roster. And Moody now in double figures. He's got 11.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
No. Right back to you, Moses. Moses Moody, we are expecting to call in here in mere moments.
Yeah.
And so we look forward to that. We'll keep going with your phone calls until then and after that as well. It's Willard and Dibbs. Glad you're with us. I can't figure out what to do with this characteristic that the Warriors have, and whether it's a good one or a bad one, or maybe some of both. But this idea, and it seems like this throughout the year, this idea that they don't really give you the best version of themselves until they absolutely have to. Right? Like, oh, we're going to be in the play-in tournament. And no, we're not. Okay, we're going to, and even within games, Pelicans down by 20, Thunder down by 12, whatever it is, all at home. And then when you really are like, no, we need this one, they turn it on. Same thing within this series. Like, you absolutely had to win yesterday. I think you absolutely have to win Sunday as well. And I kind of expect that they will. But so on one hand, you're like, look, this is amazing that you can summon that energy at the right time. On the other hand, dude, why do you keep ending up in this situation? Is there a way to summon that energy earlier? And in a way, I'd almost liken it to what you're saying about the fans.
Right.
Like the Warriors is just like, well, I don't know. We've been here every year for so many years.
No, that's a good comp.
So that's just kind of how it is.
I think you're right in terms of both the Warriors and the fans, but I look at what the team did last night in Game 3, and from a fan standpoint, I'm hoping that the fans can perceive that and match that, because last night the Warriors came out with that urgency that you're talking about, down 2-0. And they know that historically, teams down 2-0 lose 92%, of the time. So the team knows that going in, and so they realize that it's not a must-win, but it's as close to a must-win as a game can possibly be. So from the jump, even though neither team scored for the first, 2 or 3 minutes, that thing was 0-0 for a long time.
Oh, my God, seriously.
It was like, oh, my God, 0-0.
We got a pitcher's duel.
Thank God I didn't bet the over. But, that thing was ugly early, and yet the urgency with which they played, I'm hoping that the fans can kind of pick up on for Game 4, because I would imagine the Warriors approach Game 4 the exact same way they did Game 3, because they know down 2-1, if you go down 3-1, well, now you're back in the same exact spot in terms of how many teams have recovered from a 3-1 deficit. Only 14 have ever done it.
Now, they've been one of those teams, so maybe that
on both ends
feels a little bit different, maybe. But the word that Steph kept using yesterday, which rang in my ear, was consequences. He's like, look, if we lose this game, there are major consequences, and I think the same is true on Sunday, which is that you put yourself in a position where you are probably going to be a first round out, and a first round out. There are major consequences for this specific group. I mean, I don't think they're all going to be back. They may not all be back anyway. But Steph has made the comment a few times about how you almost have to kind of you have to re-earn this every year at this point. We're on the back end of all of this. So you win a championship, sure, everybody gets to come back. You get bounced out early in round 1 by the Sacramento Kings, you're not all coming back.
No, especially if it happens in 5. I mean, if you find a way to make it all the way to Game 7 and you lose in overtime in Game 7 on a heartbreaker of some sort, well, then maybe there is an argument. I still don't think it's a good argument, but at least there's a conversation in terms of let's bring it all back, because you lost Draymond for a game and Wiggins was rusty and whatever you want to put on it in terms of excuses, but if you lose at home in Game 4 and then they close you out at Golden 1 and you lose this baby in 5, there's no discussion. There's no argument about let's run it back.
Not at all. All right. Before Moses comes on, I want you to hear a couple of the things that he said last night. I thought this was interesting. The idea of winning being a skill.
I feel like winning is a skill. And, some people coming up as a kid, you might not have been on a good team. Then you go to college, and your college might not have been that good, or your high school, you might have been the best one, but your team doesn't win. You come to the NBA, you might go to a team that's not that good. So you've never really been in that circumstance coming up. So I feel like that's really a positive when you can and you're used to it, used to not necessarily winning, but fighting to win or sacrificing to win. All the things that go into winning.
Yeah, winning is a skill. I mean, that's something that I think the guys that we've watched for a long time, the Stephs, the Clays, the Draymonds, they've sort of tried to teach us that through the years. It's one of the reasons I reject this idea of removing Draymond from the lineup because of yesterday's outcome. If winning is a skill, then Draymond has it, and you want him and need him in that game on Sunday.
And winning is a skill, without a doubt. You have to learn to win in the association, and this is something that Draymond, Steph, and Clay, and Andre Iguodala have done better than any player in Warriors history, and Moses and Kuminga and Jordan, they're learning how to do that at that same level.
All right, speaking of which, let's talk to him right now. Joining us live after the big victory last night and his great contributions off of the bench is none other than Moses Moody. Moses, thank you so much for coming on today. Congrats on the performance last night, man.
Thank you. No problem. Thanks. Appreciate you for having me.
Yeah, great to talk to you. So I'd love to hear you sort of build on some of the things that you said last night. I thought you certainly insinuated this idea of in the playoffs, you get better. You're kind of built for this. Would you agree with that statement? And how did you sort of foster that characteristic?
Yeah, like I said yesterday, just saying, being in those winning environments, always fighting to win, never really playing on bad teams that are just trying to go out there and get the game over with, any of that. So it's the environment that I'm used to. This is the environment that I like to be in, play in.
How difficult is it being in the environment that you're not used to, which is not playing a lot and then being asked to come in and play? How do you keep yourself sharp and keep your mind ready for that time when you are going to be asked to play more than you normally do?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I've always played those minutes. So when I get in, it's just getting back to that rhythm, being comfortable. It is a different situation, obviously, not playing as much as I'm used to and all that. But I mean, just like anything else in life, you got to deal with it and keep it pushing.
Moses, I wonder how you would describe this to fans. We hear it a lot. When you play well, we hear people say, yeah, see, now why didn't they play him more this year? But it also feels like recently you addressed the need for you to be learning at the NBA level. How would you describe your playing time journey this year?
It's been just that. It's been a journey, with highs and lows, different factors. But I mean, just like any other journey, it's all about what you learn from it. So there's been plenty of things that I've taken from self-evaluation, from evaluating the league, the team, and just a lot of thought. And I feel like all that went into preparing me for now.
What was the mood like pregame yesterday when you heard, obviously, that Draymond Green had been suspended and then late word that GP2 wasn't going to play because of an illness? What was the mood like in the locker room ahead of Game 3 yesterday?
Yes, so Draymond came in and gave a pretty inspirational talk, just letting everybody know that we got to step up. We got to take on our role and his role, and then the GP thing was so last minute too. So, but that's what I always say. That's the playoffs. That's what it's all about, and that's why it's so crazy to actually win a championship, because it's not always about who's the best team. It's who's the healthiest team, who's the luckiest team to a certain extent. There's so many factors that go into it.
Moses, you mentioned an inspirational speech from Draymond. What are some of the things he said that really got to you guys?
Yeah, it was really that. He called out guys by name, saying, we gonna need you to step up this game. We gonna need more from you than we usually get. We gonna everybody. So when he gets personal like that in those conversations, and the way that he took over the conversation and addressing the elephant in the room, that he got suspended, and he won't be playing, and all. And it's still a must-win game, and nobody cares why we lost. If we lost, it's all about winning. So that was the main gist of it, just winning a must-win game.
How do you as a teammate get past what we all saw where Sabonis grabs him, he steps on him, and Draymond gets the heavier suspension? Is there a collection where you all get together and realize that you have to get past it? Or does it take Draymond to really, as you said, put the elephant in the room to help allow you guys to all get past that?
I mean, he doesn't. It doesn't really take for him to come in and address it or anything to get past it, because I mean it happened, and now what we gonna do next? We got to win the next game, regardless if he's suspended, if he's not suspended, if he should have did it, if he shouldn't have did it. None of that really matters when it comes down to winning time.
Moses Moody is with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Moses, Draymond and GP2 will be back on Sunday. Has the staff shared anything with you about what your role will be then?
No, they haven't. But, you know, just like all year, never knowing the circumstances, but just being ready for whatever.
Confidence-wise, Moses, it seems to Mark and I like you play like a 27 or a 28-year-old, and yet I was telling Mark earlier, you're younger than my oldest son. You'd be my middle child, Moses, if you were
That's
if
awkward.
you were Moses Dibley. No, but it speaks to just how young you are. Where does all this confidence come from? Because you're just 20, Moses.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing basketball for, you know, I'm so young. I'm just 20. I've been playing ball for about 17 years now. So, different stages, different environments, but it's all still the same.
You know what, though, Moses? I mean, we talk about your confident look, and I wonder if this year it really was that the entire time. Like, have you been feeling at your most confident all year? You mentioned self-evaluation earlier this year. When you evaluated self, what did you find?
It was different. It was different things, and there were certain times in the year where like my rhythm was off, and my shot wasn't feeling as good. My handle, driving to the basket, stuff wasn't feeling as good. And you know, you could say that probably comes from not playing, but it was a factor at some point. So just fighting through that and figuring that out. That was a big thing for me, because once I did, I started seeing some success. But yeah, you know, the situation is what it is. All you can do is react to it.
Yeah, and you reacted quite well last night, 13 points in 16 minutes. How challenging is it for not only yourself, but for everybody on the Golden State Warriors to deal with a guy like De'Aaron Fox, who appears to be moving faster than just about anybody in humanity? He's like the Flash out there.
Yeah, he is pretty fast going downhill, but there's ways to contain that because, you know, when you're going 100% downhill fast, you can't really pull up for a shot, so I might play you off a little bit and different things like that. So there's definitely still ways to contain it. He's obviously a really good player. He's going to score some points, but we can limit him.
Moses, I feel like on Sunday, this will be the second time in the last week and a half that you guys have had to inject one of your major players back into the lineup after things were already going well. Andrew Wiggins at the start of the playoffs, Draymond Green coming off of your best performance in the playoffs. What challenges are associated with that?
It's obviously always going to be a little different when the rotations change and all of that, but, you know, they've been changing all year, like you just stated. Steph coming in and out, Wiggs, Andre. So just keep doing what we've been doing, and it's been some pretty smooth transitions in the past.
One guy who has not been out, he's been all in and no out, Kevon Looney, 20 rebounds last night. Do you get a chance to just sit back and marvel at what Kevon Looney's able to do on the glass night in and night out?
Yeah. And after the game, for sure. I see him working on it in practice. You know, not too many guys will sit up and do an offensive rebounding drill. But, like, the fact that he does and it shows off and it pays off for him is really good. It's obviously impressive that he can go out there, even against taller guys, bigger guys, he's still going to come up with that ball. So it's definitely impressive.
Moses, I wonder what you really think now is the theme going forward for this series? Everyone talked about turnovers and rebounding. You guys did great with both of those last night, but I'm sure Sacramento was going to have a counterpunch. What's the focus? What's the message from the staff right now?
I would say the new focus is winning by any means necessary. So whatever that means, if it's not turning the ball over, if it's rebounding, if it's getting 50-50 balls, the focus is winning.
It's a weird question, but it's something that the fans obviously latched on to when E40 got kicked out of Game 1 in Sacramento. Is that something that you guys talk about in terms of like maybe second tier or third tier reasons why you want to get motivated, like the E40 factor?
Obviously a big fan of E40. He's the Bay Area, and he shows so much support to the team. So we definitely support him. But I mean, we don't really need too much extra motivation to want to win this playoff series. But that was a crazy situation. I don't necessarily know the details of it, but yeah.
Moses, I know we're only 3 games into this one, but so far, how would you compare your experience in the playoffs last year to this one?
Last year was a journey. It was a lot of highs, a lot of lows, but last year was my first time, so I didn't necessarily know what to expect. I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to a certain extent. And everything was a new experience, whether it was my first time in the first round, my first time in the second round, first time in the championship. So everything was new, but now I've seen it, and I kind of know what to expect.
Speaking of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, Sunday 12:30 tip, you probably got to get ready to get to bed here pretty soon. That thing comes up here in about 40 hours. What do you do differently for a game that tips at 12:30 in terms of your game day preparation?
Yeah, go to bed a little bit earlier, get my yoga session in a little bit earlier. Make sure I eat, but it's the same routine, just sped up a little bit.
What yoga do you do? Do you go hot house yoga? Do you do self-guided yoga? What's your yoga, Moses?
Me and Loon, we do yoga with a J, so it's more focused on activation than necessarily stretching.
Yeah, when you
said like yogging.
Well, yeah, when you said yoga, I was like, man, what? He just pronounces yoga kind of differently. But that's a thing, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was maybe yoga with like frozen yogurt after.
See, and Dibs locked in on the yoga. I locked in on you saying that you got to eat. What are you going to eat? What's a pregame meal for you?
Honestly, I should probably get more of a routine with it, but on for the later game, I'm gonna go to the gym and eat what they got there. So it's usually like some baked chicken. I might have some salad, salmon, something like that. But on the morning game, I guess since we got an early game, I won't eat my normal pancakes, but I'll probably go with a breakfast burrito.
Oh, you're a man after our heart, Moses.
Gosh.
What's in the breakfast burrito would be the follow-up question.
It's gonna be some turkey sausage, tomato, cheese, obviously egg, and spinach.
Spinach.
No potatoes, though. I like that.
I do like potatoes in there sometimes.
Okay.
I might do that tomorrow.
Moses, is Looney your guy? And I don't mean to like make you pick a favorite, but like you mentioned him, you guys do yoga together. We're all now learning what that is. Is that like, you know what I mean? Who do you ride with to do whatever your off-court activities are?
It kind of depends on what the activity is. I got a good relationship with a lot of guys on the team. Toon is definitely my guy, though. We chop it up all the time, talk about all time of stuff. He always willing to dish out game. But yeah, he's definitely my dog.
I know that a lot of the assistant coaches are assigned to specific players in terms of like working on their game. Who do you work with the most, and what kind of insight can you give us on maybe some of the assistant coaches on the staff?
Yeah, I work with Jamma the most. Yeah, we do a lot of situations that we feel like I'll be in the game, like some of those backdoor cuts or corner shots and offensive rebounding, even post work, whatever the game seems like it's gonna asked me to do. But other guys in there, AD, CD, Lid, Q. Y'all know the coaches.
Of course.
Yep. Moses Moody is with us. Moses, a lot is being made of the crowds in this series, and I've actually, we're wanting Warrior fans. I know you guys are too, to not only be there on time for the 12:30 tip, but to be as loud as possible. The comparison is a little different because in Sacramento, these fans haven't been to a playoff game in 17 years. Warrior fans are used to going to this every year. So, A, what kind of factor is that? And then B, how would you compare last year's Boston crowds to this year's Sacramento crowds as far as a road team?
Yeah, this Sacramento crowd they're really loud. And I feel like that's the biggest thing with them, like how loud they are. I'm not necessarily too locked into the fans to really like look people in the eye and know what type of energy they on. But I feel like that Boston crowd was more hostile, like to where you're hearing people talking over there on the bench by the bench where we at and all that. But Sacramento is definitely louder.
Moses, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Great job last night, and continued success, my man.
No problem. Thank you.
And enjoy the yoga, too. Yeah.
Exactly.
So Mark and I. And we're going to have to.
He's already doing it. Yeah.
He's
gone.
He's already locked into a yoga session.
Yoga.
And I guess it's more active. So I guess it is part jogging, part yoga. And I'm going to Google it to see exactly what yoga is.
Yeah. I don't know. Honestly.
He said it's more active.
Right,
so
but did he make that up or is it a thing?
I bet you it's a thing.
Yoga is apparently, oh my gosh, I just Googled it. You want to know what the first thing that comes up? It's a song by Bjork.
Of course.
Isn't that your person?
It's my artist, no doubt.
Like Bjork is your favorite.
And Yoga is one of the great songs. I think it's not on Vespertine. It's on the album that came before that, the one with It's Oh So Quiet and Headphones. Joga is one of her great hits, Mark. Yes.
I'm looking at all these things. If you Google Joga,
that's all that comes up in my search is Bjork.
Well, we've also got the Jersey Optional Gymnastics Association. I think they're having a pancake cookout coming up this weekend.
That's like the companion league to the Lingerie Football League, right? The Jersey Optional Gymnastics Association.
What if I do Joga versus yoga? Similar to yoga, Joga, here it is.
Yeah.
Joga involves physical postures, breathing, and relaxation techniques. You know what that is?
It's a relaxation sensation, Mark.
However, where the goal of yoga is to become more flexible and spiritually aware.
Yeah.
Joga's aim is to enhance performance, improve concentration, and reduce recovery time within the context of an athletic environment.
There you go.
I think that sounds exactly where I would like the Warriors to be.
Hi, this is Kevon Looney. Whenever I need a workout, I use Joga. Joga. Moses and Kevon getting some Joga on pregame.
Sounds a little bit like a kid's book, doesn't it? Moody and Looney do Joga. By the way, the lovely Christy's going to be listening. I got to give her credit for that. She's been doing this for like a year.
Moody and Looney?
She's like, Moody and Looney sounds like two characters in a kid's cartoon.
Really funny, Christy.
Moody and Looney go for a walk. Moody and Looney do yoga.
That's a 4.
Moody and Looney have burritos together.
So great.
There they are. Moody and Looney. And then find out that they're boys. It's perfect.
Perfect.
Okay.
It's Christy and Dib starting Monday.
Yeah, probably, if I can't talk.
You hear footsteps.
Totally. She would be pretty good at this.
No doubt.
Presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Back to your calls next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Brad.
Sabonis drives it on Looney. Flipped it off the glass, no good. Looney pulls down the rebound. He's got 20 boards. What a job he has done tonight.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Looney and Moody do Willard and Dibbs.
That's pretty funny.
Looney and Moody go for ice cream.
It's just so many things in there. Looney and Moody, I think, is better than Moody and Looney.
Looney and Moody.
Looney and Moody.
Looney and Moody, yeah. Ren and Stimpy. Let's see. Starsky and Hutch. Who else?
Laverne and Shirley. Are on the phone.
Who are some of the great,
tandems?
Lucy and Ethel. I don't know about that one. What are some of the cartoon combos that are out there? Ren and Stimpy is the first one that comes to mind.
There's Heckle and Jekyll, who are the crows. Tom and Jerry.
Hall and Oates.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then Moody and Looney.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Looney and Moody. Simon and Garfunkel.
Either way. That's from the Steiny file.
Yeah, exactly. Let me think. Dora. I know Dora the Explorer. Who was the other?
Diego was her buddy.
Yeah,
but they weren't much of a tandem.
They're separate.
Yeah, Dora ran the show. Dora ran things, and Diego got
I'm
Dora's
sure
crumbs.
Looney is in charge of Moody and Looney. Looney's in charge. He's older. He's got rings. Moody's only got one. Looney's in charge. Looney is the moral compass of the Warriors. Remember that now.
Right.
Okay. So don't get it twisted.
But when it comes to Joga, I'm sure, they work together.
I think Looney is the one who
Looney
makes the
and
decision
Moody do Joga.
about what time we're doing Joga. Looney makes the call, not Moody.
He's pretty easygoing, though. I can't imagine him strong-arming Moses into a Joga time that doesn't fit in his schedule. You and I had the same reaction, though, when Moses was like, Kevon and I do Joga, and huh? And then you went, huh? And it's like, we don't want to interrupt the guest, but we both kind of did a mental bookmarking of, did this young man just say Joga?
Did he just say yoga in Spanglish? Like, what just happened there?
It's like Ron Burgundy when he says, I like to go yogging, same kind of thing. It's like, Moses, do you not know how to say yoga?
I know for sure that it's pronounced yoga.
I'm pretty positive.
Nope, they do joga.
Yeah, pretty funny.
And in typical, I'm way more mature than you think I am fashion, he's like, no, it's joga. And let me describe to you what yoga is.
You idiots.
And y'all learned something today, didn't you? Call me again next week.
And we will.
And we will.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. By the way, who are the last two Warriors to come on this show?
Looney and Moody.
Moody and Looney.
Okay.
Moody and Looney do Willard and Dibbs.
I like that.
Yeah.
Dillard and Wibbs.
That's the way it goes.
Willie and Dibby.
Since the Warriors won a game, and now we can go back to previewing the Warrior-Lakers series.
Seriously.
It's coming
You've
up
been
next.
sleeping on the Lakers.
Oh, well, listen. This is what I said.
I hope you woke up by now, because it's real.
Well, here's the thing. I'm all kind of twisted about this. And those of you on hold, stay right there. We're coming right back to your calls. We got a bunch of open time, so we're coming to you hard in just a moment. I look at this Grizzlies-Lakers series all kinds of different ways. I can't stand either team. So it is ingrained in me, like the long-time me, it is ingrained we don't root for the Lakers. The short-term me is like, I'm turned off by the Grizzlies in a way that very few other teams in sports hold a place in that spot. Dodgers.
Well, I was going to ask you, Mark, outside of like eternal rivals, like the Dodgers, they don't count. Is there another team that turns you off like this team? Because we are not like hardwired to hate Memphis, but I'm with you in terms of this Memphis, this team, this coach, this culture.
And that player.
Whoop that team and all the rest of it.
Yep.
I mean, I've got nothing against Ja Morant, and I think you meant Dylan Brooks.
I meant Dylan Brooks.
Right.
I had a little something against Ja Morant this year. Dude's flashing a gun on IG. So that's not great either.
Yeah,
but Dylan Brooks, I want to give a shout. This is a very odd situation because if the Warriors can rally in this series, and if the Lakers beat the Grizzlies, yes, you'll make fun of me because I slept on the Lakers.
You've been sleeping.
But the Warriors will have home court advantage. And look at this.
If they get by Sacramento.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
right?
yeah,
so,
yeah.
like
look at this team in the standings. How big of a deal is home court advantage? It's massive. Massive. So,
especially for a team that doesn't really win on the road.
And I think now, especially after the back and forth, I think I'm officially rooting for the Los Angeles Lakers in this series.
Man,
you watch what
it's hard to say that, but I'm going to have to agree with you.
Dylan Brooks the other day. Look, I'm all for personality. Wear whatever the hell you want to wear. It's not about that. But like, this guy is so far over the top in terms of trying to get everyone's attention, trying to tick everybody off, trying to disrespect anyone he can purposefully. When somebody, like, think about in the NBA how we would feel about any NBA player other than him, even Draymond. Draymond would not, everyone loves to compare Draymond to Dylan Brooks. They are not cut from the same cloth, not even a little bit. You talk about whatever you want about dirty plays on the court. Do you think Draymond Green would ever, in a post-game interview, when you're in the middle of a playoff series against a team, crush the star on the other team with a comment like Dylan did toward LeBron a couple days ago? They're asking about going one-on-one against maybe if not one of two, of the greatest players of all time.
You can call him a GOAT.
And your response is, he's old.
He's the GOAT.
Just totally blows him off.
I don't care. He's old. You know what I mean?
No.
That was the quote.
No, Dylan, I don't know what you mean. Because he's still twice the player you'll ever be. And I want to credit LeBron for something he did today. Because the media's been waiting, as you knew they would, to get a microphone in front of LeBron's face as quickly as possible after Dylan Brooks' comments. And LeBron brushed the microphones off and goes, look, I am not here for any of this BS. Okay? We got a good series going on. We're excited for the game tomorrow. They play tomorrow night. Okay? We're excited for the game. That's all I'm doing. I'm not here. I have no time for this BS.
He said the game is won in between the four lines, always has, always will be. Because Brooks was saying he wanted to say something when I got my fourth foul. He should have been saying that earlier on, but I poke bears. I don't respect no one till they come and give me 40. That's Dylan Brooks.
And LeBron's not going to give him 40 because it would be the wrong basketball thing to do, and that team isn't even built around him scoring 40. And by the way, what a cowardly thing to say. You didn't do anything to me until you dropped 40? Oh, so if I dropped 36, you played well? Is that what you're telling me, Dylan?
Saying.
That's what you're telling me? If I bust a 38 on your head, you played well? I mean, talk about wrapping yourself in a Snuggie. You got to score 40 in order for me to have played poorly?
Right.
Holy smokes, Dylan. This guy is the most nauseating athlete in sports today, bar none. Easily, bar none. Draymond is not even, I don't care where you're from, who you root for, what you think of Draymond. He is not half as nauseating as Dylan Brooks. Even in Boston. I mean, my gosh. I am. I hope the Lakers, because that team.
It's so hard to say, but I have to agree with you because I want Memphis out more than I want the Lakers to never do anything good ever, because I'm hardwired to root against the Lakers at all times, more than I'm even hardwired to root against the Dodgers. And it's because I'm more of a Warriors fan than I am a Giants fan.
Yep.
But what the Lakers have done, huge Giants fan, you know that. It's on the record. And, you know, Grandy only plays when I'm a fat orange pumpkin. He never plays when, you know.
No, he gave you a Giants fan today.
Yeah, of course he did. But, I'm a Giants fan. A huge Giants fan. Thank you, Grandy. Mark Grandy. With this near spit take from Mark Willard. I hate all Marks, as luck would have it. But as much as I'm hardwired to root against the Lakers, in this case, I would love to see them knock Memphis and Dylan Brooks out.
Well, and I think collectively we could all take a step in this direction. You know how they say sometimes that the loudest person in the room is also the most insecure? I'd like you to transfer that to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Okay? They have been screaming and yelling to anyone who will listen for 2.5 years that they're elite. They're not. They have not been able to achieve. They have not been able to match their own words. And so that tells you everything you need to know about that team. They're the loudest team in the league because they are also the most insecure. And they're in trouble. They are in
Trouble. All right, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. So glad you're with us. Let's get to a lot of your calls. Idris in Hayward. Hey, Idris, what are you doing?
Just got home from work, fellas. Great interview, great vibes. I'm just going to run through this real quick. The eye test of watching last night's game, and when I found out that GP3 was out, I was like, this is just like Brock Purdy and the Niners. Like, God has officially said no, not this year. But I said, wait. I'm going to keep faith. And we came out, and like I said, Draymond, as far as Draymond goes, he can, what we saw, rebounding, driving to the paint, taking what the defense gives you. Draymond does that at the highest level. However, as of late, he hasn't been doing that. It's 3 against 4 or 5, and that makes him so easy to defend us. So, of course, you don't bench Draymond. However, if you look at what Dante and Looney did, I would just tell Draymond, go watch Game 7 of the NBA 73-9 season. Watch that just watch that. We need you to be more aggressive so that they can pay. But that running to the top of the key and just waiting for Steph Curry, who's going to be gassed by the third quarter. No. If they leave you open, don't take the 3. Go draw a foul. Last thing, we won our first wing when Steve Kerr benched Andrew Bogut and put in Iguodala. Changed the whole series. So I'm going to leave it at that. Y'all keep doing a great job. God bless y'all. Keep it up.
Idris, thank you very much. I tell you what, I was locked in on one of the first things he said. Think about this, because he's talking about, thank goodness the Warriors won yesterday, because when GP2, he called him GP3, but GP2, there might be a GP3 on the way at some point, but anyway, when GP2 was out, it felt like Brock Purdy all over again. Think about this. I already declared it before the game yesterday. You remember this. If they had lost last night, the era was over. That's it. They're not going to win this series. There are going to be wholesale changes. That is a wrap. If the Warriors had lost last night,
like Saran,
think about the run of Bay Area sports in that moment. Let's say the Warriors had lost last night, okay? Brock Purdy's arm falls off for the NFC Championship game. The Giants look like a total mess. The A's are leaving.
I thought you were going to go to Mitch Haniger. Mitch Haniger can't even make it on the field.
Actually, did you see in his rehab assignment, he homered in his first at-bat?
Wow.
Help is on the way.
Woohoo.
Yeah, point is, Giants...
They're losing 3-0 right now.
I don't think their game has started yet.
That's the point.
Okay.
Thank you.
You scared me for a second. Why is there? Anyway, so, yeah, their start is awful. They look terrible. The A's are leaving. And if the Warriors had lost last night...
The Sharks were dreadful.
And the era would be over.
Yeah.
I'd be like... And I thought of this. Sat down last night. I'm like, listen, this felt like Airplane. Not to date ourselves, but when they poked their head in the cockpit, just so you know, we're all counting on you. Like, everything explodes if you don't win this game.
NBA season over. Starting quarterback of the Niners damaged. A's moving boxes. Giants laughing stock. Sharks hoping for the first pick in the NHL draft. San Jose Earthquakes, they're off to a nice little start.
Grandy, how are the Panthers doing?
2-2, I think.
How are the Bay Area Panthers
1-2, big game. Sunday at 5. Tune in, 95.7 the game after Warriors post game.
Right,
are you on the call, play-by-play, or are you on color this time?
Play-by-play.
Attaboy. Because they do take
it's a big
turns.
Week. I know. He and Evan go back and forth. I know.
Yeah.
All right, Grandy. All right.
And Evan got a win,
Your
right?
ball.
So the ball's
I got a win. Evan got the loss.
Evan got the loss. So let's go, Grandy.
Okay, so wait, they're 1-2, and you called the win, and E-Dog called both of the losses?
We don't travel with the team. They've had 2 home games, 1 road game.
Okay, so you've done 1 each.
Yes.
You're 1-0, he's 0-1.
Correct.
All right, so let's kind of transfer this to Draymond. If you call this weekend's game and they win, do you need to make a change with the way you structure your lineup?
It's a good question. We might have to consider it.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, the answer is yes. It is actually, it's a great question, but the answer...
Thank you again.
Not for the Warriors, but the answer for this broadcast is yes. Absolutely. Okay. You guys have Arizona, right, this week?
No, he's talking. Yeah, do you have Arizona this week at SAP?
They're playing Northern Arizona.
Northern Arizona.
Yeah.
Is there a Southern Arizona team?
There's Northern Arizona, just Arizona, and there's Tucson, which is also in Arizona.
Which is Southern Arizona, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't go to Tucson very much. Scottsdale's better than Tucson.
Tucson underrated.
I know you went there last year, and I know it was good to you.
Well, we went to there's a couple different Tucsons, and then we can do 20 seconds on Tucson.
Don't sleep on Sedona either, but go ahead.
Sedona's not Tucson, neither is Bisbee, and I've been there as well. There's Resort Tucson, which is lovely up in the hills, and then there's Tucson proper, which is underrated. Tucson proper, it's not Scottsdale.
No, it's not.
With all of your McMansions and your fake racks. Tucson's got real people. Scottsdale's not real. Scottsdale is Orange County East.
I don't think people want real when they go travel. It's like I'm going to the movies tonight. Now, I happen to go. I'm going to go see
to Tucson. I want to keep it real.
I'm going to go see Air, which is based on a true story. I know everybody's been saying it's really good. I'm going to go see Air here in a couple of hours. Can't wait. Right, John? You got a thumbs up? Did you see Air? Was it really
very, very good?
Very good, based on a true story, as we know, or maybe even just telling a true story. Sure, great, that's cool. But come on, traveling is like going to the movies. I don't want to come out and talk about whether or not it was realistic. I watched Spider-Man. Somebody just climbed a building, and people will come out of a movie and be like, wasn't very realistic. I don't want realistic.
Right.
I want to escape. That's where I'm going. I'm going to a movie, I'm going to a ball game, or I'm going on vacation. I'm not looking for real. Dibs, I'm not looking to keep it real.
Well, I'm not looking to go to a place where it's going to be $27 for a margarita just because I happen to be around, Barbie and Ken, and they think that this is like the best place ever. I'd rather go to Tucson, keep it real, and get my marg for $5.25 plus a side of chips and salsa. But I'd like to keep it real.
Are you going to go and see the new Barbie movie, though? How about that?
I'm a Barbie girl.
I'm a girl dad, of course.
Yeah, there you go.
Take my baby. We're both going.
Movies.
7 months old.
Oh,
she can't even sit up on her own.
Spoken like a true 50-something. I want $5.25 beers and a basket of
totally.
chips.
I don't want to go to Scottsdale. Oh, this is the hottest bar in Scottsdale.
Says the guy who goes to Vegas twice a year. How are the drinks
I go
doing
off
there?
strip. I go to the Red Rock.
That's
and
true.
you know where I go is
where I go when I go to Vegas.
It's a place
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley.
Hi, I'm Dan Dibley, and I go to the Sun Coast. No. The Sun Coast makes the Orleans look hip.
Hey, Orleans is hip.
I go to the sports bar at the Sun Coast, and I'm in my 50s, and I'm the youngest guy in there by decades.
You're like when Eddie Murphy walks into the room, jukebox just stopped.
Totally.
Who the hell is this person who just walked in?
You don't have your AARP card? Get the hell out of here, you whippersnapper.
God. Let's go to Art in San Leandro. Art, what are you doing?
How you doing, guys? I'm just getting out of chemotherapy. I've got a little cancer, so.
Oh, man, Art. You doing all right, man? You're going to beat this thing, right?
I'm going to beat this thing. I got stage 4 prostate cancer, but I'm going to battle.
Okay.
I'm a fighter. Brother.
Thank you, Art. We need you, buddy. We need you here.
Yeah, I need you guys. I need all the support I can get, all the prayers and support I can get, my friends.
We'll send them your way.
I've been listening to you guys forever. I was a delivery driver, and I worked for a uniform company, and I always listen to you guys. You guys keep me going every day at work. So, first-time caller. I just got out of chemo, and I want to talk a little bit about Draymond. He went to my high school that I went to. I'm a lot older than he is, but I went to Saginaw High in Saginaw, Michigan. That's where I was born and raised at. And he's always been a competitor, even in high school. He was always the same Draymond. And you're going to get what you get out of Draymond. Every team needs an enforcer, so it's good to have him. And I believe the Warriors are going to win in 6. Actually, tell you the truth, they're going to sweep them next 3 games. So I got faith in them.
Art,
have faith.
Yep. Hey, man, have faith in you too, man.
Yeah,
We're
thanks,
going to
Art.
send all those prayers your way. Thank you very much for the call. Look, it's believable. I know a lot of people are like, the Warriors in 6, hot takes are back out again. It's believable to me, but not until we watch Sunday. I need a corroboration sensation.
That's a buck.
Okay, great. People are acting like, they held serve. Not yet. The Kings won 2. Now you got to win 2.
Right.
Great job last night. Bravo. Standing O. You got to do it again before I'm going to get too excited and too confident. I've heard too many Warrior fans today who feel like, train's back on the tracks now. Not yet.
Not yet. You got to win on Sunday.
To me, the train's never been off the track.
Well, you could look at it that way, too.
Because the series doesn't start, as Steve Kerr and I often have said, until the road team wins a game.
I disagree. I think the series has started. I think they played 3 games.
As Steve and I would tell you, Mark, this series is yet to begin. And when the Warriors win Sunday, 12:30 at Chase Center, when they win that game, 122 to 111, and the scene shifts back to Sacramento, maybe at that point the series will then begin.
You know what, though? Maybe. Or how would you two young whippersnappers answer the question, what happens if through 7 games the home team has won all of the games?
The series never happened. Grand opening, grand closing, if I can borrow from Jay-Z.
So the Kings don't move to round 2 if that happens.
No, they do, but the 7 games that may have taken place, they never happened.
Okay, got it.
You go ahead and just expunge the record of all the statistics. Apologies to Moses Moody in his nice game 3. Didn't happen, Double M's.
All right, so
sorry, Kevon, and your 20 rebounds.
We got some injury updates around the NBA, and these are pretty fascinating. So first of all, the Suns went on the road to get home court advantage back last night. Game 3 in L.A. Game 4, Kawhi will be out of that game as well. So the Clippers will be playing Game 4 without Kawhi Leonard as well. So all of those load management jokes that came out yesterday, you can put them back in the can because it looks like Kawhi is actually hurt. So he's out for Game 4. And, super funny, Joel Embiid with
this is the one that's really funny.
Sprained knee, and he is out for Game 4 in the Philly-Brooklyn series.
Up 3-0.
Up 3-0.
The fun out of here that he's really hurt.
Well, or is it a Dustin Johnson type league non-announced suspension?
They don't do that, but
I know.
It would be cool if Philadelphia said he sprained his knee while kicking the Brooklyn player in the balls. That's when he sprained his knee.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
And that would be a big middle finger to the league, which is basically what the league did to the Golden State Warriors by not suspending him. And I know Draymond Green had a podcast that has come out in the last couple of hours, and he addressed the Joel Embiid non-suspension. I didn't get a chance to hear the pod. It dropped, which, I mean, I don't even know if he dropped the pod.
Man, he dropped a pod.
While we were on the air, so I haven't had a chance to listen to it. But I would imagine that he thinks that Joel should have been suspended.
Well, I mean,
I'm going to guess.
There's definitely a double standard there. And I know...
Well, he's got no priors.
Well, but there's a fair debate as to whether or not priors should matter. That's all I'm saying. Yes, he's got priors. Joel does not have that reputation. The league very openly stated that was a part of their decision, and I think there is a fair debate as to whether or not that should exist. Because the Kings are the only ones who are being helped by Draymond getting suspended for history. So why should the Kings be helped because Draymond did stuff 7 years ago in Memphis? That's my opinion. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. This isn't like parenting where you build up and you do something bad over and over, and so the punishment has to keep growing. I don't agree with that.
I agree with what you're saying. It would have been better if the league just came out and said, he's being suspended for running around like an idiot, trying to incite the road crowd and standing on the bench and dropping P-bombs and B-bombs at paying customers.
I agree completely.
If they would have said just that, I still would have said, oh, come on, really?
But I would have moved on a lot quicker.
Agreed, yes. Mark, 100%.
Of the 3 acts, that's the one that's bothersome.
For them to just come out and say, well, it's because of past transgressions, that's weak sauce. You already punished him for past transgressions.
History is history. The act was not that big of a deal. What he was doing to the fans was. It was. Because if one fan hucks a beer at him, where are we going next? Now what happens?
We're going to the seats, dog.
Does he go into the stands?
And so does JaMychal Green.
I mean...
And nobody else, by the way, because all of his teammates, the coaching staff, nobody was engaged with Draymond Green. Draymond was engaged with the fans. Nobody else in the Warriors was engaged at all, except JaMychal Green was next to Draymond. And I couldn't exactly read his lips, but his body language was like, yeah, Draymond, this is
into
cool.
This, yeah. Moody and Looney were doing yoga. They were out. Let's go to that guy in the city. What's up, that guy? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. great show so far. I'm actually sitting down to an early dinner.
So far, we'll see if we can finish. But anyway, go ahead.
I'm having some. I got one for you, Dibs. I'm having some fried rice, some noodles, and some curry salmon. So my food tonight is
chef
Asian sensation. Right?
Nice. That's a buck.
Almost. It's
There you go.
It's debatable.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, it's close.
All right. And then on Dylan Crooks, man, that just shows no respect. I mean, I'm not a big fan of James either, but that'd be like Dustin Johnson rolling up to Tiger and say, "Oh, he's old. He doesn't mean anything unless he gives me a 64 today." So, but let's talk about some dubs. Hey, on the Looney thing, can we call Raymond Ritter and for Game 6 get Looney? You know how these guys aren't wearing their shirts. Can we get a Looney jersey for everybody just to honor Looney and his greatness? And then I'll leave it with this one. You guys are talking about the cartoon characters, and I got a perfect one, a duo for Moody and Looney.
Yeah.
And it's Jogi and Boo Boo. Get it? Jogi.
I do get it.
Hey,
I
Boo
do.
Boo. Let's get loose and do some yoga.
Yogi, Mr. Ranger isn't going to like it.
I didn't know you did a...
Oh, I do a yogi
You did
and
a
a Boo
boo-boo?
Boo. Hey, Boo Boo. What say you and I go down and get us a picnic basket?
Where have you been holding this one?
Yogi, Mr. Ranger wouldn't like that.
Hey, Boo Boo.
You know, first of all, where have you been hiding that?
Sorry.
Second of all, what's the percentage of the audience who are like, who the hell's Yogi and Boo Boo? Who are they?
What is going on The abomination that was the Yogi Bear movie about 10 or so years ago, that was so disappointing.
Abomination?
It was an abomination sensation. Much like the Flintstones movie with John Goodman.
Oh, God. Well, yeah.
I mean, what are we doing here?
Easy.
What is going on? That movie was awful. Worse than your shirt.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Now, listen.
I love his shirt.
That guy wanted to talk about basically Looney Appreciation Night at the stadium. I'm all in. I think we could do Looney Appreciation Night. I don't like talking about Game 6 when right now it is still Game 6, asterisk, if necessary.
Mr. Ranger wouldn't like us talking about Game 6, Yogi.
That's right. Only you can prevent early playoff exits. I know that's a different bear.
No.
I know that's a different
Mount
bear.
Barrymore. It works.
Let's go to Fox in Oakland. Fox, the hell are you doing?
Oh, my God, gentlemen, how's it going? I'm just at home making dinner with my kiddos while listening to you and cracking up. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, or wanted to mention, Festus Ezeli also does yoga with Looney, in case you guys weren't aware.
Well, now I know what we're talking to Festus about. I think he's going to join us on Monday so that you and he can officially try to either bury the hatchet or swing a hatchet. I don't know which one you're going to do. But
I want no part of a hand-to-hand battle with a 6'10 guy. So, spoiler alert, you win, Festus.
Yes. Festus minus $1 billion in that matchup. Anyway, go ahead, Fox.
All good, gents. So I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on how things have shifted the last number of weeks with regards to Mooney versus Kuminga. And I believe just as recently as last month, we were talking about how Kerr really trusts Kuminga while Moody's on the bench and seemingly unplayable. And now, look where things are at with these two players. And it seems like things have basically flip-flopped. The situation has flip-flopped. And I'd love to hear your guys' overall thoughts on what you think maybe changed in the last number of weeks to get us from where we were then with regards to those two players to where things are now.
I think that's a really interesting question. Fox, thanks and enjoy dinner. I would say this. I think that the later it gets into a season, we talked about this yesterday, the word that keeps popping to my mind is trust.
Yeah.
The Warriors have to trust you in order to play you in big moments. They never got to a point where they trusted James Wiseman. They're getting to a point where they sometimes trust Jonathan Kuminga. And while earlier in the year they may not have trusted Moody, he has now shown 2 years in a row that the playoffs are not too big for him. Why? It might be because he played college basketball. Kuminga and Moody are both 20, but they're very, very different stories. And Kuminga is, while much more talented in an athletic way, he's much more raw. And there's no time for raw in the playoffs. And so he's got to go out there, and if he doesn't have it that night, it's a quick hook. Moody is a little bit more of a seasoned approach to the game.
Yeah.
And so I think you can stick with a mistake or two a little bit longer, and he's already building a little bit longer of a playoff resume than Kuminga, too.
And I think that what he does, even when he's not playing well, is more tolerable than what Jonathan Kuminga does when he's not playing well. Kuminga, his ceiling is far higher than Moses Moody, but his floor is also much lower. Moses Moody, at his worst, you know that he's going to be in the right spot defensively. He might miss an open 3 or 2. He might be a little bit lethargic or tentative on offense, but that's about it. With Kuminga, he might have a game like he did in game 2 where he's a -10 in 4 minutes, where he looked a little lost on defense. He wasn't rebounding. His floor is too low for you to tolerate those rough patches.
Yeah, I just think decision-making is easier for Moody. He's asked to do a little bit of a different thing. He's often over there in the corner or on the wing, waiting to shoot a 3 when the ball gets to him. And if it's covered, he's got the ability to kind of drive and kick and keep the offense moving. Jonathan Kuminga is less of a shooter. So sometimes that ball ends up, you can almost see it with him. The ball ends up in his hands, and the right thing to do is shoot a 3, but it's like, is that the best thing we can do? Is a Kuminga 3? That's not a very high percentage look. And so I just think there's more thinking going on with Jonathan, and he wants to drive, but that's what the defense is waiting for him to do. Moses is a little bit more well-rounded.
Yeah,
and so
more experience.
Yeah, so decisions are just a little easier to make.
And
right now
of
for
course
Moses
he's
Moody.
more seasoned because he spent a year playing high-level D1 for Eric Musselman, a pro coach, and Jonathan Kuminga played G League Ignite, which is not the same as playing a full season of Division I basketball and going into an NCAA tournament. And as I mentioned to you earlier in the show, Arkansas in that year played a bunch of high-leverage games in the tourney. They won 3 tourney games and then lost their 4th after being down by double digits.
How about Grandpa Daddy in Oakland?
Love him.
Hey, Grandpa Daddy, what are you doing?
On my way home to my young wife, because I'm a grandpa daddy, right? Right there.
I feel you, yeah. I feel you. Keep chasing after that baby.
Filipino chicken adobo, baby.
That's so good.
Okay.
That's so great. I'm going home to leftover veggie tacos, but
I want to say, man, you guys really impressed me, man, because like you're spot on. That last call with Kuminga and Moody. Damn, I see why you guys are getting paid to do this show. Okay?
Yeah, no doubt.
Just want to say that. Oh, okay, you guys know your shit. And one more thing, excuse me.
There you go. Yeah. Moody and Looney eat veggie tacos. That's the next book. And scene.
Moody and Looney drop an S-bomb would be the non-children's version of that book.
Hey, YouTube. How you doing?
YouTube is loving it.
What's up, YouTube? Oh, we should have a sounder. Yeah,
Totally.
we should have a sounder.
When somebody drops an S-bomb?
Once again, always able to watch and listen to the show on YouTube. All you got to do is go to youtube.com/957 The Game, or just go to YouTube and search 957 The Game, and you too can listen to cuss words when they don't quite make it on the radio.
S-bomb! I actually was practicing my
good.
Kevin Dana in the car yesterday.
Where are you pulling all this crap out of today?
Because you're
like, I got Kevin Dana and I got Yogi Bear in my back pocket.
Yeah.
I've never used them in a year and a half. But
All you
here we
have
are.
to do is ask. Because the key to the Kevin Dana, the rain dance, is you got to really wind up the R. Rain dance!
I wish we could take a picture of Dibbs' face.
Oh, it turns red. And then the other one I love.
Your
from
eyes squint and your
dance.
there's like it's like
Oh, yeah.
Oh man. You're
My
putting
Gucci needs a
into
little
this.
work, but Gucci. Yeah, and Cash Me Out One Time.
Cash me out one time.
Is another great one. And there's one more Dana. There's one more Dana-ism that I was working on the other day. I'll have to think about it.
Moody and Looney imitate Dana.
That's right.
Oh, that was a little too intricate.
I'm sorry, Dibbs, but Mr. Nahegan wouldn't like that. Can I just throw this out real quick?
You're the king. You're the king of the impersonation that very few people get.
I know.
I mean, like it starts with Jason Barrett, right? He's over. If you ever heard Dibbs do that,
None of you have. I'm sorry, Jason. Nobody knows who. If you're not in our industry, you got no clue who that is.
I used to be the Nahikian.
Oh my God,
Tibbs, we gotta let you go.
Oh man,
Did you see the Drew Smiley perfect game bid? The way that perfect game bid ended?
Yes, I
was that
did.
not the most hilariously perfect end of a perfect game
who's
ever?
the catcher? Who was that? I don't even
Jan
know.
Gomes.
Jan Gomes. Okay.
Cubs 13, Dodgers
nothing.
Not a thing. No runs, no drips, no errors. Shout out Johnny Bench and
Very
Krylon,
good.
the old
Yep.
paint commercial. Drew Smiley's got a perfect game going. Here it comes. It's a dribbler. Smiley goes over to field it. Jan Gomes, the catcher, runs out and tackles him. Just absolutely
Just trucks
smashes him.
Smiley gets there with the bare hand, just like you're supposed to be taught in Little League. Don't go after it with the glove. Go after it with the bare hand. He wheels for the throw, and his catcher just topples over him and lays him out on the ground. The look on Smiley's face after this whole thing goes down is priceless.
Oh, my God, the smile.
Oh, my God.
I mean, his name, Drew Smiley, has never been more appropriate. There's a still on ESPN. You see Gomes' butt after he has tackled and somersaulted. Smiley's looking up, and all he can do is smile, knowing that his perfect game and his no-hitter are both
gone.
Yeah, gone.
Although the Cubs did win 13-0 over the Dodgers today. The Dodgers 10-11 so far on the young season.
Is Arizona still in front in the West?
No question. I think Arizona's the only team with a win. Yes, correct. Confirmed. Arizona's the only team with a winning record.
Giants 5.5 back.
Giants only 4 back.
Oh, jeez.
Right?
Go.
Giants are 4 games out of first place. What's everybody whining about?
Nothing like it.
4 games out of first. Right there. A little win streak. Well, hey, how you doing? Moody and Looney go on a win streak? Come on.
Moody and Looney get the wild card. It's so good.
Moody and Looney battle for 500. All right, we're all sponsored by calhope.org and plenty of time for more of your calls. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free
smokes kush. Willard smokes BD.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
My man pulled out a pen and paper before he called us.
Sure did.
That's what I'm talking about, okay? That's like a la the Jim Rome clones. Like you had to write it all out.
Oh, my God.
You had to write it all out. Gosh, great stuff today. And thank you to the Warriors and Moses Moody for making time to come on the show after the big win.
We
and
do yoga.
Yeah, and that's right. Explaining yoga to us. And it kind of sounds like a Star Wars character. I mean, right? Like
Yoga the Hutt?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it sounds like. So anyway, explain yoga to us. But one more reminder that Sunday's game, 12:30 tip, the big TV window. So, set an alarm, make some food the night before if you have to, whatever. Like, get your act together so that you can be in your seat and at the game on time. And then, of course, just all I'm going to say, just give it all you got, okay? They're making a big thing about it. I understand it. Of course, Sacramento's crowd is louder because the arena is a different experience and because these were their first two playoff games. Like, who was president the last time the Kings made the playoffs?
Well,
was it pre-Obama? I mean, come on.
Yeah, it was 17 years ago.
So,
2006 must have been the lesser of the two Bushes.
W. It's W.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Dub.
Good Lord.
Or was it?
Right?
It was George W.
Yeah, because
Bush.
Obama was elected in 2008.
Right, because it's been,
12.
2 years plus 4 plus 8. So that would only be
Obama,
14.
Obama.
Yeah.
Orange Julius.
You fool me once. You can't fool me twice.
Thank you. Can't get fooled again. That's one of my favorites from the J. Cole song.
Yeah, anyway.
There's an old saying in Tennessee. I think they have it in Texas. I know they have it in Tennessee. Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Right.
I do miss the W-isms. I have to admit that.
And who knew that history would shine on him as not that bad?
Oh, God. Yeah, well, amen to that.
I mean.
Anyway, we'll leave
tremendous.
that there. Yeah, so we'll leave that there. But anyway.
Well, you were comparing crowds.
Yes.
So I was comparing presidents.
Right. Well, it's fair. Well, especially since we compare Sacramento to San Francisco, you remember my story about the trip to the golf course in Truckee last summer when the former Marine from Sacramento asked me, the Bay Area, what's it like living in all of that nonsense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I told you about my trip to Scotland when I played Carnoustie, and I had the same experience with the guy who, on the second tee, Nancy Pelosi. And I said, excuse me, Tex, while I spend the rest of my round hitting on your 74-year-old wife. Which I did.
Ain't that a peach?
Well, and about 2 holes later, all of a sudden, now he's less concerned about my political leanings. Now he's got his arm on his special gal.
Oh, my God.
Because I was like, Ethel. Man.
Her name was not Ethel, please.
For the sake of the story, it was.
Thank you.
Ethel. What are you? How old are you, Ethel? 49? I mean, you aren't old enough to remember Reagan, are you?
Oh, my gosh.
And she was,
Dibs. Was she calling you Dibs by the end of the round?
No doubt.
No doubt.
Oh.
Anyway, point being, of course they're going to be louder. They've been holding it in for 6 presidential terms, okay?
Yeah,
So,
man.
of course they're going to be louder, but just give it all you got on Sunday.
Shout out Afro-Rican.
It's early. Put a screwdriver in a water bottle and drink it as you walk through the parking lot, okay? Thank you. That's my tip from me to you.
Get yourself on the light rail, take an Uber, have a friend drop you off, and just get smashed. Get in there and get loud. Seriously, one thing that, and I put this on our daily delivery. I don't know if you saw the video because I know you're running around and you're coming into work, and it was really your day. So I thought maybe you would have gave me a click.
But rest the voice.
You're playing her, which is why I took it today. And I did say in my caption, there was one thing about yesterday that had me feeling disappointment, and it was the crowd. When you have Steph Curry doing Steph Curry and things. The chef.
I know.
And he has to. Hello, crowd. Sorry, that's me. That's the spill.
This show is so over.
It's over.
Anyway, I mean,
when Steph Curry is hey, crowd, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm doing amazing things. Make some flipping noise.
Yeah, but it's predictable. It's a fight you can't win. Okay, Rocky, you can't win.
Thank you.
You're not going to win this fight.
You can be better than you were.
But you can. But Maddox, Clabb, and Smoltz every year. Here come the Braves, first round of the playoffs, and they wouldn't sell out. And people made fun of the Braves fan base, but it's just the way it is when you're there every single year and championships are your norm, then you're not going to freak out for round one. You're just not. But I think that this is a little different. The Warriors have never been down 2-0 before, so this would be really, really special. And I just look at it this way. If you're a Warrior fan, you can help your team. That's all. I'm not asking you to lose your voice. Who would do that? But anyway, right? You can help your team. So go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Thank you.
All right.
That's Jack Buck,
Game
by the
4
way.
coming up on Sunday.
That's a great throwback to the great Jack Buck, Joe's father, when I think that was when Ozzie Smith hit the inexplicable home run. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy. And St. Louis on an Ozzie Smith rare home run.
Right.
It was a walk-off piece.
I think so.
Yeah.
A home run by the Wizard. Yeah, that's how that all ended.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. How about G in San Ramon on Willard and Dibs before we hop out of here? G, what are you doing?
Driving back to the Bay Area. Before I made my point, Willard, how are you feeling? I know you've been out a couple days.
I'm ready, brother. The thing is, that was crazy. I was feeling fine the whole time. I just couldn't talk. It was kind of actually what my family's been waiting for, and Dibs, their whole lives. It was a dream come true.
Yeah, short-lived.
We need you to talk in order to give us some good radio action. So really quickly, Adrian said you can't win, but what ended up happening, that was like one of the greatest Rocky movies ever, was Rocky 4. But anyways, I just wanted to make a quick point about, I've heard it all day today, the offenses look better without Draymond, blah, blah, blah. I think the biggest takeaway from yesterday's game was that, you still need Draymond. I just think Steve Kerr now has, a couple of options to go off the bench up to pull people and put them in positions that they know they're going to be successful. And, if you don't have a GP2, you can put in a Moody. If you don't have, Poole, I'm hearing his ankle's kind of even more swollen today than it was yesterday. You can put in a Kuminga or DDV. I just think it gives more options to Kerr to be able to put these guys in and trust them rather than run Draymond 43 or 44 minutes. It shows that we have more depth than we think.
Well, G, I think you have an interesting point from this perspective. There always was a scenario that this play by the NBA and by extension the Kings, because they did lobby for it, there was always a scenario where this play backfired. Your advantage was for one game. You got Draymond suspended, then you ended up with GP2 sick, okay? And you did not take advantage of it. Well, what about now? Now, I think you've motivated the Warriors in a different way. You've motivated Draymond in a different way. And those options on the bench now all got some run. So the Moses Moody's of the world feel a little bit more comfortable if and when you've got to go to them again. So now that you're on the other side of the Draymond suspension, I think it helps the Warriors.
It does. I think the thing that helps them even more is the fact that it's 3 games or 3 days rather in between games. That's a bigger factor. And Draymond Green, he's going to be fresher than he would have been if he actually had to play basketball last night.
That only goes through game 5, by the way. You get 1 day off in between 5 and 6 and 6 and 7.
Right.
If we get there.
Yep. And hope we do.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good week, Mark. Way to tough it out, buddy.
And thank you. Thank you for rocking and rolling when I couldn't be
dog,
here.
I got you.
Yeah, appreciate you. And thanks to our team, Grandy and John and Lucas, the whole gang here at 95.7. Great week from all of you listeners. And we look forward to talking to you again on Monday. See if the series is tied 2-2 when we get there. What's now coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's the best of the game, a full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, and it is hosted by our man here, Mark Grandy. Have a great weekend, everybody. Shoot your shot. It is all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. Spring is finally here. From spring cleaning to spring training, and hopefully the end of the storms, everyone has something to look forward to during this season. This time of year is a reminder for all of us that it's time to get rid of the old and start fresh with the new. That's why Stevens Creek Subaru wants to help you get rid of your old car and put you in a brand new or certified pre-owned Subaru. Your car probably will never be worth more than it is right now. If you've been thinking of trading it in, come into Stevens Creek Subaru or StevensCreekSubaru.com to get a quick and easy Kelley Blue Book estimate for your vehicle. And we buy anything, whether it's a clean title or salvage, financed or leased, classic or commercial.
Stevens Creek Subaru now has the all-new, all-electric Subaru Solterra. They are also an official Kelley Blue Book buying center and will buy any vehicle regardless of condition, even if it's a lease or still has a loan.
Stevens Creek Subaru is easy to find in San Jose on Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank